Meet Seo Kang Rim. To everyone, he is just a trash, F-tier hunter. But even worse than that, he is considered a walking curse. If you end up on his team, your luck has officially run out. Countless hunters have been brutally injured or worse, ended up dead just by being near him. And honestly, it makes sense. Death is literally hardwired into his very destiny. But this curse? It is not Kang Rim's fault at all. You see, when the apocalypse began 5 years ago, humanity awakened. But their powers were not random, they were determined by the exact alignment of their birth chart. It all came down to the day and hour you were born. A cosmic lottery that no one could control, and one that Seo Kang Rim certainly did not choose. But little did anyone know, this so-called useless trash actually holds a power that rivals the gods themselves. He can peer into anyone's destiny, and even steal the powers of the dead. But this godlike cheat comes with a terrifying catch. Every steal piles on massive negative karma. Even so, clueless guild members still try to team up with him, brushing the rumors of his curse off as mere superstition. But Kang Rim knows the curse is all too real. To protect them, he constantly pushes people away, choosing to dive into dungeons completely alone, even though deep down, he desperately craves comrades to fight by his side. Suddenly, the gates of the demon realm tear open once again. Hunters stand ready, bracing for the onslaught. Knowing his limitations, Kang Rim plays it safe and positions himself far from the front lines, planning to only pick off the weak, low-level monsters left behind. It was a harmless plan that would not get in anyone's way. But as the gates screech open, a horde of demons floods the battlefield. The chaos begins. While the elite hunters clash with high-tier demons, Kang Rim stays back, fighting off weak imps. He manages to put a few down, but he is already reaching his absolute limit. Gasping for air, Kang Rim's chest heaves. He grits his teeth, thinking, damn it, this is way harder than I expected. The deeper they go, the heavier the demonic energy gets, suffocating him. Suddenly, a monster blindsides him, slashing his back and sending him crashing to the ground. The crash draws the attention of the surrounding pack. Spotting their helpless prey, they lock eyes on him and lunge forward like a pack of starved wolves. In that terrifying moment, Kang Rim can only squeeze his eyes shut and pray for a miracle. But suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light erupts. It is Seo. Armed with her sword and wood attribute magic, she obliterates the monsters, rescuing Kang Rim and clearing the path for the other hunters. Relieved to see his guildmaster, Kang Rim gives a weak, awkward smile and raises his hand to thank her. Seo offers a warm smile in return. But before they can even catch their breath, the ground violently trembles as the massive dungeon boss roars onto the scene. It towers over them, radiating a menacing aura. But before it can even flex its terrifying power, a blinding, razor-sharp slash slices through the air, splitting the boss clean in half. It was annihilated in a single, effortless strike. Emerging from the rising dust, a mysterious silhouette steps forward, dripping with suffocating bloodlust. The white-haired woman speaks, her voice sending shivers down everyone's spines. Where is Seo Kang Rim? Her words strike panic into the crowd. No one has any idea who this deadly intruder is. Panic grips Kang Rim's chest. That woman just vaporized a high-level boss on her own. Why on earth is she looking for him? Met with dead silence, she coldly decides she will just slaughter everyone one by one. After all, if they all die, Seo Kang Rim dies with them. Hiding high up in the branches, Kang Rim holds his breath and activates his destiny-reading power to figure out who this monster of a woman is. Her name is Baek Young. Her rank? Minor deity, and her destiny is completely classified. Kang Rim's heart drops. A minor deity? He has never seen a rank like this before. From what he knows, a minor deity possesses the ultimate power of regression, allowing them to carry all their memories back into the past. But there is a catch. If they die, they cannot trigger the regression. Kang Rim hesitates, his mind racing. With such an insane regression ability on the line, should he make his move? She must have targeted him based on information she gathered from the future. But just as he prepares to drop down, Seo's wooden branches wrap around him, holding him back. She silently signals him to stay put, and Kang Rim gets the message. He realizes he is completely out of his depth. Standing tall, Seo glares down at the intruder and demands, "What do you want here?" But Baek Young's answer remains chillingly simple. She only wants Kang Rim. Nothing else matters to her. Keeping her composure, Seo replies, "He is a member of my guild. Deal with me instead." Baek Young merely shakes her head. "No need. Don't bother." Before the words even leave her lips, she unleashes another devastating slash, instantly slaughtering several guild members in a flash of blood. As fresh blood splatters the ground, she whispers with bone-chilling coldness, "I will just slaughter every last one of you." Assuming, of course, that Kang Rim is hiding among you. Realizing she cannot stand by and watch a massacre, Seo lunges forward to intercept Baek Young. Meanwhile, Kang Rim realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Knowing she is only here because of him, he desperately hacks at the wooden roots binding him, trying to break free before anyone else has to die. At the exact same time, terrified guild members are scattering in all directions, trying to escape the devastating crossfire of these two god-tier fighters. But the battle is heavily one-sided, with Seo being relentlessly pushed back by Baek Young's overwhelming power. Baek Young sneers, "I will spare your people if you hand over Kang Rim," but Seo's resolve does not waver for a single second. Instead, she unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, desperately trying to protect her guildmates from being slaughtered. But the gap in their power is simply too massive. With a single, devastating counterslash, Baek Young sends Seo hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the stone cliff. With her body battered and broken, she couldn't even summon the strength to sit up. Baek Young raised her sword, ready to execute the one blocking her path, but suddenly, the other guild members rushed in together to protect her. But in the end, it only took a few flashes of her blade. Within seconds, there was no one left standing, only the echoing screams of agony and sheer terror. Having been pinned down by Seo's tree roots, Kang Jin was still desperately struggling, thrashing around to break free. But by the time he finally managed to break free and drop to the ground from above, intending to step in and stop her from killing anyone else, it was already too late. All that remained was a massive pool of blood. Everyone had been sliced clean in half by Baek Young's merciless blade. Kang Jin stood frozen, trembling in absolute horror at the gruesome sight. He broke down, weeping in utter helplessness. "I'm too late. I was too late. I should have just died. If I had died, none of this would have happened. A useless piece of trash like me ended up getting everyone killed." Staring down at the pathetic boy sobbing on his knees, Baek Young quickly realized this had to be Kang Jin. She raised her sword to finish him off once and for all. But in a split second, Seo unleashed her power to block the lethal blow yet again. Consumed by rage, she let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. "How dare you lay a finger on my guild members?" Sparks flew as their swords clashed violently. Seo gritted her teeth, pushing past the agonizing pain of her severe injuries, while Baek Young just stood there, utterly baffled. To her, it was simple. If they had just handed Kang Jin over, all of this would be over, and not a single soul would have had to die. But the gap in their power was just too massive. With a swift thrust, Baek Young's sword pierced straight through Seo's chest. Gasping for her final breaths, Seo choked out, You don't understand. A guild master's duty is to protect her people, no matter what." As Seo's life slipped away, the barrier surrounding the area shattered and dissolved into nothingness. Baek Young stood tall, radiating absolute, overwhelming power, while Kang Jin remained on his knees, paralyzed with grief and shock. He couldn't even bring himself to move. "There's no way. I can't beat her. She's going to slaughter me too. She came here for me. I should have been the only one to pay the price. So why? Why did Seo and everyone else have to suffer for my sins?" As guilt ate away at his soul, an intense, burning hatred for the monster standing before him consumed him. In that moment of pure desperation, he decided to activate a forbidden power he had never dared to touch. Destiny theft, activated. Warning. Utilizing this power will accumulate massive amounts of negative karma. There are currently 421 corpses in the vicinity. Whose destiny do you wish to steal? Kang Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with pure rage. He made his choice. He would steal the destinies of all 421 of them. The system immediately began scanning to process the stolen fates. Due to his extremely low magic rank, only a fraction of their destinies could be successfully extracted. Kang Jin screamed in agony as a torrent of raw, overwhelming power surged violently into his body. In his mind, the cruel, mocking insults of others echoed back to him. But deep down, he knew they were right. It was his fault. His existence had dragged every single one of them to their graves. It was all my fault. My cursed fate has destroyed them. Kang Jin clutched his head in agonizing pain, coughing up blood from the sheer strain. He had absorbed countless abilities from the Fallen, but the most powerful of them all was undoubtedly Seo's woodleaf magic. Before he could even process the power, Baek Young materialized right in front of him. "Die," she hissed coldly. But in a sudden flash of movement, Kang Jin swung his sword, slicing directly across her chest. While the strike managed to draw blood, it was far from a fatal wound. Baek Young was still too powerful, her combat strength barely affected. As the battle raged, Kang Jin unleashed a barrage of different stolen abilities, going from a useless F-rank hunter to someone who could go toe-to-toe with a demigod-level opponent. Just when it seemed like he actually had a shot at winning, Kang Jin spotted a critical opening in her defense and instantly activated a skill to strike her weak point. But it was a trap. Baek Young had baited him, intentionally exposing herself to lure him in. With a sinister smirk, she unleashed her Frost Core summon, blasting him back with absolute force. Kang Jin collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Staring up at her, he gritted his teeth. Thank God some of these skills auto-activate, but with a broken body and a cheap weapon like this, I can't even tap into a fraction of their true power. Even after stealing the destinies of 421 people, I still can't avenge them. Baek Young conjured her Frost Core magic once more. Deadly icicles materialized in the air, raining down like a storm of daggers. Seeing the impending doom, Kang Jin desperately dragged his broken, bleeding body across the ground to dodge. But luck wasn't on his side. A massive spear of ice drove straight through his leg, pinning him to the ground. Damn it. He cursed himself. If only I knew how to actually control these abilities, I wouldn't be in this pathetic state. Then, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, there is one power I know inside and out. Screaming in agony, he gripped the ice spear embedding his leg and tried to pull it out. Baek Young looked down at him, sneering coldly. It's useless, Kang Jin. Your fate was sealed the moment I got here. With a guttural roar, Kang Jin ripped the ice spear completely out of his flesh. Before the blood could even pool, he spun around and channeled Sua's woodleaf magic to strike. It was a clumsy, desperate attack, and Baek Young easily sidestepped it. Yet, a flicker of shock crossed her face. I thought he was just a swordsman, but he can cast magic too? But with her decades of battle experience, she immediately saw through his play. A low-ranked trash like him can't possibly sustain a spell of that level for long. She effortlessly sliced through the writhing roots Kang Jin had summoned. But what she didn't realize was that the spell was nothing but a distraction. Using the cover of the roots, Kang Jin lunged forward, driving the blood-stained ice spear straight into Baek Young's neck. A weak, victorious smile crept onto his face. I did it. I actually killed her. Everyone. I finally avenged you. With his remaining strength spent, Kang Jin collapsed onto the cold ground. He had achieved his revenge, but his own life was rapidly slipping away. But fate wasn't done playing with him. The automatic recovery skill activated, stitching his wounds back together. He let out a bitter, exhausted laugh, whispering to the system, "No, please, don't heal me. What's the point of living now? Even if I survive, nothing is ever going to bring them back. My past. And now, my present. Everything is gone. His childhood, his destiny, they were bound to endless struggle and death. A fortune teller once predicted he would be orphaned as a child, warning that his life would be plagued by misfortune. And just like the fortune teller said, Kang Jin's parents passed away before he even had a chance to grow up. The bad luck just kept piling on. Everywhere he went, accidents followed. But the worst part? Anyone who got close to him suffered the same terrible luck. He was destined for a life of weakness and despair. Yet, his guild members still welcomed him with open arms, only to pay for it with their lives. Burying his face in his bloody hands, he blamed himself yet again, thinking, if only I had reached Baek Young first, if only I had been the first to die, if only I did that, everything would be different, if only I could turn back time. Suddenly, it hit him. Wait. Baek Young's power is regression. Without wasting a second, he activated his destiny-stealing power. Luckily, the regression power was successfully stolen. Kang Jin immediately activated it. He had no idea which timeline he would land in, but even if he went back to the exact moment Baek Young appeared, he was ready to face it head-on. He prayed with all his heart. Please, just work. Activate. The system notification popped up. Regression activated, transporting you back to the past. Kang Jin gasped as he woke up, finding himself in a room that felt both familiar and strange. While he was trying to process it, there was a knock on the door. Hello? I'm here for my fortune reading. Kang Jin froze. Though his hands were trembling, a smile crept onto his face. Outside, Sua was waiting for him. Sang-won said excitedly, "We're finally on our very first date. I can't wait to see how compatible we are." Sua couldn't care less. Kang Jin stared at her, thinking, she's not wearing her mask. He felt a surge of relief. I really went back in time. Seo is still alive, and she hasn't lost her eyes yet. Then, his expression hardened. I won't let history repeat itself. He handed them a pen and paper. If you don't mind, please write down your names, ages, and times of birth here. Sangwon quickly filled it out and handed it over, but Kang Jin's eyes remained locked on Seo. Huh? She looked extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Kang Jin recalled Seo's exhausted, helpless expression from his past life. He remembered her mentioning she once got mixed up with some weird guy. I have to make sure she stays far away from him, Kang Jin thought, and a plan quickly came to mind. All right, let's see how compatible you two are. The gold nugget and the axe represent Sangwon's element. Your fortune shows your element is metal, and trees represent wood, which is your element. As an image of someone swinging an axe at a tree trunk flashed in his mind, he continued. In fortune-telling, this is called wood-metal clash. With a bright smile, Kang Jin explained as the tree collapsed in his vision. It's a terrible omen, because an axe is destined to chop down a tree. Both of them gasped. What? But Seo's face instantly lit up. Is that so? Well, I guess we have no choice, since our compatibility is so awful. Sangwon barked in anger. Are you freaking kidding me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where is the owner of this place? Kang Jin replied with a polite smile. He's currently out at the front desk, sir. Sangwon turned to Seo. Seo, let's get out of here. This guy is full of crap. But she replied cheerfully. Actually, I want to hear more. He seems really good at this. He trembled with rage. You're gonna regret this. Do you really think a woman like you could ever pull a catch like me? Kang Jin looked away, playing completely innocent. Well, it seems like the lady has no interest in seeing you again. Please leave. Livid, he stormed out and slammed the door behind him, yelling, Don't even think about crawling back to me. She just watched him go, completely unfazed. Seo asked, I thought places like this only tell people the good things they want to hear. He gave a sheepish laugh. Usually, yes. And silently, I'm so sorry for what happened in our last life. Intrigued, Seo asked, You seem really good at this. Could you read my fortune again? Kang Jin reluctantly agreed. Ah, sure. Suddenly, a strange sensation jolted through his body as a small light flashed, engulfing the entire room in an eerie glow. The system prompt appeared. Calculating your stats based on your destiny. Kang Jin clutched his head in pain. Even though I knew this was coming, I guess there's no avoiding the shock and dizziness. She asked urgently, What are you doing? And pulled him under the table. As she grabbed his hand, memories rushed back. Seo had protected him in his past life too. Kang Jin tried to steady his breathing, focusing his mind. Did you really think you could just change the future? Everything quieted down. Seo muttered, What on earth was that weird announcement? Destiny stats? Seeing him start to walk away, she cried out, Hey, wait for me. Kang Jin thought to himself, It's probably best if I don't get involved with Seo. He pushed the door open. Kang Jin looked around warily, hoping to find something useful nearby. After searching for a bit, he finally spotted exactly what he was looking for. Found it. He quickly grabbed it and slipped it into his coat pocket. She ran up to him, asking, Where are you going? Seo pulled his arm and urged, We need to evacuate, right now. Before he could answer, she dragged him along. Wait. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek made Seo freeze and look back. Someone rushed out, screaming, Run! Is that? A monster! A monster! A massive creature clamped its jaws onto the man's leg, leaving him utterly terrified. Get away from me, somebody help! The beast bit down, refusing to let go. Seo panicked. Wait! I can't help you! With lightning speed, Kang Rim draws his blade and lunges, slicing them clean in half with a single strike. Smiling with satisfaction, he thinks, I knew these bastards would show up. These hideous pests are giant worms, a tier 3 insect-type monster. Even though they usually just eat grass, they will now devour both animals and humans alike. Charging forward to attack them, he turns to the others and yells, Everyone, run to safety! Kang Rim delivers decisive slashes, wiping them out one after another. He grabs the head of the very last one and splits it right down the middle. Just when it seems like everything is over, a desperate cry echoes from the distance. Help me. There are way more of them over here. Kang Rim leaps in and says, If you don't want to die, grab whatever you can use as a weapon. These things aren't actually that strong. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Someone is holding a fire extinguisher covered in their green blood. Seo smiles brightly and says, They're actually incredibly weak compared to how scary they look. I even managed to take one down myself. He chuckles. prompting her to ask, "What?" "Oh, nothing," he thinks to himself. Seeing someone who is capable of slaying a dragon get this excited over a worm is honestly hilarious. Gangrim walks over and says, "This floor is clear for now. Let's head downstairs before more of them show up." They run off, shouting back, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Gangrim secretly draws his knife again, slicing open their bellies to rummage inside. He thinks, "I need to gather the soul stones while I have the chance." He pulls out a handful of glowing stones, feeling triumphant. Even though they're low tier, there are more than I expected. Suddenly, her voice calls out, making him quickly wipe the soul stones clean. "Hey, why aren't you coming down yet?" He quickly stuffs the stones into his pocket and replies, "Why haven't you left yet?" Seo sighs, "I couldn't just leave you behind." He counters, "Are you really worrying about someone you just met today?" Seo says casually, "Yeah, I am." Gangrim sighs in disbelief. Even when you have no idea what else might happen, it is too dangerous. She is still the same as always. Before she can even finish her sentence, he cuts her off. "That's exactly why we should." Shin Seo. He realizes that's exactly why he needs to tell her. Gangrim's eyes grow dark. "Actually, there's something I need to tell you," Shin Seo asks in surprise. "What is it?" When Gangrim mentions her name and Tier 3 dragon class, she looks completely confused. "Wait, what are you talking about?" He responds, "Your attribute is wood, and you have an innate power called the wood leaf art." She looks at the window and gasps in shock. He asks, "Did your destiny window just open?" Staring at the window, she replies, "I do see something on this destiny window, and I also see the wood leaf art power." Gangrim asks, "Do you remember the announcement we heard back in the room? That strange announcement? It seems like we have received superpowers." Gangrim thinks to himself, "Since we have awakened, we won't die unless we cross paths with that thing." She also confirms, "You're right. I do feel somehow stronger." The two quickly move toward the stairs. "Let's head down." Shin Seo follows closely behind, taking the opportunity to ask, "Hey, so what is your destiny?" He brushes the question aside and says, "It's better if we don't share the contents of our destiny windows with each other." He turns his head and adds, "It's almost as if someone else could read it." Understanding his point, she agrees, "All right." Meanwhile, Gangrim's destiny window remains exactly the same as it was 1 year ago. He couldn't keep the powers he stole in his past life. The panel displays his details. Name, Gang Rim, class, tier, 3, insect, attribute, fire, skill, destiny plunder, tier, 3 cruel grade. You can steal a portion of the target's destiny and make it your own. However, your karma will increase when you do this. Only one thing has changed. The system panel pops up. Currently, you have accumulated a large amount of karma points. He falls deep into thought. This seems to be the result of stealing the destinies of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I must use the power of destiny plunder. But accumulating too many karma points right now is dangerous. Karma points increase when committing a grave sin like murder, or when a specific power is used. If karma points become too high, the target will cross the boundary. He knows all too well how horribly those who cross the boundary suffered. Shin Seo suddenly speaks up. "Wait, I think someone is here." He immediately turns around to look as a loud shout echoes. "Hey!" A person wrapped in bandages like a mummy suddenly freezes. Shin Seo and Gangrim rush over to help. She shouts, "I'll help you." But wait, a monster is opening its mouth wide, trying to devour the person. Fortunately, Gangrim arrives just in time, taking it down with his knife. He sighs in relief. Thankfully, there was only one. The person then points in a direction. Is someone inside? Gangrim channels his power. The easiest way to check if they're still alive is to look at the system panel display. Now that his destiny plunder power has been activated, the number of nearby survivors decreases by 1. He shakes his head, realizing they're already dead. Staring intensely at the window, it seems they had a powerful ability. If only they had awakened in time, they would have survived. That power is Fire Control, Tier 3 Insect Class. You can summon and control a small flame. The user can attack targets from a distance as long as they remain within sight. Gangrim decides to take it. Immediately after, a small flame flickers in his hand. System. You have received the Fire Control power. Penalty. You have gained karma points. He clenches his fist. Perfect. I need more powers like this. Suddenly, Shin Seo rushes over. Is there something over there? Green blood is spraying everywhere. In the distance, Go-jun is slaughtering monsters, laughing out loud. Haha. Is this just a tutorial? No wonder it's so easy. Doc Gojun bursts with energy, wiping out every monster in sight. Let me take on the boss already. Only then does he finally notice someone else is there. Doc Gojun walks over to the two of them and asks, "Any survivors here?" He casually adds, "Are you guys the companion characters joining my party?" Shinsua is totally confused. Companion characters? With a bright smile, he extends his hand to introduce himself. "I'm Doc Gojun. It's great to meet you both." Seo Kang Rim thinks to himself. Right, this is where his journey starts too. He introduces himself as well. "I'm Seo Kang Rim." Doc Gojun smiles and glances over at Shinsua. "And what might the name of our heroine be?" Blushing and caught off guard, she mumbles, "Heroine? I'm Shinsua." Doc Gojun shakes hands with Seo Kang Rim and Shinsua. "Awesome, I'll remember that. Now that our party recruitment phase is complete, the main event should start soon." Still bewildered, she asks, "What on earth are you talking about?" He shrugs and replies, "Come on, isn't this exactly how every game tutorial goes?" Doc Gojun, Class, Level 3, Divine Metal Attribute, Level 1, Holy Dreamer, where the boundary between dreams and reality starts to blur. The user is less affected by demonic energy. Their intelligence, pain resistance, and fear resistance will be adjusted to match a Level 1 dragon's. Seo Kang Rim looks at him, knowing full well that Doc Gojun will soon become the guild leader of one of the 6 major sects. Even though he hasn't even awakened yet, Doc Gojun just keeps on rambling. "Aren't we supposed to fight the boss as a team? Or maybe a super powerful ally shows up mid-battle, or someone gets some kind of awakening, triggered by a teammate's tragic sacrifice?" Shinsua doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Seo Kang Rim thinks, "I know the guy is a famous novelist, but he is seriously delusional." Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes from down the hall. A pale, frantic young man rushes toward them, yelling, "Help me! There's a monster!" Level 1, Insect Type. Giant Worm. It's a monster formed by a swarm of countless bugs, and it can only be destroyed once every single bug is wiped out. Sharing the same feeding habits as an earthworm, it relentlessly chases the young man, causing him to slip and slide across the floor. He looks up helplessly at the beast, towering over him. Shinsua's eyes fill with absolute horror as blood splatters, and a hand falls limp. Completely unfazed, Doc Gojun chuckles. "Ha ha ha. Looks like that's the tutorial boss we need to beat, huh?" Shinsua panics. "Are you crazy? You want to fight that thing? We need to run, now." Meanwhile, Seo Kang Rim conjures a flame in his hand. Taking careful aim, he hurls the fireball straight at the giant worm. Doc Gojun shouts in pure excitement. "Whoa, magic. I knew I could count on you." He then asks Seo Kang Rim, "What do you think? Can we kill it?" Seo Kang Rim flatly replies, "Hell no." He quickly adds, "We can't kill a monster like that right now. I can only stall it with my flames." Right on cue, a loud blast echoes, but the giant worm is completely unharmed and charges straight at the 3 of them. Seo Kang Rim waves them off, screaming at them to run while he stays behind to hold it off with his Firebird magic. Realizing his attacks are barely doing anything, all 3 of them scramble to make a run for it, desperate to buy some precious time. A massive explosion erupts right behind Seo Kang Rim. Up ahead, Shinsua screams in panic, "Seo Kang Rim, get over here, quick!" But Doc Gojun grabs her arm and drags her forward, yelling, "Don't stop, Shinsua." She protests, "Ah, wait, let go of me." Meanwhile, the giant worm lunges right at Seo Kang Rim. The sound of Shinsua's screams suddenly draws the monster's attention back to Seo Kang Rim. Seizing the moment as it turns away, he roars, "Where do you think you're looking?" and unleashes a massive blast of fire straight at the giant worm. "Keep your eyes on me, you bastard." Writhing in pain, the monster turns back and launches a vicious attack at Seo Kang Rim. As he dodges the incoming strikes, he frantically scans the area to see where this thing came from, realizing he needs to buy as much time as possible. From behind the closing doors, their voices echo, "Seo Kang Rim, we will never forget your sacrifice." Seo Kang Rim runs like mad to escape the giant worm's relentless chase, his mind racing for a way out. "I can do this. I just have to survive until the Destiny Protection Agency gets here." After a brutal exchange, Seo Kang Rim is blown backward, thinking, "Damn it. My attacks are barely leaving a scratch on this thing." Its massive maw gapes open as it lunges at him. Channeling fire into his palms, Seo Kang Rim grits his teeth. That's it. Its mouth. With a roar, he unleashes the flames directly into the giant worm's open mouth, making it shriek in agony. With its throat engulfed in fire, the massive beast collapses, trembling right before him. But suddenly, its eyes snap open, flashing as they lock onto Seo Kang Rim. Watching it slowly crawl closer, he whispers in despair, "Looks like I'm out of time." Right then, a massive wooden beam impales the giant worm. Shin Soo rushes back, clutching heavy wooden branches and wildly thrashing at the monster, screaming, "Hurry up and run." Suddenly, a swarm of tiny worms spills out from its gaping wound, instantly locking onto Shin Soo and launching a vicious attack. Seo Kang Rim blasts them with a wave of fire, scattering the pests. "Quick, use your poison leaf spell." Shin Soo protests. "I can't. I need actual plants around here to cast it." Hearing that, he immediately comes up with a plan. "I'm sure those wooden pieces will work." Reminded by his words, Soo suddenly realized the solution and immediately used her ability on the branches. The wooden branches quickly transformed into sprawling tree limbs, spreading outward. Soo channeled her ability into the branches as they grew larger and larger, rapidly lunging forward to impale the giant worm. The two of them watched with a mix of anticipation and utter disbelief. Suddenly, Soo spun around, grabbed his hand, and pulled him away. But then, her eyes widened in pure terror. Swarms of small worms were frantically crawling along the tree trunk to attack them. They swarmed from multiple directions, closing in on them. Terrified, Soo collapsed to the ground. "This is it. It's over." Tears streamed down her agonizing face. "I came all this way to save Seo Kang Rim." Just then, Kang Rim's voice echoed right next to her. "Wood feeds the fire." The destinies of Seo Kang Rim and Shin Soo were merging. She listened to his voice, completely stunned. Shin Soo's destiny was breathing life into Seo Kang Rim's destiny. Thanks to her wooden branches, the fire he unleashed erupted into a massive blaze. The fire attribute is advancing from level 3 insect rank to level 1 insect rank. Our powers are based on the 4 pillars of destiny. The logic of destiny is being applied to this battle. Wood feeds the fire. A system notification chimed. "You have defeated the level 1 giant worm." Calculating achievements, Soo stared in joy at the sight before her and cried out, "We actually did it." She then rushed over to him, her face filled with worry. "Are you okay, Kang Rim? What's wrong?" He calmly reassured her while keeping his eyes glued to the system notification window. "You have received a bonus reward for defeating an opponent stronger than you." Soo supported the exhausted Kang Rim, who was pale from mana depletion, and helped him out of the room. "We're on the first floor now. The exit is safe." She tightly gripped the doorknob, her voice filled with a trace of relief and joy. "We're finally getting out of here." But as she opened it, the blinding light shining from behind the door caught her completely off guard. The two of them slowly stepped inside. Looking at the massive room before her, Soo couldn't help but feel completely bewildered. Where on earth are we? Suddenly, both of their bodies began to heal instantly. Realizing what was happening, Soo spoke up. "This building is supposed to be in the middle of the city, right?" Meanwhile, Kang Rim spotted something sitting on the podium and rejoiced. "The artifact pillar in the lobby. I never expected the first floor to connect to this place. A level 3 dragon map artifact pillar. An artifact harboring an overwhelming and perfect energy. It heals anyone who draws near while keeping the monsters at bay." Suddenly, the door behind them vanished into thin air, throwing Soo into a panic. She frantically turned to him and asked, "What do we do now?" In stark contrast, Kang Rim remained completely calm and reassured her. "Let's rest for now. At least there are no monsters here." Just then, Go Jun suddenly appeared. He stared at the two of them in disbelief and muttered, "How the hell are you guys still alive?" Soo's blood boiled with rage the moment she saw him. Go Jun found it bizarre and whispered to himself, "It's so strange to see the heroine, Shin Soo, leaving my side." Hearing his words, she snapped and yelled angrily, "Heroine, my foot! You're a despicable villain. You betrayed your friends and did whatever horrible things it took just to save your own pathetic skin." Go Jun stood there, completely dumbfounded. As if struck by a massive shock, he clutched his head and muttered, "No, that can't be. Well, she's not wrong, but there's no way I'm the villain." Watching him, Kang Rim scoffed in disgust. He's even more pathetic than before. He quietly called out to her, "Miss Soo, over here." Inside the vast room, the other survivors were also in a state of sheer panic, crying out, "Where on earth are we? A monster just ambushed us." But then, everyone gasped in surprise as their bodies began to heal instantly. "My wounds, they're gone." They quickly checked their phones, crying out in fear, "There's no signal. The phones are completely dead." Panic and confusion swept through the terrified crowd. "Is it safe here? What's with that fire? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the stage, catching everyone's attention. Standing tall on the stage, Nabi spoke with a cold, detached voice. It seems everyone from this sector has gathered here. She then formally introduced herself to the crowd. I am Ann Nabi, from the branch office of the Fate Protection Agency. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. From this moment on, I will be in charge of all of you. Hearing this, the crowd murmured in confusion. What? The Fate Protection Agency? What is that? Then, they glared at her and yelled, In charge of us? What the hell are you talking about? This is kidnapping. Let us go right now. What is the meaning of this? Watching the chaotic crowd, Kang Rim silently thought to himself, this is where the real journey begins. In my past life, I was nothing but a pathetic loser. His expression hardened, filled with absolute determination. But this time, things will be different. I will become as strong as possible before I set foot out of this place. Kang Rim and Soo-ah looked puzzled as they both wondered, What? The Fate Protection Agency? What on earth is that? Nabi quickly explained, Our duty is to protect the citizens from the impending disaster. But the crowd refused to accept this, shouting back, Protect us? Manage us? What kind of nonsense is that? This is literally kidnapping. Let us go home right now. Angry voices erupted from every corner as the crowd continued to protest. What the hell is this crazy stunt? She stands up on that stage, threatening everyone that the demon realm is about to rip wide open just to prove her director's damn prophecy. Great, another interruption. Hey, those nasty bugs earlier. You guys were the ones who let them loose, weren't you? Ignoring the chaos, Navi commands, Hear me, humanity. But the crowd is losing their minds, screaming, I'll sue you, bastards. Let me out of here. Gozun finally snaps and roars. Shut your damn mouths, you brainless extras. His outburst instantly makes everyone freeze and stare. Gozun grits his teeth, trying to win them over. Are you idiots blind? Can't you see this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance? No wonder you're stuck playing mindless background characters forever. Standing nearby, Kang Min thinks to himself, Yep, he hasn't changed a bit. But honestly, the guy has a point. He glances over at him and nods. Being chosen to be here is a privilege, you know. The manager lets out a heavy sigh. Fine. I think it'll be faster if I just show you what's actually happening outside right now. Everyone, please sit down and stay calm. Navi snaps her fingers, and the massive screen instantly flickers to life, showing horrifying footage of giant worms terrorizing the streets outside. It's a live broadcast from the heart of Seoul. She explains, Gates to another dimension, the demon realm have burst open all across the country. Navi quickly continues, Monsters from the demon realm are about to flood our world. Luckily, the Destiny Protection Agency foresaw this apocalypse. That's why, a few years ago, we, the Pathfinders, awakened our powers ahead of everyone else. She plays footage of them fighting side by side as her voice grows more urgent and intense. She spreads her arms wide, appealing to them. In this chaotic world, we desperately need more awakened ones. We brought you here because we believe your latent potential far exceeds that of any ordinary unawakened person. Under the guidance of our agency, we will help you awaken and unlock your true power. Navi pulls a bright yellow talisman out from her clothes. You're free to walk out that door if you want. But please, check your awakened power first before you make your final choice. She pulls out a lighter and casually sets the talisman ablaze. Once you see it, you might just have a change of heart. The system rings out. Kang Min. S. Rank. Subclass. Insect Class. Tier 3. Attribute. Fire. Skills. Destiny Discovery. Destiny Theft. Firebird. The others stare in utter disbelief at their own stats. What is this? Is this seriously my power? And what the hell is Demon Class? Tier 1. Kang Min sinks back into his thoughts. There's no way this is Navi's doing. I want to look into her destiny, but that damn mask is blocking my view. Navi steps down into the crowd to offer some advice. Now that you've seen your powers, you can think of them as supernatural abilities, magic, or whatever makes sense to you. She explains further. As awakened ones, you will use these powers to hunt monsters. Navi goes on and on about launching preemptive strikes on the demon realm to eliminate the threat. But make no mistake, these missions are incredibly dangerous. Her voice suddenly turns ice cold, dripping with pure menace. You could very well die. Navi drives the point home. And the same goes for training. If you want to play it safe and stay under our protection. She narrows her eyes, emphasizing every single word. You must surrender your powers. Those who lack the will to fight have no right to possess them. Navi's tone hardens. I will give you exactly 1 hour to think it over. With that, she claps her hands. She adds, you can head up to the second floor to rest. We've provided guidebooks up there, and I highly recommend you read them. After 1 hour, anyone who wishes to stay should return here. Her voice echoes chillingly through the room. Those who want out can leave through the emergency exit in the basement. But remember, once you walk away, you will never see your destiny window ever again. With those final words, Navi turns on her heel. See you soon. 1 hour later, she checks her watch and murmurs, time's up. I'll assume everyone who returned here has agreed to undergo the training. A shimmering barrier suddenly flares up around a door. Navi announces, this is your first trial. Instantly, every eye in the room locks onto that doorway. She lays out the rules. A maximum of 3 people can enter at a time. Once you complete the trial and step back through this gate, your test is over. Navi continues her instructions. The objective to clear the stage is different for every room. You can check the requirements once you step inside. Just then, a system notification pops up, reading, defeat the giant monster. Navi then states the next condition. There is no limit on how many times you can attempt this first trial. However, if you exit the room without clearing the objective, your progress will reset, and you'll have to start all over again. Holding a sleek little box in her hand, Navi says, this is the starter item box provided for each of you. Simply take 1 box, and then make your way into the supply center. Inside, you'll find plenty of useful gear. If you get hurt, you can either use your healing items or head back to the waiting room to utilize the healing totem. Her voice turns dead serious. But first, we need you to sign a liability waiver. The agency will not be held responsible in the event of your death. Of course, we will do everything in our power to ensure that the worst-case scenario doesn't happen. Navi places a hand over her heart and bows deeply. Good luck. With that, her figure begins to fade, mysteriously vanishing from the stage. Suddenly, a hand shoots straight up into the air. A guy yells out excitedly, hey, anyone want to team up with me? My ability is Demon Class, Tier 1, recruiting the next team member. Who wants to join? While a heavy boot strides forward, that voice echoes in the background. My name is Kang Lim. Walking and complaining, he thinks this feels exactly like a chaotic job fair. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind. Seo Kang Lim turns around to find Sua hurrying toward him, the girl from the building earlier. Her next words catch him completely off guard. Thank you. Sua shyly asks, you don't have a party yet, right? Neither do I. She extends her hand, offering, would you like to team up with me? Seeing that Kang Lim isn't responding, Sua softly calls out, Seo Kang Lim? His face is filled with sudden panic, causing her to freeze, completely confused by his reaction. Kang Lim's hand trembles as he raises it to his face, wondering, thank you? Kang Lim flashes back to the battlefield. Only by letting Kang Lim die could everyone else survive. He remembers that desolate wasteland and blames himself. It's all his fault. Kang Lim trembles, burying his face in his hands. Sua asks with concern, are you not feeling well? He raises his arm to keep her back. I'm fine. Kang Lim turns away and bluntly states, I refuse. He steals a quick glance at the petite girl, forcing himself to speak harshly. I'll be much more comfortable going alone. Hearing this, she looks down in disappointment and embarrassment. Oh, I see. I really thought we worked well together. But before she can even finish her sentence, Kang Lim walks away. Shin Sua tries to reassure herself. I'm sure I'll coordinate well with someone else. Although she feels a bit hurt inside, she doesn't give up. Instead, she yells out, Seo Kang Lim, even if we can't hunt together, I hope we can still look out for each other. But her words don't sway him. He just gives a cold grunt. A while later, at the counter to claim the supply box containing a training sword, HP potions, and mana potions, Kang Lim takes 1 box and opens it. A blue light glows from within. Immediately, the system notifies. Level 1, training sword, 2 HP recovery potions, and 2 mana recovery potions. He straps the sword to his waist, calculating in his mind. It's hard to gather items in the early phase, so being a trainee isn't so bad after all. HP recovery potions are extremely expensive, yet they keep supplying them to trainees. Meanwhile, at the counter, Dako Jun is sneaking a peek at Kang Lim. Seeing him standing alone, he waves and calls out, Seo Kang Lim, wait up. Dako Jun runs over with a bright, cheerful face. You shouldn't just abandon your only companion, should you? Hearing this, Kang Lim is completely baffled. Huh? This didn't happen in my past life. Deciding to play dumb, he ignores him and keeps walking. However, Jun grabs his shoulder and shouts, "Come on, Seo Kang Rim, wait a second." Startled, he turns around. "What is it?" The guy confidently pitches himself. "If things keep going like this, the two of us will be the main characters of this story. So let's clear the first trial together." With a dark expression, Kang Rim shakes his head repeatedly and flatly refuses. "I prefer to go alone." But Jun doesn't give up. With sparkling eyes, he reassures him, "Don't worry. I'm not like those extra characters who just drag everyone down." He brushes his hair back with a cocky, confident laugh. "I'm strong. I'm the protagonist." Main characters, supporting roles, and background extras. Jun categorizes people as if they are characters in a novel. Remembering his cold expression from the past life, Kang Rim analyzes him silently. The protagonist? In my past life, he treated me like a worthless extra. I bet he's mistaken me for some powerhouse now. Kang Rim strokes his chin, lost in thought. Sua is water attribute, and Jun is metal attribute. Having a strong companion is actually pretty convenient. Sua is incredibly strong, but if she stays near me, she'll bring bad luck. That's why I can't let her tag along. But what about Jun? Lost in his thoughts, he smiles inward. Even if something happens to this guy, it doesn't really matter, right? Clueless, Jun asks. "What are you thinking about? Have you changed your mind?" After a moment, Kang Rim makes his decision. "All right, let's team up." Hands on his hips, he asks. "Really?" Before running back to the supply counter, shouting, "Wait for me. I need to grab my supply box first." Meanwhile, Sua has been secretly watching them. She stares at Jun as he takes a box, murmuring to herself, "Is this the supply box? I'd love to chat more with a mascot like you, but let's save that for later." The mascot nods and squeaks twice. Jun feels her gaze. Opening his supply box, he asks, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jun glances over and sneers. "Is it because you're not the main character?" These words leave Sua feeling slightly annoyed and speechless. Seeing that she has no reply, he quickly runs off. "Seo Kang Rim, I've got it. Let's go," leaving Sua standing there all alone, feeling utterly dejected. A moment later, in front of the cave entrance, the system rings out. "I can sense the presence of death. I can sense the presence of the metal demon." Seo Kang Rim and Jun step inside. "You have entered the underworld's Blade Mountain. All rooms connect to 4 corridors. Monsters, traps, and safe zones will be found within each room and corridor. Find the exit and escape." The first trial, Underworld's Blade Mountain, begins. Once inside, Kang Rim speaks up. "So our objective to clear this trial is simply to find the exit." Jun shouts with excitement, "Awesome! Let's do this." He walked, scanning his surroundings, silently wondering if the layout of this path was exactly like in his past life. But right then, his voice abruptly cut through Kang Rim's train of thought. "Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what's going to show up here." Jun stepped forward without a single care in the world. "I'm actually really looking forward to this." But right at that moment, a sword shot up out of nowhere. Reacting instantly, Kang Rim yanked him back. Because it was so sudden, he hit the ground with a hard thud. He was a split second away from being skewered by the sword trap. Yet, Jun just looked up with sparkling eyes and muttered, "So, this is a trap? Pretty cliché." He just sat there, rambling on. "Though, I do love the classics." Kang Rim completely ignored him and walked away. Seeing this, Jun panicked. "Hey, Seo Kang Rim, wait up, let's go together." Inside the cave, dim candles lined both walls, keeping the darkness at bay. He caught up and asked curiously, "No more traps? Guess you're pretty lucky." Kang Rim shot back, "No, I'm actually incredibly unlucky." Just then, a strange sound echoed from up ahead. Jun asked inquisitively, "Did you hear that?" Looking at the path ahead, Kang Rim asked back, "You already set up the experience point sharing, right?" He replied, "Yeah, I did it when I read the guidebook." In the chamber ahead, countless skeletons emerged. These were bone demons, a tier 3 insectoid class monster made entirely of human bones. They craved human flesh, had poor hearing, and were highly sensitive to light. Jun drew his sword and kept rambling. "They look stronger than normal bugs, don't they? If they were trained, they'd probably be even stronger." He glanced at Kang Rim and suggested, "There's a lot of them, but if we team up." Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant fiery light erupted beside him. Without hesitation, Kang Rim flung a fireball straight at them. Instantly, The bone demons were set ablaze, which immediately drew the rest of the horde's attention. A second later, they swarmed forward. Kang Lim charged in without a second thought, shouting a reminder. The entrance is narrow. If they bottle up here, they'll have nowhere to run. Go Jun kept pace right beside him and praised, "Wow, you're quite the brainy character, aren't you?" Fed up with the nonsense, Kang Lim drew his sword and snapped, "If you're going to keep talking trash, just go home." With that, he furiously charged at the bone demons. Thinking fast, Kang Lim slammed his sword into the wall for leverage, launched himself into the air, and kicked them down, destroying them one by one in the blink of an eye. Go Jun wasn't about to be outdone. He rushed forward, yelling, "Hey, I can't let you take all the spotlight." And just like that, the two coordinated perfectly, one slashing, the other blasting fire. Go Jun landed clean hits with every swing, laughing with excitement. "Man, this feels amazing." After a while, the bone demons were completely wiped out. He asked, "Is there going to be a monster in every room we enter?" Then he glanced over at Kang Lim, adding, "This is getting boring. I swear we've killed over 100 of them." Kang Lim turned his head and sarcastically shot back, "What, you tired already?" Hearing that, Go Jun sheathed his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not really. These monsters aren't even that strong. I actually learned swordsmanship just in case I got isekai'd or sucked into a novel." These ridiculous words left Kang Lim utterly speechless, forcing out a heavy sigh. He added, "To be honest, since the first moment I saw you, I've been curious about something." Kang Lim asked blankly, "What is it?" Go Jun leaned in close, his expression turning intense as he whispered, "Maybe you're a regressor, a reincarnator, a time traveler, or something like that." This threw Kang Lim completely off guard, his face filled with disbelief. He looked serious, deep in thought for a second, but then quickly brushed it off. "If you're going to keep talking nonsense, get lost." He burst into laughter. "I knew it. I got it right, didn't I?" Seeing this, Kang Lim shoved Go Jun forward and grumbled, "Stop wasting time and let's go. Lead the way, will you?" But he wouldn't drop it and kept teasing, "I'm not joking. You know you're seriously unique, right?" Go Jun turned back with an amused grin. "You're always strangely calm, you adapt ridiculously fast, and you aren't even afraid of monsters." Hearing this, Kang Lim looked away, as if trying to hide something. "I used to see ghosts all the time when I was a kid, so I'm just used to it." This only fueled his curiosity even more. "Whoa, really? Now I'm even more curious about your past." Go Jun kept babbling, "Tell me about it." But before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, powerful force shoved him aside. Behind him, the stone floor shattered, sending Kang Lim plunging downward. Go Jun couldn't react in time, and could only scream out in panic, "Seo Kang Rim!" Free falling down, his face was filled with pure panic, but he still managed to yell back, "Run!" Go Jun ran as fast as he could up the stairs, while strange, ominous noises echoed from the abyss below. Breaking into a cold sweat, Go Jun muttered Seo Kang Lim's name. Then, he suddenly turned his head and questioned, "Wait, is he not the main character? I really love stories with regression plots though. This is looking pretty bad. What's going to happen to the story now?" Meanwhile, Kang Lim was still in a freefall. Reacting quickly, he drew his sword and plunged it straight into the stone wall to slow his descent, finally landing safely on the ground below. The system announced that he had entered a secret zone, while simultaneously warning that the monsters in this hidden area were far stronger than those in normal zones. Every single path ahead was filled with traps or monsters that he would have to face. The path to the reward zone is open. But remember, once you turn back, this secret passage will be sealed forever. You can request an emergency rescue. Do you want to give up and turn back now? Only 2 minutes and 58 seconds left to call for backup. But Kang Jin scoffed. "Like hell, I'm giving up now." Watching the swarm of monsters charging right at him, his mind raced with bigger ambitions. "If I pull this off, I might walk away with way more stat points than I bargained for. Man, I'm seriously glad I tagged along with Dogun to unlock all these monster chambers. This is the perfect chance to push my limits and grow. As for calling for help? Yeah, not happening." Kang Jin conjured his Firebird spell, ready to dive straight into the fray. Unleashing a perfectly aimed blast of flames, he tore through the horde like a demon. As Kang Jin slashed away in a frenzy, his score skyrocketed, and his stats jumped by 10 points. He instantly dumped those points into his stats, pushing his strength up to tier 4. The monsters collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Allocating even more points, his strength surged to tier 5. Within seconds, the entire pack was completely wiped out. Boosting my stats early on really paid off. This is a breeze. I can't believe I racked up this many points so quickly. I wonder how powerful those top-tier guys actually are, Kang Jin mused, pulling up his status window to check his progress. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. No matter how insane someone's latent stats are, everyone still has to start from tier 1. The real difference lies in the sheer amount of time and blood, sweat and tears it takes to break through to the next level. Even with the exact same amount of experience points, you'll grow exponentially faster if you have a superior class. Someone blessed with a god-tier class like Dogun grows at a terrifying speed. And since I've been dragging him around with me, he's probably gotten way stronger than before. Didn't this run take me a whole 3 days in my past life? He smirked, already tasting victory. Congratulations, you are the first to clear the Blade Mountain Hell. Hearing the alert, Kang Jin began scanning his surroundings. I actually snagged the first clear reward this time. Oh, there it is. But to secure everything, I've got to wrap this up before the day ends. Staring down the path ahead, he steeled his nerves. All right, looks like it's time to face the boss. He took one firm step after another. Honestly, this chamber felt entirely different from the rest of the dungeon. A chilling sensation washed over him. Yeah, this is it. I'm finally standing in the real Blade Mountain Hell. As he stepped into the pitch-black corridor, a heavy, suffocating bloodlust crushed down on him. Kang Jin summoned his Firebird to light the way, revealing a massive gate lined with razor-sharp blades. 2 terrifying figures emerged, the general couple of Blade Mountain Hell. They were Tier 3 humanoid monsters. These monsters are absolute sword masters, moving in perfect, lethal sync. The worst part? Unless you slay them both at the exact same time, they will keep resurrecting each other. The moment he spotted them, he quickly ducked behind a nearby wall to hide. I knew what the general couple looked like, but facing them up close like this is a whole different level of terrifying. Kang Jin gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the shivers running down his spine. Damn it, stop shaking, he scolded himself. I can take them down. As long as I stick to the plan. In the blink of an eye, one of them lunged right at him. Timing it perfectly, Kang Jin unleashed his Firebird directly into the monster's face. The beast shrieked in agony as the flames scorched its flesh, giving Kang Jin just enough time to spin around and bolt. I knew they'd hunt me down first, so the goal was to draw their aggro. Since they're metal attribute monsters, my fire spells should do the trick. That should buy me some precious seconds. Acting fast, he swung his blade, cleanly decapitating the beast. But the system prompt flashed again. Unless defeated simultaneously, the monsters will continue to regenerate. Their endless self-revivals are a massive pain. He quickly realized that a head-on, brute force fight was completely useless. Meanwhile, Kang Jin dumped points to boost his speed to tier 7. Even so, their flurry of blades still managed to leave deep, bloody gashes all over his body. I'm almost there. Kang Jin sprinted frantically to break out of the corridor. Suddenly, his foot caught on a stray bone, sending him crashing hard to the ground. Grimacing in pain, he looked up only to see the monster closing in on him. Scrambling for his life, Kang Jin managed to shoot a Firebird at a hanging rope above. The rope snapped, dropping a heavy weight that crushed and decapitated the first monster. The other general narrowly avoided the trap and lunged after him. Just as the system warned that the fallen general was already regenerating, Kang Jin took off running again. Perfect, I can hear the wind whistling. Moving like a gust of wind, he lured them right toward his ambush spot. The relentless monster kept hot on his heels. Behind him, the system repeatedly chimed. The younger general is regenerating. The older general is regenerating. No matter how fast Kang Jin ran, they kept healing and pursuing him. The system flashed again. The older general is regenerating. But out of nowhere, the monster shrieked in shock. With his strength now boosted to tier 7, Kang Jin swept the monster's legs, knocking it off balance before hammering a heavy blow into its back. Just a little more. Push it into the trap. With a final shove, Kang Jin sent the beast plunging down. A massive fountain of blood sprayed into the air as the system announced. Tier 3, general couple defeated. Your reward is currently being calculated. Exhausted, Kang Jin collapsed onto the floor, catching his breath as the notification popped up. Bonus stat points awarded for defeating enemies of a higher tier. He wiped a streak of blood from his mouth. All I need to do now is exit the boss room. And this stage is cleared. But before that, Seo Kang Rim remembered there was one thing he had to confirm. If a monster's destiny is to take human form, shouldn't I just steal it? Right then, the system screen popped up, showing that his destiny stealing ability had been activated. Seo Kang Rim propelled his spirit forward. The system flashed, destiny stealing activated. He sat alone in the middle of a bizarre Bagua formation. A moment later, a new update appeared. There were currently 2 corpses within range. Looking at the system screen, Seo Kang Rim said aloud, "I knew it. Just like those monsters, humans like me can steal destiny too." In the past, the reason he hadn't used destiny stealing before meeting Baek Young wasn't because he didn't want to put it bluntly, he just couldn't do it. The system message back then had warned that destiny stealing was cancelled due to insufficient mana. Back then, someone had asked him, "Are you sure you can't die? I've only been dead for 3 hours." All he could do was collapse next to the corpse, trembling. "I'm sorry." The catch was that the longer the target had been dead, the more mana it required. With Seo Kang Rim's pathetic mana capacity, unless the target died right in front of him, he could never activate the skill. That was when he had asked himself, should I steal the destinies of humans, just like those monsters do? But at the time, Seo Kang Rim couldn't even withstand the overwhelming energy of the demon realm. He never got a chance to try. Back in reality, Seo Kang Rim was thrilled to receive a new notification. You have stolen a portion of your opponent's power. You have stolen the debuff ability. His solid rank was now at rank 3 demon. The skill activates the moment the sword is drawn. When using the sword, the swordsman can slightly raise their rank. Seo Kang Rim thought excitedly, "Let's see here." He executed a series of flashy, elegant sword swings, gently running his hand along the blade with satisfaction. The sword seemed to glow. Suddenly, the system warned, "You have accumulated a large amount of karma," making him pause for a moment. Seo Kang Rim looked at the bloody mess in front of him and muttered, "Well, that's fine. Instead of stealing from humans, the karma gained from taking their destinies is reduced to a minimum." He clenched his fist, ignoring the scratch on his cheek as his mind drifted to other matters. More importantly, the results were well worth it. When humans accumulate too much karma, they cross a boundary into what is known as the Sea of Suffering. Placing his hand on the barrier gate, Seo Kang Rim wondered, how much further until I cross that boundary? Just as he stepped outside, a booming announcement echoed. The first gate, Blade Mountain Hell, has been cleared for the first time, completed by a single player, Seo Kang Rim. The onlookers turned around in shock. It was cleared already? A girl gasped in disbelief. He cleared it all by himself? But then, a familiar voice rang out, instantly draining all the color from Seo Kang Rim's face. "Oh, Seo Kang Rim." Dako Jun leaped from afar, opening his arms wide to hug him. "I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally." Seo Kang Rim crossed his arms in an X shape and leaned back defensively. "I am not your ally, so don't count on me." Dako Jun looked slightly surprised. "Are you even faster than last time?" Just then, Navi appeared, calling out, "Seo Kang Rim." She raised her hand with a bright, radiant smile. "Congratulations on being the first to clear this stage. Do you mind sparing a bit of your time?" Not long after, in his private room at the training facility, Seo Kang Rim opened a mysterious pouch, thinking to himself, "It seems the reward for clearing the first room was given by the guide, Navi." The details displayed. Inventory bag. A pouch used to store items, with no limit on weight or volume. Seo Kang Rim adjusted the knot on the pouch. An inventory bag is extremely hard to come by, so I can't let this chance slip away. He suddenly thought of its original owner, pulled out his phone, and typed in the Wi-Fi password, PWF1234. This was another added bonus. Seo Kang Rim muttered, "I don't want to draw any attention from the Fate Protection Agency." Just then, a news broadcast flashed on his phone. A powerful 5.8 magnitude earthquake has shaken the entire nation. It's the strongest earthquake since 2017, causing catastrophic damage and countless casualties. As aftershocks continue to strike, the casualty count keeps rising. Down in the comment section, messages were piling up. "I heard something really bizarre right before the earthquake. Something really weird. Did anyone else hear it?" "Me too." "Looking at the video, it seems like the Fate Protection Agency is hiding something from us. Link, please?" He frowned, questioning, "Is there really no official response from the Fate Protection Agency? A video?" Seo Kang Rim turned his screen horizontally to watch. An official announcement from the Fate Protection Agency. It showed Seomun Ryong, the First Division captain of the Fate Protection Agency, answering questions in an interview. "To protect ordinary citizens, our Fate Protection Agency has been and will continue doing our absolute best." A system alert popped up. Destiny stealing has been activated. A second later, another notification appeared. The target's destiny is currently protected. He deduced that they must possess an item to shield it. Gangrim closed his eyes and lay back, listening. The commotion was still going on. Don't worry too much. We, the forces of the Destiny Protection Agency, will protect your future. She smirked. Place your trust in the Destiny Protection Agency. He suddenly felt a wave of doubt. Trust the Destiny Protection Agency? They said the agency was an organization that gathered the strongest awakened ones. Every single member of this force hid their face behind a mask. Dongyeo instinctively closed her eyes and slowly removed her mask. She was revealed, her long, silky blue hair flowing, as an overwhelming aura radiated from her entire body. Gangrim woke up with a start. If that woman really was a member of the association, he was so worried he broke into a cold sweat. It explained why he couldn't even gauge her power. Gangrim scratched his head in frustration. I can't say anything about this right now. Cut to another room, where someone slammed a book down and began shouting. Is this how you do your damn job? Gongdu, the captain of the Destiny Protection Agency's 2nd Division, asked furiously. Didn't you say this phase would take at least a week to complete? He roared in anger, questioning his subordinates. But what about now? In just one day, they even cleared out the secret zone. Yet you told me their destiny rank and skills were only insect class? Gongdu gritted his teeth and roared, Ju Sungtae. Sungtae jumped in terror. Yes, sir, Gongdu ordered. Handle it. Write up an announcement and clear out those traps Gangrim set up. The rest of you, get ready to clear out the remaining monsters. Wrap this up, he yelled. Dismissed. They shouted in unison and put their masks back on. Sungtae was left alone in the meeting room, clutching his head in front of his laptop. His face turned pale as he mumbled about what to do while he was luring the monsters into the traps. Typing in a panic, Sungtae muttered, he actually cleared the 2nd gate in a single day? Sungtae's head was spinning, absolutely terrified out of his mind. What if the higher-ups find out the one who cleared the gate is just an insect class? There's no way. Cut to the cafe at training facility number 1, where small creatures were busy serving customers. Someone chimed in, Hey Gangrim, are you planning on heading to room number 2 today? Gojin rested his hands on the table and smirked. Do you even remember our bet? If you don't give it a shot, I might just clear room number 2 before you do. Gangrim replied with a sigh as he ate. I'm going to do things my way, so do whatever you want. And besides, I'm not your ally until you actually beat me. Go somewhere else, he sighed, shaking his head. No way. I actually want to get closer to you. In the distance, 2 girls walked by, praising Sua. Thanks to you, I'm alive. She humbly replied, No, it's all because you blocked that attack. Another one chimed in, I think we should go next time. He smiled as he watched Sua. Looks like she's still doing well. Gojin also glanced in that direction. I hate people who are too nice. Don't you, Gangrim? He slammed his hand on the table, desperately wanting the guy to get lost, but feigned clumsiness. Oops, my hand slipped. Meanwhile, the 3 girls happily walked on together, saying, Let's go grab a bite to eat. Sounds good. The chatter from those 2 caught Gangrim's attention. Your hands are really small. So cute, really? I don't think so. Suddenly, his expression shifted as if he noticed something strange. It turned out Gunam was holding out his palm, asking, Want to compare your hand with mine? He thought to himself, Looks like I'll just have to endure this again. Gunam teased. See? It's tiny. The girl placed her hand against his and gasped, You're totally right. Gunam pointed at his palm. Actually, I know how to read palms. The person sitting next to him chimed in. He read mine last time, and he was spot on. Meanwhile, Sua sat there holding her coffee cup, completely ignoring them. He suggested, Come on, let me see your hand, Sua. She gently declined. I'm fine, thank you. But Gunam didn't give up, gently tugging at Sua's hand to coax her. Come on, you don't get an opportunity like this every day. I might change my mind next time. Seriously, Sua, I mean it. She hesitantly pulled her hand back. Let go of me. Just then, Gangrim placed his hand on the table right next to Sua. Seeing this, she glanced at him. Annoyed by the interruption, the guy's face scowled. But a second later, Gunam forced a tight smile, changing his tune completely. He eagerly pointed to his palm. What's up, Gangrim? Do you want me to read your palm too? Gangrim flatly replied, No. He gestured toward Sua, stepping in to rescue her. I have something to tell you. Gangrim pointed his thumb behind his back and added, All right? Sua was a bit surprised, but agreed. Yes, of course. After Gangrim and Sua left the room, Gangrim whispered something to her before quickly walking away. I wanted to talk somewhere more private. Sua smiled and followed him. Okay. As they were about to leave, someone walked down the stairs, waving and calling out, "Hey, Gangrim! What's up?" The friendly, cheerful guy walked over and waved. "Thanks for letting me piggyback on your Wi-Fi." Gangrim recalled that after completing the first gate's mission, he had left behind a piece of paper with the Wi-Fi password, 1234. Kangrim realized that ever since he pushed himself to clear the Hell's Blade Mountain trial alone and shared the coordinate reward, everyone had suddenly started acting friendly toward him. Take that guy from earlier, for instance. He was acting all warm and friendly, even inviting Kangrim to join their party for the next few stages. "Join us next time, okay?" That invitation actually made Kangrim feel a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, this whole friendly act just didn't suit him at all. As the thought lingered, a shadow of sadness crossed Kangrim's eyes. His face darkened, lost in deep, grim thought. He couldn't help but recall his past life. In his previous timeline, right around this exact moment, was when everyone had started ostracizing and pushing him away. Back then, everyone looked down on him and treated him like trash. Some even sneered openly, saying, "If Seo Kang Rim is going, then count me out." One of his buddies had to nudge him and whisper a quick warning. "Hey, don't say it out loud." Hearing that, Kang Rim was completely helpless back then, only able to sheepishly reply, "It's fine, I'll go by myself. I won't get in your way." But deep down, he always blamed himself. He used to constantly ask himself, "Is it because my class rank is just too low?" In his pre-regression memories, everyone isolated him, bad-mouthed him, and constantly whispered behind his back, forcing Kang Rim to do everything completely on his own. But then, Kang Rim paused. Amidst those dark memories, he remembered Jian Wu, the one guy who had approached him with a bright, friendly smile. "Kang Rim, are you going solo again today?" Back then, Seo Kang Rim could only nod blankly and reply, "Ah. Yeah." But looking back, Kang Rim realized that even then, Jian Wu had treated him differently. Jian Wu had jogged over, wearing a fake look of sympathy, and patted Kang Rim's shoulder, saying, "Man, if we had an open slot in our party, I would have totally invited you. Stay safe out there." Kang Rim had only managed a forced smile, replying, "It's fine, really." Knowing what his ability was now, Kang Rim vividly remembered one time when Jian Wu tried to high-five him, excitedly shouting, "Awesome, high five." Kang Rim had awkwardly responded, "Oh, sure." And at that exact moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Jian Wu's palm. Looking back, Kang Rim realized how incredibly naive he had been. He never could have guessed that the moment Jian Wu touched his hand, the bastard had read everything about him. And that single touch marked the beginning of Kang Rim's absolute living hell. That was when Jian Wu began running his mouth, spreading rumors about the secret ability Seo Kang Rim had desperately tried to hide. In his past life, while walking down a hallway, Seo Kang Rim had overheard a group of people gossiping. One of them said, "Man, I almost died when I went to the demon realm with Seo Kang Rim." Another person asked, "Wait, what's wrong with Kang Rim?" "Listen." The speaker lowered their voice, sounding tense. "His actual ability is stealing skills from dead people." Kang Rim quickly hid around a corner, quiet as a mouse, to keep listening. The young guy, horrified by the revelation, asked, "Wait, are you saying he's going to murder someone just to steal their skills?" The girl next to him chimed in immediately. "Exactly. You'd better watch your back. Isn't that totally psycho?" Shaking his head, the guy walked off. Pressed against the wall, Kang Rim felt a surge of pure rage, his face contorting with anger. Unable to take it, Kang Rim stormed straight into Jian Wu's room and roared, "You promised you wouldn't tell a single soul." Confronted with such fury, Jian Wu just let out a smug chuckle. "Excuse me? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Consumed by anger, Kang Rim yelled, "You leaked my ability to everyone." Jian Wu merely turned around, his eyes narrowing into a mockingly cheerful smile. "Do you actually have any proof?" That single question made Kang Rim freeze. The bastard was right, he didn't have a shred of evidence. Force-feeding his rage down his throat, Kang Rim gritted his teeth and thought, "I know it was you, you miserable piece of trash." Jian Wu flopped back onto his bed, a sly grin plastered across his face as he taunted, "Nothing, right?" Right then, Jian Wu's status screen flashed before Kang Rim's eyes. Skill, palm reading. Rank, Ghost Class, Rank 3. By matching palm lines with the target, you can read their window of fate. Staring at Jian Wu's smug, self-satisfied grin, Kang Rim could only curse silently. "You're the only person who knew about my ability, you bastard." Back in reality, Seo Kang Rim pointed at his own palm, warning Sua about Jianwu's fate-reading ability. Jianwu has a very specific skill, he warned. You need to keep your distance from him. Don't let him see your palms, and absolutely do not let him touch your hands. Everything clicked for Sua. She let out a dry smirk, remembering how Jianwu had been practically begging to touch her hand. So that's why the creep was acting like that, she realized. Having said what he came to say, Kang Rim turned on his heel to leave. Just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm off, he said, turning away. But before he could take a step, Sua called out to him. Wait, Seo Kang Rim. Hearing her call his name, Kang Rim looked back with a trace of confusion. Actually, I also cleared the Hell's Blade Mountain trial, she explained, a confident smile on her face. Do you want to head to the second room with me? Without missing a beat, Kang Rim shook his head and said flatly, That's still way too difficult for you, Sua. Taken aback by his blunt response, she could only let out a confused, Huh? A look of embarrassment flashed across her face as she stammered, What do you mean too difficult for me? Kang Rim looked away, his voice calm. As you are right now, you lack actual combat experience. His words hit her like a bucket of ice water. Sua froze on the spot, completely speechless. Feeling like Kang Rim was looking down on her, she couldn't help but feel a sudden surge of irritation. I don't think I'm that weak. Kang Rim got straight to the point. But your abilities will be weakened in the next room because it has a fire attribute. Speaking of the second room, this one carries metal element energy, which will directly counter Shin Sua's wood affinity destiny. Kang Lim continued to explain that the room wouldn't suit her because metal energy counters her wood attribute. His blunt words caught her completely off guard. Kang Lim added, Your woodleaf art won't be of any use this time. With that, he glanced away. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Standing next to him, Sua stroked her chin in deep thought. The second room is clearly disadvantageous for me. Do you understand now? Kang Lim asked. Shin Sua replied, Yeah, to some extent. By the way, what's with you, Seo Kang Lim? Suddenly, Sua called out his name and reached out, trying to touch him. Kang Lim immediately opened the door and rushed out of the room. Walking down the hallway, Kang Lim was lost in thought. Why did she act like that even after I said all that? His face darkened and he pursed his lips tightly. Earlier, when Shin Sua had called out to him, she just wanted to thank him for the advice. She had even given him a warm, sincere smile. As for Shin Sua, she stood there slightly stunned, watching Kang Lim's departing back through the glass panel of the door. She remembered how Kang Lim had rejected her invitation. He had said, I prefer being alone. Shin Sua thought to herself, he turned me down, yet he teamed up with Gojun. Shin Sua's sharp eyes flashed with suspicion. I guess he's just trying to keep his distance from me. With that thought, Sua remembered when Kang Lim had called her aside to talk about Gunnam. She felt confused and thought, but he specifically called me out to warn me about Jian Gunnam's abilities. Sua's expression grew more contemplative. She stroked her chin. He could have rejected my invitation with some other excuse, so why was he so honest with me? Could it be that he's actually worried about me? The question kept echoing in Shin Sua's mind. She stood in silence, watching Seo Kang Lim's lonely figure walk away through the window of the door. After leaving, Kang Lim walked leisurely down the hallway. Suddenly, someone called out, Seo Kang Lim, are you planning to head to the second room with Shin Sua? Hearing someone call his name, Kang Lim turned around to look. The person speaking was none other than Jian Gunnam. He stood leaning against the wall with a smirk. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Kang Lim replied, No, I'm going alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Caught off guard, Gunnam quickly called out to him. Seeing Gunnam again made the rage in Kang Lim's heart flare up intensely. Angry and resentful, he thought, I have to deal with this bastard before he gets a chance to screw me over. Refusing to let Kang Lim walk away, Gunnam eagerly patted his chest. Wait up, do you want to team up with me? He put on a friendly face, boasting proudly, It'll be way better for you since I'm in a higher class. I'm a dragon class. Pretty impressive, right? Listening to a two-faced snake like Gunnam talk made Kang Lim's stomach turn. His eyes flashed with pure hatred. Staring at him, Kang Lim asked, What's your ability? Suddenly, the system screen popped up. The Destiny Discovery skill had been activated. Playing dumb, Gunnam said to Kang Lim, Water bomb. I can shoot incredibly powerful water projectiles. He shaped his hand like a gun. Water rings began to swirl around him, and a water bomb was summoned. Gunnam, whose full name is Jian Gunnam, is a first-class human with a water attribute. Kang Lim casually replied, Fine. Standing on the stairs, Kang Lim turned back to Gunnam. Let's go. We can head out now. Surprised by how easily he got what he wanted, Gunnam asked to double-check. Seriously? Then, with a wide grin, he added, I'll get ready and head right down. Gunnam immediately ran upstairs. Kang Lim watched his departing back with a dark, brooding expression. He thought to himself, it's a relief that the bastard approached me first. A short while later, after both were fully prepared, they arrived at the second gate, the second training zone, the Inferno Room. The gate to the Inferno Room appeared. To pass this room, they had to complete a quest. The completion condition was to find an ice crystal and return to the main hall, with no time limit. The system screen popped up, confirming the entry of Kang Lim and Jeon Gunnam. The moment they stepped into the Inferno Room, Gunnam felt extremely uncomfortable. Exhausted, he complained, Wow. This place looks like actual hell. A system notification popped up. You have entered the Inferno Room. The room was filled with roaring flames and rivers of flowing lava. The trees in the area were reduced to bare, scorched trunks, and the air was suffocatingly hot. After walking for a bit, Gunnam spoke up first. I didn't expect you to agree to team up with me so easily. I guess my water attribute is a perfect match for this room. Anyway, did you see the completion conditions? He pulled out his water bottle as they walked. Behind him, Kang Lim quietly drew his sword. Oblivious to what was happening behind him, Gunnam looked around, staring at the bubbling, boiling lava. Is there really ice in a place like this? He unscrewed the cap, manipulating a stream of water to flow over his hand. It's so hot here, how is that even possible? Behind him, Kang Lim's sword was completely unsheathed, his face dark and radiating pure, cold bloodlust. He just kept rambling on, but with you by my side, we'll find it in no time, right? Gunnam babbled on, completely blind to the murderous glare Seo Kang Rim was throwing his way. Suddenly, Kang Rim raised his sword high. The razor-sharp blade flashed in the light as he swung it straight at Gunnam, who was panting heavily just ahead. In that split second, Gunnam whipped his head back in pure panic, just as a system notification flashed, unlocking his unsealing ability. At the same instant, a spray of bright red blood splattered across the screen. 3. Terrified, Gunnam dropped to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at an orange frog that Kang Rim had just sliced clean in half. Standing defensively in front of Gunnam, Seo Kang Rim said urgently, I didn't expect us to run into monsters right off the bat. They're coming. Hearing this, Gunnam gasped. Huh? What? Before the words could even leave his mouth, a horde of lava-colored frogs surged wildly from the distance, charging straight towards Seo Kang Rim and Gunnam. They are known as fire frogs, a Class 3 insect-type monster born during the hottest spring seasons. Though their individual attack power is weak, they travel in massive packs, hunting down creatures cooler than themselves. A fire frog's body is the color of molten lava, with a flickering flame burning at the tip of its tail. Seeing the pint-sized fire frogs, Gunnam immediately let his guard down. These little frogs are a total joke, he sneered, uncapping his water flask to prep his special move. Gunnam unleashed a rapid barrage of water bombs, striking the frenzied fire frogs head-on. The frogs hissed and steam billowed as they took hit after hit. Gunnam smirked, proud that he could wipe them out with a simple wave of his hand. Gunnam grinned excitedly. Awesome, my powers work like a charm here. He then turned to Kang Rim with a wide smile. Finding that ice crystal is going to be a piece of cake now. Seo Kang Rim just gave a light smile and replied, let's hope so. But the moment he turned away, a sly smirk crept across Seo Kang Rim's face. He thought to himself, I already know exactly where it is. There's no need to rush. Behind him, Gunnam was looking around excitedly, wondering what he should do with his partner. But catching Kang Rim's smirk, he paused in confusion. Wait, is he smiling? Gunnam thought. He crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. Is he thinking that teaming up with me for this stage was the best decision he ever made? Just then, another wave of wild fire frogs swarmed toward them. As usual, Gunnam took the lead to wipe them out, leaving the fire frogs piling up on the ground like chopped wood. Suddenly, Gunnam let out a groan. While Kang Rim was busy slicing through the fire frogs on the other side, Gunnam clutched his head in agony. He grimaced. Is this what they call mana depletion? There are way too many monsters here compared to the Chamber of Swords in the underworld. Thinking this, he collapsed to his knees while another fire frog fell to its doom on the other side. I have no choice. I'll have to fight with a sword just like Seo Kang Rim. With that, Gunnam drew the sword from his belt and slashed at an incoming frog. It let out a sharp croak. Suddenly, the fire frog's body ballooned up, sprouting sharp spikes that knocked Jo Gu-nam flat on his back. He screamed in pain. Ugh! The heavy frog landed right on top of him. Panicking, Gu-nam swung his sword wildly in all directions. Ah! It's burning! Get off me! Seo Chang-jin! Seo Chang-jin! Hearing Gu-nam's desperate cries, Chang-jin glanced over. But instead of being grateful, Gu-nam immediately barked back. Why are you just standing there watching me? Utterly exhausted by such a useless teammate, Chang-jin could only sigh. He turned and sliced the fire frog off him with a single stroke. Chang-jin then warned Gu-nam, just go back. If you can't keep up, I can clear this whole place myself. Chang-jin stared down at Gu-nam with a cold, dismissive look. Feeling deeply humiliated, Gu-nam stammered out angrily, I'll be fine once I get a little rest. Hearing this, Chang-jin coolly replied, fine. Jo Gu-nam clicked his tongue in frustration, barely containing his rage. You arrogant bastard. Do you think you're hot stuff just because you can wipe out these monsters? Jo Gu-nam forced himself to his feet, struggling to keep pace with Seo Chang-jin. Staring at Chang-jin's heavily bandaged hands, Gu-nam thought, I teamed up with him to figure out his class and abilities in battle, but I can't analyze him with my skill because of those damn bandages on his hands. Staring at Seo Chang-jin's prideful back, Gu-nam's blood began to boil. Even trying to judge him by the skills he's shown isn't enough. It's obvious he's hiding something. I need to keep a closer eye on him. Lost in his own thoughts, Gu-nam completely missed the burning, resentful glare. Chang-jin kept locking onto him. He only focused on one goal. He has to let his guard down eventually. That's when I'll make my move. A little while later, desperate for a break, Gu-nam hopped onto a nearby boulder to rest. To his horror, the boulder suddenly shifted, startling him. A deep growl rumbled from the rock, and Gu-nam was sent flying, landing flat on his back. The monster's glowing red eyes flared, and its razor-sharp claws snapped. It bared its fangs at Gu-nam, sending him into a screaming panic. Seo Chang-jin, a vertical slash flashed right before Jo Gu-nam's eyes. Shivering with goosebumps, Gu-nam's eyes went wide. With just one strike, Seo Chang-jin sliced the monster clean in half. Left behind, Gu-nam sat there panting heavily, trying to catch his breath and gather his wits. He thought to himself, there are other monsters besides those damn frogs? I completely let my guard down because I was too busy overthinking. Without even looking back, Seo Kang Rim's cold voice snapped Gu-nam out of his thoughts. Hey, Gu-nam? Gu-nam quickly replied, yes? Seo Kang Rim shot him a sharp, warning glance. That makes 2 times I've saved your skin today. With that, Kang Rim stomped hard on the monster lying on the ground, sending a disgusting squirt of red fluid bursting from its stomach. Seo Kang Rim added, these things are a pain to kill. We need to move before more of them show up. Gu-nam stared at him, his mind racing. What? Realizing that Kang Rim was throwing his help in his face, he felt an intense surge of anger. Is this bastard seriously rubbing it in that he rescued me? Despite his fury, Gu-nam forced a fake smile and said, right, sure. As Seo Kang Rim walked ahead, Gu-nam glared at his arrogant back. His hands trembled with rage, digging deep into the dirt and sand beneath him. Don't think you're so special, you smug bastard. His eyes burned with pure hatred. Once my mana recovers, taking down those weak monsters will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Seo Kang Rim whipped around and asked, got something to say? No matter how furious Gu-nam was, he had to play along. Forcing a tight, awkward laugh, he managed, haha, no, just wanted to say, thanks for the help, Seo Kang Rim. After that tense encounter, they made their way deep into a dark cavern. Above them, razor-sharp stalactites hung precariously, threatening to crash down at any moment. Suddenly, Gu-nam spotted a glowing orb ahead. He let out an excited laugh. Look, there's something over there, right? Seo Kang Rim paused, staring at the glowing sphere in surprise. Wait, that's... Before he could finish, Gu-nam cut in excitedly. Is that an ice crystal? The object Gu-nam thought was an ice crystal was a brilliant blue sphere, glowing intensely in the middle of a cavern filled with bubbling, boiling lava. Gu-nam's face lit up with greedy joy. It really is. All we have to do is take this back to the main hall to clear this trial, right? Scanning the area and finding no one else around, he thought, wait, are we the only ones here? That means we'll be the first ones to beat this trial. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Rim remained completely silent, staring at the orb with a deep, worried frown. Gu-nam was about to speak, but he suddenly stopped himself as a dark thought crossed his mind. If I go back to the training center like this, Will everyone just assume I was carried by Seo Kang Rim? Terrified of being looked down on, Gunam completely ignored Seo Kang Rim's warnings and lunged forward toward the glowing orb. Kang Rim had only just turned around, opening his mouth to warn Gunam about what that thing actually was. But Gunam was completely blinded by greed. He believed that if there was only one ice crystal, then whoever grabbed it first would claim all the credit for clearing the room. A sinister, self-satisfied smirk crept across Gunam's face. He didn't just want to save face. He craved the glory, the rewards, and the envy of everyone at the training center. In that moment, he wanted all eyes on him, and him alone. Imagining the sweet taste of victory, Gunam let out a wild roar. "It's all mine. I'm the one who cleared the trial." He reached out his hand, grabbing the glowing orb, but to his absolute shock, the object was squishy, soft, and incredibly slimy. Gunam froze, staring at the bizarre thing in his hand. "Is this a sponge?" Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. It was a fire frog egg sac, a rank 3 insect monster. A single sac contained countless eggs, and where there are eggs, the mother is never far behind. Right on cue, a swarm of monstrous fire frogs began bubbling up from the scorching lava below. They lunged at Gunam, their slimy tongues wrapping around him to drag him straight into the boiling lava. Caught completely off guard, Gunam lost his balance and screamed in terror. "Seo Kang Rim, help me." Staring down at Gunam's pathetic struggle, Seo Kang Rim merely watched with cold indifference. "That's karma for trying to stab me in the back." With that, Seo Kang Rim turned on his heel and walked away, completely deaf to the desperate screams echoing behind him. Inside the cavern, more and more fire frogs swarmed out of the depths. Gunam's terrified shrieks echoed through the cavern walls. "Save me, Seo Kang Rim, please, save me. Get off of me, you slimy pieces of garbage. Get off." Meanwhile, inside a crystal cavern deep in the infernal dungeon, Seo Kang Rim strolled in, holding the carcasses of 2 monsters he had just slain. A satisfied smile played on his lips as he admired the beautiful blue crystal in his palm. This was a rank 1 demonic ice crystal, formed from pure frost. Keeping it in his possession would boost his water element attributes. Letting out a weary sigh, Seo Kang Rim slumped to the ground and muttered, "System window." Instantly, a glowing blue status screen materialized in front of him. To unlock the system shop, I needed to get my hands on a soul gem. At first, I had no idea this shop or even these gems existed. Seo Kang Rim's mind drifted back to his previous battle, remembering the hordes of hideous, giant worms crawling all over the ground. Back then, he hadn't hesitated for a single second, slicing through them with cold precision. Once the slaughter was over, he had harvested a small fortune of glittering gems from their disgusting carcasses. But this time, I managed to unlock the shop because I scavenged a few soul gems beforehand. Reaching out, Seo Kang Rim tapped on a specific item listed on the screen, the wishing chest. A system alert chimed, confirming the purchase. In a flash of light, the ornate wishing chest materialized right before his eyes. Reaching out, Seo Kang Rim carefully caught the chest. He grimaced slightly, thinking, I didn't even have enough points, so I had to trade in my achievement stats to afford this. The item description read, Rank 1 demonic wishing chest. Place an item inside and make a wish to receive the object of your desire. Caution. If your offering is deemed insufficient, the chest will consume it, and you will receive absolutely nothing. Once he learned everything about the wishing chest, Seo Kang Rim did not hesitate for a second, and immediately tossed the giant ice crystal right into it. What a ridiculous name. Ultimately, they just want me to offer up something valuable and expensive. Even as he said those words, Seo Kang Rim still clasped his hands together and made a sincere wish. The ice crystal was a level 3 specter-type item, he thought to himself while making his wish. Suddenly, the chest began to emit a suspicious gold smoke. What I want is a higher-grade specter item. A system notification popped up. You are currently making a wish. Seo Kang Rim kept focusing his thoughts. There is a slight difference, but since they are both specter-type, there is still a chance. Before long, Seo Kang Rim popped open the wishing chest, and a blinding light erupted from within. Seo Kang Rim's face lit up with anticipation as he went to see what was inside. But the moment he pulled it out, his expression completely flipped, and every shred of expectation he had was instantly crushed. The system announced, You have received a level 3 insect-type item, Insect Honey. Without saying a single word, Seo Kang Rim decisively struck the massive ice formations in the cave. Under his overwhelming power, the ice crystals shattered into pieces one by one. After gathering even more ice crystals, Seo Kang Rim refused to give up and kept stuffing them into the wishing chest. Fine, if I can't get quality, I'll go for quantity. With this much ice, there is no way I won't hit the jackpot. I'll keep trying until I get exactly what I want. Meanwhile, in another location, someone was currently spitting out a mouthful of spit, and to make things worse, one of his teeth flew out with it. Gunam emerged, looking incredibly haggard. Patches of skin and flesh had been completely peeled off his face and body. Seo Kang Rim, you absolute piece of trash. Gunam's entire body was completely battered and broken. His shirt was torn to shreds as he dragged his trembling legs forward, struggling to take a single step. You think you can just leave me behind like this and get away with it? Just wait until I find you. Gunam grumbled, cursing non-stop with every step he took. I am going to run this sword right through your smug face. Huh? What is that? He spotted an egg emitting a glowing aura by the side of the road. An egg. Gunam seemed to immediately realize that this thing was something incredibly special. A moment later, the door slowly creaked open, and Gunam suddenly burst out of it, clutching a frog in his hands. The system chimed. The challenge of the second door leading to the hell room is complete. Gunam thought to himself in sheer delight, I did it. I am the first one to beat this stage. His face was now beaming with confidence, and his previous haggard look completely vanished. The other players were utterly shocked to see Gunam clear the stage. Whoa, Gunam, you actually finished this stage already? Another young girl chimed in, that is incredible, and in just one day, basking in their praise, Gunam flashed a smug, sparkling smile. Yes, this is it. This is exactly the reaction I wanted. Gunam soaked in the admiring gazes of the other players. With this, I am way better than that loser Seo Kang Rim. Seo Kang Rim? He was startled to see the guy sitting not too far away. In a flash, Gunam stood right in front of Seo Kang Rim. Well, Seo Kang Rim? So you were here. Seeing Gunam's wretched state, Seo Kang Rim was a bit taken aback. Gunam let out a twisted grin and leaned in close to Seo Kang Rim's face. How could you just run ahead on your own like that? I have been waiting for you for a very long time, you know? Seo Kang Rim was a bit flustered, not knowing how to respond to that. With dead, soulless eyes, Gunam continued. About you leaving me behind, all by myself. But as he was speaking, someone suddenly ran up from a distance, calling out to Gunam, the first person to clear the hell room. Gunam's expression flipped instantly. Hearing his name called, he turned around with a bright, cheerful smile. Yes, I am right here, he said, extending his hand out to Seo Kang Rim. I will forgive you, just this once. We should shake hands and make up, don't you think? Seo Kang Rim looked at the hand in front of him, feeling a bit hesitant. Seo Kang Rim failed to notice that Gunam's hand was faintly glowing with a yellow aura. Palm reading skill activated. Gunam quickly squeezed his hand tightly. Don't be so scared. Let us read your destiny, Seo Kang Rim. After the handshake, Gunam turned around with a smug grin and walked away. He stared at the system screen as he walked. Being the first one to beat the stage and seeing that pathetic loser's face makes me feel so much better. The system screen displayed the following information. Seo Kang Rim. Level. 3 insect. Type fire element pyrokinesis. Level. 3 insect. Type shell shedding. Level. 1 human type. After reading Seo Kang Rim's stats, Gunam turned back to look at him with a stunned expression. He is a level 3 insect type? I thought he was a human type. Gunam squeezed his eyes shut in absolute frustration. Did I go through all that hell just to make nice with some trash insect type? Seeing his reaction, Seo Kang Rim put on a slightly worried face, but a split second later, a sly, knowing smirk crept onto his lips, as if he had anticipated everything. Seo Kang Rim reached up and touched his chest. Thank goodness I used this just in time. Hidden beneath his shirt was a glowing talisman. It was a level 1 Spectre-type protective amulet, designed to shield certain details of his status window so others could not read them. Turns out, Seo Kang Rim had been working his butt off earlier, hunting down every single fire frog and collecting them. I had to miss out on a lot of other loot because I spent so many ice crystals just to get my hands on this amulet. But it looks like he actually found one of the ice crystals I planted inside those fire frogs. A moment later, Gunam is happily chatting with Nabi. I'm a water attribute hunter, and I have a special ability, Gunam says. Nabi asks him, could you tell me how you found the ice crystal? The two of them chat, completely unaware that Doko Jun is trying to eavesdrop on everything. He has a highly suspicious look on his face as he watches Kang Jin walk out, looking exhausted. Yet he cleared that room's trial in just one day. After saying his piece, the administrator takes off. "Thank you for your cooperation." Gunam smiles and replies, "Of course." Then, Dako Jun calls out to Gunam from behind. Putting on a look of pure admiration, he says, "You are amazing." Gunam turns around, spots Dako Jun, and thinks to himself, "Dako Jun. I think he's a rank 3 contractor." Dako Jun leans in and whispers, "I tried that room a few days ago but kept failing." And Kangjin, "He seems way weaker than I thought." As they both look over at Kangjin, Gunam scoffs, "He's just a rank 3 insect hunter. Of course he's weak." Dako Jun acts totally surprised. "Really?" Gunam continues bragging. "He literally ran away first just because of a few monsters." Dako Jun smiles and flatters him. "Well, then you look way more like the main character than he does." Getting praised like that immediately goes to Gunam's head. He lifts his chin and laughs proudly. "The main character? Well, you're not wrong about that." Dako Jun laughs along and adds, "Right? Shall we grab a drink and chat some more?" Not too far away, Kangjin hears every single word. He just smirks. His system screen pops up, showing that Dako Jun and Gunam's destinies have now intertwined. He walks away, lost in thought. Dako Jun won't be paying any attention to him for a while now. Back with Gunam, he and Dako Jun are still deeply engrossed in their conversation. The system screen flashes, showing the worst possible combination of Destiny's dark energy is creeping into Gunam's fate. Kangjin smiles as he walks up the stairs, thinking to himself that Dako Jun will take care of Gunam for him. Everything is playing out even better than expected. Meanwhile, in an office at the Sonhai Squad headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. The atmosphere in the room is incredibly heavy. Gungdu speaks up first, asking, "An Nabi, is Gunam about to awaken as a demon type?" An Nabi shakes her head anxiously. "No, he's still a human type." Gungdu presses further. "Was anyone with him?" An Nabi quickly replies, "Yes, trainee Kangjin." Hearing Kangjin's name, Chu Seongtae is startled. "Wait, it was him?" Gungdu's expression darkens. He was with that guy, yet Gunam was the one who cleared the first trial. Gungdu thinks to himself, "That's very strange." An Nabi recalls what Gunam told her earlier. "Yes, but trainee Gunam mentioned a few strange things. He said he managed to defeat the fire frogs and discovered that one of them had swallowed an ice crystal." Gungdu is utterly baffled. "But aren't monsters unable to get anywhere near the crystal cave? We even set up a magical barrier there." An Nabi speaks as she boots up the system. "I double-checked earlier, and the crystal cave is an incredibly cold and harsh place." The system monitor displays footage showing several fire frogs that had entered the crystal cave, and one of them had indeed swallowed a few ice crystals. "The magical barrier is gone, and the monsters have eaten all the ice crystals," An Nabi explains. Suddenly, Gungdu's entire body shakes with rage. He roars, "Chu Seongtae, how could you let this happen?" Shaken and terrified by the outburst, Chu Seongtae stammers, "No, sir. I checked it multiple times. There shouldn't have been any issues." Chu Seongtae turns to him with a sycophantic smile. "Besides, they cleared the trial much faster than expected, which proves we have some highly promising trainees." Hearing that excuse only makes Gungdu even more furious. He slams his hand onto the table, his face completely dark. His voice drops into a threatening tone. "Chu Seongtae, are you willing to take responsibility for those words?" Gungdu's glare looks sharp enough to swallow Chu Seongtae whole. "Are you daring to tell me your plan was absolutely flawless? And just because we have promising trainees, does that mean they can make it to the third gate?" Chu Seongtae stammers. "Well, that." Chu Seongtae can only hang his head in shame under Gungdu's relentless scolding. "Will you take responsibility if every single one of them gets wiped out?" Gungdu calms himself down and sits back, continuing. "From the third gate onward, it is the actual demon realm. They will all die if they go in there without proper preparation." With a deeply worried look on his face, he adds, "We must train them to be far stronger than they are now." In his final, highly emphasized order, Gungdu demands that they keep a much closer eye on Kangjin. Meanwhile, Kangjin is staring intently at his system screen. He is standing in a bizarre location, with a giant magic array floating in the air above him, one that he cannot interact with. Kangjin mutters, "The system information says, we will postpone the opening of the third gate indefinitely. An announcement will be made as soon as the details are finalized." Sonhai Squad, the Fate Protection Organization. A few days earlier, while Kangjin was getting his food in the cafeteria, two people approached him from a distance. The one leading the way speaks up. "Are you sure the method Gunam mentioned to clear the trial is actually legit?" The person behind him replies, I'll be a frog dissecting expert in no time. But the leader still seems skeptical. What if he's lying to us? Hearing the pair chatting, Kungjin turns his head around, slightly startled. No way in hell. What would anyone even gain from lying about that? Drenched in sweat, the black-haired guy leading the way grumbled suspiciously. But it's still bizarre. None of the people who actually cleared the trial are even close to Gunnam. The brown-haired guy paused, looking totally bewildered as he recalled the leaderboard. Shin-ah is ranked 2nd, Do-gun is 8th, and Seo Kang Rim is way down at 13th. Wait, you're right. Do-gun and Seo Kang Rim were moving way slower than him, even though they were supposed to be in the same party. The black-haired guy kept walking and added, and right after that, they completely split up. Shrugging it off, the brown-haired guy replied, well, guess we should just scout things out first. The two kept chatting, completely oblivious to Kang Rim sitting just a few feet away. Overhearing every single word, Kang Rim's expression darkened as his mind began to race. So that bastard's been spreading lies everywhere. Do-gun definitely dumped him. Damn it, if they had just stuck together, I could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But right in the middle of his thoughts, the system interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. A new notification popped up, ordering everyone to gather at the main assembly hall at 6 p.m. tonight. Shin-ah and Kang Rim stared blankly at the screen, their expressions completely unreadable. It was finally time. A short while later, at the entrance of the 3rd gate, and Na-bi stood facing the crowd and casually waved. Hey there, still wearing her signature mask, she continued. I've called you all here to brief you on the 3rd trial. And NAB pointed a finger upward as her voice echoed clearly through the hall. First off, effective immediately, you are cleared to enter the 3rd gate. Right as she spoke, the massive containment ropes suddenly snapped apart. Seeing the barrier fall, a wave of excitement rushed through the crowd of competitors. And NAB raised her voice. From the 3rd trial onward, you will officially enter the real demon realm. This is no longer the safe, simulated training ground set up by the Protection Association. Whispers broke out as shock washed over everyone's faces. Wait, so from here on out, we have to clear the gates together? Standing quietly in the crowd, Kang Rim closed his eyes and listened intently as an Ambai began breaking down the details of the 3rd trial. In the true demon realm, the environment is incredibly hostile. Holograms of a barren, decayed wasteland filled with thick, ominous energy and terrifyingly grotesque monsters flickered into view. The creatures snarled, looking absolutely ravenous. Inabi continued, you'll be facing a barrage of far more dangerous and powerful beasts. And remember, the gods themselves will be watching your every move from their divine realm. They'll be observing how you hunt and slaughter in the demon realm. As she spoke, Inabi reached into her pocket and pulled out a specialized device resembling a smartphone. If you happen to hear the voice of a god, do not respond to them right away. First, check the latest updates in your guide window. Hearing this, the players immediately opened their screens to follow her instructions. Whoa, the guide window actually updated. And NAB explained further. We've included emergency protocols and survival guides for various scenarios you might face in the demon realm. I highly recommend reading through it thoroughly before stepping through the gate. And NAB's tone remained dead serious. That's all the advice I can give you. She paused, as if wanting to say one last thing. Please. The next 2 words sent a chilling shiver down everyone's spines. Try not to die. One girl began to tremble all over, whispering, Did she really just tell us to try not to die? The crowd broke out into panicked chatter. Hey, if there's no limit on party size, we need to band together. The more the better, another chimed in. Yeah, but let's read the guide first. Kang Rim was lost in thought, completely unaware that Yunbom was sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, she yelled, Hey, causing Kang Rim to turn around and give a warm, gentle smile. Oh, hey there. Right then, Ji-on also popped out of nowhere. The twin sisters immediately started buzzing around Kang Rim, talking over each other. Wait, you can actually tell us apart? That's no fun. Everyone else always gets us mixed up. As they pouted, Kang Rim recalled exactly why he could tell them apart. In his past life, when Gunnam was busy dragging his name through the mud and turning everyone against him, these twins and Shin-ah were the only ones who had stood by his side. Kang Rim looked at the twins, his eyes filled with genuine warmth and affection. Besides, even though they were twins, their destinies were completely different. As the 2 girls kept bickering, the older sister, Yunbom, spoke up first. People wouldn't get us mixed up if you just cut your hair, Yunbom teased. Ji-on crossed her arms defiantly. No way, my hair, my rules. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, activating Eye of Destiny. Yunbom puffed her cheeks, complaining, and we're literally the exact same height too. Instantly, Yunbom's full stats materialized on the screen. Yunbom, Tier 1, Dragon Class, Golden Attribute, Ability, Flawless Marksmanship, Subclass, Tier 1, Phantom. When using ranged abilities or long-range weapons, attacks are guaranteed to hit the target. Mana consumption varies depending on the distance and rank of the target. Not backing down, the younger sister, Ji-on, argued, "Nuh-uh, I'm definitely taller than you." Just then, her stats flashed onto the screen as well. Ji-on, Tier 1 Dragon Class, Golden Attribute, Ability, Absolute Strike, Subclass, Tier 1 Phantom. When using ranged abilities or long-range weapons, attacks are guaranteed to hit the target. Mana consumption varies depending on the distance and rank of the target. Kang Jin's face darkens slightly after reading. He sighs, realizing that nothing is going to change. He remembers how, in his past life, Yunbom was the only one who survived, while Ji-on met her end in the third stage. He can still see her terrified, tear-stained face in her final moments. Back then, she lay motionless on the cold ground, surrounded by a crowd. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. You have detected the presence of the death spirit White Tiger, Ji-on. She will encounter a life-threatening danger within the next few days. While the two sisters are playing together, Kang Jin suddenly speaks up. Ji-on, do you want to go with me for the third stage? Without a second thought, she happily replies, sure, I didn't want to hunt with my big sister anyway. Hearing this, Yunbom's face freezes. Wait, what? Kang Jin, with his effortless charm, adds, Yunbom, you're coming too. In his mind he vows, this time, I will make sure both of them survive. A moment later, Kang Jin reaches out and slowly opens the door to the third stage. Behind the door lies a pitch-black, freezing wasteland. The stage details flash before his eyes. Third training stage, the frozen chamber. Clear conditions. In the icy valley, hunt at least one of each monster type. Total monster types slain must not exceed 10. Time limit, 14 days. In this stage, the atmosphere is incredibly harsh, with freezing winds howling through the air. Kang Jin takes the lead, the howling wind continuously battering his body. Then, another system notification pops up. The demon realm is currently enveloped by water energy, which suppresses Kang Jin's destiny. All stats are decreased by 10%. Following closely behind, the twins suddenly cry out, it's so freezing. After walking for a bit, the system announces, you have entered the chamber. The sisters chat as they walk, with the quest window floating right in front of them, showing the details for this stage's clear mission. Shielding her eyes from the strong wind, Ji-on complains, I can't see anything, but as they walk, they suddenly spot an incredibly adorable rabbit. Look over there, those rabbits are so cute. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes flash with an eerie glow, and its cute appearance instantly vanishes. Instead, it snaps its mouth wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth with drool dripping down. But in the blink of an eye, the rabbits are knocked unconscious. The quest window displays their information. Horned rabbit, rank 1 insect class. The sisters look at the screen in disbelief. What on earth? Insect class? They look way weaker than that. Soon, the three of them sit down, leaning against a tree stump. The sisters are still bickering loudly at each other. This shop is so cruel. There are so many items, but they didn't even include a search function. Yunbom suddenly leans against Kang Jin's shoulder and asks, how are you finding items so easily? Kang Jin gives a sheepish laugh. Oh, the interface is just like a game I used to play. He says that out loud, but secretly thinks, well, yeah, I've been using this system for years. Sitting nearby, Ji-on chimes in, hey, can you help me pick a weapon? I'm thinking of getting a bow and arrow. A short while later, both sisters are happily fully geared up with all the items they wanted. Before long, Kang Jin wipes out almost all of the remaining horned rabbits. With swift, agile movements, he slices them in half. But when Kang Jin turns around, he sees the twins arguing yet again. Ji-on boasts, I got one more kill than you. Yunbom is a gunslinger. She's usually gentle, but she gets incredibly serious the moment she holds a gun. Meanwhile, Ji-on is a national-level archer. When she draws her bow, her intense focus mirrors her sister's perfectly. Right then, both of them target a single horned rabbit at the exact same time. In an instant, both the arrow and the bullet strike the target dead on. Watching them, Kang Jin thinks, their hunting efficiency is skyrocketing, now that they're using weapons they're actually familiar with. Kang Jin reminisces about his past life, when Yunbom eventually became the ultimate master sniper. He remembers her intense gaze. While aiming no matter how distant the target was, Yoon never missed. Back in the present, the two sisters are still bickering and play-fighting. If Jeon had survived, she would have achieved something just as legendary. Kang Jin turns away, lost in thought. No, they would be even stronger if they fought side by side. A memory from his past life flashes by, Yoon standing all alone, staring at her sister's body covered by a sheet. After Jeon's death, Yoon had become a completely different person. The innocence vanished from her face, replaced by a chilling, deep sorrow. She never smiled again. Driven by a desire to avenge Jeon's death, Yoon threw herself entirely into hunting monsters. Wherever she went, she left a trail of slaughtered beasts. Eventually, various factions tried to recruit her. Yoon's power grew at an explosive rate, and she was soon recruited by the Su Guild, one of the 5 strongest guilds. The once innocent girl had transformed into a cold, melancholy warrior who never let go of her gun. But she was never truly happy. Kang Jin looks up at the sky, haunted by the memories of his past life. Both of them are destined for greatness. They have the potential to grow so much stronger. He pictures a different future for Yoon, one where she is smiling, yet still incredibly powerful. I have to keep Jeon alive, to save Yoon. I'll make sure they join the Flying Tiger Guild. Kang Jin envisions a future where both sisters are welcomed together by the leader of the Flying Tiger Guild. Once again, images of his past life flash through his mind. Dead bodies littered the ground, amidst absolute chaos. With that, the members of the Flying Fox Guild met their end at the hands of Junbiom. The Frost Guild's archer would live to see another day. Changlim smiled to himself as he watched Junbiom opening fire on the one-horned rabbits. All right, I'll make sure to keep a close eye on Jeon. But suddenly, as he took a closer look, his face went pale with terror. Junbiom was completely alone. Little Jeon was nowhere in sight. Panic seized Changlim as he thought, Jeon, where did you go? Filled with dread, Changlim and Junbiom sprinted down the path, desperately searching for her. Jeon, where are you? Jeon, they called out her name in desperation. Heart pounding with sheer panic, Changlim's face flushed red as he screamed, Jeon! Junbiom leaned against a tree, panting as she scanned the area. She only went to use the bathroom. How could she have gone this far? Suddenly, Changlim shouted, claiming he heard someone singing nearby. By the time Junbiom turned around, he was already dashing off. Huh? But I didn't hear a thing, she called out. He glanced back without slowing down and yelled, I'm positive. Following Changlim's lead, Junbiom spotted a deep sinkhole. Jeon's voice echoed from the bottom, Sis, Changlim, I'm down here. Junbiom gasped at the sound of her sister's voice. Peering over the edge, she realized Jeon wasn't alone. There was a man sitting right next to her. The ground just collapsed under me, Jeon explained from below. Junbiom tried to keep her voice steady. Hold on, we'll get you out right away. Changlim rushed over and slid down the slope without a second thought. Jeon, are you hurt? Looking perfectly fine, she smiled. I'm totally okay. But as Changlim breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes drifted to the side. His expression froze as he recognized the man sitting next to her. It was Jeon Gunam. Hearing Changlim's voice, Gunam hung his head, visibly seething with anger. Damn it, Gunam cursed under his breath. Of all people, her teammate has to be Seo Changlim. Changlim let out a heavy sigh before asking, Need a hand? Gunam snapped back, his voice dripping with venom. No, I don't need help from a bastard like you. At his hostile response, Changlim simply turned to Jeon. All right then, let's go. The little girl, who had been watching them back and forth, looked utterly confused. Wait, we're just leaving him? Jeon asked as Changlim lifted her into his arms. He said his legs are paralyzed because a scary monster attacked him. Changlim hoisted her up, muttering, Paralysis poison? He cast a sideways glance at Gunam. It was probably just those rabbits. The effect will wear off on its own. Jeon blinked, still puzzled. Rabbits? But aren't those the weakest monsters around here? Hearing her sister's blunt remark, Junbiom quickly intervened. Jeon, you shouldn't say that out loud. Lying nearby, Gunam's body trembled with pain and rage. That bastard, Seo Changlim, he snarled in his mind. He slammed his fist into the dirt in a fit of rage. I will make him feel this exact same pain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Was it his god? That is right. The wicked must pay for their deeds. Startled by the sudden voice, Gunam flinched. The entity continued. Do you require assistance? Confused and shaken, Gunam slowly looked up. Who? Who are you? Standing in front of a glowing dimensional portal, Changlim turned to the sisters. Let's head back. The difficulty spikes once night falls. Jian pouted playfully. But I just raised my stats. I'm much stronger now, Junbeom chimed in. And I've unlocked quite a few achievements too. Changlim looked at them warmly and smiled. There's no need to rush. Today was only day one. One of the sisters turned around, a hint of worry on her face. Will you come with us again tomorrow? Without a second thought, Changlim replied, Of course. How about we stick together until we clear this room's trial? Her eyes lit up with excitement. Awesome. Let's conquer this room together. But just then, Changlim sensed something and abruptly turned his head. His eyes widened as he spotted something unexpected. Just as the sisters were about to step through the portal, Changlim suddenly bolted in the opposite direction. Go on to the waiting room first, he yelled. The sisters stared after him, completely baffled. Wait, what about you? Jian called out. I forgot something. I'll be right back, Changlim shouted, disappearing into the distance. Elsewhere, a group of players found themselves cornered by a massive pack of wolves, their eyes glowing like headlights in the dark. The beasts bared their razor-sharp fangs, growling as thick saliva dripped continuously from their jaws. Standing at the front line of defense, Shaina raised her voice to rally the panicked crowd. Everyone, stay calm. Glancing back, she saw a wolf leap forward, snapping a player's sword in half with its powerful jaws. Anxiety gripped her, but she had no time to waste. Shaina turned to the others, her voice tight with urgency. Get behind me, everyone. She thrust her hands forward, activating her ability. Sharp, thorny vines erupted from the ground, skewering the oncoming wolves. Arbor Art! Another wolf lunged from the shadows, clamping its jaws onto Shaina's blade. She gritted her teeth, struggling to hold it back. But within seconds, thorny branches sprouted from the earth, completely wrapping around the beast. A system notification popped up. Arbor Art is active, protecting allies. Shin Suo didn't take a single second to rest, immediately charging ahead to strike down another wolf. Suddenly, a voice called out to her from somewhere. She was so lost in her thoughts, though, that she completely missed a wolf crouching down, ready to pounce on her. She thought to herself, I need to kill as many as I can to make things easier later. With her guard completely down, the wolf sank its teeth right into her shoulder, spraying blood into the air. Suo turned her head, her face twisted in sheer agony. In that moment, her only thought was how desperate she was for just one more fighter to help them. Just as she thought this, a hand holding a flaming sword thrust forward out of nowhere. It was none other than Seo Kang Rim. He drove his blade straight through the wolf's skull, transferring his achievement points to upgrade his Fire Eagle skill. The Fire Eagle skill has successfully leveled up to Tier 2 Insect. Suo was shocked by his sudden arrival. Seo Kang Rim didn't waste a second, swiftly slicing through the wolves one by one. With every sweep of his sword, a ring of brilliant sparks burst into the air. Still in a daze, Suo mumbled, What are you doing here, Kang Rim? He didn't answer, keeping his focus entirely on the aggressive pack. But those wild wolves were absolutely no match for him. He quickly finished them off, one after another. Not wanting to just stand there, Suo grabbed her sword and jumped in to help him clean up the rest. A moment later, the entire pack lay dead on the ground. Shin Suo let out a sigh of relief. That was incredibly fast. Thanks, Seo Kang Rim. Seo Kang Rim remained silent, his expression dark and his eyes filled with heavy thoughts. Out in the waiting hall, a player suddenly yelled, Why didn't you just run away? Hearing this, the other players getting their wounds treated grew extremely worried. Kang Rim's gaze was incredibly dark and cold. He was clearly furious. You should have known that the odds were stacked against you. Kang Rim glared at Suo and added, You should have run the moment you realized you couldn't win. You are more than fast enough to escape without a scratch. Furious at being chewed out like that, Shin Suo snapped back, You always keep telling me I'm weak. But Kang Rim cut her off before she could even finish. You just got lucky this time. He continued, What if those monsters had hidden skills you didn't know about? What would have happened if nobody was around to help you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but remember her from before, weak, battered, and gasping for breath on the ground. He remembered her throwing her life away in a desperate fight, such a meaningless death. In his memory, her opponent's blade pierced right through her chest. It was a tragedy that must never happen again. Back in the present, the more Kang Rim spoke, the angrier he became. Were you seriously planning to sacrifice your life for some strangers? Saving others is a privilege only the strong can afford. He whipped around to walk away. Don't you ever forget that. After taking a few steps, he added. If you let your guard down like that, you'll be leaving this place in a body bag. Only after he had walked away did the other players finally gather the courage to go over and check on Seo. Are you okay, Seo? Seo Kang Rim was being way too harsh on you. Another player chimed in. Seriously, does he think she should have just left us all to die? Shin Seo didn't say anything, only offering a gentle smile to put them at ease. Then, she let out a soft chuckle. He was actually just worried about me. Seeing her react that way only made the others more confused and concerned. Wait, what? Seo added. I mean, he still showed up to save me, didn't he? To herself, she thought. I really don't understand why he always tries so hard to play the bad guy. Even though those were her inner thoughts, she told the others, deep down, he's actually a really sweet person. Kang Rim hadn't walked very far when a voice suddenly called out, Hey, Seo Kang Rim. It was Seo, shouting, Thanks for worrying about me. He kept his head lowered, hiding his expression. Hearing her words, Kang Rim finally let out a small sigh of relief. Soon after, the system screen popped up, announcing the completion of the third gate, the Ice Room, by Dako Jun, who was on Kang Rim's side. He and the twin sisters were still working together perfectly, slaying 10 out of 10 monsters. The system displayed, You have successfully cleared the Ice Room. The twins were both staring at the status window. Ji-on spoke up first. Someone already cleared their room before us. And here I thought we were going to finish first. Kang Rim chimed in. I actually just finished mine, too. Standing nearby, Yunbom gasped in surprise. Really? It was that close? Yunbom asked, her voice tinged with a bit of sadness. So, are you going to leave now? Kang Rim gently turned around and replied, I'll stick around until you two finish up. The twins' faces lit up with joy at his response. Kang Rim silently watched the two of them and thought, no one ever returns to this place once they clear it, so I can always come back later. His mind focused on a goal far greater than any of these monsters. My real target is the hidden reward you get after hunting 11 different types of monsters. A short while later, the sisters came running over, playfully bickering. Yoon Ji-on, stop stealing my kills. Running ahead, Ji-on laughed. You've got to hit them first. Kang Rim just stood there silently, watching the two sisters play around. But deep down, he couldn't help but worry. This raid is wrapping up a bit faster than it did in my past life. Suddenly, the system flared to life again, announcing the activation of his Destiny Discovery skill. The screen displayed that the power of the necromantic white tiger was nearby. The power of death was close. Staring at the warnings, a confused Kang Rim slowly turned his head to scan his surroundings. Is someone else about to die besides Ji-on? Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, the image of Dako Jun talking to Jeonnam back then. At that moment, the system screen revealed the worst possible combination of fates. Demonic power was latching onto Jeonnam's destiny. He remembered when the guy was paralyzed down in the pit with Ji-on. It would be a nightmare if he got tangled up with him again. Seo Kang Rim's face darkened, his eyes staring off into the distance. Should I just end him right here? Standing nearby, Seo Kang Rim told the twin sisters, I'm going to go check around that hill. Keep hunting and stick together so you don't get lost. The twins stopped playing around and replied, Okay, got it. With that, Seo Kang Rim grabbed his sword and quietly walked away. I figured they'd be fine as long as they stayed together. But I hadn't gone far when Jeonnam walked up out of nowhere. There you are. I've been looking for you, Seo Kang Rim. Calm as ever, he replied. Why? A glowing crystal floated right in the palm of Jeonnam's hand. I think it's finally time to pay you back. His eyes glared like a wild beast ready to tear him apart. For everything you did to me, Seo Kang Rim just gave a faint smile. The glow from the crystal illuminated his face. And do you actually have what it takes? He cursed under his breath. This bastard. Jeonnam seemed ridiculously confident. He raised the crystal high into the air as he spoke. Of course I do, because I'm the main character. A massive wave of energy erupted, filling the entire area. Seo Kang Rim watched him in silence. Jeonnam roared. You're about to hear the voice of a god. The blue crystal hovered in his hand. Get ready, Seo Kang Rim. The blue crystals shot forward at lightning speed. Faced with this divine power, Seo Kang Rim immediately bolted to dodge the crystal storm. I knew it. Anavicha's image flashed as her voice rang out. The gods will watch your journey into the demon realm. Back in the present, he snapped out of it, calming himself down. You're overthinking this. He then activated his fate discovery skill. Jeonnam, Tier 1 class, the plague god's little guest. He smugly declared, I'm the main character. So of course I have the god's blessing. Those who walk with the gods are known as priests, receiving power through their blessings. Behind him, the crystals kept surging forward. Seo Kang Rim came to a halt and began to channel his skill. It was a low-tier god, but the guy's mana had still gone up a bit, and he also got a new skill, smallpox, a tier 1 skill that borrows a god's power to infect opponents with the disease. Once the skill is activated, any hit will immediately expose that area to the plague. Seo Kang Rim sighed, thinking to himself, will I really get infected if those touch me? What a pain in the ass skill. He slashed through a tree trunk in front of him and quickly kept running. I'll drain his mana first. Chasing him from behind, Jeonnam yelled, running is useless. A brilliant light began to illuminate the area, even though it was getting dark. Jeonnam growled, divine punishment will follow you to the ends of the earth. But the moment the words left his mouth, a pack of wild boars charged in and sent him flying. Jeonnam was absolutely furious, but there was nothing he could do except scream and swear. Damn it, stop right there, Seo Kang Rim, he screamed. Get out of my way, you stupid pigs. But one of the boars let out a fierce roar right back at him, and immediately after, Jeonnam coughed up blood. He collapsed onto the cold snow, with several other wild boars looming over him. I came to watch because I heard a human was blessed by a god, but he's pathetically weak. Jeonnam's eyes turned red with humiliation and rage. I guess that makes sense for a low-tier god. Jeonnam thought, aren't the other gods watching me too? The god spoke again, though, watching a weakling like him squirm is actually quite entertaining. Clenching his fists in the snow, Jeonnam muttered, you find this amusing? Precisely. Suddenly, a sword plunged deep into his back, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his throat. Damn, he's done for. That sword strike was delivered by none other than Seo Kang Rim. Plague god, master, please save me. Just then, a voice echoed, Jeonnam, followed by a cry of absolute agony. Seo Kang Rim glared down at him, his voice cold. Are you done with your little revenge? You actually managed to fool me for a second. He grabbed his wrist and pinned it hard against the freezing snow, making him shake with terror. Since you dared to do this, you know exactly what comes next, right? Just as he pulled his sword out, someone approached from a distance, calling out his name. Kang Rim, hey Kang Rim. The sword was pointed right next to Jeonnam. You're lucky, Jeonnam. Sheathing his sword, he looked back. Next time, I will kill you. Clean yourself up. Then, he spoke to Yunbom in a scolding tone. I told you not to go anywhere. She replied in a panic. Kang, I am. Something terrible happened. Yunbom cried out that a pack of snowboars had broken loose and trampled Yun's soul. In utter disbelief, Seo Kang Rim asked her to repeat herself. What? The girl cried out. She's completely disappeared. The old woman's image appeared with a dark prophecy. Unfortunately, your destiny is shrouded in dark energy. The scene shifted to a man and a woman walking away, their faces grim. Countless people have been injured just by being on the same team as Seo Kang Rim, and even his own parents ended up dead. Everywhere he goes, people die. Worried sick, the young girl keeps calling out, Kang Rim, are you okay? Kang Rim blames himself, thinking it is all his fault. He sinks into utter despair as a voice keeps echoing in his head. I knew it. You, saving people, keep dreaming. With that, he firmly declares he is going to find her. This catches Yunbom off guard. What? She gasps, as he quickly treks off into the freezing snow. Right behind him, Yunbom chases after him, shouting, wait for me. Kang Rim stops in his tracks and says in a low voice, go back, Yunbom. Panting heavily, she protests. Huh? She runs up, grabs his hand, and insists, I am coming with you. But Kang Rim turns back and snaps, but what if something happens to you too? Her eyes well up with tears at his harsh words. I already told you, Kang Rim starts, but Yunbom cuts him off, her voice trembling. You told me not to wander around alone. Kang Rim stares at her in silence. She continues, so how could I possibly go back alone when Jeon might be in danger? Amid the freezing night snow, their conversation continues. I will send you back if it gets too dark or if anything dangerous happens, Kang Rim says. Not gonna answer? Fine then. And just like that, Kang Rim leads the girl behind him. He thinks to himself, I do not actually know how Yoon Jeon died in my past life. But since he is in danger right now, this must be the place. Please, don't die. Yunbom whispers, there are no monsters here, right? But he does not reply. He knows low-level monsters would not dare step into a predator's territory. He just squeezes her hand tighter as she asks, What was that sound? Kang Rim quickly replies. This way. A massive beast appears, but the two of them quickly hide. Kang Rim immediately signals for her to stay quiet. It is a Tier 3 demonic class snowman, a hairy humanoid monster that only appears on snowy days, driven by a desire to fight any opponent stronger than itself. Kang Rim's eyes widen in horror. A familiar figure is slung over its shoulder. Before he can stop her, Yunbom rushes out in a panic. Yoon-jian. The snowman spins around, looking everywhere, but sees no one because Kang Rim has already pulled Yunbom back into their hiding spot. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Wait, activate the Fate Steel skill. A magic circle appears beneath them, instantly releasing a burst of energy. He notes that there are no casualties in this area. Kang Rim lets out a quiet sigh of relief. We will only put him in more danger if we attack it right now. He peeks out to watch it leave. He figures it is heading back to its cave, and it looks like it is also carrying a snow pig. As they step out, he says, "We need to wait for it to put him down first." Yunbom whispers, "Do we attack once it sets him down?" He quickly shuts down the idea. No, it is best to avoid a fight altogether. He tosses a flare gun to her. Once it puts Jian down, shoot this to lure it away, then run straight for the exit. A bit surprised, she asks, "A flare gun?" Kang Rim turns to her and says firmly, "Do not fight it. Just lure it away and run. Can you do it?" Yunbom nods. "Yes." He adds, "I will come grab you while you are running." He channels his internal energy and drops down the cliff. With Yunbom's agility, she should be able to outrun the snowman easily. Plus, we have the terrain advantage. Up above, Yunbom slowly stretches. Then, a small gem begins to glow. The snowman covers its eyes from the sudden light, then charges out. Right on cue, Yunbom takes off running. This is Kang Rim's cue to slip into the cave. "Jian," he calls out repeatedly, lifting him up. "Wake up, Jian." He is unconscious. I cannot give him any medicine like this. He lifts the boy up. I will just have to carry him back to the lobby. Suddenly, he freezes. Another snowman is staring right at him. Damn it! I did not think there would be another snowman in here. Glaring at him with sheer rage, the snowman clenches its fist, preparing to strike. It lunges forward. Just in time, he channels his internal energy. He sighs, thinking his luck is seriously the worst. Outside, another flare is shot into the sky to distract the snowman. But it suddenly stops, turns around, and walks away, completely ignoring the bright light. What? Why? Yunbom keeps firing flares, trying to draw its attention. "No, hey, where are you going? You are supposed to chase me," she screams in frustration. "Get back here, go back to the cave." Inside, the snowman raises its massive arm, ready to crush him. Fortunately, Kang Rim has already channeled his internal energy. He knows his destiny was completely devoid of luck. Channeling energy into his feet, he swiftly dodges a stomp from the snowman. Kang Rim dodges it effortlessly, but suddenly freezes as he hears a familiar sound. The other snowman has returned. Both snowmen now charge at him at once. Gritting his teeth with no time to plan, all he can do is quickly dodge their relentless attacks. Now cornered right in their nest, Kang Rim thinks, "Fine, I was planning on doing some hunting anyway." As Run Zion lay in the nest, his tiny body suddenly started to fade away, the vanishing effect slowly spreading across the entire nest. Flames began to engulf the surroundings as Kang Rim's voice echoed, "Just hold on a little longer. Run Zion." His expression shifted, his face turning dead serious as he confidently declared, "I'm going to kill you bastards real soon." The two snow monsters, wearing ferocious expressions, braced themselves to attack as they stepped onto the ground. Suddenly, Kang Rim froze, a smirk forming on his lips. "I get it now. This is actually possible." He immediately charged forward without a single second of hesitation. "Your ability has increased to level 18. Kang Rim rushed in, striking both snow monsters one after the other. He effortlessly glided past them, leaving them absolutely no time to even land a hit on him. Enraged, the red snow monster slammed its massive fist down onto the snow, but he had already leaped high into the air. Kang Rim grabbed hold of the beast, quickly scaling up its thick fur. In response, the red snow monster let out another savage grin. Behind him, the blue snow monster let out a deafening roar. Kang Rim descended, aiming to take down that blue beast first. The snow monster froze, flashing back to the moment both of them had suddenly fallen through the ice. "You have defeated the Tier 3 demon-class snow monster." A smirk crept onto his face as he thought, "Perfect. The demon realm is full of terrain, made entirely of ice and snow." Suddenly, an old memory flashed through his mind. His older sister, Kang Rim, Dear. Right here. And they tend to collapse easily, just like the spot where Jian fell. The snowman raised its hands, but Kang Rim didn't notice a thing. These damn monsters won't be able to climb back up. Just as he thought that, the snowman's hand slammed down right where he was standing, shattering the ice. Kang Rim grimaced, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He crashed down onto the tree branches below with a loud thud. Kang Rim was slightly surprised to see a familiar figure standing high above. Seo spoke slowly. If you let your guard down, you're going to leave this place as a corpse. Well, Kang Rim, I'm glad I wasn't too late. He could only give a wry smile, thanking her. She smiled and said, tell that to the person who went looking for me. Then, Seo sat on a branch and called out, I'm pulling you up, hold on tight. Kang Rim replied, no, drop me down first, I need to check on something. As soon as he landed, he saw Yunbom running toward the kid, screaming, Ji-on, Yunbom cried out, Ji-on, open your eyes. The kid still didn't budge, making him wonder, are we too late? Kang Rim grit his teeth, hanging his head as he blamed himself. Is it really impossible for us to fight against the destiny we've carried since birth? Suddenly, a soft sound was made, instantly changing Yunbom's expression to one of pure joy. Jian said in a weak voice, it's so cold, sis. Can you turn on the heater, please? The kid slowly stood up, looking around and asking, where are we? Seo ran over, absolutely thrilled. Kang Rim stood frozen. Jian was still alive. The kid's weak voice replied, of course I'm alive. Was I supposed to die or something? The aura of the death white tiger vanished from Jian. Seeing this, he immediately rushed toward them. A destiny had been changed. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The fate change notification had been activated. Seo Kang Rim's destiny class has been upgraded from 3rd tier insect to 2nd tier insect. Seo Kang Rim, 2nd tier insect class, fire attribute. Discovered 3rd tier dragon class destiny. Plundered 1st tier dragon class destiny. Fire control, 2nd tier insect class. Unveiled 3rd tier demon class. Kang Rim stood frozen in shock, not even reacting to Yunbom's hug, thinking to himself, this can't be. I thought there was absolutely no way to change your destiny class. Yunbom hugged him tightly, saying, Jian is alive all because of you. Big brother, she whispered softly, thank you. She then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Feeling a bit heartbroken seeing her cry like that, he thought, I'll worry about the complicated stuff later. Over there, Seo kept checking on Jian, asking, how are you feeling? The kid replied, it hurts less now, but that pill was way too big. Kang Rim smiled warmly, reaching out to pat her head. The only thing that mattered now was that Ji-on was still alive, which was a massive relief. Scene changes. Gunam kept on running. The voices of the gods chimed in one after another. Are you okay? What should I do? What should I do? Just wait a second. I'm going to try a few things. Unable to take it anymore, he flipped them off and snapped at them. You scammer. What kind of god are you anyway? I never should have trusted a psycho like you. Hey, you're going way too far. Cold sweat kept pouring down his face, and his mouth kept muttering, Young Master Qian Guan, Young Master Qian Guan. He turned his head, his voice trailing off, Young Master Qian. The image of Dak Go-jun appearing right in front of him left him utterly stunned. Dak Go-jun. Gunam threw away all his pride and begged, save me. Seo Kang Rim attacked me, so I had to run. He yelled, I'm positive that bastard Seo Kang Rim is a villain. So stop this ridiculous nonsense about some hidden ability awakener or whatever, and let's defeat that bastard together. You said we shared the same goal. However, Dak Go-jun spoke slowly. If you're the main character, shouldn't you handle this easily? But instead, you lost to Seo Kang Rim. He snapped back, arguing that Kang Rim was just a coward anyway. But before he could even finish his sentence, Dak Go-jun cut him off. I thought you couldn't show your true strength because I was with you. But now, I guess you're not the main character after all. He placed his hand on his chest, declaring through gritted teeth, I told you, I am the main character, so save me first. Dak Go-jun asked quietly, if you're the main character, you should be able to get out of this on your own, right? Gunam's eyes went wide with shock. What? He turned his head, still desperately begging, no, I'm not the main character, so please just save me. Hearing that, Dak Go-jun looked down and asked, you're not? His voice dropped to a freezing tone as he questioned Gunam, if you're not the main character, then why on earth should I care about you? Even as Dak Go-jun turned to leave, Gunam's voice kept calling out, wait, Dak Go-jun, don't leave me, please save me, you psycho bastard, stop, he screamed, Dak Go-jun. Kang Rim launched an attack at the monster in front of him, sending it flying backward from the sheer force. Next, he delivered a flurry of kicks, taking them out one by one. Suddenly, a voice called his name, Kang Rim. Instantly, he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Yunbom raised her hand and announced, "We're all done over here." Jian rested a hand on her shoulder, speaking in a playful, teasing tone. "I did all the work, big bro," Yun bragged. Yunbom balled her hand into a fist and placed it right under the kid's chin, gritting her teeth as she growled. "So, I was just supporting you from the sidelines, huh?" The kid didn't back down either, raising his voice to fire back. "What are you talking about, sis? You only landed the first hit. What about me?" Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a flash of light from behind rushed toward them. Ducking down, Yunbom turned around without a hint of fear and demanded, "What the hell? Who are you?" The person didn't answer, instead calling out, "Seo Kang Jin." Lowering their voice coldly, they said, "If you hand over Seo Kang Jin, I will give you a quick and painless death." Hearing that, the two siblings immediately drew their weapons to attack. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Kang Jin shouted as he ran over from a distance. "Stop," he screamed, calling out to the siblings. "Yunbom, run." Just as he turned around, a massive hand appeared from behind, instantly covering his mouth and one of his eyes. Continuous sword slashes flashed, followed by a grim scene of the ground drenched in blood. Suddenly, Yunbom's voice began to echo. "Why did you have to show up in our lives? We could have lived in peace if it weren't for you." Right now, Kang Jin couldn't even speak up to defend himself, with his mouth clamped shut by that hand. Behind him, more hands were reaching out to grab him. "Why didn't you save us? We should have never brought you into the Flying Fox gang." The hand covering his face slowly let go. "Don't you ever forget, Seo Kang Jin." He immediately whipped his head toward the source of the sound. It was the young girl's voice again, whispering from right behind him, "You killed us." Cut to another scene, where water was gushing heavily into the bathtub, almost overflowing. Gripping the edges of the tub with both hands, Kang Jin told himself, "It was just a dream." Looking completely dazed, he began to mutter, "That future won't happen. I won't let history repeat itself." Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he wondered, could that have been an omen that it is drawing near? Yunbom looked at him as her savior. The fates of Seo Kang Jin and Yunbom were beginning to intertwine. Yunbom looked at him as her savior. The fates of Seo Kang Jin and Yunbom were beginning to intertwine. Water kept pouring from the faucet. "I need to keep my distance from them," he thought. Just then, Yunbom stood in front of his door and called out loudly, "Big bro, do you hate us?" Kang Jin slowly replied, "No, I just have some things to take care of." Yun piped up from behind her. But Kang Jin thought to himself, "They've gotten closer to Shin Sua now, so I don't need to worry about them anymore." Then, Kang Jin spoke in a low voice. "That's good. She's a wonderful person." Hearing that, Yunbom added, "Then you should come along too." Before she could even finish her sentence, he cut her off. "Yeah, next time," and shut the door. Rubbing the back of his neck, Yun asked, "Has brother Kang Jin been acting distant with us since that day?" Yunbom quickly denied it. He probably has his reasons. Seeing the siblings looking so downcast, Sua easily read their minds and gestured toward the gate ahead. "Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's just head to the fourth room on our own. The Sword Forest Room, the fourth training room. The completion condition is to hunt monsters and collect soul gems in the Sword Forest Labyrinth, with a target of 1,000 soul gems." Yunbom excitedly said, "It's a forest this time." The kid was just as thrilled, saying, "Wow, the air is so fresh here." Suddenly, Sua froze and warned, "Watch out, kids, something's coming." Without showing any fear, Yunbom loudly demanded, "Is it a monster? Where is it coming from?" Just as Sua raised her sword to block a throwing star, her hand was lightly grazed, oozing a thin line of red blood. "No, it's not a monster. I think the forest itself is the real danger in this room." The Sword Forest Room is a demonic realm with an endless forest and unchanging terrain. Once we reach the end, we'll just loop right back to where we started. A peculiar-looking tree branch began to reveal itself. Yunbom looked at her system interface and revealed what she saw. "Collecting 1,000 soul gems is going to take some time," Sua added. "Let's investigate our surroundings first." Crossing her arms, Yunbom suggested in a soft voice, "Let's stick together this time so we don't get lost." Hearing this, the kid snapped back. "I'm not a baby," Yunbom added. "Brother Kang Jin said we must stick together." Suddenly, the kid brought him up again, saying it would be so great if he were here with them. Yunbom quickly agreed, "Yeah, Hearing that, Sua thought to herself, I guess he's really sweet to these kids. She recalled what he had told her. You're still not good enough, and how he had harshly scolded her. Are you seriously planning to risk your life just to protect others? Saving others is a privilege only reserved for the strong. Her face paled slightly as she realized that even though he didn't show it through his words, he was definitely a good person deep down. Suddenly, the voice of one of the siblings rang out, catching her attention. There's something over there. Seeing this, Sua quickly warned him. Yoon, stop. Confused, the kid began looking down. Cut to another scene. Kang Jin was still in his room with an egg. Good grief, this egg is opening its mouth and making weird noises. It's way creepier than what I was told. Unidentified egg. Its class will be determined after hatching. It will hatch if nurtured for a certain period of time. Its appearance will change based on what it is fed. And it is currently unknown what will hatch from this egg. This unidentified item is my reward for slaying the 11th monster, the snowman. Whatever hatches from this egg depends entirely on what I feed it. Kang Rim tied the second egg up tight and grinned. I already know exactly what I want to hatch from this. I can't just feed it anything. And no, it's not because I'm afraid of getting bitten. Besides, this egg isn't the only thing I got from that fight. Memories of the two snowmen getting completely wiped out by his blade flashed through his mind. You have defeated the Tier 3 demon-class snowman. A mysterious aura enveloped his body, activating his ultimate skill, Fate Plunder. Plundering abilities, combat instincts, and demon attributes. Seo Kang Rim. Subclass, Tier 2 Insect. Attribute, Fire. He muttered under his breath, change attribute to water. Seo Kang Rim's attribute has been changed to water. Water beats fire has been unlocked. Debuffed stats have returned to normal. Seo Kang Rim. Subclass, Tier 2 Insect. Attribute, Water. As he stepped into the frozen zone, he realized he couldn't afford a decent weapon here. Every single penny had to go toward buying food infused with the water attribute. Well, the bright side is that I can plunder attributes now. Sitting on his bed with the tightly bound egg in hand, he thought, I'll grab a weapon in the next demon realm. Fire attributes should come in pretty handy there. I'll need to switch back eventually. Checking entry. Seo Kang Rim, you have entered the Forest of Swords. Suddenly, a god's voice echoed in his head. That ice room was a total bore. Maybe this one will be a bit more entertaining? Other gods chimed in, bickering back and forth. Doubt it. These newbies are still way too weak. Well, I guess watching weaklings slowly grow has its own charm. Kang Rim scoffed. Seriously? I just got here. Who do these gods think they are, talking down to me like that? He reached for his system screen to mute the channel. Wait, did that kid just notice us? One of them gasped. What should I even call these freaks? Annoying spirits or just plain ghosts? He muttered. Just then, a prompt popped up. Would you like to terminate the connection? But the gods kept blabbering. Look at him, he's not even phased. Kid, your mental fortitude is lacking. Kang Rim froze, instantly annoyed. He's got guts. I like you, Kang Rim. Want to form a contract with me? The guardian deity of the Forest of Swords has offered you their sponsorship. He quickly realized this must be the local deity of this specific demon realm. Open shop. Local deities govern specific territories. Under their sponsorship, a hunter can become unmatched within that deity's domain. But since they are bound to the land, their powers become completely useless the moment I leave this area. This place is literally called the Forest of Swords Labyrinth. Sure, accepting his sponsorship means I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. But I have other ways. He said aloud, Purchase item. You have purchased. Map of the Demon Realm. Kang Rim unrolled the map. This is all I need to navigate. Using the Demon Realm map. Exploration rate, 1%. Right now, it's just a rough outline. But the Demon Realm gates are already marked. As I explore, more details will fill in. There are several gates connected to this realm. Am I getting close to Area 4? The Trainee Protection Association divides these zones into multiple sectors. But in the later stages, as the body count rises, trainees from different sectors will be forced to raid together. The marked gateway on his screen suddenly shifted to Area 2. The deity's voice piped up again. Are you looking for something, Kang Rim? Accept my sponsorship, and I'll gladly find it for you. Completely ignoring the god, he thought. They're probably limiting entry to force us into a free-for-all battle royale. Kang Rim, are you even listening to me? The deity nagged. This time, Kang Rim finally snapped back. I have zero interest in your deal, so give it a rest. The Lord of 10,000 Flames has used the Trace of Gods item. A grand message broadcast will remain active for 10 minutes. The King of 10,000 Flames offers to sponsor you Do you accept this contract? The system displayed another alert. The Lord of 10,000 Flames declares that all other gods currently online are absolute garbage compared to him. Seo Kang Rim stopped dead in his tracks, staring blankly at the screen in utter disbelief. The Lord of 10,000 Flames claims he can elevate a human with the fire attribute to godlike heights. Kang Rim let out a soft sigh, feeling a wave of genuine gratitude wash over him. That's actually pretty touching, especially since I'm stuck with a trash insect subclass. Seo Kang Rim. Subclass, Tier 2, Insect. Attribute, Fire. Shaking his head, he pressed deeper into the woods, reminding himself, but still, I can't accept it. System notifications began spamming his screen. The Lord of 10,000 Flames demands to know why you are ignoring him. The Lord of 10,000 Flames insists this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Lord of 10,000 Flames is closely watching your every move. Out of nowhere, a massive mutated mantis lunged, swinging its razor-sharp scythe-like legs at him. With one clean, brutal slash, Kang Rim cut the beast down. Acidic green blood sprayed everywhere. Unbothered, he reached into the carcass and pulled out a small glowing gem. Current soul gems, 36 out of 1,000. Kang Rim's goal was clear. Gather 1,000 soul gems, no matter what it took. This doesn't mean I have to hunt 1,000 monsters. Since soul gems come in different ranks, the system requires me to collect 1,000 soul gems. A Tier 3 insect class giant worm is only worth 1 gem, a Tier 2 insect class crescent mantis is worth 334 gems, and a Tier 3 human class imp is worth 100 gems. Kang Rim sheathed his sword and turned to leave, telling himself, in my past life, I slaughtered a whole bunch of those mantises, because my skills weren't good enough, but this time, I don't have to do that. He mumbled as he walked, each imp is worth 10 gems. They're my target. Just then, the tip of his boot stepped into a pool of fresh, bright red blood on the ground. Kang Rim lifted his foot to inspect it. He recognized it instantly and thought with suspicion, wait, this is the trace of a trap. But why? He panicked, looking around at the slaughtered crescent mantises. Their corpses were still scattered everywhere. He thought in shock, where did all this blood come from? Don't tell me. Instantly, an image flashed in Kang Rim's mind. The silhouette of the lion-masked killer, his blade dripping with pure, murderous intent as he stalked his prey. He shuddered, cold sweat breaking out. He nervously thought, he's already made his move. In my past life, I became the target of a masked murderer. Shin Sua saved my life because she happened to be in this area. But then, that killer lunged and slashed a deep, brutal cut across her face. Blood sprayed everywhere. By the time I rushed over in a panic, she had already lost an eye trying to save me. After that, the killer fled, and I never managed to find out who he was. Back in the present, Kang Rim was gripped with fear. He ran like crazy into the forest, desperately trying to remember. Wait, only Shin Sua and Dogun's group are supposed to be here, right? He scanned his surroundings, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Then, does this blood belong to them? Suddenly, Kang Rim dashed into a clearing. He froze in shock at the scene before him. The familiar figures were all there. Right in front of him, a strange man was trying to approach Yoon, who was collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing the kid writhing in agony, his face completely pale, the image of Jian in that exact same position, leaving this world with eyes full of terror, flooded back into Kang Rim's mind. A wave of pure rage washed over him, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Rim lunged forward, unsheathed his sword, and swung it. He pressed the blade right against Nam Doan's neck and roared furiously, "Get the hell away from Yoon." The man stumbled back in a daze, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, in another location, Gongju stood with his arms crossed, casting a sharp glance upward. He asked sternly, "Has the trainee from the ice room returned yet?" Someone quickly replied, "Not yet. Trainee Jian Wunam still hasn't returned." Gongju sighed in disappointment, saying calmly, "Then he's dead." I had high hopes for him, especially since he was the first to clear the fire hell room. As soon as those words left his mouth, a heavy silence fell over the room. Anavi was completely speechless at his coldness. She hesitantly raised her hand and asked, "Shouldn't we go look for him?" Gongju immediately dismissed the idea, replying casually, "No. It's fine. We can't interfere in the affairs of the demon realm anyway." Back at the staging area, everyone already signed, waiver in case they lost their lives. Hearing this, Anavi's face turned pale. She lowered her head in silent frustration, unable to argue back. Gongju then raised his voice to announce to everyone, "Anyway, regarding the next demon realm, someone from another sector has already cleared their room. It's someone from Sector 1. He muttered bitterly. "The first person to clear a room, no matter which sector, should have been one of ours. We can't afford to lose to Sector 1. Once the meeting wrapped up, everyone began to leave. Noticing Navi's gloomy expression, Ju Sung-tae quickly tried to comfort her. "And Navi, why do you keep doing this job if you're going to get this upset over a single death? You had to have known that more people are going to end up the same way." But contrary to what Ju Sung-tae assumed, Navi hesitantly replied, "Actually, I'm thinking about something else." Hearing this, his jaw dropped as he blurted out in surprise, "What?" She began to explain, "I was checking on the trainees from the other sectors since I finished organizing the files." Memories rushed back, and Navi vividly remembered the bold text on the computer screen that had shocked her to her core. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Unable to hide the terror and disbelief written all over her face, she said with a trembling voice, "Among our trainees, there's a serial killer." Meanwhile, back with the players, as Kang Rim lunged forward with his sword drawn, the others immediately drew their weapons in self-defense. He roared furiously, "Get away from Yoon!" Seeing Kang Rim's overwhelming bloodlust, the guy quickly raised his hands in surrender, trying to calm him down. "Whoa, calm down, let's talk about this." System alert. Jian, a rank 1 dragon class with the metal attribute, is currently suffering from severe paralysis fever poisoning. Seo Kang Rim anxiously watches the girl grow weaker by the second. Deep in thought, he realizes the guy was right. She desperately needs an antidote. But he doesn't let his guard down for a second. Glaring at the group, he growls, "Why on earth should I trust you guys?" In his head, he knows he needs to get her out of here immediately. But just then, a shout from the distance makes Seo Kang Rim whip his head around. Coming up behind him is Shin Sua's group, running over in a panic. She waves frantically at him and quickly tries to explain. "Seo Kang Rim, wait, they're not the enemy." Ryunbom's eyes light up the moment she sees him, and she squeals with joy. "Kang Rim," he asks suspiciously. "Then what the heck is going on here?" Just then, a tall, tanned girl steps forward to take responsibility. "Let me explain," says Du Haerang, a Tier 2 demon subclass with the metal attribute and the guardian of the Du family. She scratches her neck awkwardly and says sincerely, "To be honest, he stepped right into a trap we set for monsters. We had no idea anyone from another zone would be here. We are so incredibly sorry," Haerang quickly adds, trying to smooth things over. "Anyway, we brought him here to treat him. I actually just got back from dismantling all the other traps we set around this area. Trapper, a Tier 1 human class. The higher the subclass, the more traps they can set, naturally luring in prey without even needing bait." Seo Kang Rim frowns silently, analyzing them in his head. That killer was also an expert at using poison and traps. This woman seems to be the strongest in their group. She even has a guardian deity. He glances over at Nam Do-ryun, who is carefully administering the antidote to Jian. He thinks to himself, but based on abilities alone, this guy is way more suspicious. Sneaker, a Tier 3 human class. Holding your breath makes you invisible, but the effect ends the moment you breathe. Still, he's way too weak to pose any threat to Shin Sua. Realizing this, he finally feels safe enough to sheathe his sword. The others rush over in a flurry to check on them. Jian finally regains consciousness and happily sits right up. Nam Do-ryun lets out a sigh of relief. Seo Kang Rim calmly says, "Good." But deep down, he keeps his guard up. Since he has no idea who the real killer is, he decides to stay cautious around everyone. He walks over to Jian and asks coldly, "Are you done with your treatment? Then I'm taking her with me." Nam Do-ryun timidly replies, "Yes. She's all good now." He thinks to himself, even if none of them are the killer, it's still way too dangerous to wander around with people from Zone 4. With that, Seo Kang Rim's team quickly takes their leave. Carrying Jian on his back, the little girl apologizes sheepishly, but he just tells her not to worry about a thing. The other two are still busy saying their goodbyes to the group. After walking for a while, night falls completely, and the fog begins to clear. They stop at a clearing to set up camp. As Seo Kang Rim and Sua build a fire, she says excitedly, "Man, it gets dark so fast out here." Ryunbom runs over and clings to Sua's arm, whimpering, "I've never slept out in the wild before. I'm scared." Jian sneaks up behind her to tease the scaredy cat, but Ryunbom snaps back. Oh, and you're not scared? There are monsters everywhere. The younger girl just pouts and whines. Well, about that. Ryunbom presses on triumphantly. See? You are scared, aren't you? Suddenly, Seo Kang Rim tosses a purple orb into the fire, catching Sua completely off guard. The moment it hits the flames, it erupts into a mystical, dark purple smoke that spreads all around. Startled, Sua asks, "What's that?" Seo Kang Rim explains, "It keeps monsters away. I bought it from the shop." Ryunbom quickly looks it up on her status window. "Whoa, you know everything." "Ah, here it is." Jian nods in agreement, looking totally amazed. "Yeah, you're super strong and smart." Ryunbom eagerly steps closer and asks shyly, on that note, can I be your apprentice?" Seo Kang Rim stares at her, completely baffled. "My what now?" Jian immediately runs over too, chiming in happily. "Big brother, me too. I'm way better than her anyway." Ryunbom glares at her and snaps, "Hey, I asked first, and I am definitely better than you." "Oh really? I have 2 more soul beads than you. Besides, I stole so many of your monster kills." Seo Kang Rim sits there helplessly watching them bicker, thinking with a chuckle, well, they're certainly lively. He finally chimes in to stop them. "All right, kids, I'm not taking on any students, so stop fighting." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes inside Seo Kang Rim's head. "Why don't you join in with everyone?" Seo Kang Rim snaps out of it, his face turning pale as if remembering something crucial. He abruptly stands up, leaving Sua completely confused. "Seo Kang Rim?" Jian and Ryunbom look up in shock, asking worriedly, "Big brother, where are you going?" Seo Kang Rim simply replies coldly, "It's too noisy here." Before walking away, he makes sure to leave some instructions. "I'm going to sleep further away, so don't wait up for me." Once he is finally alone, he grabs his head in frustration and curses himself. "What the hell am I doing? I literally promised myself I'd keep my distance from them." Realizing he still has things to take care of, Seo Kang Rim pulls out the egg to soothe it. Knowing there are chores to do, he holds a small branch out in front of it. All right, you must be starving. Here, eat up." The unidentified egg completely rejects his offering. It aggressively spits out the leaves it just bit into with a look of pure disgust. The unidentified egg demands meat. The unidentified egg has decided to go on a hunger strike. A barrage of system notifications didn't faze Seo Kang Rim at all. Instead, he fiercely threatened the mysterious egg, forcing it to devour the trees while growling, "Eat it, eat more. Growth progress, 0.4%. While hiding up in a tree, Seo Kang Rim quietly kept an eye on his teammates from a distance. Meanwhile, the system's voice kept buzzing in his ear. Why did you even go back? He must care about his teammates a whole lot. Ah, I get it. This is what they call a tsundere. Wait, what's a tsundere? It basically means they act cold on the outside, but are soft on the inside. If you tell them potatoes are your favorite, they'll act annoyed, but bring you a whole basket of them. Ah, I see. That sounds exactly like Seo Kang Rim. Hearing every single word of their banter, Seo Kang Rim's face flushed red with embarrassment from being called out so accurately. Annoyed, he thought to himself, I need to level up fast so I can turn off this damn chat function for good. The two voices kept gossiping. He could easily just hang out with them, but he's pushing himself away again. Hey, that's just how Kang Rim is. I'm just getting teased here. Seo Kang Rim could only let out a helpless sigh. Down below, Jian and Junbyeom were in the middle of a heated argument, raising their voices at each other. Jian, why can't you be more careful? You need to be more cautious. Stop nagging me, okay? I'm already reflecting on what I did. Just then, the annoying system finally shut up. Shh, quiet down everyone. We can't hear what Seo Kang Rim's teammates are saying. Seo Kang Rim listened closely, a faint smile creeping onto his face. From below, Junbyeom's voice echoed again. You shouldn't just think about it, you actually have to take action. Warm memories from the past came rushing back. It reminded him of the Flying Tiger Guild. Yuha Jin and I used to bicker like that all the time too. And Shin Suo would just watch us and laugh. The happy memories of his former comrades played like a movie in his mind. Hugging his knees, Seo Kang Rim thought wistfully. That was our everyday life back then. Things are going to get busy, but I'm sure the Flying Tiger Guild in this lifetime will be just as lively. Leaning his head back against the tree, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a deep sense of longing washing over him. It was bittersweet. The sight down below was incredibly warm and sweet. Suddenly, a faint scent caught his attention. Seo Kang Rim bolted upright, his expression darkening with suspicion as he thought, wait, where is this sweet scent coming from? He wasn't the only one. The wild beasts with their sharp sense of smell had also caught wind of this alluring aroma. Within moments, countless fierce bears with razor-sharp fangs began tearing through portals, following the scent's trail. Looking down from above, that sweet fragrance was coming directly from Shinsua's camp, and the pack of bears was closing in fast. Right at the critical moment, Seo Kang Rim leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully. Startled by his sudden appearance, Sua shrieked, "Oh my god!" But once she took a closer look, she realized it was just her teammate. Sua called out to Seo Kang Rim in confusion. Watching him frantically hack away at the surrounding trees and bushes, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you looking for something?" Suddenly, Seo Kang Rim froze. It looked like he had found what he was searching for. With a dark expression, he coldly questioned Shinsuo, "Did anyone leave this spot after I went?" She immediately replied, "No." He reached down and picked up a peach on the ground, which was releasing an incredibly potent, sweet aroma. Staring at the fruit in his hand, Kang Rim's expression twisted into pure rage, and he growled, "Then did anyone pass by here?" Demon peach, a tier 3 item. It's a type of peach beloved by demons, luring them in with its scent, though it has no real taste. Looking around, Seo Kang Rim saw that a massive number of demon peaches had been scattered around the tree roots and bushes. All of them were emitting a strong, suffocating fragrance. He quickly put 2 and 2 together. There weren't any peach trees in the area. Someone had deliberately left them here, and it was highly likely that crazy killer. Quietly slipping the peach into his pocket, he wondered, could it be that invisible bastard? Just then, Jian rushed over, clinging to Sua's arm as she nervously blurted out, "Doko-jun passed by here just a moment ago." Hearing this, Seo Kang Rim turned his head, processing the information. "Isn't Doko-jun a stranger from another sector?" Jian quickly confirmed, "Yes, about 1 hour ago." Clenching his fists, Jun Beom marched over angrily and asked, "What's going on? Did that guy do something? He was glaring at us earlier." Seo Kang Rim recalled the guy's panicked face when he realized he was a villain, thinking skeptically, could Doko-jun really be the killer? Who knows what that psycho was thinking? Peering back into the forest, he warned the others, "There is a ton of demon-attracting fruit scattered all over the place here." Shinsuo immediately tensed up, voicing her suspicion outright. "Are you saying someone is trying to set us up?" Hearing this, Jian shrank back behind her, looking fragile and completely terrified. Who would even do such a thing? Sua gently comforted the girl. Meanwhile, Jun Beom and Kang Rim stood guard in front, warily scouting the area. "Who knows?" Kang Rim muttered. "But there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of," Kang Rim emphasized grimly. "We need to be suspicious of everyone." Sheathing his sword, he turned to the group and said, "I'll go ahead and clear out all these peaches." Upon hearing this, the masked killer hiding behind a nearby tree suddenly flinched. With his razor-sharp instincts, Seo Kang Min immediately sensed something was wrong. Spinning around in shock, he muttered to himself, "I know someone was just there." But they vanished in an instant. He scanned the horizon, but there wasn't a soul in sight, only a pack of bewildered bears wandering around aimlessly. Meanwhile, Doko-jun was gracefully dancing with his blade through a horde of monsters, dark blood splattering with every single swing. Blood drenched his clothes and stained his handsome face, but he didn't even blink. Staring blankly, he sighed, "Man, this is so boring." Leaving a mountain of mutilated corpses behind, he walked away, utterly disgusted. "What a garbage scenario," he grumbled. "No rivals, no allies, not even a decent enemy. No gods or heroes are watching me. I'm stuck hunting nothing but low-tier trash." Looking up at the empty sky with blank eyes, he wondered, what is my purpose here anyway? Doko-jun's mind flashed back to a conversation he had recently overheard between Jian and Jun Beom. How on earth is Seo Kang Min so powerful? I never imagined he could take down the Snow Queen on his own. Hearing that familiar name, Doko-jun stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he began to piece things together about Seo Kang Min. He cleared a boss demon I haven't even laid eyes on yet, and even though I was the first to beat the ice room, he was the one who saved them. So why would someone that ridiculously strong get beaten by Jun Beom in the hellish fire room? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Wait, what if steering my attention toward Jun Beom was all part of Seo Kang Min's master plan? In his mind, an image of Seo Kang Min appeared glaring down like a predator with cold, calculating eyes. Doko-jun clutched his head as his thoughts raced. What if? What if Seo Kang Min is a regressor from the future? If that's true, he already knows every strategy and reward. He's actively avoiding me just to hoard all the loot for himself. The realization hit him like a truck. Wide-eyed and trembling, a deadly, murderous aura flared in his eyes. Yes, everything finally makes perfect sense. Grinning like a maniac, Doko-jun took off at full speed, filled with raw excitement. I have to find Seo Kang Rim right now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a map was unfurled, showing an exploration progress of 35%. As dawn broke, Seo Kang Rim made his way deeper into the forest, carefully navigating with his map. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in his ear. Hey, are you going hunting? You've only collected 200 soul gems so far. And why do you keep staring at the map? That's my area of expertise, you know. Come on, make a contract with me. But Kang Min refused to let the annoying voice distract him. He kept his eyes locked on the map and bluntly shot back. You won't even tell me who left those devil peaches behind. Flustered, the system stammered to cover its tracks. Ahem, well, we didn't see them either. Rolling up his map, Kang Min scoffed. Yeah, right, like I'd believed that. Walking up to a cluster of trees, he examined them closely and gently tapped on their trunks, leaving the system administrators thoroughly confused. Seriously, what are you looking for? Is it that thing? What even is it? That's a secret, Kang Min replied with a smirk, continuing his trek through the woods. A system notification popped up. You have spent a significant amount of time searching. Your sensory stat has increased to level 25. Your senses are becoming sharper. Suddenly, a metallic copper scent caught Kang Min's attention. His eyes widened in shock. This is the smell of human blood. Activating his tracking skills, he bolted in the direction of the copper scent. The system flashed. Fate Plunder activated, searching for deceased individuals within range. Arriving at a small clearing, he froze. A lifeless body lay slumped on the ground, covered in horrific, bleeding gashes. Gritting his teeth in fury, Kang Min didn't hesitate. He drew his sword, conjured a blazing fireball in his hand, and lunged forward with explosive speed. He clashed directly with a masked killer, his fiery blade erupting in wild, white-hot flames. But the killer blocked his strike effortlessly. Just then, the system pinged. Number of deceased individuals in range, 0. The killer unleashed a devastating counter, mockingly shouting, Hey, if you see someone on the ground, you should check their pulse first before swinging your sword like a maniac. Leaping high into the air to dodge the lethal strike, Kang Min roared in fury. Shut your mouth, you psycho. With a clean slash, Kang Min sheared off half of the killer's mask, sending it up in flames. Slowly peeling off the melting disguise, the killer grinned with twisted amusement. Wow, you caught on fast. How did you know I was the one who killed them? As the mask fell, it revealed a surprisingly handsome face, though marred by a pair of sinister, bloodthirsty eyes. It was none other than Nam Do-yoon, a Tier 3 awakened, with a fire attribute, holding the title, the fear of life and death. Sneering coldly, he hissed, You understand why I can't let any witnesses walk away alive, right? Without waiting for an answer, Nam Do-yoon lunged, his blade screaming toward Kang Min's neck. Kang Min barely managed to raise his sword, bracing for the brutal impact. Murderer's Intent, a Tier 1 demon class skill. It absorbs the stats of anyone killed by the user's own hands, but accumulates severe karma upon use. Pushed back by the sheer force of the blow, Kang Min gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, this bastard's stats have literally doubled since the last time I ran into him. Nam Woo-jun was hot on his heels, slashing like an absolute maniac. Kang Lim scrambled to dodge and block the lethal strikes, shouting back in pure rage. Just how many people have you killed? Surprised by the question, his face lit up as he retorted. Oh, so you already know I've slaughtered that many? Kang Lim glared at him, his voice ice cold. And you're actually proud of that? Was hunting monsters not enough for you? Nam Woo-jun let his guard down, casually replying, Well, hunting monsters is fun, so I tried to keep a low profile for a while. Playing innocent, he gratefully added, But Lord Neja gave me this power to kill. It only triggers when I take a human life. It would be such a waste not to use it, right? Hearing this, Kang Lim gripped his sword tighter, his voice dropping to a low, furious growl. Just because of that? The guy's words pushed him over the edge. A vein bulged in his jaw, and his eyes burned with pure, unadulterated rage. Seeing this, he asked with fake confusion, Why are you so mad? If you had an ability that only worked when you killed people, you'd end up doing the exact same thing. Nam Woo-jun's body began to turn translucent, and his data slowly started to fade. Without giving Kang Lim a single second to strike, He used his ability to teleport away from the area. Kang Lim clicked his tongue as he watched him vanish. "You talk like everyone is as twisted as you," he muttered grimly. "But you're dead wrong." That familiar sensation rushed back as the enemy's data completely vanished right in front of Seo Kang Rim. He recognized it instantly, the hermit's skill. Kang Lim closed his eyes, trying to sense him. An ability that makes the body translucent. He's just invisible, he didn't actually disappear. I can still sense his bloodlust. And Kang Lim's prediction was spot on. While his eyes were shut to sense the environment, a familiar figure materialized behind him and lunged forward at blinding speed. The moment the blade came swinging down, Kang Lim spun around and blocked it just in time, sneering, "Did you really think I couldn't find you?" Once exposed, Nam Woojun fully materialized. He raised an eyebrow in amusement, mocking him with a smug grin. "Whoa, you actually blocked that? Not bad." Taking advantage of Kang Lim's brief opening, he teleported behind him again, leaping into the air for a surprise attack while cackling, "Are you begging for death?" As the blade came crashing down, Kang Lim managed to bring his own sword up to block it. The two blades clashed violently, throwing off bright sparks. Nam Woojun smirked. "If I kill you, just imagine how much stronger I'll get." His entire body began to shake. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of strength into holding back the overwhelming pressure from his opponent. Kang Lim thought anxiously, "I can't keep this up. I'm a bit nervous since I've never used the skill I stole from that snowman guy." Flashing back to when Kang Lim wiped out the snowmen, he had acquired a new skill, Battle Instinct, a rank 3 demon class skill, Boiling Battle Spirit. When facing a stronger opponent, the power gap boosts the user's stats. The wider the gap, the massive the stat increase. Making up his mind, a twisted smile spread across Kang Lim's face as a mysterious magical glow flared in his eyes. Activating the combat skill, target confirmed to be stronger than the user. Noticing his opponent's sudden change, Nam Woojun flinched, his smug face tightening with anxiety. The system announced, "Boiling Battle Spirit activated." Seo Kang Rim unleashed a torrent of pure, suffocating bloodlust. His surging magical energy caught his enemy completely off guard. Nam Woojun gasped in shock. "What? How did he?" Suddenly, but before he could even finish his sentence, raging flames erupted around Kang Lim. Glaring at Nam Woojun with predator-like eyes, he let out a sinister chuckle and growled, "You really are strong." Completely overwhelmed by Seo Kang Lim's terrifying aura, Nam Woojun froze in place, panicking. "What is this?" The temperature suddenly plummeted, and Kang Lim lunged forward, slashing at the bewildered Nam Woojun. Flames erupted from his blade once again, but Nam Woojun barely managed to dodge the strike. "What if I kill someone stronger than me?" he thought. He launched another relentless assault. His opponent managed to block, but it took everything he had just to hold his ground, as sparks flew from their clashing blades. Losing himself in the thrill of battle, Kang Lim burst into a manic, unhinged laugh. Burning someone to ashes is going to feel so good. He immediately channeled a fireball, shoving it right into Nam Woojun's face the moment the guy lowered his guard. He laughed ecstatically, but at that exact moment, Nam Woojun's blade sliced right across his chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Nam Woojun clutched the side of his face, which was horribly burned by the flames. Splattered with his opponent's blood, he glared at Kang Lim and screamed in pure agony and rage. "You absolute bastard!" Without even bothering to dodge, Seo Kang Lim gripped his sharp blade. Surrounded by a thick shroud of dark energy, he let out a creepy laugh, ready to drive his sword straight down. Right at that critical moment, Dako Woon burst out of the bushes, shouting excitedly, "Seo Kang Lim, I'm here to help you." His sudden arrival made Kang Lim freeze. He whipped his head around, staring back in utter confusion. To Seo Kang Rim, Dako Jun was just a complete stranger, but the sheer amount of magical energy radiating from him left him in absolute awe. Wow. Watching the guy constantly release his raw power, Seo Kang Rim grinned, ecstatic to have found such a juicy piece of prey. Another monster has entered the chat, he thought to himself. Completely losing control, he forgot all about his current target and aggressively charged straight toward his new opponent. Seeing Kang Rim charging at him with bloodlust, Dako Jun readied his weapon and asked with genuine curiosity, "Is this some kind of team-building exercise?" He effortlessly blocked Kang Rim's strike with one of his swords and said with excitement, "So, what's my play here? You've lost your mind fighting the wrong battle." Dropping one of his swords, he added, "Let me help you snap out of it." After tossing his sword aside, he threw a brutal punch straight at Kang Rim's face without showing any mercy. Seo Kang Rim was knocked clean out and collapsed onto the ground, while Namjoon seized the opportunity to quietly slip away. Dokgo-jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spun around and asked, "How's that for a wake-up call?" Meanwhile, Seo Kang Rim reached for his pouch as Namjoon's figure faded into the distance. He pondered for a moment and said, "Ah, the bad guy is escaping. Well, maybe it's better to just let him run. Once he grows stronger, he'll come right back anyway." "You okay, Seo Kang Rim?" By then, Kang Rim had already pulled a round blue pill out of his pouch. He silently swallowed the pill, completely ignoring Dokgo-jun's voice echoing in his ear, asking, "So, are we teammates now?" The system displayed that he was using a recovery potion. Forcing himself to swallow the medicine through the agonizing pain, he glared at Dokgo-jun and snapped, "Go find someone else." But Dokgo-jun didn't care about his rejection at all. He spun around, casually tossing his remaining sword aside, and said nonchalantly, "I like you. Everyone else is just a bunch of boring extras." Picking up a sword from the ground, he casually continued, "They have no personality, nothing interesting about them." With that, he tossed the sword directly to Kang Rim. Kang Rim caught it instantly. Dokgo-jun made a straightforward offer, "I want the two of us to rule at the top, so, how about we make peace?" Seo Kang Rim's face darkened as he stared back warily, his expression filled with deep suspicion. Meanwhile, a transparent figure was sprinting through the forest. It was none other than Namjoon. He clutched his mouth in sheer terror, unable to hide his absolute shock. "Damn it," he thought furiously. "I have to eliminate my target, but now there are two of them, and both are monsters I can't easily deal with. What am I supposed to do?" While he was panicking, the players from his zone suddenly showed up. They shouted, "Jun, where are you?" A sinister grin spread across Namjoon's face. He whispered to himself, "It doesn't matter, as long as I can get stronger." Deactivating his stealth ability, his body returned to normal, and he frantically ran toward them. He waved his hand and yelled, "I'm over here." The group was surprised to see him, crying out in relief. "Jun. Thank goodness. We were worried sick about you," they quickly explained. "We found some bodies in the forest. Someone is going around killing players." Namjoon put on a righteous act and pointed in a panic. "I was looking for you guys too. The killer is right over there." But as they ran, Namjoon suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. The group panicked and rushed over to him, calling out in a frenzy, Jun, the crowd buzzed. "Are you hurt?" Someone else quickly chimed in, "Step back. I have a healing skill." He weakly struggled to sit up, looking at the group with feigned gratitude. "Thank you, everyone," he whispered. But a split second later, a massive geyser of blood sprayed into the air. Through the crimson mist, Namjoon's low voice echoed, "I really mean it." The woman who had just been so eager to help him was now nothing but a shriveled, bloodless corpse collapsed on the ground. She wasn't the only one. Namjoon had slaughtered every single player in the zone. Dead bodies littered the ground as blood splattered everywhere. The system notifications began to spam his screen. Mass murder skill activated. You have stolen 10% of the target's stats and obtained karma points. Suddenly, a jade necklace materialized around Namjoon's neck. He looked up in surprise as another system alert chimed. The fear of the dead and the living is pleased with Namjoon's actions. The fear of the dead and the living has gifted the blade necklace to Namjoon. The blade necklace activates, increasing your strength by 10%. Namjoon stared at the notification in awe, muttering, "Strength." A wide, maniacal grin spread across his face as he cheered. "With this, I can finally kill Seo Kang Rim. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa." But as he burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, a single droplet of water fell onto his face. Heavy rain suddenly began to pour, and the water energy in the surrounding area started to spike. He clenched his sword, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, rain!" Since water energy countered Namjoon's element, his overall stats dropped by 10%. The fear of the dead and the living tells you not to worry. The fear of the dead and the living states that Seo Kang Rim's elemental attribute is fire, which meant his opponent would definitely be weakened as well. Namjoon's anxiety instantly vanished, and he sighed in relief. So he's also affected by the elemental elements? That is so incredibly lucky. As lightning flashed across the dark, stormy sky, Namjoon steeled his resolve. I need to find him before this downpour gets any worse. Elsewhere, Seo Kang Rim was furiously chopping down trees in the forest. Every single swing of his blade was incredibly precise. And once again, that familiar transparent figure was slowly creeping up on him. But Kang Rim was so absorbed in his training that he didn't even notice. Exhausted, he wipes the sweat from his face and sighs, muttering that there is only one tree left. But just as he is about to swing his sword, Nam Do-yoon suddenly ambushes him. Channeling all his strength, he swings his sword directly at his target. But just as the blade is about to slash his prey, Kang Min swings his sword backward, perfectly blocking the sneak attack. Nam Do-yoon's eyes widen in shock as he stammers in disbelief. "What? You?" He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, slashing repeatedly at Kang Min and forcing him back, laughing mockingly. "Haha, what is this?" Kang Min's expression turns grim. Staring closely at his chipped blade, his face grows even more tense. Right at that moment, Nam Do-yoon charges forward again with murderous intent. Swinging his sword with immense force, he asks with a terrifying grin, "Getting weak already?" Do-yoon strikes head-on, but Kang Min manages to parry the heavy blow. Both of them are knocked back. Do-yoon taunts Kang Min, "If I knew you were this weak, I would have killed fewer people." Do-yoon keeps pressing his attack, sneering at him. "How on earth did you end up this weak? Where did your teammates go? Wandering around all by yourself like this? At this point, you're practically begging to die, aren't you?" Hearing the mockery, Kang Min just smiles instead of getting angry. Seeing him smile, Do-yoon's face darkens, and he demands in frustration, "Why are you laughing?" Their swords clash violently, sparks flying in all directions. The surge of power from Kang Min's sword catches Do-yoon off guard, making his body tremble slightly. The system announces that Seo Kang Min's attribute has been changed to the water element. Kang Min's gaze turns razor sharp, locking onto Do-yoon. The system rings out again, announcing that the debuffed stats have been restored to normal. Kang Min's blade is so powerful that sparks fly as it grinds against Do-yoon's sword. His overwhelming strength forces Do-yoon's grip to falter, sending a violent shudder down his weapon. The water energy in the surrounding area is rapidly rising. Kang Min unleashes a flurry of direct strikes, driving Do-yoon back step by step. Seo Kang Min's stats have increased by 10% due to the bonus of the water attribute. The surrounding water energy is compounding. Nam Do-yoon's stats have decreased by 20%. Blown back by Kang Min's assault, Do-yoon slides backward, struggling to defend himself as a thought flashes through his mind. "What? I thought Seo Kang Min was supposed to get weaker too." With a furious look on his face, Do-yoon immediately questions his system. "You said Seo Kang Min also had the fire attribute." A bolt of lightning strikes the tree right behind Kang Min. With a cold glare, he demands, "Is that what Naka told you?" Kang Min lunges forward to attack Do-yoon again. Their blades grind against each other, both weapons vibrating violently. Do-yoon's face twists as he uses every ounce of his strength to hold back the strike. The fear of both the living and the dead advises you not to believe those lies. The system continues to notify him. The fear of both the living and the dead states that even with attribute restrictions, Nam Do-yoon is still stronger than Seo Kang Min. Hearing the system's notification, Do-yoon's face instantly lights up with renewed confidence. He asks, "Is that true?" Kang Min overhears the message as well, looking slightly taken aback. The two split apart, both dropping into a stance, ready to strike again. Do-yoon speaks up, "I don't know how you managed to change your attribute." Saying this, Do-yoon rushes forward and strikes Kang Min's sword, shattering it into pieces. A look of shock mixed with fear flashes across Kang Min's eyes. Do-yoon kicks Kang Min squarely in the stomach, sending him flying backward, and gloats. "But I'm still way stronger than you?" Do-yoon steps back, while Kang Min is knocked all the way against the trunk of a tree from that heavy kick. Do-yoon lunges again at Kang Min, who is clutching his stomach, struggling to stand by the tree. Kang Min grips a wooden branch on the trunk, while Do-yoon points his blade right at Kang Min's face, sneering at him. "That was fun. Seo Kang Min, don't worry, you won't be lonely." Not content with just threatening Kang Min, he brings up his comrades and the people he cares about. "Because I'm going to." Do-yoon's face twists into a dark, cruel sneer as he threatens, "Send every single one of your friends right after you." But as Do-yoon strangles Kang Min, something suddenly pierces his lower abdomen. It is something Kang Min is holding in his hand. The hand strangling him falls away, leaving red marks on his neck. Kang Min glares back and questions him. "Who's sending who?" Do-yoon gasps in denial. "No way, this can't be." A broken piece of the sword has pierced clean through Do-yoon. He collapses to the ground, whispering in absolute disbelief. Just with a piece of that shattered sword, Kang Min pulls the broken blade out of him. He explains, to make sure the bastard understands. "No, think about it. It's not just a simple piece of a sword." Do-yoon slumps to the ground, clutching his stomach as crimson liquid spills from his mouth and abdomen. He desperately cries out for help. "Nia Nim, save me." Kang Min raises the broken blade high, his expression turning cold and menacing. It's too late. At that moment, the system notifies him once more. The fear of life and death has temporarily severed connection. A bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, and Do-yoon's crimson liquid splatters everywhere. Kangmin steps forward, his boots splashing into a fresh puddle of rainwater. A sudden surge of raw power erupts from deep within Kanglim. His face instantly hardens, turning cold and menacing. Extending his hand, he mutters, "I have it too." A power that can only be unleashed through cold-blooded slaughter. The system alerts him that his Fate Steel skill has been activated. Kanglim swings his sword, slicing clean through a monster's leg and sending dark blood splattering everywhere. The spoils from the demon realm this time are truly beyond my wildest expectations, Kanglim thinks to himself, his eyes sharp and analytical. First, there is this lightning-struck sword, an unrefined weapon, rank 3 dragon grade. It is a blade crafted from an ancient tree struck by lightning. While scanning his map, Kanglim looks around, searching for anything useful. I turned this entire place upside down just to find it, he thinks. He swings his sword, slashing through every tree in sight and cutting down a massive number of them. Kanglim even climbs up a tree, driving a metal rod deep into its trunk. I even went as far as installing a lightning rod on the tree. As he battles a giant mantis, Kanglim thinks to himself, and I have already taken Namwoo's stealth skill and gear, and somehow, my fate level has actually increased. Kanglim stabs his sword deep into the giant mantis, making its blood spray everywhere, while a quiet thought crosses his mind. Except for this one thing. Suddenly, Kanglim collapses to his knees, clutching his head in sheer agony, while leaning on his sword for support. A voice echoes in his head, "You killed them, didn't you, Kanglim?" He covers his ears, desperately trying to block out the voice, his face twisted in torment. Suddenly, someone approaches. Hearing his name, he immediately snaps out of it and looks up. "What's wrong, Kanglim?" It is Gojin. Carrying the severed head of the giant mantis, he questions him, "Why are you still wasting your time killing these stupid pests? What about Namwoo?" Kanglim just looks down, asking in return, "Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate to the 4th zone? What the hell are you doing here?" Kanglim asks furiously, pressing his blade right against Gojin's throat. "Making peace? I just lost track of a killer because of you." Gojin calmly nudges the blade away from his neck and replies, "What if I bring him right to you? This is all just a huge misunderstanding. What do I have to do to earn your trust?" Kanglim thinks to himself, "I knew he would play dumb like this, ever since I watched him let Namwoo die." Even with the sword still pressed to his throat, Gojin teases, "Well, I guess making friends with you wouldn't be any fun if it were easy." Kanglim thinks, actually, keeping him close might be a good insurance policy. Sheathing his sword, he warns Gojin, "If that's the case, then do exactly as I say." Hearing this, Gojin immediately brightens up, unable to hide his excitement. "All right, what's my first move? Pull out your map." As they lay their maps side by side, Gojin asks curiously, "How did you even know I had one of these?" "Is it because you're from the demon realm?" Kanglim explains, "The observer gods love to gossip." The system then alerts them that the completion progress of the investigation has been updated, as both Kanglim and Gojin hold their maps. Gojin glances at Kanglim's map, as Kanglim points out the layout. "There is an exit leading to another zone right here. Go block that path, so there is absolutely no way he can escape." As Kanglim sits before the carcass of the giant mantis, Gojin looks at him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I haven't heard from you in a few days, so I decided to drop by and see if everything was taken care of." Holding a glowing blue gem, Kanglim explains his absence. "I couldn't find him either, so I shifted my focus to my own quest. Let's just get this over with. My guess is he already fled." Gojin walks up behind Kanglim and gently pats his shoulder. "Nice try, but I'm absolutely sure you killed him." Gojin grabs the necklace, adding, "And I'm guessing this belongs to him, right? You even swapped out your weapon." Hearing this, Kanglim glares at him with cold, piercing eyes. He immediately slaps Gojin's hand away from the necklace and scoffs. "Oh, really? Stop dragging me into your wild fantasies," Kanglim says, standing up and looking down at Gojin. "I seriously don't know what happened to him." Hand on his sword and the other on his hip, Kanglim looks down at Gojin, who sighs. "Well, if you say so, but if you did kill him, you could at least tell me." Gojin's face brightens with hopeful sincerity as he tries to convince him, "I'm on your side, you know." He looks up at Kanglim with a warm, friendly expression. Kanglim remains silent. Turning away coldly, he snaps, "I didn't do it. And stop acting like we're friends." Gojin squats down with a gentle smile. "Man, you're so cold." Resting his hands on his knees, he adds, Guess I'll go collect some soul gems then. Gojin turns around and walks away, waving goodbye to Kang Rim. Looks like Shin Sua is the first one to clear the raid. Congratulations. Hearing Gojin's words, Kang Rim turns his head to look back at him. The system announces that the number of soul gems collected is now 1,000 out of 1,000. Kang Rim gathers the glowing gems from the mantis carcasses. The system notifies him once again that he has completed the Advent quest. Well, that is great. Someone's loud shout causes everyone passing by to stop and watch. Master Kang Rim, please accept us as your disciples. Kang Rim, sipping his water with an expressionless face, flatly refuses. Actually, it is two girls who came looking to be accepted. The girl standing there says determinedly, I will do my absolute best. I will do whatever you say. I can even brew coffee and handle your meals. Meanwhile, the other girl, who is sitting, slams the table and demands, is it because we are too weak? We have even been blessed by the gods. At the mention of the word gods, a golden aura of power suddenly erupts from Kang Rim's body. As he questions the gods, the system announces the activation of the Destiny Discovery skill. One of the two girls explains, I was blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt. The other girl eagerly adds, and I was blessed by the god of the sun. Hearing that, the names Apollo and Artemis immediately cross Kang Rim's mind. Holding a cup of hot water, his face remains completely blank. Those two gods perfectly match your attributes, considering their names. Hearing him speak, one of the girls rests her hands on the table and asks, so, will you accept us then? Instead, Kang Rim points to the sky with a serious face. Go ask your gods. Hearing Kang Rim's words, the two girls are instantly dumbfounded. What is wrong? Which god blessed you, anyway? Sitting across from them, Kang Rim explains, I have not been blessed by anyone. Wait. Why not? Kang Rim looks down and sighs. No god has shown any interest in me. One of the girls stands up, asking eagerly, really? How would you feel about the father of gods and humanity? She explains eagerly, while the girl next to her just sits there in a daze. Among those blessed by gods of the same faction, there is a synergy effect on their skills. Before she can finish, the girl next to her quickly covers her mouth to stop her. The other girl gives an awkward smile and asks, Sua is not really interested in those divine blessings either, right? Are you the same? Sua scowls at her younger sister's antics. Why did you do that? Hearing her question, Kang Rim waves his hands dismissively with an embarrassed look. Yeah, I have no intention of accepting a god's protection right now, and I am not looking for any disciples. His words make the girl anxious as she thinks to herself, did I hear that right? Kang Rim rests his chin on his hands, deep in thought, while the girl wonders, could there be a reason why he does not want a blessing? Suddenly, Kang Rim sighs, scratching his head. I told you guys last time, I am not skilled enough to teach you, so, suddenly, a loud noise echoes from a distance. The two girls immediately look over to find a man collapsed right in front of the door. Looking in that direction with a worried expression, she gasps, huh? Kang Rim stands up and looks in the same direction. It is Johan, collapsed on the floor in agony. Wasn't he in the first room? Kang Rim approaches Johan and asks, are you okay, father? Johan sluggishly bows his head and replies, I am all right, thank you. Johan rubs his forehead. Standing beside him, Kang Rim wonders, are you still having trouble taking down monsters? Yeah, Johan replies, sadness filling his eyes. He says quietly, I still get terrified every time I face those creatures. Kang Rim crosses his arms, thinking this is the perfect timing. Meanwhile, the girl behind him covers her mouth and coughs softly, feeling awkward. Johan hangs his head, blaming himself. As an awakened, I cannot even defeat a single monster. It is pathetic. With a warm smile, Kang Rim asks him gently, would you like me to lend a hand? Time to cash in. Kang Rim places a hand on Johan's shoulder. Johan looks up at him, puzzled. Huh? You will help me? The two girls behind them raise their hands in excitement. Master, we will help too. Hearing this, Kang Rim immediately crushes their hopes without a second thought. You two go train some more. I will consider letting you tag along if you behave. Hearing Kang Rim's words, the two girls cheer excitedly and run off. Oh yeah. Watching them leave, he thinks to himself, I only said I would consider it. Are you sure? I feel like I will only be a burden to you. Kang Rim reaches his hand out to Johan, thinking, a burden? I plan to do exactly what Dogun did in my past life. A surge of energy radiates from Kang Rim's body. We should all help one another. Seeing the power radiating from Kang Rim, Johan is utterly astounded. Behold, Believer Johann Ritter, a Tier 3 Dragon Chart class with the Earth attribute, blessed by the Divine Healer and the Wanderer. Kang Lim asks, so, shall we head out right now? The Hand of the Divine Healer, a Tier 1 Phantom class skill, cures ailments like bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning. The higher the skill quality, the less mana it consumes and the shorter the healing time. Suddenly, someone's voice rings out, Leader, you seem to be in a great mood today. Gungdu, sitting with a glass in hand, chimes in, that is because the first person to clear the stage is from our region. The blue-haired man adds, the clear time is way faster than that of Region 1. After saying that, Gungdu couldn't help but give a word of praise. This is seriously impressive. Just as he was about to raise his glass to take a drink, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Oh, the gorgeous team leader is here too. Hearing those words, Gungdu grew furious and squeezed the glass in his hand, causing water to splash everywhere. He immediately glared toward the door and demanded of Dongriel, what business do you have here? Team leader Seomun Dongriel stood outside, smiling brightly as she waved. Oh, I heard the news. So I thought I'd drop by to congratulate you. I heard that the one who successfully cleared the first trial is from Sector 2. Congratulations, team leader Dongriel added, crossing her arms. So that means Sector 1 and Sector 2 will be clashing next time, Gungdu muttered with an unfriendly look on his face. Yup. Seomun Dongriel, who belonged to the Destiny Protection Agency, walked right up to Gungdu, crossed her arms, and asked, how about we make a bet? Sitting with his legs crossed, he asked, a bet? On which side will clear the next stage at the highest difficulty level first? Between your trainees. Gungdu glared at Dongriel with an angry expression. And mine. Who do you think will win? Keeping his posture, Gungdu asked, fine, what are we wagering? Dongriel tapped her chin as if thinking. The loser has to grant a wish for the winner. What do you think? A wish? Dongriel looked at Gungdu and taunted. What's wrong? Scared? Spurred by her provocation, Gungdu immediately stood up and stepped right in front of Dongriel. Nonsense. Why would I be scared when it's an obvious victory for my trainees? With a bright smile, Dongriel asked, so you accept the bet then? Of course. Having gotten exactly what she wanted, Dongriel immediately turned to leave, tossing a farewell over her shoulder. All right, I'm really looking forward to it. See you around. She stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her. Now, only 3 people remained in the room. With a menacing look on his face, Gungdu turned to his 2 subordinates and demanded, did you 2 hear that? Seeing his reaction, the 2 of them were immediately terrified. We have to win. Gungdu's eyes burned with determination. He would have to issue a special warning. Meanwhile, Kang Jin was pouring spirit pearls from his small pouch into a container. Here, take these. The system voice pinged repeatedly. Number of spirit pearls collected. 135 out of 1,000. Number of spirit pearls collected. 1,000 out of 1,000. The system chimed again. You have cleared the trial. Room of the Sword Forest. By now, Johann's bag was packed full of spirit pearls. A spatial portal opened up behind Kang Jin. Looking at the massive pile of spirit pearls, Johann couldn't believe his eyes. This is unbelievable. And in just 2 days, you've worked so hard. Johann was busy healing the wounds on Kang Jin's hands. You worked hard healing my wounds, too. A system notification popped up, stating that the wounds caused by the snow ferret had been healed. Johann suddenly fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands as a dark, gloomy aura radiated from him. That was nothing. I'm just so useless. Seeing him like that, Kang Jin offered gentle comfort. That's more than enough. He leaned down, placed a reassuring hand on Johann's shoulder, and said softly, everyone just needs to play their part. It's just that others haven't recognized your true value yet. Kang Jin offered a warm, gentle smile and asked, so, are we ready to head into the 5th room? Seeing that face, Johann's eyes instantly welled up with tears of sheer admiration. Oh, my lord. The 2 of them stepped through the portal together. Kang Jin asked, did you get Anastasia's message? Hearing the question, Johann smiled softly and replied, yes, I did. It won't be as fast as this room, so you should make sure you're fully prepared. The system interface flashed a notice. Greetings, trainees. Since someone has successfully cleared the room of the Sword Forest, we will now unlock the 5th room. This demonic realm requires you to remain inside for a longer period than the previous rooms. Please make thorough preparations before entering this room. Elsewhere, some voices were discussing. The first team went in 5 days ago, so we should head in tomorrow morning. Got it. Then let's meet in front of the totem gate tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Kang Jin and Johan stepped out of the spatial portal together. The moment they stepped out of the portal, they were greeted by the sight of a vast, sweeping coastline. Beholding the beautiful beach stretching out before them, Johan couldn't help but marvel at its beauty, shouting out in absolute delight. This place is absolutely gorgeous. Hard to believe it's actually a demonic realm. Kang Jin just watched him without saying a word. Meanwhile, Johan stood in front of the system interface, which read, "You have entered the room of verbal karma. This room has a special condition." The system interface displayed the conditions. First, the reward for the first person to clear the stage will depend on the difficulty level. Second, the use of the item shop is forbidden. Third, you cannot leave the room until you clear the trial. Reading through these conditions, Kang Jin thought to himself that this very third condition had truly made his life a living hell in his past life. Standing next to him, Johan read on attentively. Clear condition. Obtain 30 items to return to the lobby. Johan, standing behind Kang Jin, remarked, "It doesn't tell us what the clear conditions are." "Yeah, we'll probably just have to pick up whatever we find. Everything is shrouded in mystery. I wonder if that's why this place is called the Room of Verbal Karma. Uncovering secrets and exposing them? Is that it?" Kang Jin smirked and explained, "It's not that kind of verbal karma. In Korean, the term for verbal sin has two meanings. One refers to exposing secrets, and the other is literally a curse of the tongue. And sticking out your tongue to tease someone, that means you get your tongue cut off." Meanwhile, Kang hammered a peg to secure the tent rope. The lantern was lit, and the firewood began to crackle. Seeing Kang Ji-im get everything done so quickly, Johan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Wow," Johan muttered, still holding a bundle of firewood in his arms. "I was a bit worried when I saw the conditions, but with this, we won't have to turn back," Kang Ji-im explained, brushing his forehead. Buying this before coming here was definitely the right call. Kang Ji-im poured something into the fire and warned Johan, "I'm going to check out the perimeter. You stay here." As Johan sat by the warm fire, he wondered, "I wonder what he just poured in there. What was that? I'm making a scent to keep the monsters away." Ji-im called back. With that, Kang Ji-im turned and walked away, thinking, the shelter is all set. He soon arrived at a stream and thought, next up, I need to find some food. Here, an orchard packed with delicious-looking fruit appeared, but it didn't fool Kang Ji-im for a second. This looks too good to be true. It's like a trap. Some fallen fruit was being eaten by nearby monsters, and there are monsters guarding it too. But looking at the fresh, juicy fruit hanging from the trees, some other players wondered if it was really that big of a deal. At this rate, we're going to starve to death. We'd be better off going to Shin Sua's camp. Hearing Sua's name, Sangwon immediately lost his temper and barked, "I told you to stop mentioning Shin Sua. I'd rather jump into a fire and end it all than beg that woman for help." Sangwon recalled the past, remembering how Sua had mocked and laughed at him. "Seriously, if you're not compatible, nothing works. How could I ever crawl back to a woman who rejected me?" Sua had turned him down with a deadpan face. "I have absolutely no interest in dating you. So please leave." Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Sangwon and his lackeys crouched in the bushes, looking out. "Whatever. Just slaughter those monsters and grab the fruit. We need to move while we still have the strength." One of his guys beside him asked, "Wait, we're the ones spearheading this again? What did you even buy all those weapons for?" To that, Sangwon calmly replied, "For self-defense. Obviously. If I had to fight myself, why on earth would I hire you guys?" Sangwon yelled, "Get in there, I'm paying you to do this." Hearing his order, the hired mercs immediately charged, driving the monsters back. The monsters were quickly slaughtered by Sangwon's hired men. "All right, these pests are way weaker than they look." Once the hired group wiped them out, Sangwon emerged from the bushes to check the situation. "They're all dead, right?" "Seems like it." Sangwon stood below, cheering his men on. "Grab as much fruit as you can before more of them show up. When I was a kid, my nickname was Little Monkey. Is it because you look like one?" The hired crew kept picking the fruit for him, while Sangwon just stood below, looking down and thinking, "Wait, what is this?" Sangwon stared down at a fallen monster on the ground, wondering, why is this thing so skin and bones? There's an abundance of fruit here, so why does it look starved? Then, his god chimed in to explain, "Because if you eat the fruit without permission, the master of this garden will take your tongue." Staring at the monster on the ground, Sangwon thought, "The master?" Suddenly, a horde of enraged monsters rushed in from the distance as the forest deity roared in anger. "How insolent! Meanwhile, Sangwon's god warned him, "Run, Sangwon, get out of there." A red-eyed, monkey-faced monster appeared as the forest deity threatened. "Before your tongues are ripped out." With the red-furred monkeys charging straight at them, a terrified Sangwon screamed at his men, "Run, move." They fled in a panic, but the monkeys were hot on their heels. Sangwon ran for his life, absolutely terrified. His hired men bolted ahead, leaving him in the dust while the monkeys closed the distance. "Hey, wait up, you're supposed to protect me." But it was too late. One of the monkeys caught up and grabbed Sangwon. The monkey reached its hand toward his mouth, preparing to rip out his tongue. Sangwon's face went pale as he cursed. "You useless bastards." Just then, another monkey noticed something and looked up. A sword was hurtling straight toward the beast, holding Sangwon down. Sangwon's eyes widened in sheer terror as tears began to stream down his face. His savior spoke up, "Looks like your destiny is to always be rescued by someone else." It was Kang Rim. He smirked playfully, teasing him. "You're pretty lucky, but you seriously need to watch your step from now on." Sangwon recalled their previous conversation, how destiny had already dictated he would ruin his own life. Inside, he screamed the man's name, "Kang Rim." Sangwon wiped his tears but refused to show weakness. Barking at Kang Rim, "What is your problem? Who said I needed your help?" His terrified expression was gone, replaced by a mask of pure fury. He yelled, "Do you think I'll just forgive everything you did just because you saved my life?" Kang Rim pulled his sword from the dead monkey and turned to look at Sangwon. "Don't worry, even if you get down on your knees and beg me, I won't help you." Suddenly, some weird liquid splattered all over Sangwon. He scowled in anger and spat. "What did you say, you bastard?" Meanwhile, Kang Rim kept swinging his sword at the monsters, but still turned around to give Sangwon a warning. "Hey, Sangwon, shouldn't you be running away right about now?" In the distance, Sangwon's squad started rushing over. Kang Rim knocked the monsters back to create some space. Just then, Johan, one of the guys in Sangwon's crew, stood up to apologize to him. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were left behind. One of the men you hired mentioned Kang Rim. It is lucky Seo Kang Rim saved you." Hearing that, Sangwon gritted his teeth in sheer rage, his face twisting into a sinister scowl. "I'll never forgive you. Seo Kang Rim." Meanwhile, Kang Rim was fighting off the surrounding monsters all by himself. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him from behind. Without even looking back, Kang Rim incinerated it with a single hand. Looking at the monster carcasses scattered all over the ground, Kang Rim thought to himself, "Are they all dead? I need to feed it while no one's around." Kang Rim pulled a bizarre egg out of his pocket. It had sharp fangs, its tongue sticking out, staring hungrily at the dead monsters below. But instead of feeding it the monsters, Kang Rim held out a green apple in front of it. "Here is your food." The little egg finally gobbled up the apple from his hand. Kang Rim looked down at the dead beasts and sighed with relief. "And this is my food." He roasted a piece of monster meat over the fire. Watching this, Johan asked in confusion, "Is this the monster from earlier?" "Yep," Kang Rim replied, holding the sizzling, fragrant piece of meat. "Do you remember when I asked you for help last time?" "I do, but what can I do for you?" Kang Rim then took a massive bite out of the meat. But that meat wasn't delicious at all. It squirted a strange black liquid. Seeing this, Johan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cried out, "Seo Kang Rim." Kang Rim wiped his mouth with his hand. "Every single monster down here is poisonous." Johan gasped in shock. "Poisonous?" Right on cue, steam began shooting out of Kang Rim's ears. Looking pale and completely drained of life, he mumbled, "So, please heal me." With that, Kang Rim handed Johan a bottle, which was mana recovery tea. Johan looked completely flustered, breaking out into a cold sweat. "If you need to, please drink it. I trust you." Just then, the system announced the activation of the healing hand skill. Johan did his best to heal him, but Kang Rim was already starting to hallucinate, staring ahead and waving. "Ah, look, someone is waving at me from the other side of the river. Whatever you do not follow them." Yet, Kang Rim kept stuffing the poisonous meat into his mouth. Seeing this, Johan desperately tried to stop his crazy behavior. "Why are you doing this to yourself? You poor child, please stop." System alerts kept ringing continuously. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. Finally, Johan managed to cure him. Calmly, Kang Rim said, "All right, I think that's enough. Practice." "Yeah, I think the poison is weakening because my body is getting used to it." Hearing this, Johan's relief instantly turned into utter shock. "Really? Wait, what?" Kang Rim held up the toxic meat. Now, I need to eat it raw. I've prepared myself for this. Panicking, Johan grabbed his face with both hands, unable to believe his eyes. It seemed Kang Rim had completely lost his mind. The system alerts rang out again. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. You have acquired the poison resistance skill. Kang Rim stared at the screen with a serious look on his face. Ah, we're good now. Johan let out a sigh of relief, though he was still trembling. Are you finished? Yes, thank you. Before Kang Rim could even finish his sentence, Johan collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Father, Kang Rim quietly looked at Johan lying on the ground. Father, you did an amazing job. Even in his sleep, Johan was still mumbling, You poor child, please, don't get poisoned again. Meanwhile, Kang Rim thought to himself, This took a lot longer than I expected. Its rank is pretty low. Poison resistance. Tier 3 insect classification. It grants resistance to various poisons, but the higher the enemy's rank, the less effective the skill becomes. Thinking back, Kang Rim thought to himself, Luckily, I fed Father some mana-boosting dishes beforehand, like herbal stew, which adds plus 10% mana, ginseng extract, which adds plus 5% mana recovery, and 5 colored dumplings, which increases the mana recovery rate by plus 5%. Otherwise, he probably would have succumbed to mana depletion. Kang Rim walked over to where Johan was lying and gently shook him. Wake up, Father. With a sharp look in his eyes, Kang Rim thought to himself, I wanted to let him rest since he worked so hard. Kang Rim slowly opened the tent flap, but it seemed others weren't going to let them off so easily. Kang Rim lunged straight outside, pressing his blade against an intruder's neck. Johan instantly panicked and cried out, Clang. Hearing the noise, Johan sat straight up and asked, Hey, what's going on? By this time, Kang Rim could clearly see who the intruders were. I knew they'd show up. Sanghwan's group was closing in on Kang Rim's tent. We're being ambushed. Kang Rim warned him. I'll go deal with them. Do not come out, no matter what happens. Just scream if anything goes wrong. Johan replied, Got it. The ambushers started whispering among themselves. I thought they were still asleep. Meanwhile, Kang Rim thought, Did they really think I wouldn't notice they're from Zone 1? The leader spoke up. Hey, we'll let you go if you hand over your food. Another rank 3 Spectre-type guy chimed in. We're just thieves, not murderers. But Kang Jin instantly saw right through them. We'll starve to death without food out here, yet you claim taking our food isn't the same as killing us. He thought to himself, I remember hearing in my past life that the conflicts in Zone 1 were already brutal. Testing them, he asked. And what if I don't hand it over? They sneered. Then we'll take it by force. Suddenly, one of them lunged forward, swinging his sword with lightning speed, but Kang Jin agilely dodged the strike. He didn't just avoid the hit, he instantly subdued the attacker, grabbing him by the head and taking him down with a swift, clean strike to the knee. But something felt off to Kang Jin. With their skills and class types, they should have been able to find food easily out here. While analyzing the situation, he took down another attacker, but the rest showed no fear, throwing themselves at him like moths to a flame. Kang Jin wondered, were they just looking for a fight? Realizing they were outmatched, the rank 1 human type screamed to his comrades, Damn it, this bastard is way too strong. Fall back and report to the captain. Before Kang Jin could react, the enemy capitalized on his momentary distraction and threw a smoke bomb right at him. The bomb exploded into a thick cloud of white smoke, completely blinding him. Meanwhile, Johan was shivering in fear, huddled in a dark corner of the tent. Hearing the loud blast, he panicked. He bolted toward the exit and rushed out of the tent, shouting, Are you all right? I'm coming. But suddenly, Johan froze as Kang Jin's words flashed through his mind. Do not come outside, no matter what happens. What can I even do out there? Think about it, Johan. Why did he tell you to stay inside in the first place? It is because you are nothing but a useless obstacle, a heavy burden to him. But, is it really okay to just keep hiding like this? Just as Johan's mind was spiraling, the tent flap suddenly pulled open. He gasped in fear, but to his immense relief, it was Kang Jin. Kang Jin explained that they had used a smoke bomb to escape. Johan quickly asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Kang Jin replied, No, I'm fine. He pressed on. Why do you think they ambushed us? They wanted our food. Kang Jin answered simply. Johan was taken aback. Our food? Kang Jin then briefly explained that the conflicts between the sectors had already turned ugly, and people were even committing murder. Johan gasped in horror. Murder? But Kang Jin's voice remained entirely calm. I think it's going to be the same this time. We need to be extremely careful around anyone we don't know. Johan hung his head in shame, whispering, maybe. It would be better if I weren't with you. Kang Jin frowned. Huh? What do you mean by that? Johan's voice trembled even more. I'm only holding you back. I'm a burden. Besides, what's the point of completing this training if I only survive through someone else's charity? Don't you think Anna Navi was right? Those who have no will to fight are just completely useless. Kang Jin thought to himself, what on earth is Dad talking about? Taking a deep breath, he said calmly, Dad, do you remember what I told you before? The others just haven't recognized your true talent yet. Right now, everyone relies on returning to safety to be healed by artifacts, and recovery medicine is distributed daily. But what about after this training ends? That's when the real trial begins. Once they realize how insanely expensive recovery medicine actually is. Hearing this, Johan gasped. I came here empty-handed, Johan muttered. Kang Jin continued, the bastards who kicked you out of their party are going to deeply regret it. Either way, I will do the fighting, and you will handle the healing. I don't really believe in destiny or fate, but I promise you this. You are going to save countless lives in the future. So, do you still want to give up? Johan whispered to himself. Can I really save people? Looking up with newfound resolve, he replied, no, I won't give up. So please, help me. Help you? Kang Jin smiled. Of course, I still need you too. Tomorrow, I'll eat some more poison to test it. Johan stared at him in utter shock. Wait, what? 3 days later, the siblings, Junbom and Jian, came running in with bright smiles. Sister Sua, we're back. We're here. She turned around with a warm smile. Welcome back. Did you manage to get the materials? Jian sighed dejectedly. No, not yet. I think we need to head deeper into the forest. The others are just too weak. They weren't any help at all. Junbom quickly chimed in. You shouldn't say that, Jian. They were only trying to help us. Junbom sighed. And I'm sure Sis thinks the same way. Jian grumbled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, obviously, if we could go with him, we'd learn so much more and have an easier time, though he's probably already deep inside the forest by now. Jian crossed her arms. Yeah, I actually agree with that, Sua chimed in. But we have to do our absolute best on our own until Kang Jin finishes scouting the area and figures out our best move. The siblings tilted their heads. When do you think he'll be back, Sis? I'm not sure, she replied. Maybe today. Right at that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from outside. How on earth did you get in here? The three of them spun around in surprise as a man walked right in and called out, Sua! She gasped, shocked to hear her name. Standing there was Go-jun. He sneered, have you seen Kang Jin? Let me guess, probably not. Jian yelled in anger, how did you even get past all those traps we set outside? He shrugged nonchalantly. I disarmed them. Honestly, you guys really need to step up your game. Sua stayed on guard. What are you doing here? You always work alone, Go-jun smirked. To find Seo Kang Rim. I figured Seo Kang Rim was here, because the gods told me he's close by. Sua replied, we haven't seen him anywhere. He insinuated, do you think he'll show up if I get rid of some of the dead weight around here? Johan snapped. Are you talking about us? Go-jun waved it off. Oh, no, you girls are just supports, but there's just way too much useless trash out there. Sua shielded the two girls. Is that how you look at and judge people? Suddenly, he tossed an apple toward her. Oh right, here, Sua, take this. The system announced. You have received the item Passion Fruit. You have completed the Room of Verbal Karma quest on low difficulty. Sua said, I already have plenty of these. Go-jun laughed. So, you already knew about it? I want to team up with you guys. I can't find Seo Kang Rim, but at least you guys can play support. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow whizzed right past his ear. Johan said, I have no intention of teaming up with you. Yunbom waved her hands frantically. Johan, stop. Suddenly, Go-jun's expression turned terrifying. Then I guess I'll have to convince you by force. However, before he could do anything, juice from the apple splashed onto his hand. Sua angrily crushed it in her hand. You'd better stop before we make you bleed. He questioned her, with a smirk. You? Reaching behind his back to draw his sword, a terrifying bloodlust erupted around him. Fine, I actually think fighting you will be much more fun than fighting him anyway. Yunbom tried her best to stop them. Everyone, please calm down. Just then, someone rushed in, panicking. Miss Sua, I think someone is nearby cooking monster meat. She gasped in shock. Cooking? Go-jun, on the other hand, was thrilled. Coming here was definitely the right call. Where are they now? Sure enough, at the place they mentioned, someone was sitting there cooking. Today marked the 10th day since the first teams entered this place. Most of the others had probably run out of the food they brought with them. The only food source around here consisted of wild fruits and poisonous plants and animals. Seo Kang Rim figured the value of edible food would probably skyrocket, especially for the trainees who only earned around 100 soul stones a day. Suddenly, Gojun and Sua rushed over, and Gojun called out to Seo Kang Rim. He greeted her back. "Hello, Miss Sua." She panicked. Seo Kang Rim, you can't eat that. Almost everything in this demon realm is poisonous, especially if it's made from things found in here. He scooped a bowl for her. Don't worry, I already removed the toxins. I just needed to add an antidote. Sua was stunned. You can actually remove toxins? Suddenly, Gojun snatched the bowl of soup away. Thanks for the meal, Seo Kang Rim. Seeing this, he demanded 1,000 soul stones per bowl. He complained, "Man, that's pricey. Here, take it." Sua hesitated but said, "I'll buy one with soul stones too." But he only charged her 200 soul stones. Gojun complained, "Why is there such a huge price difference?" Seo Kang Rim replied, "My kitchen, my rules. No refunds." He sighed. I mean, Sua is the female lead, but she still has to pay? Then, Kang Rim shouted out, "Hot soup! Get your hot soup here. Only 200 soul stones a bowl." A while later, everyone bought his soup and ate happily. Seo Kang Rim asked, "Are both of you looking for items above intermediate tier?" Sua replied, "Yes, and I was hoping you could help us." He turned to Gojun. "What about you?" He immediately seized the chance to win him over. "Things haven't been going well due to the issues in Area 1, but I feel like if I'm with you, nothing is impossible. We could get things done so much faster if we didn't have to baby these side characters." Sua countered, "In a situation like this, we should be working together." Gojun questioned, "Have you ever seen a main character in a party of more than 10 people? She snapped back, "We aren't characters in your novel." Seo Kang Rim chuckled awkwardly. "You two should really just work together. Gojun, you can just head into the camp and set up an investigation team." Neither of them was willing to back down. "I want to work with you. I want to work with him." A moment later, they entered the tent, and he said, "No matter what you two say, I have no intention of teaming up with either of you." Sua tried to convince him, "It's going to be extremely hard for you to take down the people from Area 1 on your own. They're trying to hinder us in very strange ways. Every single time we run into them, we end up in a fight." Seo Kang Rim asked, "Really?" Thinking to himself that he should probably reassess the situation in Area 1. "If I bring the priest along, things will get pretty complicated." Then, he spoke up, "All right, I think you should stay behind in this camp." Johan worried. "Just me? I can't leave you behind," he said bluntly. "To be honest, if I bring you along, I won't be able to focus." "Can I leave him with you?" Sua replied. "Of course." Seo Kang Rim comforted him. "You'll be much safer here, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to use your abilities." Johan still wanted to go, but he cut him off. "I can handle myself." She called out after him, "All right, if anything happens, please let me know." Seo Kang Rim began his journey deep into the orchard forest. Just then, the red mythic god spoke up. "Hey Seo Kang Rim, you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? These monsters are way too weak. Go deeper in, Kang Lim." The purple star asked, "Are the monsters in there stronger?" The deity replied, "Much stronger." Eating an apple as he walked, he thought to himself, "So the poison fruits have finally appeared. It's about time, isn't it?" The system notified him that his senses were sharpening. Just then, Seo Kang Lim felt a massive creature drawing near. To his surprise, a powerful wind whipped up from his right, carrying an overwhelming force. Seo Kang Lim drew his sword. How did it get this close without him noticing? No way. Where did it even come from? As the monster pounced, the system flashed, showing that the loner skill was activating. Suddenly, the beast lost its target. Seo Kang Lim had already gone invisible, leaving only the poison fruit sitting alone on the ground. He climbed a nearby branch and set the leaves on fire. Seeing the flames burst out of nowhere, the monster panicked. He then leaped down and blindsided it with his cactus-shaped weapon. The monster collapsed with just a single strike. Kang Lim was amazed. Is this what it's like to have a top-tier item? I guess I can't use this against the people from Zone 1. If I use this on them, there's no way they'll survive. So, what should I do first? Should I check where it came from? Or, a moment later the system pinged, "You have obtained the heavenly fragrance fruit. You have cleared the confession room on intermediate difficulty." He sat on a branch, eating the fruit while calculating his next move. First, I'll finish maxing out my poison resistance. I wonder if the people in Zone 1 have made it this far yet. Several trees had already been completely stripped of their fruit. His deity wondered, why is he eating the raid rewards? A message popped up. You have consumed the heavenly fragrance fruit. Mana and experience points have increased, and poison resistance has been enhanced. The purple star explained. Well, it boosts mana and poison resistance. The red star added, I guess that's why the Fate Protection Bureau chose this place. The purple star asked, just how many more is he planning to eat anyway? The red star groaned. Just watching him eat is making me sick of fruit. Meanwhile, the holographic screen showed, poison resistance has leveled up to insect rank, tier 1. Suddenly, Seo Kang Rim slipped and fell. When he looked up, a heavenly fragrance fruit had dropped right onto someone's head. They shouted, what the hell? Where did that thing fall from? Hey, you're Seo Kang Rim from Zone 2, right? He was surprised. How do you know my name? The brown-haired guy replied. That doesn't matter. Our captain has a few words for you. Why don't you come with us? If you cooperate, we'll act as if this never happened. The green-haired guy glared. I'm the one who gets to decide that. Don't you remember the guys from Team 1 running away after meeting him? They said he's insanely strong, the brown-haired guy whispered. Seo Kang Rim thought to himself. Their captain, is he one of the guys who ambushed me on day 1? The purple star spoke up. Seo Kang Rim has his pride, you know. The red star agreed, as if he'd just quietly follow them. But just a second later, he leaped down and agreed. Sure, let's go. The brown-haired guy grinned. All right, let's head out. The purple star was stunned. He's actually going. The three of them then headed to Zone 1. They introduced the area. This is where we camp, but we have to go a bit further. As Seo Kang Rim walked, he looked around. There seemed to be twice as many people here compared to his zone. They were watching him, but they didn't seem on guard at all. The crowd in Zone 1 whispered, Who's that? Is that Seo Kang Rim from Zone 2? That's really him? Suddenly, Seo Kang Rim was shoved into a large tent. Get inside. From within, someone asked, You're Seo Kang Rim, right? On alert, he countered. And who are you? He replied, I'm Hong Jae-hun from Zone 1. Nice to meet you. He quietly sized him up. He even has a weapon that good. The Skyfire Spear. Copied. Dragon rank, tier 3. A polearm with multiple uses like thrusting, slashing, and bludgeoning. And it has immense destructive power. Now I see how Zone 1 always led the charge in conquering every demon realm in my past life. After a brief silence, Seo Kang Rim asked, What do you want? Instantly, Jae-hoon's gaze turned hostile as he thrust the Skyfire Spear forward, saying, We've been a bit rude, haven't we? The spearhead touched his forehead, but Seo Kang Rim remained calm and didn't even flinch. Jae-hoon was slightly surprised, then said, All right, work with us, Seo Kang Rim. He wiped the blood from his forehead, and when he was done, he casually asked, Is that all? Seems like you haven't thought of a more convincing offer. Too bad, but I'm planning to be the first one to clear this room. I'm leaving. Just as Seo Kang Rim stepped out, someone blocked his path. Jae-hoon called out, Hey, you've got it all wrong. Now that you're here, you don't have a choice. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll die right here. Calmly, he pulled out a gold card. If you kill me, you're going to face some serious trouble. He was stunned. On the card, it read, Vengeance, token of vengeance, Gung-do. If the owner of this item is killed by another person, a mark of vengeance will be branded onto the killer. They will then become the target of Captain Gung-do from the Fate Protection Bureau. He wondered, would Captain Gung-do really come to kill him if he ended this guy? So those two are on equal footing. The Sector 1 leader, Dong Ryu, sent me this weapon with a message, promising a reward if I clear this room first. Then, he sighed. So you got that message too? He looked over in surprise. Recalling what happened a few days ago, the system had notified him of a message sent by Gung-do. It was a challenge for the trainee with the best performance. Conquer the Chamber of Speech Karma on the highest difficulty and be the first to clear it. You will receive a reward upon success. And to aid you, I will provide a temporary item. The Destiny Protection Charm, Sector 2 Captain Gung-do. He thought to himself, so this guy received that weapon from the Sector 1 leader? It seemed like there was some rivalry among the leaders. Suddenly Jae-hoon spoke up. Wait, listen up. I have an announcement. No one is allowed to kill Seo Kang. I am here. He possesses a strange item, and if we accidentally kill him, the killer will die as well. So, Group 4, fall back. Impatiently, he asked, Hey, can I leave now? However, He quickly went back on his word, telling the others to beat this bastard half to death. Jae-hoon swung his spear forward, ordering them to seize him. The lackeys rushed forward, but he kept his composure and shot back. I wouldn't have come here if I were that easy to capture. With a quick elbow to one guy's ribs, he handled the rest as they lunged, easily slamming them all to the ground. Just then, the system notified him that his lone wolf skill was activated. Kang Im seized the opportunity to slip out of their encirclement. Losing sight of him, they panicked. What? He's gone! Box him in so he can't escape. Kang Im blindsided one of them, prompting another to shout, Over there! What? Is he teleporting? Kang Im darted from place to place, throwing them into utter chaos. Jae-hoon screamed in rage. Damn it! Stop spreading out! Tighten up! He didn't vanish. We just can't see him. Don't give him any room to move. Meanwhile, he stood to the side, smiling casually. Too late. Then, Kang Im dropped a few berries onto the ground. They muttered in surprise. What's that on the ground? It smells amazing. He thought to himself. I came here because I was curious why Sector 1 and my sector had such a bitter feud in my past life. But as it turns out, it was all because of the Destiny Protection Charm. As he thought this, he set their tents on fire, causing them to panic. What? Monsters are coming from over there. Put out the fire first. While they scrambled, he casually walked away. Shin Soo once mentioned that they took hostages and even killed people. But all of that was simply for the reward. I can't let my past life repeat itself just for a reward. So, what should I do? Then, he returned to Sector 2, dumped the fruit out of his box, and said, Listen up, everyone. As you all know, there are people from other sectors here too. Last night, I overheard them planning to ambush us here. Soo gasped. An ambush? Seo Kang Im replied. Yes, so I have a proposal. I'm going to give you all what's called heavenly fragrance fruit. They'll help us clear the medium difficulty room. For free? Hearing this, the student's eyes lit up instantly. For free? But you just sold soup for 200 soul jades earlier. Why don't you all just get out of here before they arrive? He said. I have plenty, so make sure to let those who aren't here know too. I'm heading out, before I change my mind. Everyone cheered happily. Thank you, Seo Kang Im. Suddenly, Soo ran up. Wait, are you only planning to clear the medium difficulty? Kang Im replied coldly. What I do is none of your business. He thought to himself, Shin Soo isn't the type to put her teammates in danger just for someone else, but she definitely has a touch of greed. He waved his hand dismissively. Besides, I'm not even a member here, he added silently, so just take everyone and leave. In this life, I am not your comrade. Soo stared at his retreating back, falling silent. Kang Im activated Lone Wolf to avoid detection. The last time I encountered the monsters here, they appeared out of nowhere. But monsters don't just spawn out of thin air. Since they're creatures of the demon realm, they must have a home, just like a yeti's nest. So, where did this pack come from? He spotted a tiny cave beneath a tree. Found it. But how did they get inside? With that, Kang Im activated a special skill and squeezed himself in. Sliding down the dirt slope, he thought, this place is much bigger than I expected. Next, he conjured a flame to light his path. After walking for a bit, he finally reached a bright area, standing frozen, stunned by the sight before him. Before him lay a breathtaking garden. The blue myth spoke up. What a magnificent sight. The red myth was equally astonished. A place like this actually exists here? The purple myth wondered. Isn't this supposed to be where the monsters live? Hearing that, the red myth warned, be careful, they could pop out from anywhere. But he didn't think so. They only used this place as a passageway, not a battlefield. This place was what's truly dangerous. A place deep within the demon realm. Is it because of the monsters lurking in the depths? He plucked a fruit. Instantly, his screen popped up. You have obtained the myriad fragrance fruit. You have cleared all conditions for the karmic speech wind. Difficulty high. All Kang Rim had to do was get out of here without being spotted. But right then, a massive explosion echoed through the air. He froze. An explosion? As the dust began to settle, the thugs from Zone 1 swarmed in. Their leader, Jae-hoon, sneered, Thanks to you, we finally found this place. Kang Rim's face darkened. Did you follow me? Jae-hoon casually replied, Yeah, and look who I found. On their way to Zone 2, they had captured Johan. Shocked, Kang Rim's eyes widened, and the myriad fragrance fruit slipped from his hand, hitting the ground. Ignoring Jae-hoon's threats, Kang Rim quickly regained his composure. After a brief silence, he decided to trick him. I don't have it. As he spoke, Kang Rim crushed the fragrance fruit under his foot and coldly pointed behind him. If you want them, go get as many as you want yourself. Jae-hoon seemed to buy it. He turned and ordered his underlings, listen up, I'll keep her here. You guys go find the fragrance fruits. His men quickly scattered, rushing into the forest. Let's go, they shouted excitedly. We can finally go back. Another was thrilled about the bounty. Jae-hoon, you're going to split the money when we get back, right? Jae-hoon quickly agreed. Of course. But Kang Rim cut him off, commanding, let Jian go. Jae-hoon wasn't about to back down either, replying, drop your weapon first. He shoved Jian to the ground, but kept a close grip to take her away himself. But he wasn't going to make it easy. He pressed a blade against the girl's neck, challenging, if you've got the guts, go ahead and try. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Rim threw his sword aside to comply. Fine. Seeing him actually do it, Jae-hoon was absolutely thrilled. He finally let Kang Rim approach. Kang Rim immediately rushed over to check on Jian, calling out repeatedly, Jian, wake up, Jian. When the girl didn't respond, Kang Rim quickly poured something into her mouth. Jae-hoon asked, suspicious, what did you just feed her? He calmly replied, an antidote. Hearing this, Jae-hoon sneered, I didn't even poison her. But Jae-hoon was completely oblivious to his men being taken down one by one. They were being thrown from the treetops, leaving Jae-hoon in utter panic as he screamed, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Not a single one of them was left standing. They cried out in agony, my eyes, I'm so dizzy. Seeing them become so utterly useless, Jae-hoon lost his mind and roared, what the hell did you do? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have been exposed to the scent of the myriad fragrance fruit for too long. Watching them squirm, Kang Rim smirked. You're starting to feel it too, aren't you? Just as he spoke, the system confirmed that the scent of the myriad fragrance fruit was spreading, making the air stiflingly thick. Only now did Jae-hoon finally understand what Kang Rim meant. He finally realized that poison gas was spreading. Jae-hoon's mind raced as he desperately tried to figure out a solution. How could he neutralize the poison? Did he have any clue? Suddenly, a memory from moments ago flashed in his mind, and he cried out in joy, I've got it! The moment he figured it out, Jae-hoon lunged forward to attack him, but Kang Rim easily dodged the blow. At this, Jae-hoon snapped like a rabid beast. He closed the distance relentlessly, screaming in a rage, Seo Kang Rim, give me the antidote! With Jian to protect, dodging Jae-hoon's relentless strikes became incredibly difficult. Kang Rim gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, why hasn't the poison kicked in for him yet? Unfortunately, Kang Rim left an opening, and Jae-hoon seized the chance to wound him. Before he could even recover, Kang Rim took a second hit. A warning flashed from the system, poison is entering your body through the wound. The toxin level has exceeded your poison resistance. You are now poisoned. Realizing things were going south, Kang Rim leaped high into the air to gain some distance. He had to think of another plan fast. He couldn't just wait for Jae-hoon to pass out. He launched a counterattack, unleashing a burst of flames to incinerate all the myriad fragrance fruits. Instantly, the system flashed a warning. The concentration of the myriad fragrance fruits toxin is rapidly increasing. The poison was so potent that Jae-hoon began coughing up blood, and Kang Rim was feeling the severe effects as well. With bloodshot eyes and blood dripping from his mouth, Jae-hoon shrieked in anger, You lunatic! Are you trying to drag us both to hell? Kang Rim swiftly drew his weapon and confidently replied, No, just you. Terrified, Jae-hoon began to scream and beg for his life. Save me, I need to stay alive to negotiate with the ones attacking Zone 2. Refusing to let Jae-hoon utter another word, Kang Rim swung his blade, instantly ending his life. If you wanted to live, Kang Rim warned in a low, cold voice, you shouldn't have threatened me like that. With those words, blood dripped from his sword, staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. As an exhausted Kang Rim collapsed to the ground, the system immediately activated the Destiny Steel skill. A flood of notifications popped up. You have stolen a portion of Hong Jae-hoon's strength. You have stolen a portion of Hong Jae-hoon's mana. You have stolen a portion of Hong Jae-hoon's speed. Seo Kang Rim's destiny has been upgraded to a Tier 3 class. He walked over to Jian, gently binding her wounded hand, and sighed. You really shouldn't have followed me. Seeing Kang Rim searching through his things, the gods wouldn't stop urging him. Hey, now is not the time to be lying around like that. Suddenly, he pulls a cracked egg out of his pocket, sending the watching gods into an absolute panic. What on earth is he doing? Hatching an egg? Oh no, he's actually using fire magic to force it open. The egg suddenly emits a mysterious blue light, illuminating the entire dark forest. The system screen pops up, development progress is at 100%, and the mysterious egg is hatching. A tiny jade blue deer suddenly appears, leaving even the gods unable to believe their eyes. Is this a Kirin? How is that even possible? It slowly steps towards Seo Kang Rim. The Kirin gently rests its head against Seo Kang Rim's forehead, sending its energy flowing into him. Instantly, the purification skill is activated. The light radiating from its body grows even brighter. Seo Kang Rim is completely stunned by this immense power. In just a moment, the dark forest's gloom is pushed back by the Kirin's light, restoring the woods to their original beauty. The system immediately chimes in with good news. The toxin of the myriad fragrance fruit has been neutralized. Seo Kang Rim happily praises the little creature, making it bounce with joy. Great job. While he is inspecting the myriad fragrance fruit tree, Junyoung slowly wakes up. I have to harvest them before they all burn up. Hearing a sound, Seo Kang Rim turns around and asks, Junyoung, you're awake? Come over here. The confused boy startles and replies, Brother Kang Rim? But they have no idea that right beneath the tree roots, someone is desperately trying to claw their way out. While they are resting, a voice suddenly calls out from the distance. Shin Soo-ah runs over excitedly and shouts, I was so worried about you. Seeing her current state, he can't help but worry. Shin Soo-ah? What happened? Is everyone okay? Soo-ah reassures him. Yeah, Father Johan healed everyone. Junbeom eagerly chimes in. The enemies in Zone 1 have all fled. With that, she turns to scold her younger brother. Junyoung, why did you go off by yourself? I thought you'd been captured. The boy can only offer a sheepish grin. Kang Rim takes the opportunity to expose him. He actually was captured by the captain of Zone 1. The boy panics and cries, I told you not to tell. This only makes Junbeom even more furious. Hearing this, Soo-ah can't help but feel guilty. I should have gone after you. Suddenly, Kang Rim quietly asks her, This wouldn't have happened if you had just cleared it on medium difficulty. Why didn't you leave? Hearing this, Soo-ah sheepishly laughs and says, How could we ever leave without you? Hearing this, he gently reminds her, Shin Soo-ah, helping others is a good thing, but putting yourself and your teammates in danger just to do that, before Kang Rim can finish, Soo-ah cuts him off. You're not others. Just then, Johan and Gojun arrive. She continues. Everyone here considers you a member of our team, Soo-ah happily suggests, so let's fight together next time. Seeing her bright smile makes Kang Rim's face flush completely red. Just then, the system displays a series of notifications. The destinies of Seo Kang Rim and Shin Soo-ah are now intertwined. Shin Soo-ah views you as her savior. The destinies of Seo Kang Rim and Junbeom are now intertwined. Junbeom views you as his savior. The destiny of Seo Kang Rim is now intertwined with Junyoung. Seeing no way out, he hesitantly thinks to himself, it looks like it's too late to leave them behind. Blushing, Kang Rim replies, I'll think about it. Following that touching reunion, a congratulatory notification from the system pops up in front of him. You have cleared the Chamber of Slander on the highest difficulty. The first clear reward for this chamber is the Compass of Destiny. Kang Rim holds it in his hand, reading through the basic details. The Compass of Destiny is an item that predicts the future. It activates randomly, so I can't just use it whenever I want. His train of thought is suddenly cut short by an unexpected notification. The Compass of Destiny has been activated. This completely catches him off guard. The compass needle spins frantically, and Kang Rim has no way to stop it. But it is already too late. The system immediately announces that Seo Kang Rim's destiny has been altered. Meanwhile, in another location, Young-do is looking over some reports when he suddenly senses something is off. That's strange. Young-do ponders suspiciously. Seo Kang Rim's results make no sense. He gathers the evidence and begins to analyze it in silence. He cleared the Mount Jiaozi chamber in just one day, and what happened in the Inferno chamber is highly suspicious too. He even killed the Yeti and completed the hidden quest in the Frost chamber. How could a pathetic, Tier 3 insect do all of that? Young-do tirelessly tries to piece together Seo Kang Rim's true identity. Maybe he's also the one behind the disappearance of the 7-star sword in the Sword Forest chamber. Frowning, he continues to spin endless theories. Otherwise, there's no way he could have defeated Hong Do-hyun in the Chamber of Slander. But what bothers him the most? Young-do suddenly recalls Dong-yeo's warning. You must be thrilled to have gotten your wish, right? But no matter how badly you wanted to win, wasn't letting him know how to hatch the Kirin's egg a bit much? Hatching a Kirin's egg is incredibly difficult. The chance of a natural hatch is practically 0%. No matter how many theories he comes up with, none of them seem to make sense to Young-do. Frustrated, he mutters to himself, is it just a coincidence, or is it divine intervention? Even for an atheist like me, neither of those explanations makes any sense. Unable to hold back any longer, he decided to make his move. Young-do pulled a key and a strange-looking amulet out of his pocket. I need to test if he really has the power to foresee destiny. As Jin-hyuk stepped into the room looking a bit lost, a voice suddenly called out, catching his attention. Right this way, Jin-hyuk. Holding up the key, Young-do said, I'm going to give you that reward I promised. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room, leaving Jin-hyuk stunned by the sight before him. He thought to himself, wait, wasn't that just a blank wall a second ago? Seeing his reaction, Young-do smirked and asked, Are you surprised? This is my personal pocket dimension for storing weapons. As long as you have the key, you can open it up anywhere. Jin-hyuk replied with excitement. Wow, that's pretty cool. He continued, You can pick any one item from this pile. Jin-hyuk stepped closer, looking through them, and asked, Any item I want? Young-do wore a mysterious smile as he replied, Yeah, whichever one you want. He stood there watching the guy search through the pile of weapons, then glanced down at the key in his own hand. He thought to himself, This is a test, and I've made some clever adjustments. The low-grade items with flashy descriptions are displayed to look like premium gear. Meanwhile, the actual high-grade weapons have bare-bones descriptions, and their hilts have been swapped out for basic ones. They'll just look like complete junk. Young-do was incredibly pleased with his little scheme. He was eagerly waiting to see if Jin-hyuk actually possessed the power to foresee the future. If he doesn't have any special powers, he won't be able to tell the true rank of these weapons. Take the Great Sovereign Blade, a Tier 1 Dragon-class weapon, for instance. Legend says it was wielded by King Lelg when he defeated the Demon of Gozel. Its stats are insanely high, and it's most effective against royalty, but I've changed the description to a heavy blade decorated with a dragon head that makes royals nervous. Since the description is as bare bones as it gets, there's no way he can realize its true value. He silently thought, but if he can actually see the future, that's a whole different story. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was having a blast closely examining each and every weapon. He thought to himself, he probably hid away all the god-tier items, but there are still plenty of weapons here that are way above ghost grade. He still hadn't noticed anything suspicious and even gave the guy some credit, thinking, wow, this manager is actually pretty generous. Finally, something caught his eye, a premium blade of the Tier 1 insect class. Jin-hyuk quietly analyzed it, thinking, this looks pretty rare. But when he read the description, he was caught completely off guard. Tier 1 insect class? That's when he noticed something off. Why on earth did the hilt look so weirdly placed? Sensing that something was fishy, Jin-hyuk immediately went on high alert and cancelled his destiny exploration skill. He quietly pieced everything together, finally realizing what Young-do was trying to do. Wait, is this guy testing me? Thinking back to when they first met, he became even more convinced. I knew this felt off. There's no way this guy would ever be this generous. It makes sense that he'd want to test me. He's probably using some kind of item that shields his window of destiny. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking, man, this puts me in a really tight spot. Only a handful of people can actually foresee destiny, and the Destiny Protection Agency hogs all of them for themselves. If he finds out about my ability, he'll definitely try to recruit me. Jin-hyuk took a moment to think it through, weighing his options. Hiding my skill, or grabbing some high-tier gear. Which one matters more right now? After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. As Jin-hyuk walked back over, Young-do asked, So, have you made your choice? Yeah, I have. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Young-do and said, Young-do shrieked, Me? Jin-hyuk completely froze. What on earth is this guy talking about? He opened his mouth to explain. No, wait. But the guy instantly cut him off. Wow, you really are brilliant, Young-do said with ultimate smugness. To think you realize that I'm the most valuable thing in this entire room. I know I'm incredibly attractive, but I'm off limits. Jin-hyuk stood there, completely helpless, trying to explain. Actually, what I'm pointing at, he continued, pointing directly at the key in the guy's hand. Is that key you're holding? With that, Jin-hyuk immediately made a proposal. Lend me all of these weapons. Trust me, it'll benefit you way more in the long run. Seeing that Young-do remained silent, he threw in a few more perks to sweeten the deal. You won't lose a single item, and District 2 will still hold the absolute highest rank. After a seemingly endless day, Jin Hyuk finally got to enjoy some peaceful, quiet time with Kijin. Hey Kijin, it's chow time. It's ginseng, super tasty and nutritious. Watching the little guy devour the food, he couldn't help but think about what lay ahead. It'll take about 3 days to forge another key. In the meantime, buddy, I'm going to make you as strong as humanly possible. Tearing open another bag of food, Jin Hyuk shook his head, completely amazed by Kijin's insane appetite. I never thought I'd see the day where I blow through 12,000 spirit pearls in a single day. Raising you is costing me a fortune, Kijin, but Jin Hyuk still happily kept feeding him. Tasty, huh? All right, eat up and grow big and strong. Suddenly, Kijin's entire body began to glow, catching him completely off guard. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Kijin has evolved to Tier 2 Ghost Class. Water Manipulation. Tier 2 Ghost Class allows free movement in water and the ability to control it. Jin Hyuk was stunned. Wait, it can control water now? Curious, he immediately ordered the little guy to put its new power to the test. Kirin, try controlling that water. Kirin immediately started gathering the water, turning a tiny splash into a massive, floating orb that left Jiwoo completely speechless. Realizing he had made a terrible mistake, Kang Jiwoo desperately tried to stop it. Wait, stop! But it was already too late. The giant water orb blasted forward, colliding with a deafening crash and exploding everywhere. The sheer destructive power was so terrifying that it shattered the thick concrete wall, exposing the room right next door. Woken up by a sudden violent deluge of water, the guy next door sat there completely dazed, with no idea what just happened. Songwon roared in pure rage. Hey, Kang Ji-woo, you're dead meat. Meanwhile, the school's massive cafeteria was buzzing with the lively chatter and laughter of the students. Jian and Junbyeom sat nearby, peacefully enjoying their food while ignoring the rowdy boys messing around. Man, this is a real delicacy. On the other side of the room, however, people were complaining about their meals. I'm so sick of eating nothing but fruit. If only Kang Ji-woo hadn't sold it all. Just like that, the conversation shifted to Kang Ji-woo as one of them chimed in. He seems cold on the outside, but he's actually a really good guy. Another student agreed, saying, Ji-woo has always been nice. You just haven't noticed. He continued, recalling what happened back then. When we were surrounded by monsters last time, he was the one who saved us. And remember when we got cornered by those beasts in the building before we came here for training? Hearing this, the other student wondered, Really? Then why didn't you team up with him? The boy let out a wry laugh and replied, Probably because he's just too intimidating. I don't know, he sighed, feeling a bit guilty. But hey, we only cleared the medium difficulty stage and still got all this free fruit. I feel kind of bad now for thinking he was just a cold-hearted jerk. While the boy was drowning in his guilt, Kang Ji-woo walked in from outside, talking to someone. I'm glad you like the new room. He turned to Sangwon and said, Oh, and this meal is still on me. But Sangwon scoffed, crossing his arms. I'm only being nice because you guys are the first to clear a stage, just like me. Hearing this, Kang Ji-woo blinked in surprise. Wait, you were the first to clear a stage too? Sangwon seized the chance to brag, boasting, That's right. I was the very first to conquer the low-difficulty trial room. Ji-woo instantly realized that was why he hadn't bumped into him. But outwardly, he still played along and praised him. Wow, that's impressive. Even though low difficulty meant basically right after. Before Ji-woo could finish his thought, Sangwon confidently cut in, right? Seeing Ji-woo feed his ego, Sangwon said with satisfaction, You know, I like talking to you. Those other losers aren't even on my level. Grinning, he offered, Hey, let's grab a drink after we eat. With that, Sangwon turned to the clay puppet and demanded, Hey, give me 2 glasses. The puppet calmly pointed to a small menu board, but Sangwon lost his patience and barked, Drop the attitude, just hand them over. Sangwon tried to brush it off, saying, I'll pay you next time. But before he could even finish his sentence, the puppet angrily slammed the board right in his face. Humiliated in front of everyone, Sangwon exploded with rage. Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea who I am? The puppet, however, didn't show a single ounce of fear. His fury boiling over, he spat out more insults. How dare you look down on me? You're nothing but a filthy little doll. Unable to watch any longer, Kang Ji-woo stepped in to stop him. Hey, Sangwon, I'll pay for the drinks. Just leave the poor puppet alone. Sangwon sneered, looking down his nose at him. You? Have money? You're just a part-timer from the Prophecy Cafe. And let me remind you, spirit beads are the only currency that matters here. Ignoring him, Kang Ji-woo walked up to the counter and asked, How much is it? Suddenly, The writing on the board changed, and the puppet warmly welcomed him with a bright smile. Sangwon gasped, VIP? Ji-woo gave a sheepish smile and replied, yeah, they call me a VIP because I spent 12,000 spirit beads here yesterday. Sangwon's jaw dropped in absolute shock. 12,000? But Kang Ji-woo barely paid attention, telling the puppet, no need for mine, just get one glass for him. Once the drink was made, the puppet handed it to Sangwon with a look of pure contempt. That smug look pushed Sangwon's rage completely over the edge. Gritting his teeth in fury, Sangwon finally snapped and swung his fist, smashing everything in sight. Do you have any idea who the hell I am? Sangwon screamed hysterically, the loud crash instantly drawing the eyes of everyone in the cafeteria. Kang Ji-woo snapped, hey, what do you think you're doing? But Sangwon barked right back, shut up, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? As Sangwon stomped away in a huff, Kang Ji-woo let out a frustrated curse under his breath. The others rushed over, asking with concern, hey, Clay Puppet, are you okay? Junbyeom walked up to Ji-woo and asked, Master, are you close with that guy? Kang Ji-woo firmly replied, not at all. While Jian was busy tending to the hurt puppet, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, then why were you hanging out with him? At her question, Kang Ji-woo let out a long sigh and explained, he was staying in the room I built, but my Kirin accidentally smashed the wall down. I bought him a meal to apologize. Hearing him mention it, Jian's eyes lit up with excitement. A Kirin? Seeing how thrilled the kids were, Kang Ji-woo summoned Kirin. They instantly crowded around the beast, showering it with praise. What's its name? Oh my gosh, it is so cute. Ji-woo thought for a moment before replying, Kirin. When Junbyeom asked why, Kang Ji-woo casually answered, well, because it is a Kirin. They were completely speechless at his answer, protesting, are you kidding? That's a spirit beast, not some ordinary Kirin. How would you like it if it just called you human? Confused, Kang Lim asked, wait, so you guys want me to name him? After thinking it over for a moment, an idea struck him. How about we name you Lin? The little guy seemed to love the name, immediately nuzzling against him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Lin's class had changed to a low-tier demon, and he had acquired the magnetic horn skill. Skimming through the details, he was absolutely stunned. Magnetic horn, a low-tier demon skill capable of drawing in metal attribute attacks or bending their trajectories. The kids asked in curiosity, what's wrong? Did it evolve or something? Kang Lim looked down at Lin, who was snuggling in his arms, and thought to himself, of all the Kirins in the world, it just had to be mine. After pondering for a bit, he looked at the beast and asked, do you want to be my partner too? Ryunbom suddenly chimed in, Master, you do know that we're already your teammates, right? Kang Lim gently replied, I know. Hugging Lin close, he said warmly, thank you guys. She was about to say more, but her younger brother quickly cut her off. Jian suggested, Master, if you really want to thank us, why don't you come with us to the next demon realm? Surprised, he asked. The next one? Seo Kang Rim thought to himself, don't we have to enter it anyway once it opens? And just like that, time flew by. A week later, an announcement rang out. The Green Snake Room was about to begin, requiring defense for 168 hours. The students couldn't help but marvel at their surroundings. They asked curiously, what exactly are we supposed to protect here? As they threw out wild guesses, maybe that container or something else, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, waving at them with a bright smile. He introduced himself. Hello there. You must be the trainees from Soon District 2, right? I'm Seo Min from the Destiny Protection Agency. I'm in charge of this Demon Realm session. Puzzled, Sua spoke up. Huh? There's an NPC guide? Ryunbom calmly explained it to her. We have a target window just like we did in the Inferno room and the Mountain of Blades room. Still confused, Sua asked. So, the target is set by the Destiny Protection Agency? Seeing Seo Min's appearance, Seo Kang Rim couldn't help but feel suspicious too. Why isn't it Anna Navi? She was the one in charge of this in my past life. Meanwhile, Seo Min called out to get everyone's attention. I've already updated the details in the user manual, so I'll keep this explanation brief. Quiet down and listen up, everyone. Hearing this, the crowd started whispering about the manual. That thing we got when we arrived? Who would even carry that around? He suddenly pulled out a white snake from somewhere and continued explaining, your mission in this room is to protect this white snake. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Protect that white snake? But that wasn't all. Seo Min quickly added, no, actually, each of you will protect your own snake. Holding up a red ribbon, he enthusiastically continued, You'll be using this seal of friendship. All you have to do is wrap this cloth tightly around your snake. Having finished his explanation, Seo Min began handing out the ribbons to them. Here we go. Everyone take one, and off you go. Go find yourselves a snake. Let the trial begin. The moment he finished speaking, the challenge officially commenced, and the rules of the stage rang out. Rules of the Green Snake Room. 1 snake per person. Use the seal of friendship to tame your snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the restricted area. However, if your snake dies while you are away, the mission will end in failure. The snake cannot leave the restricted area. However, you can leave it under Seo Min's custody for a maximum of 6 hours a day. He will protect the snake during that time. Should anything happen, you may find a new snake and resume the mission. If you encounter the giant serpent, do not call it a snake. Once the rules were laid out, Ryunbom and Jian quickly set off to find their own snakes. Is there one over here? Nope, nothing. While the others were struggling, Go-jun had already caught 2 of them, though he was still complaining. Is there really nothing bigger than this? Nearby, a snake suddenly lunged at Johan, giving him a fright. Sua cried out in worry as Father Johan managed to pin down one for himself, shouting, "Stay still!" The moment he tied the red ribbon around it, the system began its countdown. You have been protecting your snake for 3 seconds out of 168 hours. Once that was done, Sangwon turned to order his subordinate. All right, your name is Poop from now on. You, take care of it. In utter disbelief, they said, Wait, aren't we supposed to be protecting you? He casually replied, Exactly. So that means protecting my snake too. With that, Sangwon turned around and walked away, laughing smugly. I got here before Seo Kang Rim, so I'll definitely catch one before him. Just watch, I'll be the first to clear this stage. The others responded half-heartedly. Yeah, I guess so. Even though he had already walked far ahead, his voice still echoed back. You won't be able to look down on me anymore, Seo Kang Rim. Once Sangwon was completely out of earshot, they began to gossip. Why is he so obsessed with Seo Kang Rim lately? Instead of gathering with the others, Kang Lim and Lin headed off toward the coast. As he walked, he fell deep into thought, wondering what warning the Destiny Guide was trying to give him. A series of strange events had left Seo Kang Lim deeply anxious. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because the slander room had been cleared much earlier than in his past life. Whether it happened before or not, the demon realm has been locked up for a while now, so appointing a new spokesperson is definitely something to think about. The more Kang Jin thought about it, the more confused he got. Way too many things were different from his past life. He couldn't figure out what the real issue was. It was all because Kang Jin's destiny had shifted. He had to take action to get his fate back on track. Everything would go exactly as he wanted once fate was corrected, but he still had absolutely no clue. He kept guessing. Could it be? Kang Jin picked up the veil and muttered, Does this have something to do with what I'm doing? However, only a brief description of the veil popped up. Beginner grade friendship mark. If you put this on a beast, it will no longer fear you. The effect depends on the level difference between the beast and the user. Seeing him just standing there spaced out, the gods grumbled. Kang Jin, what are you doing? Weren't you looking for that snake? If you don't want to find it, why don't you just let me possess you? Snapping out of it, he replied in annoyance. You're totally ruining my focus. In the end, Kang Jin gave up on overthinking and focused on the task at hand. All right, worrying won't solve anything. I need to move. With that, he sprang into action. Whipping off his shirt, Kang Jin turned to Lin and said, Let's go, Lin. In the blink of an eye, they both dove into the ocean, leaving the gods stunned. Surrounded by countless deep-sea creatures, he narrowed his eyes, searching for his target. One of the gods suddenly spoke up. I think he's looking for a sea serpent. Hearing this, another god chimed in. How long can a mere mortal even hold his breath anyway? Just then, the system alerted him that his lung capacity had increased by 20% thanks to his water attribute bonus. Kang Jin gave Lin a quick hand signal, and its horn instantly glowed, activating the water control skill. The system window popped up again, confirming that Kang Jin had received the buff from the water control skill. You can now move and breathe underwater. Relieved, he let out a breath and slowly began breathing beneath the surface. Once he fully adjusted, Kang Jin easily leaped across the rocky reefs. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a creature slithering on a nearby ledge. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, the sea serpent froze. Just when it thought it was a goner, he and Lin kept running past it. Seeing this, an annoyed god shouted, Hey, where on earth do you think you're going? The sea serpent is right there. Seeing him keep searching, the god said in disappointment, "There's no giant serpent down here." Hearing that, Kang Jin smugly replied, "Do you really think I came all the way down here just to catch some tiny snake?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the god shrieked in warning, "Oh my god, it's a giant serpent!" Startled, Kang Jin quickly picked up his pace. He desperately tried to keep his distance. Fortunately, in the nick of time, he drew his blade and jammed it into its mouth, though his leg was still pinned down by its tongue. Looking at the blade lodged deep in its throat, he thought with relief, "Thank goodness I brought the heavenly fire blade with me. This is the only long-range weapon I've got," he muttered to himself while pulling hard to free his leg from its tongue. It was too massive to be called a mere snake, yet too small to be classified as a dragon. Staring at the giant beast, Kang Jin smirked with excitement. "This is the exact giant serpent I've been looking for. Talk about lucky. Now, I just need to place the friendship mark on its tongue." With that in mind, he used the veil to tie its tongue. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashed, catching him off guard. Before the giant serpent could make its move, Lin activated its water control skill, blasting a wave of energy that pushed him out of harm's way just in time. Escaping death, Kang Jin looked over at Lin and praised, "Great job, Lin." Meanwhile, the giant serpent glared at them, absolutely furious. Its gaze shifted to Lin, drawn to its glowing horn. Instantly, it lunged forward, trying to devour the little beast. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to grab its tail and rapidly tie the veil around it. Just then, the system notified, "Friendship mark item is in use." The giant serpent refused to submit, thrashing wildly to shake him off. The text on the system screen updated once more. "The giant serpent is resisting the friendship mark's effect." Kang Jin held on with all his might, his hands moving fast to tighten the veil. The moment he successfully marked the giant serpent, the system congratulated him. "The giant serpent has submitted to Kang Jin." Witnessing this, the gods began gossiping again. "Wow, did he seriously just tame a giant serpent? I'm not so sure, but look at its eyes. It doesn't seem to view him as an enemy at all." Kang Jin happily gestured upward, and the giant serpent immediately shot toward the surface, carrying him along as he clung to its neck. Once ashore, he gently patted it and praised, "Good job. Now, my task is to protect you for 1 week." Giving it a thumbs up, he added, "But you'll be just fine without me, right? I'll see you again in 1 week. So, make sure not to leave the water for 1 week, and just live your life normally like before." These words left the giant serpent a bit confused, but it complied anyway, diving right back into the water. On the other side, a god complained, "He literally just tamed it 5 minutes ago, and he's already abandoning it." Another god could only defend him, saying, "Well, it is a giant serpent after all. It'll be fine." Meanwhile, Kang Jin laughed triumphantly. "Now, I get to go on a vacation for 1 week, right?" Hearing this, the god's blood boiled even more. "So this was your entire reason for hunting down that giant serpent? That scheming jerk." A short while later, at the edge of the forest, Kang Rim went on such a wild beast-slaying rampage that even Lin kept a wary distance. After receiving a system notification, his strength stat had risen to level 26. He stopped fighting, feeling totally bored. The buff has worn off. His strength, speed, and senses were now at level 26, while his stamina and magic remained at level 23. Looking at his stats, he let out a frustrated sigh. Raising stats is incredibly difficult by just hunting, even with a high-ranking class. He then turned to Lin, startling the beast. "Lin, let's take a quick break before we start again." Seeing Lin curled up miserably against a tree root, the gods began whispering among themselves. "Kirans don't like blood, do they? Well, but it still buffed Kang Rim earlier, didn't it?" Overhearing them, he thought to himself, "It's hard to say, since it really detests killing." As he was about to feed some medicine to Lin, a voice suddenly shouted, "Hey, you bastard." Kang Rim instinctively turned to look. Trainees rarely fought each other in the demon realm, but suddenly remembering something, his face darkened. He dashed toward the source of the noise. He didn't forget to call out to Lin behind him. "Lin, let's go." A moment later, he stopped at the top of a waterfall, where the argument was still raging. "What did you guys even do? Give me my money back." He crouched down, watching the confrontation unfold below. "I can't do this anymore," the black-haired guy screamed angrily in Sangwon's face. "I'll refund your money when we get back, so just deal with this yourself." This left Sangwon utterly stunned. "What?" Behind him, the others also chimed in with annoyance. "I'm out too. You're constantly insulting us and comparing us to others. It's always Kang Rim this and Kang Rim that. Why don't you just hire him instead?" Watching this from above, Kang Ji-im was bewildered. What? Hire me? Hearing this, the gods suggested, Kang Ji-im, why don't you go talk to him? He seems to be in deep trouble. If you're lucky, you might be able to get some spirit pearls from him. Seeing him hesitate, the god continued. Am I right? You need money to raise Lin, after all. Recalling their past encounter, he couldn't help but scoff. But that guy is dirt poor. Hearing voices, Sangwon shouted, Who's there? He stumbled toward him, calling out in disbelief, Kang Ji-im. As if recognizing his savior, he pleaded desperately, Kang Ji-im, please save my snake. With that, they dashed toward the direction Sangwon pointed. While running, he asked, So your snake is being attacked, but you don't know where it is, because you lost it. Hearing that, he hurriedly replied, Yeah. At this point, Kang Ji-im asked seriously, What do I get out of this? These words caught Sangwon off guard. He grumbled, You still haven't paid me back for that meal yet. Sure enough, Kang Ji-im slammed on the brakes, stating flatly, I don't work for free. I'll pay you for that meal once we get out of here. Hearing that, Sangwon gasped. What? Frantically swiping on his screen, he screamed in despair. Spirit pearls. I have 2,000 spirit pearls. Seeing this, Kang Ji-im couldn't help but remark, Well, you really managed to collect quite a lot, didn't you? Was that from your teammates? After a brief negotiation, the system popped up a message confirming the transaction was complete. The health of the target with the friendship mark had dropped below 50%. Now feeling completely relaxed, he said, The spirit pearls are mine. Beside him, Sangwon could only hold his head in despair. Since it's done, hurry up and save my snake already. After running for a while, Kang Ji-im finally reached the spot where the snake was being tortured, writhing in pain as it took a slash. The man in gray swung his sword and shouted, This is the end of you. Fortunately, Kang Ji-im arrived just in time to block his strike. Seeing this, he barked angrily, What? Are you from another area? I found this snake first. Get lost and find another one, he replied coldly, then casually tossed the snake away. That's not going to work. Behind him, Sangwon dashed over to catch it, crying out in agony, Gui. Tears streaming down his face as he looked at his beloved Gui, he desperately tried to comfort it. Don't die, Gui. Open your mouth, take this medicine. Seeing this, the man in gray looked at him, slightly bewildered. Sangwon glared at the perpetrator and roared, Who the hell are you to come here and try to kill my snake? Sheathing his sword, he replied nonchalantly, Your snake? Sangwon gently picked up his snake, snapping back. Don't you see the friendship mark right here? Go find other snakes to protect. Hearing this, the man in gray replied in frustration, Why the hell would I protect a snake? Standing to the side, Kang Ji-im asked, thoroughly confused, Isn't the mission in the demon realm this time to protect the snakes? This question left the man even more bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? He quickly checked his mission details again and continued, My mission is to kill the snakes. Damn it, I knew it felt a bit off when it sounded so easy. Hearing this, both of them were completely stunned. What? Kang Ji-im immediately thought, The mission for the third region is different from my past life. I guess this is what destiny means. He began connecting the memories of his past life together. In his past life, the missions for both regions focused on protecting the snakes, and they had cooperated to defend them from monsters. That's why that bastard and Jin-Soo looked like they'd figured something out. He gasped in shock. Wait, that means... A system notification suddenly popped up. The target with the friendship mark is under attack. At that moment, Kang Ji-im realized this as well. Is it under attack? He guessed the culprit was with the giant serpent right now. If it's someone from the third floor, then it has to be that guy. Tae-hun raised his fist high, glaring at the giant serpent in front of him with pure determination. He quickly jumped up, dodging a blast of water energy aimed directly at him. Landing on his feet, he watched the giant serpent thrash around in the water and said with amusement, Well, is that a dragon? With that, he pulled his arm back, arrogantly muttering, Let's see what you've got. Before the giant serpent could shatter the bridge with its water blast, he leaped into the air, aiming his fist right at it and shouting, Will killing this thing complete the quest? At that moment, Jin-hyuk rushed over. He watched in disbelief as Tae-hun landed a heavy punch right into the giant serpent's belly. Pulling his hand back to prepare another strike, he thought to himself in excitement, Nice, I've almost got this thing. But suddenly Jin-hyuk dashed in, forcing himself between him and the serpent. Tae-hun gasped, What? As the two collided, blocking Jin-hyuk's blade with his bare hands, he snarled in annoyance. Who the hell are you? Jin-hyuk stared back calmly, thinking with a smirk, I knew it was you. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-hoon was taken aback when Jin-hyuk effortlessly blocked his counterattack. He blocked that? Tae-hoon wondered. Suddenly, memories of the old future flashed in Jin-hyuk's mind. Back then, Kang Tae-hoon was a second-tier demon of the Flying Tiger clan. In those memories, Tae-hoon had pleaded with him, saying, You skipped out on us last time, so you absolutely have to show up this time, okay? Before leaving, he turned back to remind him, Promise me you'll come to the party tonight. Then, he and Hajin walked away with disappointed sighs. All right, see you there, I'm off. Recalling how he had watched their lifeless bodies in absolute despair, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but cry out their names in agony. As Jin-hyuk landed on the other side of the bridge, he thought with excitement, he was also a member of the Flying Tiger clan. Who would have thought I'd run into him here? This is great. Seeing this stranger swoop in out of nowhere to steal his kill, Tae-hoon snapped, I'll let it slide this time since I've never seen your face before, but I called dibs on that thing first. Jin-hyuk simply turned to the giant serpent and commanded, Go back down, dive deep, and stay down there no matter what. Seeing the beast plunge back into the depths, Tae-hoon cried out in shock. What? Hey, it ran away. Furious, he flipped Jin-hyuk the bird and yelled, Get lost! You're in my way, and I still have to kill that thing. Jin-hyuk watched him and thought, I never met him when he was this young. In my past life, we didn't cross paths until I joined the clan. The memory of the younger guy constantly calling him Brother Jin-hyuk made him feel nostalgic. It felt so different back then. Even when Hajin forced him to give her a piggyback ride, he had cried out in terror, Brother Jin-hyuk. He remembered most clearly when Tae-hoon awkwardly admitted, I'm really glad we didn't meet in the demon realm. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk had asked, Why is that? Looking away, Tae-hoon had mumbled, Well, back then I was a bit reckless, and my attitude was kind of garbage. Snapping back to reality, Jin-hyuk watched Tae-hoon repeatedly stomp his feet on the bridge and thought, Yeah, if we had met like this in my past life, we definitely wouldn't have become friends. Tae-hoon snapped, yelling, Are you even listening to me? Trying to de-escalate, Jin-hyuk pointed in another direction and said, Why don't you go find yourself another snake? That giant serpent is mine. Tae-hoon froze, staring at him in disbelief. With a wild grin, he lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch at Jin-hyuk as he declared, Then I'll just beat you down first. Luckily, Jin-hyuk managed to leap back and dodge just in time. Seeing Jin-hyuk keep dodging, Tae-hoon raised his fist. Boiling with rage, he channeled his inner energy into his hand and sneered, Oh? So all you can do is run? Sensing the danger, Jin-hyuk raised his sword to block. As fist collided with blade, a massive wave of magical energy erupted between them, feeling his hand tremble slightly as the pressure on his sword intensified. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly at Tae-hoon. He really is a monster. He's already this strong? Leaping back after the clash, Tae-hoon noticed Jin-hyuk's smile and asked boastfully, What's so funny? But Jin-hyuk's response instantly threw him off. Yeah, actually, I'm having a blast. As he shifted his sword's attribute, Jin-hyuk thought, How could I not be happy? Seeing you standing right in front of me, alive and breathing. A system notification suddenly popped up. Jin-hyuk's attribute has been changed to fire. Startled by Jin-hyuk's sudden rush, Tae-hoon hastily raised both arms to defend against the relentless sword strikes. As Jin-hyuk pressed the attack, he began analyzing his opponent's potential. Kang Tae-hoon's power rank is a second-tier demon. Both his subclass and stats are higher than mine. Seeing Tae-hoon struggle to block with his gauntlets, Jin-hyuk smirked and said, You're confused, aren't you? Wondering why you're clearly stronger but still can't beat me? Taking the bait, Tae-hoon barked back, Stop putting words in my mouth. He leaped into the air, aiming a massive punch straight at Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk slightly bent his knees, responding with absolute confidence. There's no way you can beat me. With lightning speed, Jin-hyuk slammed the hilt of his sword hard into Tae-hoon's abdomen, making him cough up blood in agony. Looking down at him collapsed on the ground, Jin-hyuk thought arrogantly, It's because I know every single one of your moves. Tae-hoon trembled as the cold tip of the blade pressed against his neck, clutching his stomach and groaning. To make matters worse, Jin-hyuk teased him further, saying, Looks like I win. Scowling with pure resentment, he struggled to his feet and ran off, shouting over his shoulder, I'll be back, and I'll get my revenge. Jin-hyuk watched him run off, slowly sheathing his sword. He waved goodbye to Tae-hoon with a friendly smile, thinking to himself, Man, he sounds exactly like a generic villain. Realizing he had changed things too much, he suddenly froze. Oh boy, this is bad. If things keep going like this, he won't meet Zin, which means he'll never join the Flying Tiger Guild. Instead, if he ends up joining the Asura Guild, will he even survive? Just imagining Tae-hun biting the dust made him clutch his chest in agony. I can't let that happen, he muttered. Late in the afternoon, under the shade of an ancient tree, Sang-won's annoying voice rang out once again. They should have told us sooner that the other region's goal was to kill the snakes. Hearing this, Zin replied indifferently. He tried to brush his hand away. But protecting the snakes from monsters or humans, there's not much of a difference, is there? Grabbing him tightly by the collar, Sang-won snarled, "What? Seriously?" With a scowl, he turned and stormed off, grumbling in an irritated voice. Ugh, let's just go. Kang Jin raised his hand toward Zin and asked, excuse me. Can I ask something? Seeing this, Zin replied warmly. What's on your mind? He walked over, asking in confusion, Isn't the goal of the Destiny Protection Agency to create as many Awakeners as possible? I don't get why you're making us fight each other. Zin replied calmly, to weed out those who aren't good enough, and you only get stronger if others get stronger. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, What do you mean get stronger if others get stronger? The guy rested his hand on his cheek, deliberately teasing, for example, using someone else's insanely powerful item to clear a demon realm gate. Hearing that, he froze. Wait, is he saying this is my fault? At this, he sighed and continued. Anyway, we didn't release many snakes this time, so cooperating to clear this stage is going to be pretty much impossible. These words irritated Kang Jin. Once again, the system notification popped up. 22 out of 168 hours have passed for the Great Serpent Protection Quest. Seeing him return, the gods chimed in with excitement. Whoa, it's Kang Jin. Kept us waiting, didn't you? Man, I'm getting super pumped. Hearing that, he asked in confusion, Did something happen while I was gone? He walked on, telling himself, I didn't get any notifications saying the Great Serpent was under attack, though. Suddenly, the ground shook. Kang Jin scanned his surroundings, something was coming. He locked his gaze onto a distant explosion. A dark figure flickered in and out of the smoke before suddenly lunging at Kang Jin, causing a massive explosion. Fortunately, he quick-wittedly leaped into the air, dodging the strike just in time. As the dust settled, Tae-hun's figure was revealed. Looking exhausted, he said, Yo, what's up, Kang Jin? Finally found you. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, Found me? What do you need me for? Meanwhile, Tae-hun was bursting with energy. Warming up his hands, he declared, That's right. Now, it's time to settle the score. With that, he lunged straight at Kang Jin. He easily swung his sword to block the attack. The details of their previous battle flashed through his mind as clearly as the multiplication table. He thought calmly, Next is my left. I'll just play along with him for a bit. Suddenly, Tae-hun swung his leg toward Kang Jin, catching him off guard. With no other option, he blocked it with his arm. Damn it, his fighting style has improved. He noticed that I already knew his moves. He dug his feet into the wooden floor, bracing against the force of the impact. Looking at his swollen arm, Kang Jin panted and thought, breaking old habits must have been incredibly tough. Impressive. Seeing this, Tae-hun let out a sigh of relief and said confidently, Finally landed a hit. Kang Jin kept his eyes locked on him, asking calmly, Why do you want to fight me so badly anyway? You could have just gone after another snake. Hearing this, Tae-hun pointed right at him and declared, Because I lost last time. Raising his fist high, he confidently declared, And I hate losing. These words made Kang Jin freeze. Remembering how Tae-hun used to recklessly challenge Seo in the past, he felt a wave of nostalgia. That's right. You've always loved fighting people stronger than you. In my past life, I wouldn't have even dreamed of fighting you because I was so weak back then. Is it crazy that I'm actually enjoying the fact that we're enemies? With that thought, he exhaled deeply, channeling all his fiery power into his sword. Thinking of the Great Serpent, he muttered to himself, Well, if I lose, the Great Serpent dies anyway. With newfound resolve, he said with a grin, I believe in you. Hearing him mumble to himself, Tae-hun snapped in annoyance. What the hell are you babbling about? Just bring it. Instantly, Kang Jin's eyes flared with intense killing intent. Aiming his flaming sword at Tae-hun, he said fiercely, If that's what you want, let's do this. Just try not to die. Just then, the system notified. Battle instinct skill activated. Looking at the notification in front of him, Tae-hun radiated a complex, overwhelming aura of killing intent. He growled, You think someone like you can actually kill me? The moment the words left his mouth, he lunged forward. Aiming his fist straight at him, he shouted, "If you think things are going to go down like yesterday, you're dead wrong." Seeing this, Kang Jin suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Swinging his sword, he flashed a grin and replied, "Well, look at you. You've actually gotten pretty strong." He then shifted the angle of his sword, bringing it down in a decisive strike. "I really love fighting strong opponents," he thought to himself. Tae-hoon quickly leaped backward to dodge the attack. Instantly, he coated his elbow in mana and aimed a heavy strike right at his face. Kang Jin's eyes turned a deep, bloodthirsty crimson. Swiftly grabbing Tae-hoon's wrist, only one single thought remained in his mind: kill the strong. Instantly, taking advantage of Tae-hoon's dazed state, Kang Jin sliced a deep gash across his chest with his sword. Watching the red sauce splatter, Kang Jin's expression grew more and more ecstatic. This was incredibly thrilling. Tae-hoon felt goosebumps break out all over his body, staring at him in sheer terror. What the hell was wrong with this guy? He had been aiming for his vital spots this whole time. Kang Jin swung his sword, aiming directly for his weak points. Seeing his opponent relentless in his assault, Tae-hoon desperately leaped back to dodge the blows. Is this bastard seriously trying to kill me? Has he completely lost his mind? Staring into Kang Jin's murderous eyes, panic gripped Tae-hoon's heart. He wasn't like this yesterday. Gritting his teeth, Tae-hoon clenched his fists and funneled all his mana into a single strike, determined to seize back control. No, at this rate, I'm going to lose. He drove a powerful punch straight into the center of Kang Jin's chest, shattering a portion of his ribs. Taking the brutal blow head-on, Kang Jin coughed up blood in agony, but a fierce determination flared in his mind. He had to kill this guy. Seeing him freeze, Tae-hoon stood there dazed, staring in shock. Inside Kang Jin's head, thousands of voices echoed endlessly. "I want to slaughter. I want to slaughter." He was so consumed by madness that he didn't even notice the fist rushing toward his face until a completely different voice rang out. "How could someone like you ever do that?" Kang Jin snapped back to reality. The system window suddenly popped up with a notification. His combat instinct skill had evolved into level 2 demonic system, allowing him to temporarily regain his sanity. Having cleared his mind, he swiftly raised his sword to block Tae-hoon's incoming attack, calmly saying, "Ah, I'm finally back to my senses." Seeing flames erupt out of nowhere, Tae-hoon leaped back in panic. What is this? Kang Jin was now completely enveloped in fiery energy, making his sword's power grow even more devastating. Glaring at Tae-hoon with a sinister smirk, he said, "I've figured out how to kill you now." Hearing this, Tae-hoon hurriedly dodged the blade and asked in shock, "How can you still move after I broke your ribs? Don't you feel any pain?" Instead of stopping, Kang Jin relentlessly swung his sword, his aura surging as he declared, "A little pain like this won't stop me." Realizing the guy was dead serious about taking him out, Tae-hoon turned tail and fled, shouting, "Are you insane?" Overflowing with excitement, Kang Jin roared, "Die!" After a relentless beatdown, Tae-hoon was left battered and bruised. Though bitter, he finally grit his teeth and surrendered. "Fine, I lose." Hearing this, Kang Jin burst into a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha, then die." But before he could finish his sentence, a system alert suddenly flashed. Combat instinct skill deactivated due to insufficient mana. Fire skill deactivated due to insufficient mana. With his buffs gone, Kang Jin awkwardly looked away and cleared his throat. "I'm not going to kill you. That was a smart decision." Sheathing his sword, he quickly turned around and walked away, saying, "Now give up and go find another snake to kill." Struggling to his feet, Tae-hoon declared with determination, "I'll be back tomorrow. If I lose tomorrow, I'll keep coming back the day after." Kang Jin was about to warn him, "Don't," but Tae-hoon cut him off. "In the end, I will be the one who wins." Watching the drama unfold, the gods got excited, chatting among themselves. Are they really going to fight again tomorrow? How thrilling. They really are evenly matched. It looks like only one of them will be able to complete the quest. Tae-hoon could just go find another snake. Oh please, he would never do that. Kang Jin found the dimensional portal and stepped inside. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but think anxiously. That's true. That's not in Kang Tae-hoon's nature at all. But I can't let either of us fail this quest. The moment he entered the recovery area, he heard another group arguing. Is that really true? That is so unfair. All Zone 3 has to do is kill the snakes. Can't we just find another snake to protect? Anavi replied strictly. Without a shred of leniency, Zone 2's objective is to protect the snakes, and you guys failed. Once the quest timer runs out, you will be sent back. Please keep that in mind. Grumbling, they walked away, muttering, Why can't they just let us out right now? Are they trying to piss us off on purpose? Scanning them with his eyes, Kang Jin thought to himself in confusion. Zone 2's objective. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned around and softly called out, "Miss Anna Vi." He walked over slowly and whispered in her ear, "Do you think?" Hearing his idea, Anna Vi smiled slightly. Looking at him, she replied with approval, "It is highly possible." This only fueled Kang Jin's excitement. He quickly headed toward the edge of the forest, thinking to himself as he walked, "Now, I have even more of a reason why I absolutely cannot lose." Spotting Lin ahead, he rushed over eagerly and said, "Come here, Lin, it's time to hunt." The next day, when the giant serpent protection quest reached its 49th hour out of 168, Taehoon showed up once again with his water buckets to challenge him. Before long, the quest entered its third day. By this point, his speed had significantly improved. Yet, he was still easily shut down by Kang Jin's fire sword. On the fourth day, Taehoon pushed his attack speed to the limit, but every single strike was deflected by Kang Jin's blade. On the following day, he braced himself against the intense heat and charged straight at Kang Jin, hoping to land a hit, but that failed as well. By now, the Serpent Protection Quest had reached its 145th hour out of 168, and Taehoon still hadn't managed to defeat him. Collapsing helplessly into a pool of water, he jumped back up in frustration and yelled, "This is so unfair. How is it fair for you to cover your entire body in fire?" Enveloped in flames, Kang Jin calmly replied, "This is my skill. I'll use it however I damn well please." Hearing that, he snapped back. "Do you seriously have to act like a total psychopath?" Extinguishing his firebird, he shot back arrogantly. "Well, it's not like your head is wired right either. No normal person picks a fight with a guy who's literally on fire." Frustrated, Taehoon stormed off, but not before shouting, "I'll be back tomorrow, just you wait." Even the Great Serpent looked absolutely done with their antics, while the two gods burst out laughing. "I swear, both of those guys are completely out of their minds. Haha, just let them be, it's entertaining. Look, even the Great Serpent is nodding along." Seeing the Great Serpent surface, Kang Rim turned to warn it. "Hey, I told you to stay in the water. Why did you come out? Are you hungry?" At his words, the Great Serpent immediately nodded. He leaned down, emptied the food bag into its mouth, and said, "Here, eat this, then go back down. Humans are way more dangerous than monsters, you know." He then leaned close and whispered, "Oh, and don't let Lin find out about this, okay?" Munching happily, the Great Serpent nodded in satisfaction. Once it finished, Kang Rim put his hands on his hips and ordered, "All right, back underwater with you." Seeing the Great Serpent's confused expression, the god remarked, "I don't think that little snack is going to fill it up." Just then, Yunbom came running over, calling out cheerfully, "Master, what are you doing over there?" He replied, "Just feeding the Great Serpent." John whined beside them. "Aw, I'm so jealous. I want one too." Suddenly, Yunbom noticed the cuts on his face and asked, worried, What happened to your face?" She angrily grumbled. "Was it that jerk? Why doesn't he just go chase the snake instead?" Kang Rim gave a reassuring smile. "Fighting him is actually pretty fun. Plus, it's great practice." Yunbom grumpily grabbed him by the collar and snapped, "Fun? Who are you, a UFC fighter? What did you do with my master? He doesn't like stuff like this." John chuckled at the sight. The three of them continued chatting happily as the Great Serpent swam away. Hearing a familiar voice, it popped its head up to investigate. "I'm going to have to turn down your offer." The group of people Taehoon had just rejected continued to plead. "If we have your help, we can easily crush the guys from Zone 2. Even if they're strong, we can overwhelm them with numbers." Hearing this, he replied coldly, "I don't care. There's only one person I need to defeat." The group leader spoke up confidently, "Don't worry about that. We have a way to take down Seo Kang Rim." These words startled the eavesdropping Great Serpent. It quickly dove back down to hide. Hearing the splash, Taehoon instantly turned around. Glaring at them, he asked in a mocking tone, "And what way would that be?" Meanwhile, Seo Kang Rim stood silently, looking down at the Great Serpent in front of him. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Today is the final day." As Jang Taehoon approached from a distance, Kang Rim spoke seriously, his eyes still fixed on the Great Serpent. "What do you plan to do if you taste defeat again today?" Kang Rim added, "Are you going to find another snake to kill?" Taehoon replied in irritation, "I'd never resort to something so pathetic. If I lose again, then I simply fail." Kang Rim turned his head and thought to himself, "I knew it." He glanced back at him and asked, "Oh, really? Drawing his longsword, Kang Rim said, "Then, since this is our final fight, how about we make a bet? If I win, you have to follow one order of mine." Standing opposite him without a shred of fear, Tae-hoon countered, "And what if I win?" Raising his sword, which was surging with immense power, Kang Rim replied, "That's not going to happen." Tae-hoon grimaced, extremely annoyed by Kang Rim's sheer confidence. He let out a heavy sigh. Tae-hoon snapped, "You really think you're going to win?" Across from him, Kang Rim stood radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Tae-hoon quickly got into his stance as well, clenching his fists as a blinding, brilliant energy erupted from within them. On the other side, Kang Rim's skills were just as formidable. A massive surge of power enveloped his sword, his face brimming with absolute confidence. "It's not going to work anymore," Tae-hoon yelled as he charged straight at Kang Rim, throwing a powerful fist right at him. Grinning with absolute confidence, his fist shot forward, slicing straight through the rising smoke. Fortunately, Seo Kang Rim reacted just in time, raising his sword to block the devastating blow. Was Tae-hoon trying to punch straight through it? Could that even be possible? Suddenly, a system notification popped up, activating his destiny detection skill. Immediately, all of Tae-hoon's status details were displayed. Jang Tae-hoon, 2nd tier class, Wraith rank, Earth attribute, with the title 1 against 100,000. Tae-hoon's face twisted into a fierce, aggressive snarl. He let out a wild, thrilled grin. Kang Rim paused for a second, absorbing Tae-hoon's status screen. "Just as I thought. He acquired fire resistance." While Kang Rim was still analyzing this, Tae-hoon immediately threw a second punch. "What are you going to do now? That was your ultimate skill, wasn't it?" Luckily, Kang Rim managed to dodge backward just in time, but his sword shattered into pieces. Watching the broken fragments of Kang Rim's blade scatter through the air, Tae-hoon laughed even louder with pure excitement. "I told you, didn't I? I'm the one who's going to win this." But suddenly, Kang Rim swiped his hand through the air, drawing a strange trail of energy that left Tae-hoon utterly dumbfounded. Before anyone can even process what's happening, blood splatters across the cold ground. Where on earth did Kang Lim pull that bizarre-looking sword from? The blade grazes Tae-hoon's leg, and blood immediately gushes out. He drops to his knees, writhing in agonizing pain. What the hell is that thing? Kang Lim looks like a completely different person now, his eyes burning crimson, wearing a twisted, creepy grin. Tae-hoon shivers at the sight of that terrifying expression, but he forces himself to talk tough. "I'm the one who's going to win." This bastard's lost his mind again. Tae-hoon struggles back to his feet, scoffing. "I guess that's your little secret weapon, huh?" He doesn't even notice Kang Lim charging at him like a bullet. Instead, Jang Tae-hoon slowly opens his palm. An eerie, swirling energy begins rushing into his open hand. "But did you really think I'd come here with just one cheap trick?" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive serpent spear begins to materialize in his grasp. Tae-hoon sneers with pure rage. "You're the one who started this." Right then, the system screen flashes, activating the formless spear skill, followed by another alert. Sensing immediate danger, Kang Lim reads the system notification, his face pale with sudden dread. He hesitates, and suddenly, the voices of the gods echo in his mind. "Wait, isn't that the 8-span serpent spear?" Another god chimes in. "It absolutely is. He must have received that gift from a god, just like in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms." As Tae-hoon's serpent spear solidifies, a violent vortex of energy wraps around its spearhead. Without a single second thought, he hurls the spear forward with terrifying force. The serpent spear tears through the air toward Kang Lim, carrying immense destructive power. The sheer velocity of the weapon creates a howling gale in its wake. Kang Lim raises his sword, desperately trying to block it, but the impact is overwhelming, forcing Kang Lim to exert every ounce of his strength just to hold his ground. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his battle instinct skill has been deactivated. He grits his teeth in pure rage. "Damn it, don't cancel now." Kang Lim's face is tight with tension, his jaw clenched shut. Then, the system flashes again, reactivating the battle instinct skill. All Kang Lim can think of is winning. His desire is so intense that the words burst from his mouth. "I have to win, no matter what." With a roar, Kang Lim swings his sword, parrying the serpent spear and sending it flying right back at Tae-hoon. Just then, his notification window pops up. The battle instinct skill has responded to your fierce rivalry and evolved into first-class phantom. Suddenly, Kang Lim's pupils spin, and a glowing reticle appears in his vision. To Kang Lim, the entire world seems to fade into a dull, monochromatic gray. The only thing visible is a vibrant golden energy flow, pointing directly at Tae-hoon, with a bright targeting reticle locked onto his chest. Kang Lim is deeply confused by what he is seeing, but then, a distinct blue light flashes within his line of sight. To his eyes, the area between him and Tae-hoon looks like a combat simulator. A pathway? But it isn't just one reticle anymore. Countless targeting points begin appearing all over Tae-hoon's body. He realizes, in astonishment, I can see his attack trajectory and every single one of his blind spots. Without wasting another second, now that those openings are exposed, Kang Lim lunges forward with lightning speed. His eyes lock onto his target like a hungry wolf ready to tear its prey apart. Seeing this, Tae-hoon freezes, utterly paralyzed with fear. You still have another skill left? But before he can even finish his sentence, Kang Lim unleashes a barrage of clean, devastating slashes. Kang Lim blurs past Tae-hoon like a sudden gust of wind. And right then, blood sprays in a massive X-shaped slash across Tae-hoon's chest. He collapses backward, his eyes rolling back as blood pools around him. Exhausted, Kang Lim drops to one knee, leaning heavily on his sword to keep from collapsing. Tae-hoon lies nearby, completely unconscious in a pool of blood. The voice of a god echoes once more. Holy crap. Did Kang Lim actually just win? But Kang Lim can't care less about the god's reaction. His face is deathly pale, still unable to believe what just happened as he gasps heavily for air. He looks over at Tae-hoon, whose face is already turning blue. Up above, the two gods continue their conversation. No way. How on earth did he pull off a win? He won even while facing the 8-span serpent spear. The other god replies, well, I guess wielding a weapon you aren't familiar with isn't such a great idea after all, is it? The first god adds, true, but isn't that kid about to die anyway? Hearing that, Kang Lim whips his head around in sheer panic. He quickly tosses his sword aside and drops next to Tae-hoon, checking on him. Damn it. Did I go too far? I have to get him to Father Roan right now, he mutters. But suddenly, a bullet whizzes toward his head from behind. Fortunately, his reflexes kick in just in time, and he ducks his head. An ambush? Out of nowhere, a hostile crowd wielding weapons surrounds him, their faces twisted with malicious intent. A brown-haired thug aiming a gun yells, "Get him! He's got to be completely exhausted by now." Upon hearing the command, they immediately lunged forward, charging like beasts straight at Kang Jin and Tae-hoon. With a quick glance, he recognized them instantly scavengers from the third zone. Gritting his teeth, Kang Jin reached into his coat and pulled out a glowing green potion. I have got to get this healing potion to Tae-hoon first. But before he could even react, the bottle suddenly slipped right through his fingers. He stared down at his hand, only to find his palm covered in filth. Mud? But how? Looking up, he saw one of the attackers crouching with his hand pressed flat against the ground. Earth magic? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet liquefied into a muddy swamp. Kang Jin struggled desperately, channeling every ounce of his energy to break free. Damn it, I need to get out of this first. Seeing him trapped, the enemy closed in for the kill. The god's voice echoed in his mind once again. Meanwhile, Kang Jin thrashed against the mud, but with his mana completely drained, his fire control skill forcefully deactivated. Helplessness and rage boiled inside him. He could do nothing but grit his teeth and watch them approach. The second god chimed in, disbelieving. Is Kang Jin really going to lose after coming this far? But out of nowhere, the giant serpent burst onto the scene, launching a ferocious attack on the hunters. Kang Jin stared in utter shock. The serpent was in a state of pure rage, snatching up one of the attackers and swallowing him whole. The rest of the group fell into utter chaos, screaming in terror. The serpent bared its fangs, dripping with venom. The mangled body it had been chewing on was tossed aside like a rag doll. What the hell is that? Since when does a snake get this freaking big? Is that thing even a snake? Another stammered, his voice trembling with sheer terror as they huddled back. Of course it's a snake. What else could it be? Meanwhile, the colossal beast loomed over them, hissing menacingly. Panic gripped Kang Jin. What the hell are you idiots doing? That is an amugi, he screamed, cursing them in his head. Did these fools not read the guide? Kang Jin had specifically ordered the beast to stay underwater, fearing this exact disaster. He remembered warning the amugi, I will set you free in a week. Just stay underwater and live peacefully until then. Do not come out. The system guide was crystal clear about one rule. If you ever encounter an amugi, never call it a snake. You absolutely cannot call an amugi a snake. Back in the present, the beast's eyes went dark, its massive form trembling with violent rage. Instead of backing away in terror, the hunters grew bold, drawing their blades and mocking the creature. This must be Seo Kang Jin's pet snake. Let's kill it. As the man lunged forward with his sword raised, Kang Jin screamed, "No, get away from it!" But the hunter ignored the warning, bringing his sword down in a ruthless slash across the Amugi's hide. "Die, you stupid snake." The Amugi's eyes flared blood red, its jaw snapping open in a painful shriek. Suddenly, the hunter froze, his face draining of all color. Wait, something is wrong with this snake. Meanwhile, Kang Jin desperately tried to claw his way out of the mud, but as he looked up, the horrifying sight completely petrified him. Because they called it a snake, its path to ascension was shattered forever. It could never become a dragon. In an instant, the Amugi's body erupted into raging, white-hot flames. The scarf Kang Jin had wrapped around its neck burned to ash, consumed by the beast's absolute despair and resentment. Its form began to mutate into something monstrous. Its muscular frame expanded, sharp horns ripping through its skull, as it mutated into the ultimate disaster, a Gangchioli. The furious beast slammed its massive claws down, aiming to crush the hunters. Only now did the cocky invaders realize their mistake, scrambling to run for their lives. Right then, a system alert flashed before Kang Jin's eyes. Protect Gangchioli, 15,501. Time remaining, 49 out of 168 hours. Using every bit of his remaining strength, Kang Jin slung Tae-hoon over his shoulder to escape. He glanced back at the Gangchioli, which was still enveloped in a roaring inferno. Maybe I still have a chance if it recognizes me, he thought. But the Gangchioli snapped its head toward him, its furious gaze instantly crushing any hope. Driven by pure, mindless bloodlust, the monster didn't hesitate. It unleashed a devastating torrent of fire right at Kang Jin and the fleeing hunters. Luckily, he managed to scramble to his feet and dive out of the way just in time. There was absolutely no reasoning with this thing anymore. The Gangchioli threw its head back and roared at the sky, gathering a massive sphere of flame. The entire horizon turned blood red under its scorching glow. In the celestial realm, the gods muttered in disbelief. Did those idiots really not read the guide? Well, the other god replied, I have never actually seen a Gangchioli before. Instantly, the system window displayed the creature's terrifying stats. Gangchioli, a rank 3 dragon-type calamity. An Amugi driven mad by grief and despair after its dream of becoming a dragon was shattered. It possessed dual attributes of fire and poison, with a body as indestructible as steel. In the distance, other players locked in battle stopped in their tracks as a pillar of fire erupted into the sky. Even from miles away, the terrifying silhouette of the rampaging beast sent shivers down their spines. Watching the chaos unfold, the god could only sigh. They are screwed. Absolutely screwed. Suddenly, an official from the organizing committee emerged, blaring an emergency announcement through a megaphone. Attention all players, this is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-class calamity, the Gangchioli, has spawned. Deep inside the forest, the twin sisters froze as the panic-stricken voice echoed through the trees. As the warning blared across the landscape, the monster surged forward, and wherever it went, a sea of fire followed close behind. 2 other players are desperately trying to flee as Gangchiol aggressively closes in on them. The one in front screams in sheer terror. It's coming this way. Terrified and pale as a ghost, Choi Sungwon struggles to speak. Wait, I don't have enough antitoxin. Meanwhile, a deadly swarm of toxic gas is rapidly closing in on him from all sides. Over the speakers, the announcer urgently barks, all rookies, evacuate to the sacred tree immediately for your own safety. But everyone is too busy running for their lives to give Sangwon's desperate cries a second thought. Sungwon collapses to the ground in despair, while a nearby classmate crouches down, watching him closely. Looking closely, Gangchiol's raging flames are barely being held back by a powerful protective shield created by Soa. Shin Soa uses her magic to forge a safe passage out of massive tree trunks, shouting at the crowd, hurry, head toward the sacred tree. The escaping players yell back in profound gratitude, thank you. Thank you so much, Shin. Soa. The announcer is shouting at the top of his lungs, trying to project his voice to every corner of the forest, desperately repeating the warning to anyone who might still be out there. Meanwhile, Kang Jin is running at full speed, thinking to himself, I guess the agency is finally making their move. Tae-hoon is still slung over his back, and that voice over the broadcast? It's none other than Selman. Fretfully checking his system interface, Selman warns, all rookies, watch out for the toxins. But then, he suddenly freezes. Hold on. A new quest has just been issued by the Destiny Protection Agency. Slaying the Kang Cheel will count as completing the mission. Over where Johan is, he listens in silence with Gun standing right behind him. The system announcement continues, and massive bonus rewards will be granted upon completion. Hearing this, Go-jun's eyes light up with pure excitement. He turns to his companion and says, "You heard that too, right?" Johan nods knowingly, while Gun asks with a hint of worry, "Wait, so those two are currently right behind the dragon's tail? Not too far from here?" Go-jun is so fired up that he cuts Johan off. Sounds like it's finally time for a boss raid. Meanwhile, the raging Kang Cheel continues to spew devastating flames, stomping deeper into the forest. After what feels like an eternity, Kang Jin finally makes it to the sacred tree with Tae-hoon on his back. Seeing the crowd gathered, Kang Jin anxiously calls out, "Is Father Johan here?" "I'm right here," Johan replies, stepping out from the crowd. Kang Jin carefully slides Tae-hoon off his back, pleading, "Please, you need to heal him." Taking one look at Tae-hoon's battered state, Johan asks in shock, "Good heavens, what happened to him?" Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, Kang Jin whispers, I did this to him." Johan looks absolutely stunned. Just then, Shin So-ah rushes over, her face filled with concern. "Kang Jin, are you okay? Are you hurt? There's blood all over your back." Kang Jin turns around to face her. Looking at So-ah, Kang Jin points toward Tae-hoon, who is currently receiving healing from Father Johan. "I'm fine," he assures her. He's the one who took the brunt of it. So-ah follows his gaze and asks, "Wait, is that the guy from Sector 3 who kept trying to pick a fight with you?" "Yeah," Kang Jin replies briefly. So-ah probes further. "Then I assume your Imugi is safe? But what are you going to do about the quest to slay the Kang Cheel?" At the mention of his Imugi, Kang Jin's expression darkens as he falls silent. He slowly stands up, casting a grim look toward the rampaging beast, breathing fire in the distance. "I need to check out the situation myself first," Kang Jin says, before dropping a bombshell, "because that Kang Cheel is actually the Imugi I'm supposed to protect." Hearing his words, So-ah can't believe her ears. In the distance, the colossal serpent is still thrashing through the forest, breathing devastating torrents of fire in its blind rage. Could that terrifying monster really be the same creature? Flashbacks of the riverbank rush through her mind, remembering when she and a few others first saw Kang Jin's Imugi. Clenching her fists, So-ah says tensely, "If that's true, then you can't kill it." Kang Jin's expression is just as grim. Staring intently ahead, he grunts, "Exactly. But I can't just stand by and let it run wild like this either." Meanwhile, after receiving Father Johan's healing magic, Tae-hoon slowly opens his eyes. "No," Tae-hoon suddenly gasps. Hearing his voice, Kang Jin quickly turns around. "You're awake?" The deep slash wound Kang Jin left on Tae-hoon's chest is still fresh. Wincing in pain, Tae-hoon struggles to speak. You can't kill it." Kang Jin is completely baffled by his words. "What are you talking about? Weren't you trying to kill it yourself?" But Tae-hoon brushes it off and snaps, "If I'm the one to do it, it's a completely different story." Kang Jin wonders, is it because of some twisted sense of loyalty? But instead of pressing, he just gives a casual sigh. "Fine, then I guess I'll just have to find another way." But suddenly, Selman approaches them and chimes in, "I'm afraid that won't work, kid." Kang Jin doesn't look surprised at all. He just tilts his head back slightly and asks, "The messenger?" In the background, the Kang Cheel's fury shows no signs of waning. Scorching flames envelop its massive body as it roars and destroys everything in its path. Selman turns to Kang Jin and begins to explain, "A fallen Imugi must be put down. The extreme heat and deadly toxins radiating from its body are enough to lay waste to the entire demon realm." Letting out a heavy sigh, Selman grumbles, "Normally, the protection agency would deal with this directly. But who knows what the higher-ups are plotting this time?" Hearing this, Tae-hoon freezes, staring blankly ahead. Selman adds coldly, "A failed creature that couldn't even ascend to become a dragon is nothing but a massive disaster." Every word feels like a physical blow, making Tae-hoon's face grow pale with dread. "A failure?" Tae-hoon hangs his head, lost in agonizing thought. Kang Jin, however, keeps his eyes locked on Selman and says firmly, "Regardless of what it is, it needs to be stopped." Selman narrows his eyes and warns, "Be careful, kid. This isn't a decision you get to make on your own." Kang Jin replied flatly, "I get it." He turned around to face Soa, who was lost in thought. "I think I have to take care of the Ganshioli. Can I count on you guys?" Hearing this, Soa and the twin sisters nearby enthusiastically agreed. "Of course you can. We're right here with you," Soa said softly to ease his mind. We're teammates, after all. Listening to their conversation, Taehoon suddenly froze at the word teammates, but instead of feeling touched, his expression grew darker by the second. He remembered the moment he lay unconscious earlier, watching the giant serpent wipe out that crowd of people to protect Kang Jin. What about the serpent, then? Does it mean absolutely nothing to you? Consumed by anger, Taehoon abruptly stood up and yelled at everyone, "Hold on. Are you seriously planning to kill it?" The more he spoke, the more worried he became for the giant beast. "That's your serpent." Taehoon seemed to feel a deep, emotional connection to the beast, clenching his jaw in pure frustration. Pouring out all his pent-up resentment, he shouted, "You of all people shouldn't be killing it." With that, he suddenly turned around and stormed off. Seeing this, Kang Jin called out, "Hey, Jang Taehoon!" He was completely baffled by the guy's sudden outburst and could only watch him leave in silence. Meanwhile, a large crowd of participants had gathered beneath the sacred tree. Even after a while, Taehoon's mood hadn't improved one bit. He sat stewing in his anger, lost in thought as Jimin's harsh words from earlier echoed in his mind. A useless failure that can't even transform into a dragon. Yeah, that's a massive problem. Perched gloomily on a branch of the sacred tree, Taehoon's mind was a chaotic mess. Those insulting words kept ringing in his ears. "You are nothing but a failure." Wincing in pain, a flood of childhood memories rushed back. He remembered his father violently slapping him across the face, shouting abuses. "Are you trying to drag my name through the mud?" Every single one of his father's cruel insults replayed vividly in his mind. "I'm ashamed to even call you my son." He remembered every hateful look on his father's face. Even though his cheek was burning red from the slap, young Taehoon could only bow his head, swallowing his resentment. "I spent 20 years of my life doing exactly what he wanted." But I guess that was still never enough for him. Suddenly, a critical voice echoed in his head. "Why is this the best you can do? Everyone said you were destined for greatness." Images of certificates and trophies flashed through his mind. It wasn't that I couldn't achieve those things. I just wasn't the flawless, perfect son they always wanted. In his mind's eye, Taehoon saw himself sitting alone on a swing, completely lost. And to parents like his, anything less than perfect was deemed a total failure. I just couldn't shake the feeling that I'd be trapped in this cycle of failure forever. A memory flashed of a lonely Taehoon beating everyone up with a wooden club, yet still feeling completely isolated. That deep-seated insecurity was what drove him to rebel and get into constant fights. I saw everyone as my enemy. The image of the raging, fire-breathing Ganchioli appeared before his eyes. But looking closely, he realized the beast was actually crying. Maybe that's why I felt so much sympathy for that serpent. Back in reality, Taehoon sat alone, watching the furious Ganchioli thrashing around in the distance. "I really thought you were different, Kang Jin." He recalled how hard Kang Jin had struggled just to carry him on his back earlier. Taehoon hadn't been fully unconscious back then. Clinging to Kang Jin's back, he had muttered a question. "Why did you save me? Weren't you worried that someone from District 3 would just stab you in the back?" But without a second thought, Kang Jin had replied, "I didn't think you'd do that." He calmly added, "You're just not that kind of guy." Hearing those words, Taehoon could hardly believe what he was hearing. It was like a sudden awakening. Every single word Kang Jin said continued to ring in his head. "I knew what kind of person you were back then, and I chose to trust you." Covering his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, those words alone felt like a massive weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. His gaze slowly drifted back to the thrashing Ganchioli in the distance. "I know we can't just let the serpent run wild and destroy the entire demon realm." Taehoon then looked down at Kang Jin's group gathering below. "But if there's a way, I want to save Ganchioli, just like you saved me." Down below, Kang Jin was addressing the group while pulling out a mysterious key. The twin sisters gasped in excitement. "You can summon weapons? Does that mean we can actually kill the Ganchioli now?" Kang Jin suddenly stopped them. "Let me make one thing clear. I will be the one to deal with the Ganchioli." Gripping the key tightly as his eyes gleamed with confidence, he added, "But I'm not going to kill it." He then began sharing his plan in a serious tone. "Here's what we do." After hearing the plan, the group nodded in agreement, with Soa speaking up first. "It sounds like it's worth a shot." The older sister, Yoonbom, raised a doubtful question. "Should we warn the other teams not to kill it?" Kang Jin looked at her, completely puzzled. He had no idea anyone would actually want to kill the beast. After all, they only needed to survive for one more day to complete the mission. John spoke up, pointing out that bastard. Hearing his name, Kang Ji-so and Jong Bong immediately pictured Gojun's cruel, twisted face. Adun turned to Cha Yohan, asking how he reacted to the news. Cha Yohan replied. If you mean Doc Go-jun, he was absolutely thrilled. He said he was going to go raid a boss. Hearing this, Kang Rim spun around in a panic, searching the area. Where the hell is he right now? Elsewhere, Go-jun appeared with a murderous look on his face. Where do you think you're going? Clutching his snake, Choi Sang-won snapped in frustration. To the hallway. Where else? Do you actually want to fight that thing? Behind him, several other players stood trembling. Go-jun stared at him blankly, as if he didn't get it. Choi Sang-won, standing right in front of him, pressed further. If we just get through today, the quest is done. Why the hell do we have to do this? As Sang-won spoke, he tried to quickly brush past him. I'm taking Gucci and getting to safety. If you want to fight it, go do it yourself. But Go-jun's hand shot out, grabbing Gucci's body in a crushing grip. Oh, is that so? Go-jun questioned Sang-won, but what are you going to do about it? The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly squeezed Gucci's body with brutal force. The snake writhed in absolute agony, and black energy began swirling around its body. A system screen popped up. Decomposition skill activated. In a split second, Gucci was ripped into 2 pieces by Go-jun's skill. Your snake is dead. Sang-won froze, completely paralyzed by the sight, before screaming out in pure agony. No. Gucci, acting like nothing happened, Go-jun brushed off his hands and muttered, Stop being so pathetic. Sang-won stood there like a statue, staring silently at Gucci's severed head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Go-jun then turned his cold gaze to the rest of them. That goes for you guys too. Hearing this, the others instantly flinched in sheer terror. Without another word, Go-jun lunged forward, using his skill to do the exact same thing to the other players' snakes. The players could only scream in horror. My snake, why are you doing this to us? Severed snake parts littered the ground, with not a single one left intact. No, stop, don't kill it, one of them yelled in sheer outrage. That's not fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours have to die? He casually replied, Oh, mine? Right on cue, his own snake let out an agonizing cry. With complete indifference, he immediately did the exact same thing to the snake wrapped around his own neck. A system notification popped up. You have failed to protect your snake. 155,241 out of 168 hours. The players watched in absolute disbelief as the dead snake hit the ground. Before they could even process what happened, Go-jun asked. Satisfied now? He offered a warm, friendly smile, slowly reaching his hand forward as dark energy crackled around his palm. Now, I have no choice but to kill Kang Cheoli. Let's fight side by side, shall we? A moment later, Go-jun slowly led the rest of the players over, cheerfully approaching Kang Rim. Hey Kang Rim, let's go kill Kang Cheoli. Hearing his voice, Kang Rim turned around and said, I've been looking for you. The other players standing behind Go-jun looked completely defeated. Seeing them, Kang Rim asked, Why is everyone following you? Go-jun grinned and replied, Oh, they're the main character's support squad. He spoke with absolute confidence. You've got a plan to kill that thing, don't you? The crowd behind Go-jun desperately whispered and gestured to Kang Rim. Say something. Kang Rim, don't let this lunatic lead us. Kang Rim remained calm as he replied, Yeah, and I'm going to need your help. I have a way to deal with Kang Cheoli. Elsewhere, several sharply dressed people stepped out of a portal. I seriously can't understand what the director is thinking, one of them muttered. It was none other than Gung Du's squad. Walking behind him, Gilman voiced his concern. Those interns could actually die, you know. Gung Du didn't seem to care as he calmly walked forward. That's exactly why we have to go find them. Na-hee, bringing up the rear, was focused on something. Moon Dong-yoon, who had also tagged along, crossed her arms with a smirk and spoke up. You're late, team leader Gung. Gung Du snapped back in irritation. What is she even doing here? This isn't her sector. Gung Du then turned to Jang Lee Buk. Team leader Jang, long time no see. He just gave a sleepy yawn and muttered, Yeah. Meanwhile, Kang Cheoli seemed to be under attack. A stray laser beam grazed right past its body. Gung Du glanced at the system window. Lee Buk was monitoring. Who is fighting Kang Cheoli? Lee Buk lazily replied, Your intern, Seo Kang Rim. On the screen, they could see a close-up of the raging Kang Cheoli. It was furiously breathing fire, while a few hunters stood on the cliff fighting it. Lee Buk added, and everyone from Sector 2. Gung Du kept his eyes glued to the screen. Seo Kang Rim. Lee Buk sat down against a tree, waving a piece of paper in his hand as he spoke. It's not like they can actually kill it anyway. Let's just wrap this up and get out of here. But Dong Yoon stepped in to stop them. Hold on a second. The director told us to wait. Her gaze drifted toward the distance. As Dong-yoon watched Kang Cheoli furiously spitting fire everywhere, she whispered, "Honestly, I just hope they give up soon." Then she turned to Gong Ju and said, "If Seo Kang Rim fails, I'm going to recruit him to District 1. Gong Ju snapped in annoyance. "Is that really why you came here?" Seomun casually replied, "Without a care in the world. I just want to know where an awakened this strong popped out from. I'm so jealous." Standing not too far away, Daehoon just watched silently. But looking closely, he was clenching his jaw, looking angry about something. Meanwhile, the Kangjogwi had just been shot right in the back of its neck. The shooter was none other than Yoonbom, and she immediately repositioned the second after firing. The system screen flashed with the weapon's info: the Demon, Slaying Gun, a large caliber rifle designed for hunting thick-skinned monsters, borrowed from Jeon's armory. The Kangjogwi instantly spun around, opening its massive maw to blast fire right at them. But as it unleashed a massive torrent of flames at Yoonbom, Cha jumped in from behind, raising a shield to block the fire from reaching her. Skill activated. Protective barrier. While the Kangjogwi was busy breathing fire, another streak of light grazed its body, spraying blood everywhere. It was Jeon's arrow. The girl aimed her next shot while shouting to draw its attention. "Hey, over here!" Hearing her voice, the Kangjogwi whipped around, preparing to blast fire at her as well. Info on the bow popped up. The Blood Bow, a replica of the bow and arrow used by the legendary hero who shot down 9 suns, borrowed from Jeon's armory. But just as the flames rushed toward the girl, Rin materialized out of nowhere, forming a shield to block the attack. Skill activated. Water manipulation. Watching this play out from a distance, Gongju couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell are they doing? Why do they keep missing? But their defense is actually solid. He watched anxiously, muttering to himself, "How did these losers get their hands on weapons like that? At this rate, they'll never beat the Kangjogwi." The Kangjogwi was far from calm, growing more furious by the second as it braced itself to breathe fire yet again. But this time, only steam came blowing out. The fire was completely gone, leaving even the beast itself dazed and confused. Seeing this, the other players charged forward with their weapons. "It's out of fire! Charge, everyone!" But as they got closer, they realized a layer of flame still cloaked its body, alongside waves of toxic gas. A male player raised his shield, desperately holding out against the intense heat. "Damn it, the heat and poison are still too intense. Get the poison and fire-resistant players to the front line," another player chimed in, while those at the front hesitated. "Can we really pull this off?" Just then, one of them pulled out a talisman and asked, "Should I use this to make a wall?" Right after speaking, they cast the spell, and massive pillars of ice shot up from the ground, locking the Kangjogwi in place. Skill activated. Ice Wall Summon. Seeing the beast restrained, one of them yelled, "All right, keep pushing it toward the marked spot." But suddenly, the Kangjogwi's massive tail whipped through the air, shattering the ice walls into tiny pieces. The players closing in turned pale with fright. "This is way too tough." Out of nowhere, Soa shouted to the crowd, "Water users, I'll restrict its movements, so do your best to put out the flames." With that, Soa quickly cast her skill, summoning sturdy tree branches that wrapped tightly around the beast's body. Skill activated. Gathering foliage. Meanwhile, the others blasted water at the Kangjogwi. Skill activated. Water ball. They kept cheering each other on as they fought. "Keep going. Don't let the fire spread to the trees." Skill activated. Water cannon. The rest did their best to hold the line with their shields, making sure the fire didn't break through. "Hang in there." Skill activated. Monstrous strength. Skill activated. Physical enhancement. Working in perfect sync, they fought together to suppress the Kangjogwi. "We're almost there, just a little longer." Up in the sky, a crow was flying in from the distance. Right then, the Kangjogwi let out a deafening roar, stomping its giant foot so hard that the remaining ice walls shattered and the very ground split open. The panicked players shouted to one another, "We can't push it any further. Damn it, what do we do?" Kang Rim said, "We have to push it down the cliff." Just then, Gown ran out from the crowd. Standing in front of everyone, an ominous aura of power began to swirl around his entire body. "Hey, you bunch of extras, get behind me." With a shout, Gown slammed his palms onto the ground with all his might. The earth instantly crumbled and collapsed. Skill activated. Decay. The Kangjogwi couldn't escape either, plunging down along with the falling debris. Its massive body plummeted, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Watching from above, the crow's eyes suddenly lit up. Its eye glowed like a camera lens. Watching through the crow's perspective, Lee Byam saw the scene and spoke up. "Yeah, right on the screen. Kang Rim was leaping toward the head of the Kang Jogui, sword in hand. Why is Seo Kang Rim standing there? Back to Kang Rim, he reached out with his burning hands, aiming to grab hold of the Kang Jogui's flesh. Billowing smoke kept pouring from the monster's body, shrouding the entire area in a thick, hazy mist. Seo struggled against the searing heat, his hands gripping his sword tightly, keeping it jammed deep inside the dent in the beast's head. Once he found the spot he was looking for, Seo plunged his sword right into it without a second thought. There he is, someone watching the system screen suddenly cried out. What? A massive monster appeared on the screen, with Seo clinging desperately to its head. Another shout echoed through the room. So that's where Seo is, Gungdu chuckled, nodding as he turned to Dongyu. I knew it. What do you think? They're going to bring it down, right? She was nowhere near as thrilled as he was. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, biting her nails with a scowl on her face. I was planning to recruit Seo to my side once he failed this mission. Then, a scene of the trainees appeared. Since I already lost those useful trainees from Sector 1, I need to recruit some from other sectors. She stood still, staring blankly ahead. My whole plan will go up in smoke if they actually manage to kill Kangcheol. Should I do something to make him fail? Meanwhile, Gungdu was busy checking the system board, completely oblivious to her thoughts. Let's see. While she was still plotting, she suddenly heard Gungdu muttering beside her as he stared intently at the screen. He muttered in confusion, wait, what is he trying to do? On the other side, Seo placed his hand on a certain spot. Sparks crackled and flew, and hot smoke began to billow around his feet. The temperature was rising rapidly. Seo struggled to inspect Kangcheol's head. There is a dent right in the middle of its head. I need to. Suddenly, he raised his sword and smiled triumphantly. Found it! Earlier, when Taehun brought his men over and listened to Seo plan, he quickly agreed. I think this is worth a shot. But Seo frowned with worry. The problem is, it has lost its mind. It won't recognize me. Taehun pondered for a moment, then gave a confident smile. But I have a solution for that. Just stab straight into its Baihui acupoint, and it will recognize you. The moment the sword was driven into Kangcheol's head, dark, sinister mist began to pour out from that acupoint. The excruciating pain from the top of its head made it scream out in pure agony. Seo gripped the sword tightly and shouted to calm it down. It's okay. Calm down. It's me, Seo. Suddenly, Kangcheol's rage vanished in an instant. It stopped screaming, and its head slowly lowered. Seo looked straight into its eyes with a sincere gaze and asked, Do you recognize me? Feeling that wasn't enough, he pulled out a long red scarf and tied it around Kangcheol's dragon horn. Do you remember this scarf? I'm going to tie our bond of friendship on your horn once again. Watching from the screen, Gungdu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is he taming it to make it easier to kill? Impressive. Lieber also stared at the screen, nodding in agreement. He is brutal. I can't believe he actually thought of that. Hearing their amazement, Dongyu quickly leaned over to get a closer look. What? Once she saw Seo actually taming it, she fell into deep thought once more. Suddenly, Dongyu smirked smugly, turned around, and ordered Libor to record this and file a report. Team 1 leader Dongyu took care of Kangcheol herself. After seeing that the other trainees couldn't defeat it, Gungdu angrily turned to confront her. What do you mean by that? Leader Simun, this sector is under the management of Leader Zhang Lip and me. We are the ones who have the final say. Dongyu sneered, gathering lightning in her hands. The director never said anything like that to us. And from what I see, it looks like Seo is in danger. A bolt of lightning struck the center of the area where Kangcheol and Seo were standing. Gungdu yelled in absolute fury. Are your eyes just for decoration? Why are you firing spells so recklessly? The sword planted on Kangcheol's head acted like a lightning rod, drawing the strike right to it. The massive shockwave sent Seo flying while he was still tying the scarf, catching him completely off guard. Gungdu grabbed Dongyu by her collar and lifted her up. Are you out of your mind? You just threw lightning right next to a trainee. But she still played completely innocent. Oh? Why did that lightning hit the monster's head? I was aiming for its body. Besides, it looks like Seo didn't get hit, right? On the screen, Seo was still reeling from Kangcheol's thrashing. Gungdu stared at the screen and roared. Are you kidding me? Seeing his reaction, Dongyu casually shrugged it off. My bad, just a little slip-up. With that, she spun on her heels and ran off. She had calculated it all in her head. If Seo dies, it will be a real headache. So I only struck near him. Gungdu urgently chased after her. What on earth are you planning to do now? Dongyu had already leaped off the cliff, casting a backward glance at him. He's in danger, so I'm going to save him, he shouted after her. Leader Se-moon, stop right now, but Dong-yu was already casting spells in rapid succession. Activating cloud stepping skill. Activating lightning skill. Her magic rained down directly on Kang Cheol's body. Dong-yu smirked triumphantly, humming a tune under her breath. A direct hit this time. After the strike landed, Gungdu and Lieber jumped down after her, warning, if anything happens to Seoljin, I won't let you get away with this. But before he could even finish, she gasped in shock. Wait. What? How did it miss? The system popped up another notification. Kang Cheol has failed to resist the bond of friendship. Kang Cheol has been subdued by Seoljin. Reeling from Kang Cheoli's overwhelming energy and getting blasted by a sudden lightning strike, Kanglim was running completely out of breath. Damn it. Did the emissaries already interfere? Nearby, Dong-yo tumbled down onto a small ledge below. Staring at the sword embedded in the cliffside, she realized what was going on. It seemed the weapon Sabum used was specifically designed to attract lightning, so that was why her own attack had failed. The sword had absorbed all the damage from the lightning strike. As Gongdu, emissary Li Baek, and Dong-yo jumped down to where Kanglim was, he gasped out, Team Leader Gongdu, while thinking to himself, and that woman from the video. Dong-yo put on a regretful face, holding his sword. I'm so sorry, Seo Kanglim. I only wanted to help, but it looks like I just got in your way instead. Thank goodness you weren't directly struck by that lightning, but Kang Cheoli's injuries look pretty severe. She continued to ramble on. I'll return this sword to you, but you need to leave that Kang Cheoli behind. Before she could even finish her sentence, Kanglim immediately cut her off. No one is laying a finger on Kang Cheoli. Dong-yo paused, narrowing her eyes. What do you mean by that? Kanglim stepped forward, shielding Kang Cheoli's head. I have no intention of killing Kang Cheoli. And I'm not going to let you kill him either. He firmly placed his hand over his chest. He is my dragon. Kang Cheoli's eyes widened, staring at the small hand protecting him. Dong-yo frowned in sheer annoyance. That's not a dragon. It's a Kang Cheoli. Once again, before she could finish, Gungdu waved his hand to silence her. He snapped, What's your deal, Kanglim? Even if it seems docile, a monster is still a monster. Kanglim desperately tried to explain. The poison and fire energy radiating from his body aren't that strong. I can control him, and I still won't let any of you kill him. Gungdu ground his teeth in frustration. Gungdu spat, You stubborn fool. But Kanglim refused to back down even for a second, replying, Just let me handle this. With that, Kanglim placed his hand on Kang Cheoli's head and prepared to cast a spell to summon a small Kirin. Help me out here, buddy. Rin let out a cry, as if understanding the request perfectly. Hovering right over Kang Cheoli's head, Rin released a gentle, jade-green magic that made the massive beast tremble. A silvery blue light shot straight into Kang Cheoli's head. Instantly, the beast's entire massive body began to glow. The brilliant light was so blinding that Dong-yo had to shield her eyes. The surrounding trainees also backed away, covering their eyes. Even the injured Taehoon, leaning against a nearby tree, was forced to shield his face. Kanglim leaned down to gently embrace Kang Cheoli's forehead. You're not a monster, and you're not a failure. Hearing those words, Taehoon's eyes widened in utter shock. He looked into the beast's eyes, speaking with absolute warmth. You are a dragon. A notification screen popped up, purifying the malice of the monster, Kang Cheoli. Instantly, Kang Cheoli's massive body began to shrink. The creature leaped into Kanglim's arms as if it had finally found a home, a tear of pure gratitude still clinging to the corner of its eye, holding both Kang Cheoli and Rin. Kanglim walked back, telling Gungdu in a firm tone, See? He's completely harmless now. Seeing him gently stroke the baby dragon's horn, both Gungdu and Dong-yo gasped. What? A Kirin is actually capable of doing that? Li Baek also leaned down with an affectionate smile, poking at the dragon's horn. Yep, that's definitely a dragon. Right then, everyone's system screens flashed with a new notification. You have defeated the monster, Kang Cheoli. Junbyum and Johan cried out in excitement. Whoa, it says the quest is complete. Me too. I got the notification as well. Gojin smiled warmly as he watched the group of trainees celebrate in sheer joy. Turning to Li Baek, Kanglim bowed slightly and asked, Emissary, can I take this dragon with me? He might still be in a bit of trouble. Gungdu stepped in, snapping irritably. Do whatever you want, but I think you should worry about yourself first, Seo Kanglim. Kanglim was taken aback, but quickly understood. Ah, thank you. Gungdu continued, his tone showing a hint of concern. I couldn't tell for sure from a distance, but those aren't the only wounds on your body. Dongyeo gasped dramatically, covering her mouth in mock horror. Seriously, if we had just left him alone, he probably would have died. Gungdu ground his teeth and warned her, "Watch your mouth." Dongyeo suddenly turned to Dohun. "Go heal him. You brought your medical kit, right?" Dohun casually pulled out his medical supplies and nodded. "Sure thing." Dongyeo grinned boastfully at Kanglim. "These supplies are super expensive, you know. I was saving them for a real emergency." Just as she finished speaking, Dohun cheerfully announced, "All done." Dongyeo stared blankly at the two giant blobs of ointment plastered all over Kanglim's cheeks. Right. The moment Dohun walked back, she immediately started lecturing him. "I did tell you to treat him, but why on earth did you use so much medicine?" Meanwhile, Kanglim's attention shifted to something behind him. Holding Gangcheoli tightly, he confronted Taehun. "You came here to hurt him, didn't you?" Taehun looked highly annoyed by the accusation. Taehun quickly waved his hands. "No way. That's not some giant serpent, it's a dragon." As Taehun and Gangcheoli stared at each other, Kanglim remarked dryly, "Well, I don't know if there are any other giant snakes left around here for you to find." Seeing Gangcheoli's glare that looked ready to tear him apart, Taehun quickly backed away, waving his hands innocently. "No thanks. I have absolutely no intention of looking for one. Like I said, I lost, so I'm backing down." But suddenly, Kanglim drew his sword. "Not so fast. First, you have to follow my orders." Taehun thinks it over and chuckles. "Yeah, what on earth is that supposed to be?" Kangrim quickly turns around to leave, gesturing for him to follow to a quieter spot and says, "Follow me." Confused, he asks, "Why the secrecy?" Kangrim shoots him a reassuring look. "It's no big deal." Taehun hurries to catch up. "No big deal? It seems like a massive deal to me. Let's just talk here." After Kangrim stands chatting with him in a secluded spot for a while, Taehun hesitantly tests the waters. "Are you sure about this?" Kangrim gives him a serious nod. He is also preparing a way out for Taehun, if you don't want to. But before he can even finish, Taehun chimes in, "I'll do exactly as you say." He looks at him with an intrigued smile. "It's a pleasure working with you. The destinies of Seo Kang Rim and Jang Taehun are now linked. Seo Kang Rim's destiny has been unlocked. Seo Kang Rim's destiny class is currently Tier 2 humanity." In the pitch-black night, heavy, exhausted breathing echoes. Kangrim tells himself, "What's going on? My chest feels so heavy. Am I having sleep paralysis again?" Sweating profusely, he grits his teeth and tries to endure it. "Seriously, it hurts so bad. I thought I was already used to sleep paralysis and nightmares though." Trying to move his limbs, Kangrim finds he can budge them a tiny bit. "Ah, I can move." Relieved that he can move, he thinks he might be able to sit up. Suddenly, he notices Leany standing right on his chest, squeaking continuously. "Leany." He reaches up to scoop it up. "Get off me right now." Suddenly, a notification pops up. Purify skill activated. A brilliant turquoise light flows straight into Kangrim's forehead. He looks at Leany and asks, "Why did you use that on me?" Only when the morning sun beams down on his face, making him squint, does he suddenly bolt upright. "What? Is the night over? Is it already the next day?" Beside him, Leany is already busy biting the hem of Kangrim's shirt, tugging it upward. Startled, he asks, "Hey, what are you doing? Did you purify the remaining poison?" Seeing that his wounds have healed nicely, he gently strokes its head and praises it. "Thanks, buddy." A moment later, Kangrim scratches his head as he rolls out of bed. "Well, I slept through the entire day. I must have been completely exhausted to sleep like a log." Sensing something, Kangrim suddenly looks down and peers under the bed. The black-red dragon is a Tier 3 demonic class dragon representing poison, fire, and water. It's incredibly aggressive and has far higher attack power than other dragons. He thinks gloomily. "But I have to send it back to the spirit realm because it keeps trying to bite Taehun." He lifts it up. "Did I summon you in my sleep? There's a good boy. Now, what should I call you? David or Lucky?" The dragon in his hand seems completely drained, its stomach growling loudly. Seeing this, he scoops it up and calls out to Leany, "All right, let's go get some food. Yorong, Leany, you two as well." In the dining hall downstairs, a few people are scattered around eating. Watching Yorong and Leany wolf down their food like starving beasts, Kangrim thinks with a heavy heart, "Now I have to pay double for food." Suddenly, Dako Jun approaches from out of nowhere and calls out in a friendly voice, "Ah, Seo Kang Rim, there you are." He leans over the table to stare at Yorong, despite the creature glaring back at him fiercely. "So, This is a dragon? What's its name? Kang Rim replies casually, Yorong. Hearing this, Jun flinches, pulling his hand back to avoid getting scratched. Wait, isn't that a snake's name? Kang Rim turns to him and retorts, I named it, so it's a dragon's name. Watching Yorong and Lini glare at him with zero hospitality, Jun falls into thought. He smiles warmly and points at Kang Rim. Come to think of it, didn't you get something else out of this too? Kang Rim darts a wary glance at him. He's right. It wasn't just about bringing Yorong back. Back then, Taehoon had asked him point blank, so, what are my orders? Kang Rim replied, go to Zone 2. Kang Rim ponders that there must be a reason why Ananavi emphasized the Zone 2 mission for the trainees who lost their snakes. She had announced to the trainees that they all failed the Zone 2 mission. Even if a mission is a failure, you still stand a chance if you move to a different zone. Once there, you can redo the entire mission, and it won't be as brutally difficult anymore. Jun plops down right next to them, startling the little guy so much that it doesn't even dare to eat the last remaining seed. Why did you do that? Kang Rim sighs and explains. He seems useful. Jun looks even more puzzled. There are tons of guys like him out there. Kang Rim cuts him off, annoyed. Yorong and Lini have already scurried away, maybe because he actually knows his place, unlike a certain someone. Hearing this, Jun's eyes light up. So you're saying he's going to hit it big in the future? Breaking into a cold sweat, Kang Rim asks, do you seriously think I can see the future? Jun casts his eyes down with a wistful smile. Well, you looked like a straight-up main character back in that venomous snake room. He recalls the words Kang Rim said to Yorong back then, you are a dragon. Jun places a hand over his chest, nodding in deep understanding. So, I did a bit of self-reflection. Hearing this, Kang Rim hesitantly asks, about what? Staring blankly at the table, Jun replies, I just feel like I'm falling short. Kang Rim flashes back to the image of Jun, begging for the severed heads of those snakes. How could you possibly be falling short? I think you did more than your fair share in that absolute mess. Forcing a smile, Kang Rim says, hey, you were a huge help back there. As if a nerve had been struck, Jun's eyes flare up as he cuts him off. No, I mean being of actual use to you. He clenches his fists tightly. At this rate, I'm only. Just as he is pouring his heart out, the dining hall door swings open, instantly cutting him off. Seo walked in, giving Jun a pretty wary look. Jun just pretended to stretch his shoulder, slipped past her, and told me he had to take off. You're overthinking things. I gotta get back to work. Watching him walk away while Seo ran over, Jinhyuk couldn't help but think, he is really dedicated to his writing, huh? As Jun and Seo brushed past each other, she ignored Jun and happily greeted Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk, are you okay? Seeing that they didn't even acknowledge each other, Jinhyuk thought to himself, is he avoiding Shin Seo? On the outside, he replied, yeah, I'm fine. How about you? Standing beside him, she hesitated before replying, I'm okay. But he didn't do anything weird, did he? So many people have already been defeated by him. The tension out there is insane right now. A lot of people are on guard against Kang Taehoon because he's from another zone. Watching Taehoon and Jun cross paths outside the door, Jinhyuk still reassured her. Don't worry about Taehoon, he's not a bad guy. Meanwhile, Taehoon glanced at Jun's retreating figure with a deeply wary look. Walking inside, Taehoon returned to his usual cheerful self. Smiling as he said, hey, were you guys talking about me? Seeing him approach, Jinhyuk quickly introduced them. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Shin Seo. She smiled warmly at Taehoon. Hi, I'm on Jinhyuk's team. Shin Seo? Sitting down opposite them, Taehoon's face instantly grew serious. Oh, hello. I'm Kang Taehoon from Zone 3. Nice to meet you. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, with only Johan constantly trying to lung forward and bite Taehoon. Right in the middle of the awkwardness, Seo stood up to say goodbye. Well, enjoy your meal, everyone. A bit surprised, Jinhyuk didn't try to stop her. All right, see you later. As they both watched her walk away, Jinhyuk had his own thoughts. I thought she'd stay and chat a bit longer. Taehoon leaned in curiously and asked, is she your girlfriend? Jinhyuk sighed and glared at him. No. And you should call me brother. Seeing Jinhyuk call him out, Taehoon just chuckled to brush it off. Right, you are older. Seeing that Taehoon had no intention of correcting himself, Jinhyuk added, you only started dropping the honorifics yesterday, you know. Taehoon finally admitted. Well, calling you brother just feels so awkward. Bro, brother Jinhyuk? Out of nowhere, Taehoon confessed. To be honest, You felt really familiar to me from the very start. Jin-hyuk was startled. Really? Recalling Jin-hyuk in battle, Tae-hoon replied, yeah, so I figured you were the one who fought alongside me before, and you seemed really happy to see me too. Plus, I got that exact same vibe from Shin-soo just now. I have a feeling we're going to be working together a lot in the future. He grinned like an idiot, while Jin-hyuk's eyes widened with anxiety, feeling a sense of déjà vu. It's like I've met the two of you somewhere before. Jin-hyuk stammered slightly, his fists clenching. Like, destiny? Hearing that, Tae-hoon shyly covered his mouth. Saying it out loud is a bit embarrassing. But yeah, I just feel like we're bound to end up on the same team anyway. Jin-hyuk's fist clenched even tighter out of fear. He thought to himself, could his feeling just be a coincidence? Am I repeating the future all over again? Tae-hoon looked around, assessing the room. I thought you were a lone wolf, but you actually have quite a few friends. I'd love to get closer to them too, not just Shin-soo, but the others as well. Suddenly, he whipped around. Oh, but count that bastard out. Jin-hyuk was puzzled. Who, Gojin? Tae-hoon recalled Gojin's face when he controlled the snakes. Yeah, that guy who killed all the snakes in the reptile room. I can't stand people like him. How could he kill the very snake he promised to protect? I'm never hanging out with a guy like that. Jin-hyuk broke into a cold sweat, trying to calm him down as Tae-hoon grew visibly angry. Ah, I figured you'd hate him. Yeah, but just don't go picking fights with him, okay? Jin-hyuk advised, already calculating in his head that Tae-hoon would probably get along with Shin-soo and Cha-yohan. He's the same age as Yoon-bom and Junyeon, so they'll probably get along too. Tae-hoon looked at him with a bright, cheerful smile. Taking the opportunity, Tae-hoon added, oh, there's one more thing. He gestured with his finger, calling Jin-hyuk over. I have a proposal for you. A moment later, Tae-hoon kicked open a door. The glass window above it was completely shattered from when he used it to block an incoming barrage of bullets. Once the door was completely destroyed, Tae-hoon charged straight into the inner room. A massive brawl broke out inside, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The walls were completely smashed by Tae-hoon, and when he finally stepped out, there was a smear of dark red syrup on his nose. He glared at the girl holding a gun pointed straight at his head. So, why don't you tell me why you attacked me? Yoon-bom chambered around with absolute confidence. Because I cannot accept you. Although Tae-hoon was smiling, his clenched fists made it clear he was incredibly annoyed. And just who are you to decide whether you accept me or not? You're the one who dragged me here. Yoon-bom's eyes burned with hatred. I am Master's #1 disciple, and my guardian deity doesn't like you one bit. He said that since you suddenly came out of nowhere and stole Sika from us, you're nothing but a shady bastard. The power of Olympus manifested around the young girl. Yoon-bom growled at Tae-hoon. I heard that yesterday you asked him to accept your request, and even brought up the Peach Garden Oath, didn't you, Tae-hoon? On his end, Tae-hoon wasn't about to back down either. The power of Shuhan, led by the god Guan Yu, manifested behind him. Tae-hoon let out a disdainful laugh. Wait, if your patron god likes him so much, why didn't they just take him in sooner? Why get so pissed off at me just because I failed? Yeonbom didn't lower her gun for a second. Master doesn't care about any of that, so why don't you just give up already? The moment she finished speaking, Tae-hoon shut her down with a flat, "Nubber Jeon," standing right next to him, frowned and warned. Do you even realize what kind of situation you're in right now? We're only being this patient because we know you don't stand a chance against us. With that, the kid turned to snap at Yeonbom, and besides, sis, I'm the one who's #1 here. Move aside, let me take him. The older girl angrily yelled back. Are you looking for a fight? Jeon glanced at Tae-hoon, sizing him up. Since you crawled back to us after failing your mission, you must be incredibly weak. What took you so long anyway? Hearing her mumble something, Tae-hoon perked up his ears. What was that? He stretched his arms and tilted his head. You want to go? The two of them looked pretty weak themselves, and Jeon already had her bow drawn. The two sisters kept taunting him. Are you blind or what? Bring it on. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, startling little Jeon. What do you kids think you're doing? Kang Min walked over and frowned at them. Are you guys really fighting? Everything seemed fine when I introduced you yesterday, Jeon stammered, trying to explain. Well, it's because he keeps blabbering to you about those guardian deities, and Yeonbom couldn't even get a word in. Long story short, both of our patron gods told us we have to force Tae-hoon to give up. Kang Min's expression darkened even more as he growled. Your patron gods told you to fight? Looking at the two girls who stood there silently with slumped shoulders, Kang Min asked point blank, Yeonbom, Yeon Jeon, Do you still want to become my guardians? And does your patron god want the same thing, Kang Tae-hoon? Tae-hoon glanced at him and nodded. Yes, I really do. Kang Min covered his mouth in disbelief. He lost himself in thought for a moment, then clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, let's do this then. Kang Min gestured to both sides. I'll accept whoever wins as my guardian. His words caught both sides completely off guard. Suddenly, he added another condition, making them lean in to listen. However, Kang Min drew his sword hilt and pointed it directly at the three of them. You'll have to fight me. If I win, you all have to give up. He slowly drew the entire blade with a deadly serious look. And I'll be demanding compensation from your patron gods as well. It has to be at least god-tier gear, so tell them that. Their fingers began tapping away on their holographic control screens, while Tae-hoon was still deep in thought. While the sisters, Yeonbom and Ji-on, were still whispering to each other, Kang Min stared at them, silently thinking about the concept of a god's command. If you have a patron god, you can borrow their power. But in return, you must obey their every whim. But not every command from a god is a divine revelation. If you blindly follow their orders without thinking for yourself, you'll end up as nothing but a puppet. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Kang Min waited, his expression filled with contemplation. I'm not willing to take that kind of risk. Once Tae-hoon finished communicating with his god, he stammered out an explanation. The gods are saying this isn't fair because you're way too strong. Kang Min quickly set a new condition. Fine. Then skills are banned. You three can all come at me at once. If you manage to land even a single hit on me, you win. Hearing this, they readily agreed. We accept those terms. Kang Min calmly raised his sword. Then, let's get started. The kid quickly lifted her bow and replied, All right. She smiled, feeling a bit hesitant. But won't it end way too fast with just one hit? Before she could even finish her sentence, Ji-on was forced to raise her sword to block his lightning-fast strike. Kang Min grabbed Ji-on's other arm, his eyes sharp as he readied his sword for another strike. Don't worry about me. You don't have the time to. Kang Min's face was cold and deadly serious. He wasn't treating this like a game at all. The hilt of his sword slammed hard into the back of Ji-on's neck. From a distance, Yeonbom screamed in panic. But the gun in her hand trembled so much she couldn't pull the trigger. Kang Min effortlessly held the unconscious Ji-on up like a chicken. He glanced over at Yeonbom and barked, Shoot! Right as he uttered those words of encouragement, another figure lunged at him from behind. Aim properly. Even with the surprise attack, he dodged effortlessly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Spinning around, Kang Min hurled Ji-on right at Yeonbom, who struggled to catch her. With that dealt with, his sword moved to block a sudden kick from Tae-hoon. He grinned and said, Don't go forgetting about me now. Tae-hoon's face twisted into a strangely excited expression as he clashed with Kang Min. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Kang Min asked, Why the hell are you so excited? Tae-hoon didn't reply, launching a direct kick instead. Kang Min ducked, causing Tae-hoon's kick to slam heavily into the wall. Kang Min swung his sword, but Tae-hoon managed to dodge that too. Grinning, Tae-hoon reached out to touch him. Huh? Are you taking it easy on me? At this rate, you're gonna lose in no time. Kang Min's eyes flared with pure, murderous intent. Suddenly, a bullet grazed Tae-hoon's foot, though he luckily managed to dodge in time. Frustrated, Tae-hoon snapped his head toward Yeonbom and yelled in anger, Hey, why the hell are you shooting at me? The split second his focus wavered, Kang Min slammed his head hard against the wall, knocking him out cold. Yeonbom glared at them in annoyance. There's no way I'm letting you win. Having just dealt with Tae-hoon, Kang Min immediately glanced back at the two sisters. They charged at him together in a relentless flurry of attacks, but Kang Min blocked every single strike with his sword. Standing outside the room, Seo and several other trainees watched with their jaws dropped. Breaking a sweat, one of them turned to their senior, Seo, and asked, Aren't you going to stop them? Inside, bows are being drawn recklessly. Taeseok swings his fist but completely misses, and Kang Lim just mocks him. Don't make your attacks so predictable. But just as Rami peeks out from behind Taeseok and raises her weapon, Kang Lim gets startled and blocks the shot. She laughs out loud. Hey, you never said we couldn't team up. Taeseok takes the chance to mock him too. Yeah, who's predictable now? Looking at the tense but harmless situation inside, Seo just lets out a soft sigh of relief. She walks away with her phone, looking like she's calling someone. The confused intern calls after her. Wait. Miss Shin Seo. The other end picks up. Seo quickly replies, Hello, yeah, thank you. the address is. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few blows, they are still completely outclassed by Kang Rim. Having taught them a lesson, he stops and plants his sword into the ground. It seems the three of them are still way too green. Kang Rim alone managed to handle both sides effortlessly. He decides that this is a good stopping point. Since his initial goal was never to hurt them, he knows when to call it quits. There is absolutely no reason to keep fighting. But for a battle-hungry guy like Taeseok, he just can't accept this outcome. No, we're not done yet. Seeing how stubborn he is, Kang Rim remains completely calm. He drops to one knee and asks directly, "You don't plan on doing this all of next week, do you?" He can't just stand by and watch his own team tear each other apart, so he voices his frustration. Look, training is perfectly fine, but fighting each other just because of some divine command? I hate that. Honestly, it's really pissing me off. At this point, Jeonga has nothing left to say or do. She just lies on the floor and lets out a long sigh. To stop both sides from fighting over such ridiculous things, Kang Rim offers them a suggestion. Maybe it's better if you don't cooperate. You're acting like you're best friends, trusting someone with your back just because of a divine command. His dead serious expression is more than enough to show how strongly he disapproves of their behavior. He is definitely not happy about this. Even though Kang Rim made himself perfectly clear, Jeonga remains stubborn. But before she can even finish her sentence, he cuts her off. If the guardian deity told you to kill Rami, would you actually do it? Hearing this, her face instantly darkens as she realizes she might have been completely blinded. Kang Rim doesn't want anyone being manipulated into losing their minds. You have to make your own decisions. With that, the tension in the room grows incredibly heavy. This time, he is dead serious about wanting them to think for themselves, instead of blindly doing what they're told. As Kang Rim turns to leave, Taeseok stops arguing and respectfully drops to one knee, bowing his head. Although Jeonga doesn't dare argue anymore, she still feels a bit frustrated that things didn't go her way. We lost again. I give up. To make sure there's no bad blood between them, she humbles herself first and apologizes. Hey, Taeseok, sorry for suddenly attacking you like that. Jeonga realizes she was the one in the wrong first, so she wants to take full responsibility. Like I said, I'm really sorry. You're a great warrior, you know? Honestly, if Kang Rim hadn't stepped in, neither of us would have backed down. Yet, hearing her apologize actually makes him feel a bit embarrassed. It's fine. I'm no saint either. While everyone is gathered together, Johan suddenly pokes his head in. Only after seeing that peace has been restored, does he finally dare to show his face. Can I come in, father? Meanwhile, Kang Rim leaves the messy room with an easy, relaxed pace. So, is that it? Yeah. Even though the fighting has stopped, they are still excitedly talking about that high-tension battle. But when I threw off his balance, right when you shot over my shoulder. After stepping into that fight, Kang Rim got a much clearer look at their combat styles. They fought individually at first, but eventually teamed up. It isn't hard for him to see that this has actually deepened their bond. Just when it seems like Kang Rim is completely alone, a voice suddenly rings out. Was that your plan from the very beginning? And the one who had been watching their fight from the very beginning without bothering to step in is Sua. There's no better way to make friends than in battle, Miss Shin Sua. It turns out, she was also the one who told Johan to come back. I asked father to come over once I saw things winding down, so thank you. Since they're meeting face to face, he also has something he wants her to clarify. Do you still feel uncomfortable around Taeseok? If you do, before Kang Rim can even finish, Sua cuts him off. It's fine, just a little strange. I actually feel a strong sense of familiarity with him. Hearing this, Kang Rim is slightly taken aback. Something suddenly clicks in his mind. Does Shin Sua feel that way too? What Taeseok once told Kang Rim in the past flashes back like a slow-motion movie, along with her words just now. I have a feeling I'll be working with her in the future. Knowing their paths are destined to cross again, Kang Rim just smiles and says, "That's good to hear. Take good care of him. Look on the bright side. At least they won't drift apart even if I disappear." Cutting to Dongryu's office, Do-yoon is currently giving her a report. The interns who failed in Zone 3 have already started their challenge in Zone 1. Baek Young barely batted an eye, or showed any emotion when she saw this announcement. Whatever, I wasn't expecting much anyway. She let out a soft sigh and nonchalantly asked, "So, Seo Kang Rim cleared it easily, and Taehyun did too, right? He's pretty good, but he already moved to Zone 2. Seeing that Baek Young didn't really care about them anymore, Do-hyun made a guess. So, did you give up on Seo Kang Rim? Give up? In reality, her actual goal was completely different. On the contrary, I want him even more now. The next second, She grew excited as she realized, and besides, there are some pretty good trainees in Zone 2 too. But it's still way too early. After that, Baek Young turned her attention back to the glowing red notification screen. Did he reply? And guess what? The words appearing on the screen were exactly what she wanted to see. I will accept the request. Baek Young couldn't contain herself and burst into an unstoppable fit of laughter. She was eagerly looking forward to whatever crazy things would happen next. I wonder how Captain Gong will react once he finds out. Now I'm getting excited. Meanwhile, the glowing red talisman in Anabi's hand burst into flames, as if tearing down the barrier between the human world and the demon realm. She stood calmly at the center of the exploding magic circle, completely unfazed as the crimson dark magic ripped through reality. Gate 7 has opened. Before everything began, Anabi confirmed it once again. Once you clear this demon realm, you can leave, just as we promised. To keep their journey from turning into a disaster, she warned them beforehand. Since this is the final room, it's going to be extremely difficult. You can't leave until you finish it, so please. But after a moment, she suddenly changed her mind and stopped talking. It seems like I was worrying for nothing. Before fading into thin air, Anabi bowed to them one last time. I hope to see you all again. Good luck. A moment later, the trainees split into small groups and slowly walked through the gate. Looking around, their group was the only one left. At this point, Jian started to wonder, why is it just us? Wait, where's the priest? Sua said she needed to check on something first. She said to go ahead inside if she's running late. Then, the kid mentioned a name that always made Taehyun glare with daggers in his eyes. I feel like father will show up with Gojun. He's still busy writing his novel. Who even cares about him anyway? After waiting for a while, they finally saw Seo Kang Rim show up. Everyone waved to him. Hey, master is here. The gate is open. Let's go. Realizing he was running late, he didn't hesitate and quickly got himself ready. Am I late? I need to get ready. Seeing Seo Kang Rim acting so mysteriously, they couldn't help but feel curious. What are you doing? But Kang Rim had no intention of sharing just yet. It's a secret. Since they were all pretty easygoing, nobody rushed him. Should we wait then? Not wanting to hold them back, he urged them. It won't take long. Go on ahead. All right, make sure you hurry up. Kang Rim stood there smiling, waving them off. He seems a bit excited today. But once Jian's group was completely gone, he turned around and walked straight ahead. With an incredibly serious expression, Seo Kang Rim stepped into the room in front of him. The space around him was pitch black, and a shadowy figure was faintly visible right ahead. As the person approached him, Seo Kang Rim just smiled faintly. It turned out to be none other than Shin Sua. Seo Kang Rim, I heard the final room is open. Aren't you going? Seeing that she hadn't left yet, he was curious too. What about you? I'm heading out now. Let's go together. But Seo Kang Rim declined because he still had some business to take care of. Go on ahead. I need to take care of a few things first. But for some reason, Shin Sua stood in his way, blocking his path. He was completely baffled by her sudden move. Shin Sua? Just when he thought something serious was happening, it turned out Shin Sua wanted Seo Kang Rim's phone number. Come to think of it, I don't have your number. She held out her phone for him to type in his number. I've exchanged numbers with everyone else. Will you give me yours? At that request, Seo Kang Rim froze for 5 seconds. Kang Rim reached out to take Shin Sua's phone, but just a few seconds later, he pulled his hand back. Seeing that Seo Kang Rim had rejected her, Shin Sua's face blushed with embarrassment. You're not going to do it? Since they were the only two in the room, Shin Sua didn't hesitate to ask about his intentions. You plan on never seeing me again after we get out of here, don't you? Seo Kang Rim seemed to have his deepest thoughts exposed, standing silently with his arms crossed. Silence meant he wasn't denying it. After getting her answer, Shin Sua clenched her fists, trembling. Now, she finally understood why he had always kept his distance from them. Is that why you always kept your distance from us, Seo Kang Rim? Even though she was shouting in his face, he refused to say a single word. Although Seo Kang Rim looked perfectly calm on the outside, his heart was in complete turmoil. This is exactly why I always have to keep my distance. Everything he does is to keep them far away from the lurking dangers. He has absolutely no intention of seeing them once he gets out of here. That's the only way to keep them safe when Baek Young comes looking. Seeing Gangrim stay dead silent despite her talking until her throat went dry, Sua raises her voice again. Well, Gangrim? After thinking it over, Gangrim decides to give her his number so she won't suspect anything else. No, hand me your phone. Standing next to him with her arms crossed, Sua is worried he won't be honest, asking, You're not giving me a fake number, are you? Gangrim doesn't say another word, only giving her a faint smile. After typing in his number, he gently hands the phone back to Seo. Here is my number. Even though she got Gangrim's number, she remains somewhat suspicious of his strange behavior. Deciding not to bother Gangrim anymore, Seo leaves with a parting promise. I'll trust you for now. I'll contact you once we get out of here. See you around. He doesn't reply, simply turning around in silence, because Gangrim knows all too well that this will be the last time they ever meet. I know there won't be a next time. The scene then shifts to a different location. Right now, Gangrim is all on his own, sparring with his spirit beasts to train them. Seeing his pet skills constantly improving, Gangrim can't help but clap in delight and praise it. The Firebomb Weasel's skill has upgraded to a Tier 2 Phantom. Jin is not one to be outdone by his friend either, unlocking his potential and activating his magnetic horn skill. However, just 4 days later, both of them are completely wiped out from the training, collapsing flat on the ground. Gangrim doesn't want to run them completely ragged either, so he gives them some time to recover their energy. You guys worked hard. Take a little break. He stops pushing himself so hard as well, leaning back onto the ground. I need to head to the demon realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a notification screen pops up. An item from the Cradle of God and the human realm has appeared. An item from the nameless hero has appeared. Seeing such top-tier gear show up at a time like this, he's a bit caught off guard. Just how good are these items that they're only showing up now? Even though these 3 items arrived a bit late, every single one of them is absolutely top tier. Tier 3 Hermes Dragon Gear, Tier 3 Minos Dragon Gear, and a Tier 3 Demonic Life Elixir. Instantly shaking off his fatigue, he jumps right up to hold the glowing items in his hands. After admiring them for a bit, Gangrim is highly satisfied and tucks each item into his inventory. The things I got are all dragon tier items. Honestly, having the gods compete this way is actually pretty great, even though their childish bickering gets on my nerves sometimes. But out of nowhere, Anabi suddenly creeps up right behind Gangrim like a ghost. You haven't left yet because you're waiting for them? She can't wrap her head around why he keeps lingering here instead of moving forward. Oh, Envoy Anabi, hello. You're still here training? You could have already entered the demon realm, you know. He's hesitating because now is simply not the right time yet. Well, it's just not time yet. Since Gangrim is on the outside, he's incredibly curious about the progress of those on the inside, so he asks how far the others have made it. I can't reveal their progress to you just yet. Hearing this, he quickly changes the subject. Then can you at least tell me who finished first? And as expected, Anabi just shakes her head again. I'm afraid not. Realizing it's impossible to pry anything out of her, Gangrim decides to give up. Fine, whatever. I knew I wouldn't get a single piece of information out of her anyway. Since he can't rely on others, he'll just have to do it himself. I guess I'll just have to check for myself. Where are you heading at this hour? Gangrim obviously has no intention of sharing his plans with Anabi, so he makes up an excuse to leave. I'm pretty exhausted after training my beasts. I need to get some rest. As more time passes, what catches Gangrim off guard is the absolute silence from the media. In the past, the media would go wild, reporting on the very first person to walk out of the training center. In the previous timeline, Shin Suwa cleared the demon realm on just the 3rd morning, yet he hasn't heard a single word, even though 4 days have already passed. Sitting on his bed with Jin and the Weasel, his heart is racing with anxiety. Why is there zero news? Has no one cleared it yet? A notification pops up on his phone. Please report if you have cleared the other world. Gangrim then sinks deep into thought. As soon as Shin Sua's guild finishes the raid, that's when I can make my move. Suddenly, a golden arrow flies out of nowhere and embeds itself deep into the wall, snapping him back to reality. The arrow wasn't meant to attack him, it had a completely different purpose. Gangrim immediately reaches out to touch it, and information about the arrow instantly appears. A message from space and time? This is an arrow forged from a divine beast, capable of delivering messages anywhere. Seeing that someone was trying to send him an indirect message, Jane and John quickly came over to nose around. Suddenly, a glowing red screen flashed right in front of Kang Jin, delivering an anonymous message. Whatever was written in that message, it completely shocked Kang Jin, leaving him utterly dazed and deeply disturbed. To his horror, what appeared before him was Seo covered in brutal wounds, while Seo was lying there, her fate unknown. She could very well be dead. Kang Jin couldn't believe his eyes. His hand trembled as he reached toward the screen. But it didn't stop there. An even more horrific scene appeared as she actually used her own sword to harm herself. Kang Jin reached out with one hand, covering his face with the other. Utter shock consumed him as he watched Sua's agonizing pain. His heart shattered into a million pieces. Just a short while ago, she was smiling and talking to him, and now she was suffering like this. See you later. I want to keep in touch once we get out of here. Every word and gesture of Sua from that moment flashed through his mind. Kang Jin knew that would be the last time he'd see her smile, but he never expected things to turn out this way. I need someone I can lean on. Suddenly, their past replayed frame by frame, slowly, as if time itself was trying to prolong the nightmare. I like you. The moment Sua confessed her feelings to him back then pulled at his heartstrings once again. Why you? Back then, she had approached him to let him know he still couldn't use his destiny-stealing skill. Hearing this, Kang Jin was a bit confused and looked completely lost. Having watched Kang Jin grow day by day, Sua deeply admired him. I like that about you. You don't choose the easy path, even in situations where an easy choice is right there in front of you. Kang Jin took the phone from Sua and reflected on himself once again. That's right. I can't use it because I'm too weak, not because I don't want to. Although Sua seemed eager to get close to him at that moment, Kang Jin still had his doubts about her. Is she mocking me, or is she trying to make me pay for losing her eye? Do you have something to do in the poison room? I'll wait for you, and then we can head to the final room together. Kang Jin smiled as he handed the phone back to Sua, but deep down, he was on high alert. So that's it. She wants to exploit my skill, huh? Sure. I'll contact you as soon as I'm done here. Kang Jin played nice on the outside, but he was already plotting against her. Do I look like some simp to you, you hypocrite? I'll steal your destiny the moment you let your guard down. After that, they took on the mission together in the dissection room, under the silent gaze of skeletons. Find your token and escape the demon realm. There is no time limit. You have equipped the straps of the dissection skeleton. Naturally, they had to give this challenge everything they had. The effect will reactivate periodically. There are 7 floors in total to clear. Regarding the dissection skeleton's straps, a buzzsaw will appear and grow larger after 24 hours, and any strapped body parts will be severed upon reaching the 7th floor. The lower your karma, the fewer straps will appear on vital spots. To coordinate as smoothly as possible, Kang Jin let Sua know what they were dealing with. It says that whatever parts are wrapped in these straps will be severed. If we don't clear the demon realm within 7 days, we'd better find that token as fast as we can. Even though it was just the beginning, Kang Jin started to freak out when those straps began to show up. Look, yours is on your pinky. Obviously, the worse your karma is, the more they will appear on vital areas. In other words, this was like a test of character and karma. It seemed that the less karma you had, the more your pure goodness would show. Even though the tension was sky high, Sua still found time to tease him. How can they even measure stuff like that? So you really are a good person. What are you laughing at? In reality, Kang Jin was the ideal role model she had always aspired to be. I really want to become a good person just like you. Sua then slung her sword over her shoulder and looked ahead, her eyes heavy with complex emotions, no matter what her own fate might hold. She softly muttered, it might be a bit late to realize the meaning behind these straps, but either way, I want to be a truly decent person from now on. But he didn't care much. Facing Sua's sincere words, Kang Jin started questioning her true intentions. Is she just putting on an act? She doesn't seem like the decent type, but does she actually believe in me? Since he had always been surrounded by backstabbing vipers, Kang Jin was plagued by deep self-doubt. Do you honestly believe that? He was too used to the constant mockery and isolation from everyone. Why on earth would anyone actually want to be your partner? Everyone saw him as a curse, shutting him out and leaving him to fend for himself in this cruel, massive world. All you can ever do is bring death to everyone and everything around you. The deep scars of his past had left Seo Kang Rim blind to the genuine warmth of the present. Are you really going to let yourself get fooled again? Is there really anyone in this world who is truly honest with you? Suddenly, as they were both walking forward, a strange noise echoed. Hearing the noise from behind, Shin Sua must have noticed it too. Realizing death was closing in on Kang Rim, she screamed out in panic. Yet, despite the shadow thief charging at him with terrifying speed and bloodlust, Kang Rim just stood there, completely frozen. She is probably just like all the others. But this time, he was dead wrong. Sua did not shun him or abandon him like the rest. Instead, she stepped forward to shield him from danger. Without a second thought for her own life, Sua shoved Kang Rim behind her and took a fatal blow meant for him. But it was already too late. Paralyzed by the sight, he could do nothing but stare in horror and scream, "Sua!" The green blood of the shadow thief stained the blade, yet Sua gripped it tightly, refusing to let go. Despite the severe wound to her abdomen, she did not take a single step back. After a moment, the shadow thief moved on to another room and stopped attacking them. I should have run faster if I had known they would not chase you into the next room. Kang Rim slowly lowered his sword, his face darkening. The destiny window did not tell me that. Fearing he might take it the wrong way, Seo quickly explained. Wait, do you think I am blaming you? I did not mean it like that at all. Just telling me the names and skills of those monsters was a huge help. Yet, crushed by his own guilt, he could not accept it. How is that helpful? You got hurt again because of me. All of Kang Rim's bottled-up emotions finally burst through those words. He could not escape the crushing guilt of being nothing but a constant burden to Seo. In the sword forest, you even lost an eye just to protect me. Tears silently rolled down Kang Rim's face, carrying the endless torment of the wounds he had brought upon her. You would have been so much better off without me. Why do you keep dragging me along? Seo never expected someone who seemed so cold and detached to break down like this. Yet, even knowing she was walking on thin ice just to stay by his side, Seo did not hesitate. I told you, it is because of me. Her words were suddenly cut short, as Jun's voice pulled him back to reality. Seo Kang Rim snapped out of his flashback. Now was not the time to wallow in grief. He had to take action for Sua's sake. Realizing this, Seo Kang Rim could not afford to hesitate for another second. I have to go save Shin Seo. But that same old guilt and insecurity reared its ugly head once more. No. Did you forget why you stayed behind in the first place? That very thought kept pulling Kang Rim further away from her. Going there will only put her in even greater danger. Even after all these years, that dark realization remained deeply engraved in his soul. My destiny is only to drag others into danger. Yeah, she is better off if I do not go. Kang Rim believed that without him, Seo could handle anything. After all, Shin Seo was strong enough. Back in that memory, she had gently helped Kang Rim to his feet. I told you, I like the way you fight against your own fate. Those words warmed his cold heart. And you can help me next time. It was those very words from Seo that gave him the courage to take a step forward. There was no way Kang Rim could just stand by and watch her suffer. This time, he was determined to overcome his own fears. Standing before the Room of the Void, Kang Rim stepped through the portal with absolute resolve, completely ignoring the whispers around him. There is Kang Rim. Are we really going to be chosen this time? Finally, I am in. But Kang Rim had only one purpose for entering this place: to rescue Seo. What took you so long? Did something happen? You guys know where Shin Seo went, don't you? However, they did not seem willing to cooperate without a price. Already asking questions on your very first breath? Why should we tell you? We will speak if you accept one of us as your god. Standing right beside him, Jun could not help but feel terrified on his behalf. It seemed that if Kang Rim wanted to save Seo, he had to clear this hurdle first. But you had better worry about yourself first. Looking at the reflection on his blade, he saw that familiar strap wrapped around his neck once again. And it was not just his neck, those annoying straps had also bound his wrists and ankles. Once again, Kang Rim was rendered utterly helpless as his entire body was seized. A tight strap had bound every single one of his vital points. It seemed they wanted to toy with him a bit before letting him leave. Yet, they were shocked to see that despite being bound from head to toe, Kang Rim remained completely unfazed. My God, he is incredibly calm. With Sua's safety still up in the air, Kang Rim was now trapped in this highly troublesome trial. If you do not clear this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. But he isn't the weakling he used to be. Standing tall against their threats, he calmly zips up his jacket and asks, "So, you guys have no idea where Shinhwa is, do you? Stop messing around, he's not playing anymore." Kang Jim's face goes dead cold, his eyes completely hollow and soulless. These fools really have a death wish, continuously messing with him like this. Who knows? It could be north, south, east, west, or whatever. Hey, Kang Jim, just head north. Stop lying, it's obviously east. Realizing these guys are completely useless, Kang Jim decides to take matters into his own hands. I have no other choice but to find them myself. Dry Bones' room has been registered to the Demon Realm map, with the current exploration progress at 0%. Throwing hesitation out the window, he starts checking every single room, scanning his surroundings with absolute focus. Luckily, Kang Jim isn't wandering this place alone. He has his trusty companions, Jin and John, right by his side. One by one, they kick open every door, but everything seems completely normal. But as they pass a room with strawberry syrup splattered all over the floor, Kang Jim freezes. Looking at the sheer chaos inside, he immediately deduces that a massive battle went down here. He reaches down to pick up a glittering object on the floor. It turns out to be Father Johan's crucifix necklace. This belongs to Father Johan. Looking at the messy cluster of arrows lodged in the wall, Kang Jim instantly recognizes them as the sisters' arrows. These marks on the wall, they're from Runbom and Run Zion. Is Shinua with them too? The onlookers watch Kang Jim's every move, utterly stunned by his sharp perception. Wait, he noticed all of that? How? What is he, some master detective? But isn't he just looking for his deadweight teammates? Who cares, as long as it's entertaining. Before long, they reach the grand hall. The area is pitch black and dead silent, with a creepy, suffocating stillness that sends shivers down their spines. Super Detective Kang Jim might be in danger, but there isn't a single battle in sight. He darts his eyes around the hall, noticing doors everywhere. I guess we have to go through all of them. But then, something catches Kang Jim's eye, causing him to pause. Looking down, he spots a massive X scratched into the floor, as if left behind on purpose. This mark, are they trying to tell me which way they went? This room is definitely a trap, hiding some sort of danger. If the X means we shouldn't take this path, then the other doors must have different symbols. But after searching for a while, Kang Jim can't find anything different. Nothing. They all have an X on them. Was my theory wrong? Seeing him spiral into his own deductions, the spectators start mocking him. Detective work is so old school. Old school? Suddenly, their mockery sparks an idea. Kang Jim stands up and walks right over to the throne. Is this idiot seriously trying to sit on the throne? Wait, is he standing on it? While everyone watches in utter shock, he stands tall and looks up at the wall, and just as he suspected, his deduction is spot on. Right there on the ceiling, instead of an X, is a circle. Found it. Using the circular mark as a guide, he easily slips through a gap and climbs to the floor above. Looking around, this place must have been the site of a brutal clash to end up in such ruins. Man, this place is a total mess. But the moment he steps foot onto the floor, a chilling sense of dread washes over him. All three of them instantly raise their guard, sensing the imminent danger creeping in. Get ready, guys, the demons are coming. And of course, Kang Jim runs straight into the shadow bandits again. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves completely surrounded by a horde of them. Judging by their overwhelming numbers, this is going to be one hell of a tough fight. Thanks to his grueling training, John confidently unleashes a torrent of fire at them. But these monsters are no pushovers either, aggressively raising their blades to strike. While Kang Jim fights the shadow bandits head-on, Jin stays right behind him, providing crucial backline support. Unleashing its evolved power, Jin spawns giant green bubbles that trap. Seeing how much Jin and John are helping, Kang Jim can't help but feel incredibly proud of his two loyal pets. All that hard training really paid off. There are so many of them, but none of these guys are actually strong. But right in the middle of the clash, a familiar figure emerges, freezing him dead in his tracks. Runbom? Even though she seems completely different now, she's fighting with everything she's got to help Kang Jim push them back. But wait, how is this even possible? Snapping back to his senses, he realizes the truth, it's just a demonic illusion. And sure enough, his suspicion is proven right. The next second, the clone's eyes flare with cold, murderous intent. The shadow bandit disguised as Runbom instantly spins around to attack him, activating the skill. Flawless sharpshooter. The bullet it fires is insane, launching a two-stage attack, flying forward first, then snapping right back. Since the attack is locked onto him, dodging is completely useless. It's a guaranteed hit. Even though Kang Jim is facing the faces of his close friends, they aren't the people he once knew. Runbom, Run Zion. Seeing you guys like this really hurts. Even though it tears him apart, he has to keep his head straight and fight them in a battle of life and death. Instantly, Kang Rim powerfully swung his sword, blocking the incoming gunfire from the attackers. His brain quickly analyzed the situation. In this chamber of dry bones, there was only one type of monster. Looking at the two figures pointing weapons at him, they were shadow bandits. They are a Tier 1 class, capable of copying human abilities. These monsters can copy the appearance and powers of anyone who enters the demon realm. Right then, they pulled out a handful of arrows and drew their bows. Arrows rained down like a storm, hurtling straight toward him. But despite their power, they can't copy their target's personality or beliefs. Seeing them mimic his friend, Kang Rim panicked. Blindly firing arrows like that was definitely not something the real Yunjian would ever do. With that in mind, he instantly dashed to dodge the Shadow Demon's attacks. Charging straight at the Shadow Demon, he thought to himself, on the flip side, what if I can actually take this thing out? Without a second of hesitation, he swung his sword, slashing right through the shadow demon. The moment it fell, the demon vanished into thin air. The arrows hurtling toward him began to fade away. Kang Rim glanced back with a smirk and said, "These arrows are going to vanish too." But the danger wasn't over. Another shadow demon was still standing, pointing a gun right at Kang Rim. Turning around to face the demon, he saw it activate its execution ability. Suddenly, a swarm of guns materialized in mid-air, all locked onto Kang Rim. Watching the shadow demon eagerly aim its weapons at him, Kang Rim realized that Yunbom must have unlocked a new skill. Facing this imminent threat, a wave of anxiety washed over him. How do I even counter this? Cornered and overwhelmed, panic set in as his sword hand began to tremble. He knew his sword couldn't reach that far. And at this range, dodging a barrage of bullets would be next to impossible. I'm gonna get turned into Swiss cheese. Even if I use a defensive skill, how many bullets can I actually block? Just as he was panicking, a sudden gunshot rang out, aimed right at the shadow demon's head. With a loud bang, the demon shattered. Then, a voice called out. Looking toward the sound of the gunshot, Kang Rim saw that Yunbom and Gojun had arrived just in time to save him. Gojun leaned over, reaching his hand down and shouting, "Grab on, get up here." Gojun pulled Kang Rim up, while Kang Rim held tightly onto the victim. But as Gojun was pulling him up, he noticed something. Wait, he's hurt! Hearing this, Yunbom panicked. "Oh no, are you okay?" Kang Rim clutched the wound on his side and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry about it." But Yunbom was still deeply worried and asked if he needed a potion. Kang Rim smiled and replied, "No, it's okay, I brought some too." Once he got to safety, he looked around and asked out of curiosity, "But what is this place?" Yunbom chimed in, "I think the room next door is a prison." Hearing this, he asked in disbelief, "A prison?" Suddenly remembering something, Kang Rim recalled the sight of a severely injured Shin Sua lying on the ground. Is Shin Sua in there? The group quickly headed toward the cells. But when they reached the room holding Shin Sua, Kang Rim couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was Shin Sua, barely breathing, her entire body covered in deep slash wounds. Kang Rim cried out, "Shin Sua!" He panicked, throwing the door open and rushing inside. "Shin Sua!" Seeing this, Yunbom tried to hold him back. But before she could stop him, he was already right in front of Shin Sua. Looking at her pale face, he fell to his knees. Yunbom quietly explained, "You probably already know that the monsters in this demon realm can copy our skills." Yunbom's voice was heavy with sorrow and worry. "Even if we manage to shake them off, they just reappear the moment the next drum beat sounds." She looked at him, her expression grim as she continued. "But then, on the second day, we stumbled upon something." She recalled their battle against the shadow clones. In that memory, Gojun shouted, "Just hang on a little longer. I'm about to take these monsters down." But as the words left his mouth, he noticed something strange. The exact moment Yunbom got hurt, the shadow clone suffered the same injury. Gojun realized that any damage the original person takes is also inflicted on their clone. Gojun continued his grim analysis, which means her wounds didn't come from the monsters. Hearing those words, Kang Rim's face darkened. Without saying a word, he silently unscrewed the cap of a potion bottle. Seeing the agonizing wounds covering her body and the sword gripped in Shin Sua's hand was truly heartbreaking. Kang Rim lowered his eyes and said quietly, "She did this to herself." As he spoke, the potion he administered began to heal Shin Sua's wounds. Yunbom nodded sadly. "That's right. She said it was our only choice. None of us stood a chance against her shadow clone." Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out the rest of the story. "She told us she would handle everything on her own once the rest of us got away." Looking at Shin Sua now, so pale and completely drained of life, it was enough to break anyone's heart. And she didn't want to see Shin Sua hurt herself like that anymore, so she began begging for help. "Please, stop her. She's too kind. It's just too much." Hearing those two words, too kind, Kang Rim felt like he was falling into an endless abyss. In his hand, one more healing potion was open to use on Shin Sua. The empty vials now scattered on the ground as he denied it in his heart. She wasn't being kind, she had completely lost her mind. Sitting next to him, Yunbom couldn't hold back her emotions, burying her face in her hands to hide her two streams of tears. She knew they shouldn't have done this. She knew they should have tried to stop her. But Kang Rim didn't reply, his mind still wondering. How could an ordinary person stop someone who had completely lost their sanity? At that moment, Yunbom buried her face in her hands, sinking into an indescribable despair. Beside her, Kang Rim still didn't say a word, only opening another healing potion in his hand. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Yunbom's head. It turned out to be Kang Rim's hand. He gently asked, "Did you find any tokens yet?" Choking back her tears, the little girl replied, "Jian and Father Johann still haven't found any." Suddenly, a sound came from Shin Sua's direction. Seeing this, the little girl immediately wiped her tears and called out, "Sua." But then, Kang Rim spoke up. "Yunbom, can you leave us alone for a moment?" His words made the little girl freeze. With a serious, determined look, Kang Rim continued, "I need to talk to her." Shin Sua was starting to react to the healing potion. Right then, she slowly opened her tired eyes. Suddenly, Shin Sua had a violent reaction, sending her mother into a total panic. Meanwhile, Kang Rim stayed by her side, persistently pouring more healing potion as he saw this. As he tries to pour the medicine, she reaches out and grabs his hand to stop him, asking, "Kang Rim, what are you doing?" Kang Rim just stares at her, calmly replying, "We need to talk." Pale and exhausted, Shin Sua responds, "I get it, but please, put the medicine away." As she speaks, her hand reaches for the sword, resting right beside her. "Because if I recover," before she can even finish her sentence, she violently plunges the sword straight into her own thigh. Kang Rim stands frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe his eyes. Clenching her teeth against the agonizing pain, with tears welling up in her eyes, Shin Sua speaks with a trembling voice. "The others, they'll be in danger." Immediately, she raises the sword with one hand, while using her other hand to grip Kang Rim's hand holding the potion, squeezing tightly. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoes as the bottle slips from Kang Rim's hand and smashes on the ground. Reacting just in time, he grabs the bare blade of her sword, his expression dark and dead serious, as he growls through gritted teeth. "I told you. We need to talk first." Shocked by her reckless actions, panic surges through him. She then grabs his hand, the one tightly gripping the sharp blade, and cries out in distress, "What are you doing? Let go." But he holds on tight, stopping her from doing anything reckless again. He leans down and says, "Let go of the sword first. We still have a little time before the next drum beats." Silence falls over them both. Finally, Shin Sua lets go of the weapon. Looking down, she softly says, "You said you weren't coming." Yet, her hand still tightly grips his wrist, refusing to let go. Glancing at the cut on his hand, Kang Rim replies, "I never said that. I only said I'd be late." Hearing this, Shin Sua lets out a heavy sigh. He then asks, "Why did you do that?" Looking straight into her eyes, he continues, "You could have won if you fought your own illusion." But she just brushes her hair back, shaking her head. "No, I couldn't. I'm sure you already know why." She suggests, "Take a look at my destiny window." Hearing this, Kang Rim activates his power to peer into her destiny through his eyes. The moment he sees her path, he freezes in absolute shock. Shin Sua's destiny window? Kang Rim falls silent. He can't understand why things have changed so drastically. Just then, two cards appear before him. The first card is Bloodlust, a Tier 3 Phantom rank skill that boosts power whenever it comes into contact with human blood. The more you use it, the more dependent on it you become. If an opponent is killed by this skill, your karma points will be affected. As he reads, he thinks to himself, "Why is this skill appearing now?" His gaze then shifts to the second card, Karmic Weight, a Tier 3 God rank skill. The higher the karma points, the more basic stats increase. Tapping on Shin Sua's destiny window, he falls deep into thought. These are two skills Shin Sua shouldn't be able to learn until much later in the future. Kang Rim begins to analyze. "It's just like my Destiny Stealer and Nam Yujin's Serial Killer. These two skills grow stronger the more they are used. But right now, she is wearing far fewer restraint bands than she did in her past life." Glancing at the remaining restraint band on Shin Sua's arm, he continues to think, that means she hasn't actually used these skills yet. Then, he remembers her illusion. But her illusion has absolutely no reason not to use them. Kang Rim finally speaks. "I'm pretty sure your illusion gets stronger every single time it appears." Kang Rim rests his hand on his chin, deep in thought. A monster that can use the Bloodlust skill, that's definitely a major threat. Kang Rim once again gets lost in his own thoughts. Seeing how much he is worrying on her behalf, Shin Sua waves her hands dismissively. "So, just leave me behind and go with the others." Hearing her words, he asks, "But what about you?" Covering her exhausted face, Shin Sua replies, "I'll figure something out." Frantic, Gangrim grabs her shoulders, trying to reassure her. Sua, look at me. Suddenly, she loses consciousness, and he desperately calls out her name to wake her up. Gripping her hand with one hand and supporting her limp body with the other, Gangrim screams, "Are you really planning to just die here?" She suddenly squeezes his hand, forcing her eyes open with great effort, and says in a weak, reassuring voice, "Gangrim, I just want to close my eyes for a moment." Laying down on the ground, Shinsua whispers, "I'll leave soon too." After everyone else has left, watching Shinsua desperately struggle against her own body just to cling to her, fading consciousness breaks Gangrim's heart. Their conversation comes to an end. Gangrim steps outside. Seeing him, the others who have been waiting eagerly run over. Suddenly, Johan appears and speaks first. "It's so good to see you again," Gangrim replies warmly. "Same here. I'm glad this situation let us cross paths again." Gangrim pulls a crucifix necklace from his pocket and hands it back to Johan. Receiving the necklace, Johan's face lights up with joy. "Ah, thank you. I thought I'd never see this again." As the rest of the group gathers around, Johan continues, "But I'm truly grateful to be traveling with everyone again." However, Johan then looks at Gangrim, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. "I was deeply worried when we got separated, but by some miracle, we've reunited, despite entering completely different dimensions." Hearing that, Gangrim frowned and asked, "Wait, weren't you traveling with Doc Gojin?" Johan chuckled awkwardly and replied, "No, I couldn't find a single soul." Hearing that, Taehoon spoke up, "We should have waited to enter together. Who knew our starting locations in this space would change unless we all stepped in at the exact same time from the outside?" Suddenly, Johan gasped, covering his mouth. "Oh, that's right. I need to go check on how Shinsua is doing." Just as Johan was about to go look for Shinsua, Gangrim grabbed his arm to stop him. "She just drifted off to sleep. I gave her some medicine, so she should be fine," Gangrim assured him. Johan replied, "Ah, so you found her a while ago?" At this, the whole group fell silent. Suddenly, Yunbom spoke up, breaking the quiet. "I'm sure we'll be able to leave here soon." Beside him, Jian crossed his arms and nodded. "Exactly, and we have Seo Kang Rim with us too." At this point, Taehoon covered his face with his hand and sighed. "That would be nice, but if we run into Gangrim's illusion, we're going to have a really hard time." Yunbom turned and said, "As long as it's weaker than the original. But what if it's as strong as Sua's?" Jian immediately chimed in. "Hard to say until we actually run into it." Then, someone asked, "Do you guys think the strength of the illusion depends on the types of skills we have?" Suddenly, Gojin began pacing back and forth, closely observing Gangrim. Gojin, who hadn't said a word from the very beginning, now covered his mouth, chuckling under his breath. "Hey Gangrim, that's a pretty cool necklace you've got there, huh?" Just as Gojin reached out to touch the necklace, Gangrim reflexively covered it up. Hearing Gojin's question about the necklace, the twins immediately grew anxious and confused. Jian spoke up first. "Is yours really a necklace, Seo Gangrim?" He admitted it right away. "Yes, it is." Yunbom then asked, "Does that mean you're going to die?" But Gangrim quickly stepped in to reassure them. "I just need to leave this dimension before that happens, and I'll be fine. It's only been 1 day since I got here, so I haven't been able to figure everything out yet." But it seemed like the others couldn't stay quite so calm. Yunbom yanked on Gojin's arm and shouted, "Then let's go check out the surrounding area." Johan immediately agreed. "Yes, we must go." Gangrim stepped forward to stop them. "Hold on. Those of you who just got back should rest. The rest of us will go." Seeing how he was still worrying about everyone else despite his own danger, Jian interrupted. "Oh my gosh, you're the one who's injured." Saying this, Jian poked his wound, making Gangrim wince in pain, as the kid casually added, "You stay here and keep watch. If enemies from other sectors show up, Shinsua is going to need protection." Johan agreed with the kid's suggestion. "I think we should leave 2 people behind to guard the place, just like last time." Gojin immediately volunteered to stay. "Father, I'll stay behind with Gangrim. I'm a little tired," Gojin said. Johan replied, "All right, Doc Gojin, you stay here and guard the place." The group then left, leaving the 2 of them behind. Seeing Yunbom walking ahead, Jian called out. Unable to do anything, Gangrim reached his hand out to stop them, shouting, "Wait." The door slammed shut, and the voices of the group faded into the distance. "We need to sync our maps first." At that moment, Gangrim sank to the floor and said, "Doc Gojin, since the 2 of us are staying behind, why don't you answer a few questions for me?" Gojin stood there with his arms crossed, smiling as he replied, "Huh? Is there something you want to know?" Gangrim questioned him. "Why did you choose this room as our base? Gangrim's face darkened as he added, there was absolutely no need to lock Shinsuwa up in a cell like this. At this, Gojin began to explain. She chose this place herself. She figured her illusion would be weaker because there isn't any plant life around here. Hearing Gojin's explanation, Gangrim immediately deduced, metal counters earth. He was right to think this place would weaken Shinsuwa since her element is earth, but leaving someone in her condition on a cold stone floor was just too much. Gojin watched as Gangrim became lost in thought, calculating his next move. Then, Gojin chuckled and asked, "Are you out of questions already?" Suddenly, he stepped closer to him, muttering as he walked, "After all, you're the main character." Immediately after, his attitude shifted, and he shot him a dangerous look. "And here I thought you were going to ask me something actually important." Gangrim didn't look surprised at all, simply glaring back at him with a death stare. But then, Gangrim spoke up to ask another question. "Why did you send me that message?" This question hit his sweet spot, and with an incredibly excited expression, he replied, "There we go." Gojin didn't answer directly, asking instead, "So you figured out I was the one who sent it?" Seeing him dodge the question, Gangrim growled, "Just answer me." He laughed and replied, "Well, because the main character wasn't here. I was worried, you know. You hadn't shown your face for 4 days. With that, he looked at him inquisitively. "Are you mad that I left her here?" He didn't answer, turning his face away. After a brief pause, Gangrim calmly said, "It's fine. At the very least, I know Shinsuwa is safe because of you." Hearing this, Gojin grinned. "I knew you'd thank me." Just then, Gangrim seemed to recall something. "Oh, by the way, how did you get your hands on a space-time message? That's pretty pricey for a mere trainee." Hearing his question, he acted shy, winking flirtatiously as he answered, "It's a secret." Gojin's playful response makes Gangrim's skin crawl, but that doesn't stop the guy from teasing him even more. "Well, if you really want to know, it's not that hard." Gangrim cuts him off. "All right, that's enough." But Gojin keeps on teasing him. "But I'm telling you, this is super interesting. You sure you don't want to know?" Gangrim just shakes his head, turns away, and says, "Not interested." Suddenly, he leans back on the stone he's sitting on and says, "Ah, then I guess you already knew about this. After all, you're a regressor. But it looks like even you couldn't have predicted this situation. Too many things have changed. Or maybe you just aren't strong enough yet to figure it out." Annoyed by Gojin's mocking tone, Gangrim coldly replies, "Keep talking nonsense if you want." Enjoying every second of teasing Gangrim, he chuckles, "Hey, it's just a theory." Suddenly, Gojin changes the subject. "By the way, how much karma have you accumulated so far?" Gangrim doesn't rush to answer. He plays dumb, asking, "What are you talking about?" Knowing Gangrim is just testing him, Gojin smirks. "You know exactly what I mean. The Sagu headband shifts its position based on your past actions. The more bad deeds you've done, the more dangerous its position gets." Gojin extends his hands and explains, "I've done some pretty bad things in the past, so they're trying to put an end to my career as a writer. The higher your karma, the stronger your shadow illusion becomes." Hearing this, Gangrim trembles with rage, gritting his teeth as he asks, "So, what exactly do you want from me?" He bursts out laughing, raising his hands. "Come on, it's just for fun." He then places both hands around his own neck and continues, "You hide all the bad things you've done, even though you always act like a good guy on the outside." Gojin continues to ramble, "It really makes me wonder what happened." But his next words make Gangrim's face go completely dark. "Just what kind of things did you do in your past life?" Suddenly, Gojin leaps to his feet and calls out, "Gangrim." A dangerous, excited look washes over Gojin's face. "I'm dying to know." But Gangrim isn't about to back down. "Just what kind of person are you?" Gangrim shoots back, "I'm a criminal." His blunt response instantly cracks Gojin up. "What? No way. You expect me to believe that? Well, I guess it could be true. Usually, the protagonist is the victim." Gojin's words leave him completely speechless. Then, Gojin leans back on his hands, letting out a sigh. "Man, I'd love to see your shadow. It's gotta be crazy strong. You're hiding so much, so who knows?" The constant teasing drives Gangrim crazy. He clutches his head and groans, "Just shut up, will you?" But the guy just shrugs playfully. "Who, me? I might close my mouth if you tell me an interesting story." Gojin leans in, his eyes sparkling with pure curiosity. "Come on, spill it. Either about your past life or some future predictions." Gangrim lets out a helpless sigh. "I told you, I'm not a regressor or anything like that." But Gojin's curiosity is endless. "How about this? I'll guess, and you tell me if I'm warm?" Realizing he can't outtalk this guy, Gang Rim surrenders. Please, don't. Just let me tell you about my childhood instead. Meanwhile, Gung-do and An Navi are watching their conversation through a monitor. An Navi speaks up. It's a good thing we're allowed to monitor the final demon realm. An Navi turns to him and asks, Are you also the most worried about Gang Rim? Gung-do replies, without hesitation. Exactly. Just then, footsteps approach as a voice calls out, Captain, I brought the files you asked for. Sung-tae hands over the folder and reports the situation, noting that the more they look into Gang Rim, the more mysterious he becomes. Gung-do asks, So, what did you dig up? Sung-tae looks down at the folder with a puzzled expression before handing it to Gung-do. Actually, nothing. He has no criminal record, and his life seems totally ordinary. The only thing that stands out is that he lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by a shaman. But strangely, he never let himself be possessed by any god, and after that, he just lived a completely normal life. Sung-tae frowns, deeply confused. With a background like that, how does he have so much karma? An Navi chimes in with her own guess. Maybe he's a killer? If they're cold cases, there wouldn't be any official records. Gung-do immediately cuts them off. No, I don't think so. Taking 1 or 2 lives wouldn't generate that much karma. For a score like his, he'd have to kill at least 100 people. Gung-do's chilling theory leaves both of them completely stunned. Gung-do continues, I can't even begin to imagine what he actually did, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Stuttering slightly, Sung-tae points at the screen. And you still want to recruit a guy like that to our side? Gung-do's voice turns cold. Do Sung-tae. He then looks at him to explain. Why do you think the director had us turn everyone's karma into their shadows in the final demon realm? To keep tabs on their karma, or to weed out the ones with severe personality flaws? Gung-do slowly locks eyes with Sung-tae. If that was the goal, we could have easily done that from the start. With eyes that see through everything, Gung-do lays it out. We literally recruit murderers as trainees. You think we give a damn about their moral character? The Destiny Protection Agency risks the lives of these trainees for one reason, to make them strong. They don't care who's good or bad. We're taking such a massive gamble here, and testing everyone's karma points in the final room is to make them prove they aren't just ordinary criminals, but that they're stronger than the rest and actually useful to us. 6 days after opening the dry bone chamber, Yunbom's ear started bleeding, and she cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Taehoon was clutching his hand and yelling, Damn it, it hurts so bad. Seeing that both of them were struggling, Gang Rim quickly asked, Are you two okay? Taehoon replied, I'm fine. Just then, Gang Rim pulled out 2 syringes and handed one to Taehoon, and used the other one to help Yunbom. Gang Rim said, That's some heavy bleeding. Use this to stop it. Take these painkillers too. Once your skin heals, you'll be fine. So don't use recovery potions unless you absolutely have to. You guys should get out of here and get some rest. As Gang Rim gave Yunbom the injection, she said worriedly, But we still haven't found Sister Sua or your token yet. We can't leave yet. Hearing this, Gang Rim replied, Then rest for a bit to let the painkillers kick in and ease the pain. Then he added, I'm going to check the next few rooms. You two stay here. But Yunbom protested, No, I'm totally fine, really. Then Taehoon chimed in, We're going with you. With that, Gang Rim summoned a Keelin and told it, Kieran, stay here and watch over them. I'll be back before the next drumbeat. Gang Rim stepped into another room, his boots crunching on the papers scattered all over the floor. As he walked, he thought, If the token was still in the same spot as my past life, I should have found it by now. Just then, he suddenly realized something. Wait. It's an illusion. Gang Rim thought to himself, the remaining shadows are only getting stronger. The moment they came face to face, the battle erupted. Gang Rim calmly analyzed the situation. The enemies will just respawn anyway, so there's no point wasting energy on a room I've already checked. They clashed in a fierce battle. Just as he slashed through an illusion, it spoke. Wow, how is Gang Rim this terrifying? Another shadow lunged at him, mocking, Is he going to slaughter all of us? I'm so scared. I wonder how strong his own shadow is. A split second later, he obliterated that illusion too. Gang Rim thought, That's exactly what I'm worried about. Even after wiping out all the shadows in the room, he was still left wondering why his own shadow hadn't appeared yet. But then, Gang Rim noticed something. It looked like the token he had been searching for. A thought flashed through his mind. Is this it? Gang Rim approached the box containing the token, thinking excitedly, It's the exact same color as Shin Sua's in my past life. Suddenly, the barrier around the box vanished. The token had a protective barrier, so only its rightful owner could touch it. The moment he laid a hand on the token, a system notification rang out. You have obtained Gang Rim's S-rank token. Holding the token, his joy was indescribable. He leaned back against a nearby bookshelf, staring at the token in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Slipping the token into his pocket, Gang Rim told himself, "Looks like I still have some luck left, even if this whole situation is absolutely horrific." The system voice rang out again. "You have met the completion requirements. Once you leave with the token, the trial will end." Just as he was about to make his exit, he sensed someone. At that moment, his enhanced senses skill activated. Gang Rim overheard the conversation of other people. "Get up! Quick! There's someone outside! Damn it, you're supposed to protect me. Where are you going?" He felt a sudden wave of familiarity. That voice. Instantly, he pushed the door open, stepped inside, and said, "Hey!" His sudden entrance startled everyone in the room. Ha-jin quickly spoke up. "Oh, it's you, Gang Rim." Walking up to him, she said, "I didn't see you earlier. You must have entered late." He immediately replied, "Yeah, that's right." Then she asked, "Do you want to tag along with us?" After Ha-jin extended the invitation, the others quickly chimed in, "Yeah, we trust you. It'd be great if you came with us." Seeing this, Gang Rim stated his purpose clearly. "Actually, I'm looking for Shinsua's token." Then he asked if anyone had seen it. Someone replied, "Huh? Is she still here? Didn't someone find it? We haven't run into her." Hearing this, he curiously asked, "Who was it?" Someone turned to Seo Woo and said, "But that person is already gone." "Seo Woo? They were on your team, right? Do you know where they went?" Seo Woo remained silent. But a moment later, he tossed a scroll toward Gang Rim and said, "I only know where it was found." This gesture was praised by everyone. "Nice job." After catching it, he said, "Thanks." As he opened it, the system voice announced, "The inspection rate of the demon realm has changed." Then he rolled it back up and handed it to Seo Woo. "By the way, you guys are all heavily injured. What happened? Did you run into players from another district?" Someone replied, "No, it was just a shadow, but it was incredibly strong." Mentioning this shadow sent a shiver through everyone. It was completely different from the other ones. Every time someone appeared and fell, it mutated into something entirely different. The whispers erupted. "It's horrifying. Every time someone dies, it mutates into a beast-like monstrosity. Damn it, a regular monster would be a relief. Once that monster hovers around the corpse, it copies and uses the exact same skills as the deceased person." Hearing this, Gang Rim froze as if he suddenly realized something. The others continued. "The first day we came in here, we didn't see it. I think that shadow only appeared a few days ago." Just then, Sangwon also spoke up. "Yeah, on the fourth night, it had red stripes on part of its body and neck, so there is no mistaking it." But the moment those words left his mouth, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Sangwon's eyes locked onto Gang Rim's arms and legs, noticing that he was wearing stitched bone bands on all of them. Completely panicked, he gasped, "Gang Rim, when did you get here?" Right then, Gang Rim turned to look back at Sangwon with an incredibly dangerous glare. Sangwon reached out to touch Gang Rim's arm, stammering, It looks like you are wearing those bands on both your legs, and on your wrists too." Gang Rim yanked his hand away before Sangwon could even touch him, throwing a deadly glare in his direction. Sensing something was deeply wrong, Sangwon trembled in fear, but pushed on. "Seo Gang Rim, show me your neck." Seeing Gang Rim deliberately ignore him, Sangwon raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" A purple-haired girl stepped forward, looking anxious. "Sangwon, what is going on?" Someone else approached, asking, "Are you saying that Shadow is actually Seo Gang Rim's?" Another girl stepped up to reason with them. "No, that is completely absurd." Seeing that no one wanted to believe him, Sangwon's face contorted with rage. "How can you guys be so sure?" He spun around, pointing directly at Gang Rim and screaming, "The timing matches perfectly, and he is just as insanely strong as that thing. He even has those bands all over his body, just like the Shadow. If you also have one on your neck." Before he could finish his sentence, Gang Rim's dark, menacing gaze silenced him. The surrounding crowd could only exchange uneasy, confused looks. One person timidly stepped forward, testing the waters. "Gang Rim, could you please show us your neck, just this once? It's just to clear up this misunderstanding." Gang Rim calmly pointed to his own neck, acting completely unfazed. "Even if I do have a band on my neck, that doesn't prove that Shadow is mine." Choi Sungwon lost his temper completely, his face turning pale with rage. Shut up and just show us. We will be the ones to decide that. At this point, nobody seemed to trust him anymore. They anxiously pressed him. It's just showing us your neck. Is that really so hard? That shadow isn't yours, right? Why are you hesitating? They suddenly demanded. You actually have a skill like that, don't you? Kang Rim remained dead silent. Sangwon looked at him and sneered. Why aren't you answering me, Seo Kang Rim? His silence only confirmed their worst suspicions. Everyone began to panic, crying out, it really is his shadow. So the reason he's so strong, Kang Rim braced himself, keeping a straight face as he waited for the next words, is because he killed them and stole their skills? As the situation spiraled into complete chaos, Sung Tae stepped forward to calm everyone down. Everyone, calm down. How is he supposed to answer when you are all pointing fingers and accusing him like this? Shaking with fear, Sung Tae tried his best to reassure him. Seo Kang Rim, it's okay. Everyone is just scared. If you could just show us your neck. Before he could finish, Kang Rim activated his loner skill, vanishing right before their eyes. The crowd fell into a frenzy, and Sangwon screamed, where the hell did he go? Someone shouted as they noticed the front door had suddenly swung wide open. After freezing in shock for a brief moment, they grabbed their weapons and rushed out, yelling, quick, after him. We have to capture the Shadow's original body. Sangwon led the pack as they bolted out the door to hunt him down, muttering that he couldn't have gone far. Once the room was completely empty, Kang Rim slowly materialized behind the door. Leaning flat against the wall, he let out a weary sigh. I knew this day would come. As Kang Rim recalled their hateful glares, he thought to himself that everyone had reacted the exact same way when they discovered his skill in his past life. Walking away with a heavy heart, he muttered, but I didn't expect it to happen this early. Maybe they feel betrayed because they actually thought I was a good person. In his mind, images of the people he cherished, looking at him with pure hatred, flashed before his eyes. Kang Rim asked himself, if that's the case, how will they react when they find out about this skill? Walking past the broken furniture, he wondered, would they accept it without a second thought, unlike in his past life? Or would they feel betrayed and angry that he had kept it from them? The hatred from the people he truly cared about was something Kang Rim simply couldn't bear. He remembered what Sua had once said to him. I like that unyielding side of you, no matter how bad the situation gets. Kang Rim knit his brows, biting his lip. The sheer sorrow and self-pity showed all over his handsome face. What would the Sua of this lifetime think of him now that he had used destiny stealing? The scene shifts to where Junbeom and Kang Tae-hoon were resting. Junbeom spoke up, looking deeply concerned. We were so worried about you. What took you so long? Kang Rim's expression was grim. Holding out a scroll tied with a red string, he placed it in front of Junbeom and Tae-hoon. He said, I ran into some people and found where Sua's token is being kept. The two of them were absolutely thrilled. Tae-hoon shouted with pure excitement. Awesome, let's go. The two of them were absolutely thrilled. Tae-hoon shouted with pure excitement. Awesome, let's go. Kang Lim turned around and said, follow me. He hid his complicated emotions, thinking to himself that he would tell them everything once the three of them escaped the demon realm. After a while, the three of them arrived at a mysterious greenhouse, where a massive garden covered in dense greenery lay inside. Curiously looking around, Tae-hoon peered upward. What is this? Are we outside? Junbeom looked left and right, muttering that it looked like an indoor garden, even though the place was absolutely massive. Kang Lim broke into a cold sweat, visibly anxious as he urged them on. We don't have time, let's find it quickly. As the three of them searched, the voice of the god kept echoing inside Kang Lim's head. This place is huge. It looks like it's going to take them quite a while to find it. As they kept searching, that same voice echoed again. It would be so entertaining if they ran into someone from the second zone here. Distracted by those voices, Kang Lim's face grew pale with horror as he listened to their mockery. I wonder how Junbeom and Kang Tae-hoon will react when they find out Seo Kang Lim's secret. Another voice chimed in. Me too. I think this is going to be incredibly fun. Hearing this, Kang Lim gritted his teeth in anger. He had already been Don't tell them just yet. It's much more amusing when they find out on their own. Suddenly, Junbeom's shout shattered Kang Lim's downward spiral. I found it. It's Sister Sua's token. All three of them rejoiced. Sitting on a tree branch, the little girl pointed. It's inside this hole. Tae-hoon praised her excitedly. Awesome job. Kang Lim then spoke up. Now we just need to take it back. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. Junbeom flinched. Are they already here? The air instantly grew heavy and dark. The three of them gripped their weapons, ready for a fight. Tae-hoon spoke up. The grace period was shrinking fast as a dark energy enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, two shadow rogues appeared, the phantom duplicates of Junbum and Tae-hun. Tae-hun urgently shouted, "There are too many of them. Let's wipe them out quickly and get out of here." But something made Kang Lim freeze. Right in front of him was another shadow rogue, and to his left stood the phantom of Shin Sua. Suddenly, the phantom's thigh was slashed by an unseen blade, throwing Kang Lim into a state of sheer panic. He watched as Sua's phantom collapsed, a fresh cut appearing on her arm. Kang Lim's mind raced in confusion. What? Why is her shadow collapsing on its own? While Junbum and Tae-hun were busy taking down the shadow rogues behind him, Kang Lim could only stare in shock at Sua's collapsing phantom. Kang Lim suddenly remembered. Before, Sua had also collapsed, raising her sword and stabbing it straight into her own thigh without a moment of hesitation. He realized that she was continuously harming herself, even after the sound of the drums had stopped. Gritting his teeth, Kang Lim raised his sword and muttered, "I have to get to Shin Sua right now." But just as he swung his sword down, a hand reached out and activated the skill, Healing Hand, rapidly closing the wounds on Sua's phantom. He froze, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. The phantom of Priest Johan? Sua's phantom slowly stood back up. A mechanical system voice rang out, a large concentration of earth element detected in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been amplified due to environmental influence. The environment? Assessing the situation, he looked around and activated the leaf magic skill. Immediately after, root-shaped shadow rogues began to emerge. The system voice repeated, a large concentration of earth element detected in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been amplified due to environmental influence. Sua's phantom unleashed its power. A massive onslaught of root-shaped and vine-like shadow rogues launched a relentless wide-range attack. The three of them struggled to defend themselves. Sensing the extreme danger, Kang Lim screamed in panic. "Run! Get out of here!" He swung his sword, slicing through the oncoming roots. Kang Lim fought desperately to defend himself as attacks rained down from every direction. In a split-second blunder, his sword was knocked from his grip, leaving him completely vulnerable. Junbum cried out in sheer panic, "Master!" Fearing for her safety, Kang Lim roared back, "What are you doing? Run, now!" Before he could even finish his sentence, Junbum screamed, "Behind you!" A sharp tree root pierced right through Kang Lim's thigh from behind, sending a wave of agonizing pain through his body. Sua's shadow watched calmly as Kang Lim writhed in agony. It stepped down and glided toward him. A sinister, menacing grin plastered across its face. Kang Lim glared back at it, his golden amber eyes glowing with intense fury. Out of nowhere, he pulled out another sword and unleashed a barrage of slashes at the phantom. The shadow rogue easily dodged the strikes and leaped right behind him. He whipped his head around as Sua's phantom landed on the ground, slowly licking the hand that had just been clipped by his blade. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the phantom as it activated the bloodlust skill, boosting the shadow rogue's stats. Backing away to safety, Tae-hun rushed over, his face pale with worry. Are you okay?" Panting heavily, Kang Lim forced out a reply. "I'm fine. I can still move." But then, the heavy footsteps of the shadow rogues echoed once more. They quickly gathered in one spot and began to heal their wounds. Standing nearby, Junbum gritted her teeth, her face darkening in disbelief. Even illusions can heal. As Tae-hun prepares to strike, Jilim quietly replies, "Maybe, if they actually have the skills to back it up." Tae-hun slowly shapes his energy into a weapon. "We'll have to take down Father Johan's illusion first. Did he just heal it?" Seeing this, Jilim immediately reaches out to stop him. With that, he glances over at the enemies rushing toward them and adds, "It's too late now." Then, out of nowhere, Jilim spins around and runs. "I've got an idea. Don't fight them, just run." Yunbum looks on, totally confused, but Jilim shouts back over his shoulder, "We can't win this fight." Ultimately, both of them end up running after Jilim. As they flee, Tae-hun stops briefly, letting loose a slash to buy them some time. The scene cuts to a quiet prison cell where a large group of people has gathered to receive medical treatment. Meanwhile, Johan, who is busy treating Jilim, speaks up. "There, all done." Jilim looks up, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Father." Johan stands up with a heavy, guilt-ridden sigh. "But with my illusion out there, what are we going to do now?" He then covers his mouth, seemingly ready to punish himself. "Should I harm myself, just like Sister Shinsua did?" Hearing this, Jilim immediately reaches out to stop him. "No, don't." Jilim offers a reassuring smile and lays out his plan. "I think our best bet right now is to get out of here as fast as we can. Those illusions can only copy the people who are actually here. With that, Jilim glances over at Taehoon. The two sisters chime in, catching them and everyone else off guard. Immediately, Jian turns around with a panicked look on his face. But what about Sister Sua? You made the right choice. But a voice suddenly cuts in. No way. It's Jilim. He steps forward, standing right in front of Sua, and declares, I will defeat Sister Shin Sua's illusion. Hearing this, Sua is completely stunned, her mind going blank, standing firm with unwavering determination. Jilim continues. So you, he lifts his head to finish his sentence, are coming with me. Hearing this, sweat beads on Sua's face as anxiety washes over her. Her hand trembles slightly as she reaches for her sword. I don't doubt your skills, but seeing her reach for the weapon, Jilim immediately grabs her hand to stop her. Don't. You don't have to do that. Gently, Jilim takes the sword out of Sua's hand. I've got a plan. Let's move. Still dazed, Sua asks curiously, a plan? Exuding absolute main character energy, Jilim simply replies with a silent smirk. Cut back outside, beneath the towering trees, a massive crowd of illusion bandits has gathered. Suddenly, Jian's illusion begins to fade away. Right after, Taehoon's illusion, standing high above, vanishes as well. Before long, every single illusion in the area vanishes into thin air, leaving Sua's illusion standing completely alone. Stepping out from inside, Shin Sua says, with sheer relief, it looks like everyone made it out safely. All of their illusions have disappeared. Hearing this, Sua's illusion instantly snaps its head around to look. Back inside, Jilim scratches his head with a cool expression. I really should have warned Dako Jun before we left, but I had no idea where he was. Standing behind him, Sua chimed in, if anything goes wrong, I'll just stab myself. Hearing this, Jilim immediately snatches the knife from her. Why are you even carrying these? Stopped in her tracks, Sua replies helplessly, I still have plenty more. Confiscating all her weapons, Jilim puts them away and warns her, don't do that again. As he stands there, his next words leave her questioning. I know you think I can't handle this, but… At that moment, they both fall completely silent. Sua's tense expression finally softens. She gently grabs Jilim's sleeve, placing her full trust in him. I believe in you. She offers a warm smile, her cheeks flushing slightly red. We will leave this place together. Feeling her tugging on his sleeve, Jilim stops and looks back, utterly surprised. They both exchange a trusting smile. Instantly, Jilim grips his sword and charges out, activating his lone wolf skill. At the same time, he asserts, I'll finish this as quickly as possible. With that, he charges out to face Sua's illusion. Outside, Sua's illusion is startled to see Jilim disappear so quickly. In a panic, she whips her head around, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, leaping out from her blind spot, Jilim swings his sword, striking at Sua's illusion, but she manages to block it. Immediately after, Jilim slips behind her with his sword, sending her into a complete panic. Finally, the moment Sua's illusion lets her guard down, Jilim strikes her shoulder hard from behind with his weapon. Reeling from the blow, the illusion grits her teeth in fury as vines begin to creep around. She stands frozen, summoning countless vines that move frantically in all directions. Suddenly, Jilim lunges forward, slashing at one of the creeping vines with his sword. Brimming with confidence, Jilim holds his sword ready, thinking, I knew she'd use a barrier skill to protect herself. With that thought, Jilim turns and runs off. Thinking he's fleeing, the illusion smirks and raises her hand to unleash her attack. The vines slam heavily into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, but Jilim easily dodges the strike, leaping onto a nearby tree branch. Right from that tree branch, Kang Lim dashes forward, weaving through the gaps in the thick vines. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You have used your achievement points to boost your speed stat, raising it to level 30. As he charges forward, the vines twist together as if trying to block his path, but Kang Lim swiftly leaps high into the air, landing right on top of a vine. Step by step, he makes his way across. After a hard-fought effort, Kang Lim finally draws his weapon, standing face to face with the illusion of Sua. Seeing this, she flashes a creepy, bizarre smile. Watching her, Kang Lim lets out a forced laugh and speaks up. You're starting to make me nervous, you know. At the same time, he silently activates his Firebird skill. Instantly, Johan appears, his sword completely enveloped in roaring flames. The second he materializes, Johan opens his mouth wide to form a massive fireball, triggering his flame bomb skill. The blazing flames instantly surge towards Sua's illusion, terrifying her. Having unleashed the attack, he shouts out with ease. Everything is going way too smoothly. At last, the fire completely engulfs the illusion, burning it to ashes. With that, Kang Lim and Johan split up to unleash their attacks, setting the entire barrier ablaze. Across from them, the illusion begins to fall in utter despair. Once the fight is over, Kang Lim walks away, leaving her to collapse into the burning flames. As he walks, Kang Lim looks back with a proud smile. Alright, that illusion is taken care of. Suddenly, a flash of light beams out of nowhere, but Kang Lim is still lost in thought. Now, I just need to wait for her illusion to fade and retrieve Shin Su-ah's emblem. In a split second, the beam of light strikes. Sensing the danger, Kang Lim swiftly draws his sword to block the hit, wondering, is this someone from Sector 2? Just then, heavy footsteps echo from the shadows. Found you, Kang Lim. 3 figures emerge from the darkness, shouting over each other. Attack, now. Hold on, Seo Kang Rim is definitely going to look for a way to escape. 500 million. If we catch him, we get 500 million. 500 million. Seeing them show up, Seo Kang Rim sighs in sheer annoyance. A bounty? Are you guys from Sector 1? Hearing this, the leader of the group smirks confidently and replies, just come with us quietly. I'm sure you don't want to start a fight here. Yet another dark figure steps out from the shadows. And the leader continues. Things won't be as easy for you as they were last time. Confronted with this, Kang Lim grits his teeth, analyzing the overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura. Is there really someone in Sector 1 with this kind of skill? Suddenly, a figure rushes out, yelling, Hey, Seo Kang Lim! Seeing this person, Kang Lim freezes in utter shock. It's Go Jun, appearing with a terrifying expression. Good to see you again. Staring at Go Jun, Kang Lim raises his sword, unable to believe his eyes and completely bewildered. No, I don't get it. There's absolutely no reason for you to do this. Still holding his stance, Seo Kang Lim questions him, why on earth did you transfer to Sector 1? Hearing this, Go Jun throws his head back and laughs hysterically. Oh man, I would have been much happier if you looked a little more surprised. Then, glancing over at the blazing fire, he continues, but watching how you killed that illusion was actually pretty entertaining. That was Sua's illusion, right? He keeps rambling while Kang Lim stays on high alert. There was a much easier way to handle it. But you just love doing things the hard way, like you're some kind of main character. Suddenly, Go Jun loses control and screams. I absolutely love that about you. Instantly, a spray of fresh blood splatters across the air, leaving Kang Lim standing there in a daze. Through the splattered blood, Go Jun's dark, piercing eyes gleam. And yet, you acted quite differently from what I expected. Kang Lim looks down at the scene, feeling deeply unsettled. One of the men in the group, slashed by Go Jun, screams in agony. Go Jun, why? With blood splattered across his face, Go Jun glances back gleefully and adds, that's exactly why I gave up on the idea of having 2 main characters. Having dealt the blow, completely ignoring their chaos, Go Jun rests his sword on his shoulder and flashes a friendly smile. Instead, I've decided to just play the supporting role. He then raises a single finger and says, so, it's pretty much like being a double agent, right? The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Facing this bizarre situation, Kang Lim keeps his sword raised defensively and responds, actually, I could already feel your bloodlust all the way from the hallway. Hearing this, Go Jun's blood-stained face breaks into a grin once more. Oh, so you noticed? Meanwhile, the other 3 huddle together, their faces pale with sheer terror. At the same time, Go Jun turns to stand beside Kang Lim. Dual-wielding his weapons, he glares at the trio. Well, you guys are the ones who forced Shin Su-ah to hurt herself for this mission, so you need to be punished accordingly. Besides, main characters play double agents like this all the time anyway. Seeing this, Kang Lim turns his head to look in another direction. So now, before Kang Lim can even finish his sentence, Go Jun spreads his arms wide, weapons in hand, and declares, I'm on your side. Seeing this, the 3 men charge forward, screaming in anger, You traitor! Instantly, Kang Lim and Go Jun split to both sides, knocking them flat. Right at that moment, a desperate shout catches his attention. Seo Kang Lim! Over there, Go Jun is grabbing one of them by the neck, activating his decay skill as the man screams in agonizing pain. Gradually, the neck of the guy in the tank top is halfway decayed. Finally, Go Jun tosses his body to the ground, right at Kang Lim's feet. Seeing this, Kang Lim's eyes widen in sheer shock, while the decayed man's teammate trembles in absolute horror. With his cheeks flushing red, Go Jun offered a smirk. If you want to survive this round in one piece, you'd better use that skill of yours, and fast. Seeing his reaction, Kang Jin asked hesitantly, Where? Where did you even hear about that? Remaining completely unfazed, Dako Jun walked over and shrugged. Who cares about the details? I'm talking about your ability to steal other people's fate. He grinned with sheer excitement. I want to see you use it. Hearing this, Kang Jin instantly snapped back in agitation. No way in hell am I using it here. Never. Suddenly, thick purple smoke began to roll in, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. Out of the haze, a figure emerged, cloaked in a bizarre purple aura. Dako Jun blinked innocently. What's that? And right when things were getting good? Well, looks like it's just an illusion anyway, he added. I'll take care of it. Before he could even finish his sentence, the illusion unleashed a massive strike, one identical to Kang Jin's own skill, straight at the two people standing beside him. Barely blocking the blow, Dako Jun's grin only widened with excitement. Oh, it's a clone of you. But before he could say more, Kang Jin's illusion charged out of the smoke, raising its weapon to strike Dako Jun down. In a flash, the brutal attack landed, sending Dako Jun flying backward. The impact was devastating, making Dako Jun cough up blood in agony. He crashed hard into a corner, slumped against the wall, completely motionless. Kang Jin stared in absolute shock, his mouth hanging open. Dako Jun got taken out in a single hit. Across the room, the terrifying clone slowly turned its head, locking its gaze onto Kang Jin. His mind raced. The thick smoke made it impossible to see exactly what had happened during their brief clash. Then, a silhouette with glowing blood-red eyes emerged. His survival instincts screamed that the thing standing over there, right in the middle of the smoke, was his own clone, staring back at him with those demonic red eyes. Despair washed over Kang Jin's face. It's my own clone. Suddenly, Dako Jun's voice rang out, warning him to stay focused. Dako Jun shouted, drawing the attention of both Kang Jin and the illusion. Steal its fate. Who else but you can? Defeat your own clone? The clone slowly pointed its finger toward Dako Jun. Kang Jin realized, he's right. Then, he recalled a past conversation with his teammates. That clone absolutely terrified me. It acts just like a wild beast, and every time someone dies, it gets even stronger. Snapping back to reality, Kang Jin locked in his resolve, letting his power flare up. I have to steal its fate before it strikes. As he stared it down, the system notifications began flashing rapidly in his mind. Fate Steal activated, stealing all fates in the area. Allocating achievement points to boost stats. Standing his ground, Kang Jin told himself he had to put an end to this thing right here and now. Slowly, the clone began to close the distance. His stats skyrocketed. Mana reached level 30, stamina reached level 30, agility reached level 30, perception reached level 30, and strength reached level 29. Sinking into a defensive stance, Kang Jin watched it approach and gritted his teeth. I can do this. Finally, his eyes flared crimson as he activated his battle instinct skill, reassuring himself. Besides, a clone can't kill the original. I'm the real deal. With that thought, a sharp light gleamed in Kang Jin's eyes. The system chimed, issuing a warning from his battle instinct. But right then, the clone unleashed an overwhelming surge of crimson energy. A red alert flashed on his system screen. Target is too powerful. No weaknesses detected. Reading the warning, sheer despair washed over him. No weaknesses? Even with my perception boosted by battle instinct, I still can't find a single opening? Across from him, the clone remained dead silent, calmly raising its weapon. Then, it swung its sword, pointing it directly at him. Feeling himself completely suppressed, Kang Jin panicked. I can't move. As the clone's weapon came crashing down, Kang Jin desperately swung his own to block the strike. The clash unleashed a violent shockwave, sending wild gusts of wind whipping through the area as a mocking smirk spread across the clone's face. Phantom Thief, Rank 1, Human Class. Possesses the ability to copy human skills, copying target skills. In the next second, its hand reached out and grabbed Kang Jin by the head. Even as his skill was being copied, he could only stare helplessly at the monster in front of him. Dark, ominous, magical energy instantly enveloped the entire area. Suddenly, a voice screamed out, Kang Jin! One final thought crossed his mind. Is that thing really just a clone? Suddenly, a childhood memory flashed before his eyes. A young, sickly Kang Jin, leaning weakly against his mother. As the two sat huddled together, his father stood in the distance, furiously confronting the doctor. What do you mean you don't know what's wrong with him? How can you even call yourself a doctor? A timid, hesitant voice replied, Please, calm down first. Soon after, a woman hurriedly guided the exhausted Kang Jin into a car. The car sped off into a desolate forest just as dusk settled. The scene shifted, and a shaman with a dark, stern expression delivered a grim warning. I told you, the boy will only get better if he allows that deity to possess him. Hearing this, his mother pleaded in a panic, but I was told there was another way. Seeing her desperation, the shaman held up his hand and shook his head. There is nothing else I can do. The entity trying to claim him is simply too powerful, and right at that moment, an eerie whisper began to echo in Kang Jin's head. Accept me, kid. Back then, an exhausted and deeply confused Kang Rim asked, Mom, what does that mean? The mysterious voice echoed again, It is your destiny. Turning to him, Kang Rim's mother explained, It means you will become the apostle of a god. Hearing that, Kang Rim immediately agreed. Then I'll do it. His mother calmly explained, If you do, you must live according to that god's every whim. Her words made Kang Rim even more anxious. You will have to abandon all your dreams, and you won't be able to do anything without the god's permission. Having explained it all, his mother asked again, Do you still want to? This time, Kang Rim shook his head frantically. Just like that, blood splattered across the screen, and Kang Rim's parents held him tight, saying, It's okay, we will protect you. Right after, a shattered memory flashed. Their car was flipped upside down, drenched in fresh blood. As white smoke drifted and white flowers fell, Kang Rim stood at his parents' funeral, staring blankly in silent despair. The guests whispered among themselves. I heard they got into a car accident on their way back from the shaman's house. The bodies were in horrific shape, but that kid didn't have a single scratch on him. It's because he rejected the god, and the god was furious. Hearing this, young Kang Rim's eyes widened in absolute despair. Then, an adult version of Kang Rim appeared before his childhood self, and the god mocked. They were the very first humans to die because of you. Standing in a void filled with funeral portraits, the god sneered. It looks like you've accumulated quite a bit of karma since then. Sua's funeral portrait appeared, followed by Taehoon's, Yeonbom's, and countless others. The portraits fell onto the blood-soaked floor. The god, wearing Kang Rim's face, stared down at him, beginning his psychological manipulation. Look at what your actions have caused. Kang Rim could only stare back, completely hollowed out. The mocking voice kept echoing, making cold sweat pour down Kang Rim's face as he looked down in utter defeat. Your parents died because of you. The members of the Flying Tiger Gang are all gone, and everyone who entered this demon realm has perished. The clone grabbed his shoulders with a crazed grip. All of this happened because you refused to accept a god. Calming down, the god spoke gently to the boy standing in the pool of blood. He embraced him and whispered, Do you still refuse to let me in? Before Kang Rim could even answer, the god glanced sideways and spoke. Well, there is still one way to save your friends without accepting my soul. With that, the god shoved him backward, sending Kang Rim plunging into the deep pool of blood. By letting you die right here. As Kang Rim's body sank, the voice echoed, Kid, you can still make the right choice. Just fall into an eternal sleep right now. A complicated look washed over Kang Rim's face. The voice continued to whisper, Do this, and you will escape any future tragedies. Kang Rim quietly thought to himself, Future tragedies? He closed his eyes, sinking deep into his thoughts. If I die here, the Flying Tiger Gang won't be slaughtered in the future. Kang Rim's dark shadow stood at the edge, looking quite pleased with this realization. Exactly. That is the wise choice. It is much more peaceful here than out there. Kang Rim smiled faintly and agreed, Yeah, it really is peaceful here. But then, he questioned himself, Do I even have the right to find peace like this, after everything I've done? The shadow urged, Just forget about the past. But memories of blood and violence flashed in Kang Rim's mind. Forget? I can still see them so clearly, the faces of everyone who fell right in front of me, and that woman who died because of me. I have to atone for my sins. Kang Rim tried to reach out. The dark shadow retorted, They've already been paid for. But then, Kang Rim thought of someone. What about Shin Sua? She's still unconscious. Kang Rim's eyes snapped open as he fought to rise. I haven't even checked if she's safe yet. Reaching his hand out of the dark water, he thought, I have to do whatever it takes to break out of here and get Shin Sua out of this demon realm. His inner shadow clicked its tongue in annoyance, turning to glare at Kang Rim as he broke free. You're making the wrong choice again. Suddenly, dozens of ghostly hands reached out from the darkness, clawing at Kang Rim's back. Just die, that's the only thing you're good for, Kang Rim roared. Even if I die, as he ripped himself away from the grasping hands. I am absolutely taking Shin Suo with me. But his dark side wasn't done, lashing out at him with dark tentacles. You're going to save her? That's just a pathetic excuse. She doesn't even want you to live. Kang Rim froze. I bet she regrets ever bringing you here. Still, Kang Rim gritted his teeth, propping himself up with a steel pipe. She probably wishes she never met you. Kang Rim clenched his jaw, fighting back the crushing guilt. The dark voice leaned in close, whispering its poison. I'm sure she wishes you were dead. But Kang Rim refused to waver. Even if that's true, I'm still getting out of here. The shadows sneered as the ground beneath them began to shatter. There's nothing but endless suffering out there. Kang Rim swung his pipe, striking the figure behind him. I don't care. As the shadow dissolved, it hissed. You will regret this. But Kang Rim's resolve was absolute. Never. The shadow asked him, why are you so stubborn? Kwon Jin-soo swung his sword, tearing through the void. Because. I made a promise. The silhouette of the rambling foe gradually faded away. A promise to Soo-ah, that they would get out of here together. Memories of the two of them flashed back. Kwon Jin-soo slashed straight down. Meanwhile, Soo-ah was in a state of sheer panic. Jin-soo, you. Kwon Jin-soo, wake up. A hand pulled Kwon Jin-soo up from the ground. Kwon Jin-soo's god rejoiced. You're awake. Kwon Jin-soo's expression turned slightly surprised. He looked at the person in front of him. Soo-ah was overjoyed to see him. I'm so glad. Soo-ah's god chimed in. We thought you were a goner. Kwon Jin-soo's god told him. You really should thank Soo-ah. Soo-ah's god added. She did everything she could to save you from the darkness. Kwon Jin-soo couldn't help but smile after winning the bet. See? You were wrong. Soo-ah was waiting for me. Soo-ah pulled Kwon Jin-soo's arm and asked him, can you move? Kwon Jin-soo replied, I'm fine. But as she was speaking, Kwon Jin-soo went completely silent, his expression turning to shock. Soo-ah said to him, oh my god, you scared the life out of me. A sound echoed, and then darkness appeared at the entrance. But what caught Kwon Jin-soo's attention was Soo-ah's empty sleeve. Soo-ah kept talking, explaining that he had been swallowed by the dark shadow, and Dako-jun had gone in to rescue him. Kwon Jin-soo's hand slowly reached out toward Soo-ah. Kwon Jin-soo suddenly grabbed her half-severed arm. Soo-ah, why didn't you run away? Soo-ah winced in pain from his tight grip. She gasped, that hurts. Kwon Jin-soo froze. He let go, hung his head, and asked, why are you still here? Soo-ah patiently explained what had just happened. I told you, you were swallowed by the darkness, and Dako-jun tried to stop it. Kwon Jin-soo covered half of his face, gritting his teeth as he asked, then, where is he? Soo-ah didn't dare to look at Kwon Jin-soo. She replied, he left before the time ran out. He said he needed his hands intact to keep writing novels. Hearing this, Kwon Jin-soo grew furious and snapped at Soo-ah. You should have left with him. Soo-ah was just as angry as he was. You were swallowed by the darkness. How could I just walk away? Of course, that would have been the most logical thing for you to do. Soo-ah grew even angrier and yelled, what are you talking about? How can you say that to me? It's too late to leave now anyway. As she was speaking, her nose suddenly started to bleed. Soo-ah collapsed. Terrified, Kwon Jin-soo cried out, Soo-ah. Both Soo-ah's god and Kwon Jin-soo's own god scolded him. You absolute piece of trash, Kwon Jin-soo. How dare you yell at the person who just saved your life? She still forced herself to hold a sword even after losing her arm. Ugh. An image flashed of Soo-ah holding a sword and stabbing through the darkness. Kwon Jin-soo's god recalled what she did, adding a compliment. She's really something else, you know. She kept stabbing the darkness until she fainted, then she'd wake up and stab it again, over and over. Kwon Jin-soo held Soo-ah, touching her heavily calloused palm as he cursed himself. Kwon Jin-soo, you idiot. Why did you take your anger out on Soo-ah? Kwon Jin-soo then muttered, there's no time to think now. Supporting Soo-ah, he let out a sigh. Well, at least it's over. He picked Soo-ah up in his arms as a black shroud of mist began to envelop them. Come back here. Hearing this voice, Kwon Jin-soo instantly tensed up. I don't want to hurt you. Kwon Jin-soo turned around to see the shadow still tailing them. But if you don't return, the foe activated his beast summoning skill, and wolves rushed toward Kwon Jin-soo. Then Kwon Jin-soo stared in shock. Is it still not over? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to finish him off once and for all this time. Quan Jin Su summoned Linny and Long. He ordered them to protect Su-ah. As for Quan Jin Su, he charged forward with his blade, slicing through a dark shadow. But the foe activated his beast summoning skill once again. The monsters lunged forward. Activating his beast summoning skill, they pounced on Quan Jin Su. Activating his beast summoning skill. Once he had cleared all the shadow beasts, Quan Jin Su stood face to face with the shadow. "If you try to attack me, you'll get hurt too," he shouted angrily. But the shadow didn't care. He activated his recovery skill. Quan Jin Su froze in disbelief. The shadow was slowly regenerating, fueling his anger. "He even stole my recovery skill." The shadow asked him, "Kid, why do you push yourself so hard? Why do you keep making your own karma worse?" He reached out his hand, and darkness immediately poured from his palm. Right after, the beasts appeared once more to attack Quan Jin Su. "Why must you be so stubborn?" Quan Jin Su blocked the strike with his blade. "No one is going to pray for you anyway, you know that." Hearing those words, Quan Jin Su grew more furious than ever. With a single slash, he obliterated the shadow beasts. Su-ah suddenly woke up and screamed, "Quan Jin Su, don't die!" Still gripping his blade tightly, he roared and swung it with all his might. His strength has risen to level 30. The darkness was ripped apart by Quan Jin Su's blade. All stats have reached level 30. You have met the requirements. Quan Jin Su was suddenly stunned. The second trait, a beam of light, separated Quan Jin Su and the shadow. The shadow looked as if he was about to pounce on him. Unlocking the zodiac, golden bands began to cascade down in front of Quan Jin Su. Kang Lim smiled, feeling like he'd finally found salvation. With this zodiac skill, he'd definitely be able to defeat the Black Shadow. But the Black Shadow spoke up, instantly shattering his hopes. "You're still clinging to hope, kid?" Staring at the skill window, Kang Lim realized that even with time stopped, this annoying voice just wouldn't shut up. Looking down at the system notification, it read, "Your zodiac sign is the rat." The Black Shadow couldn't help but sneer. "You pathetic brat. Look at how miserable your zodiac sign is. You can acquire a new skill related to your zodiac sign." The Black Shadow mocked him, claiming the rat is the weakest sign of all, and that any skill related to it would never make him stronger. But Kang Lim completely ignored him. "My zodiac was already determined from the very beginning." He tapped the icon of the rat, desperately trying to escape his wretched fate, when the system popped up a message. "You have acquired the skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat." Clenching his fists, a giant rat materialized behind Kang Lim. A smirk spread across his face as he said, "This is actually what I'm best at." The Black Shadow summoned more beasts, growling, "You can't escape." He completely looked down on Kang Lim, especially with that pitifully weak skill. The beasts lunged forward, and one sank its teeth into Kang Lim's shoulder. Instead of fighting back, Kang Lim let them tear into him, letting out a soft groan. Seeing this, the Black Shadow frowned in confusion. "Why are you smiling?" But the grin on Kang Lim's face only grew wider. The system chimed, "Your health is below 10%. Activating Cry of the Cornered Rat, Kang Lim swung his blade, sending the beasts flying in a burst of brilliant light. Cry of the Cornered Rat significantly boosts the strength of a Tier 1 human when they are pushed to the brink of death. However, utilizing this skill comes with severe consequences. Now, only Kang Lim and the Black Shadow remained standing in the clearing. Kang Lim leaped forward, launching himself into the air. The rat might be the weakest of the zodiac signs, but there is nothing more terrifying than a cornered rat. Kang Lim charged ahead, aiming his blade directly at his target. As the blade slashed down, the Black Shadow barely managed to dodge. Even he hadn't anticipated this level of raw speed and power. "You brat, no matter what you do, you're not escaping death." Yet, Kang Lim relentlessly pressed his attack. "I already told you." Activating his battle instinct skill, Kang Lim roared with absolute determination. "Even if I die here, I will make sure Shin Sua gets out alive." Kang Lim's slash grazed the Black Shadow's arm, sending blood spraying into the air. The entity shrieked in agony, but his wound healed instantly, and the Black Shadow swiped his massive hand at him. A measly rat, no matter how hard it struggles, is nothing but a useless pest. A massive dragon's head materialized and surged toward Kang Lim. Activating the dragonification skill, the rat within him trembled with primal fear before the mighty dragon, and Kang Lim froze in utter shock. Instead of attacking, the dragon let out a deafening roar. Even a human possessing the power of a dragon can do nothing but wait for death before me. So, what makes you think a mere rat could ever defeat me? As the dragon's jaws gaped wide, Kang Lim could only shield his face out of pure instinct. Shielding his eyes, Kang Lim muttered to himself, "Well, I did just grab the coolest looking thing from my inventory." He drew a sword from his hip. If a dragon was going to show up, then the reigning sword, a weapon designed to strike terror into dragons, with its hilt carved in the likeness of a dragon's head, would do the trick. The reigning sword was a legendary weapon that grew drastically stronger whenever it faced a dragon. Raising the blade, Kang Lim smirked. "You know, you would have had a better chance if you were just a rat too." The system announced, "Dragon detected. The power of the reigning sword has been significantly boosted." Pulling back his sword, the dragon-slaying blade glowed with power. Kang Lim leaped high into the air, driving the blade deep into the dragon's neck in a flash of blinding light. Plunging back down to earth, the skill cry of the cornered rat finally deactivated. The black shadow dissolved into dust. Bonus rewards granted for defeating an opponent of a higher tier. Seo Kang Lim's class has ascended from Tier 2 human to Tier 1 human. Seo Kang Lim's class has ascended from Tier 1 human to Tier 3 demon. With the dragon slain, Kang Lim collapsed, completely paralyzed with exhaustion. But then, the black shadow's voice echoed once more. "Kid." Kang Lim cursed under his breath. "Ah, damn it." The voice tempted him. "Do you want to live? Accept me, and I will grant you life." Kang Lim thought to himself, "I knew this was just an illusion." Hearing it even after defeating his own black shadow, his vision began to fade. So, this was how he was going to die. If he had known he'd survive all that horror only to end up dying anyway, he probably would have just ended it himself. He could only hope Shin Sua made it out. In the distance, Sua desperately cried out his name, "Seo Kang Rim." He still worried for her, but knowing she didn't have to carry his burden anymore made him feel like she would be just fine. Go-jun and Ha-reng rushed over to where Kang Lim lay. A blur of a woman gently stroked his head, whispering, "It's time to go back." Kang Lim's eyes flew wide open. He bolted upright, spotting a familiar silhouette out in the hallway. Tearing the IV line from his arm, he screamed, "Sua!" He dashed out of the room, yelling, "Sua!" He tripped and crashed onto the floor, but he couldn't help but smile. "Sua, I'm so glad you're okay." But as he looked up, the person standing before him wasn't her. He froze, utterly petrified. The hospital room was filled with terrifying hallucinations. Kang Lim muttered to himself, Why am I seeing these things again? The system warns you that you are approaching the boundary once again due to the karma you carry." Seo Kang Lim smiles bitterly. "Is it because I'm getting closer to the boundary?" Suddenly, his wrist is grabbed and he is dragged away. A woman throws him out of the room, kicking him out. "We can't take care of him anymore. Ever since we brought him in, we've had nothing but bad luck. The accusations keep piling up." "Then why did you even bring him here?" "My kids got into an accident and are in the hospital because of him." All of this is because he refuses to accept his deity. As the darkness envelops Seo Kang Lim, a voice echoes, "How long will you keep running? Accept me. This is all your fault." Seo Kang Lim covers his ears tightly, refusing to listen. "The reason they are suffering is because you keep rejecting me. Tell him to accept that God already." Seo Kang Lim is dragged to a house and forced inside. The moment he steps in, Seo Kang Lim senses something strange. He thinks in shock. It's so quiet. A woman steps out of the house and asks, "Are you Seo Kang Lim?" She introduces herself. "I am Seo, Baek Young." Behind her, a strange aura begins to radiate. Seo Kang Lim bites his lip in fear. Baek Young's expression instantly turns serious. She asks the people behind him, "What happened to this boy's face?" They all look away, avoiding her gaze. Baek Young looks at the three of them, then turns to Seo Kang Lim and says, "They asked me to perform a ritual to help you accept a deity, but I can see you don't want that." Surprised that she knows, Seo Kang Lim turns his head away without answering. Baek Young kneels down to eye level with him. "If you don't want to, then we won't. But the God who wants you is too powerful. It is beyond my ability to fully protect you." Hearing her words, Seo Kang Lim is even more astonished. Baek Young makes him an offer. "Become my disciple until you learn how to protect yourself." Seo Kang Lim pulls his hands away, refusing. "No." He tries to draw back in worry, but Baek Young holds on tight. "If I do, you'll get hurt too." Baek Young chuckles softly. "You underestimate me, child." She holds both of his hands to reassure him. "I have my own guardian deity, so don't worry." Baek Young comforts him. "It might hurt a little right now, but everything is going to be all right. Someday, you will be surrounded by good people." Baek Young smiles. "And then, you will find happiness." Seo Kang Rim's expression softens. He remembers his past with Baek Young and how she performed a ritual to suppress his divine powers. And while living with her, I stopped seeing ghosts. But now, in the present, those corpses keep haunting me. But once you accumulated karma and drew closer to the boundary, you began to see and hear things you were never meant to. Seo Kang Rim is swallowed by the shadows. And once you cross that line, his hand slowly goes limp. You will die. Seo Kang Rim lies motionless on the ground, separated only by a screen showing people inside. Come closer. The dark shadow reaches out to touch the boundary, craving him. Come closer to me, kid. Seo Kang Rim's lonely figure just lies there, slowly opening his eyes. Seo Kang Rim sees Rinyi and Johan. He wonders, was that a dream? It's not a dream, Mr. Seo Kang Rim. The voice belongs to a nurse, who continues, you have finally woken up after 1 month. Of course, you'll end up dead if you keep moving around like that. Panicking, Seo Kang Rim asks, Shin Suwa? What about Shin Suwa? The nurse smiles and replies, she is doing just fine. Hearing this, Seo Kang Rim lets out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Seeing him sit up, the nurse says, please wait a moment. I will call someone to assist you. Oh, and congratulations on your recovery. In the hospital room, the hallucinations still haven't faded, even though his test results are perfectly fine. After all, awakened recover much faster than normal people. Seo Kang Rim pays no attention to the illusions and sinks deep into thought. The only thing I need to worry about right now is my destiny window. Seo Kang Rim Saju. Nokma rank 3. Fire attribute. Seo Kang Rim looks at the notification in surprise. What? I went up 2 ranks at once. Seo Kang Rim wonders, is it because I changed my destiny and Shin Sua's? He couldn't wrap his head around it. But still, how did we even manage to escape the demon realm? Just then, someone opens the door from the outside. The ones walking in are Seongtae and Gungdu. The moment he walks in, he demands, why didn't you tell us you had the ability to steal other people's destinies? Seo Kang Rim sighs in annoyance. Here we go. Gungdu presses on with his questions. Give us an explanation. Seo Kang Rim chuckles softly, pointing at him as he replies, because I knew you guys would make that exact face. Gungdu isn't pleased, but he lets it slide. Fine, I'll calm down. Gungdu asks him, so, have you ever intentionally killed someone just to steal their destiny? Never, Seo Kang Rim replies. Gungdu pushes further. What about accidentally? Seo Kang Rim gives him a cold stare. He looks down and replies, I've done it in self-defense, yes, but we signed a contract before going in. Seo Kang Rim continues. We agreed that injuries or even casualties caused by conflicts between trainees and monsters could happen. I didn't kill anyone on purpose. Hearing this, Seongtae can't help but feel angry. In his mind, killing is still killing. Well, that's a pretty normal reaction. Seo Kang Rim smirks and asks, so, what's going to happen to me now? He looks at Gungdu. Am I going to be punished? But Gungdu's response is the complete opposite of what Seo Kang Rim expected. Actually, congratulations, Seo Kang Rim. You've just received the highest rank among all the trainees in this region. Yoon-tae protested. Team leader, are you seriously going to let someone as dangerous as him? Gongju cut him off. Shut up. I, Ju Sung-tae, want to partner up with you, Seo Kang Rim. I have an offer for you. What offer? Seo Kang Rim asked. Gongju replied, we'd like to offer you an official position on Team 2 of the Fate Protection Agency. Seo Kang Rim hadn't expected this, and he pulled his hand back. His blunt rejection caught Gongju completely off guard. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Yoon-tae angrily stepped up. Do you have any idea what kind of golden opportunity you're throwing away? Gongju glared at Yoon-tae, but quickly maintained his polite composure. I understand we might be pushing this a bit too fast, since you've only just recovered. Handing over his business card, he added, please, take a few days to rest, and then give us a call. You'll probably want to see your family and get some fresh air first. But in his mind, Kang Rim scoffed, thinking, I have absolutely no intention of doing that. Without giving Seo Kang Rim a chance to refuse, Gongju headed toward his car and called back. Drop by the training center once you get discharged. There are a few things you need to know before you leave the center. With a wink, he added, see you around. Seo Kang Rim. Seo Kang Rim could only watch in silent frustration. Working for the Fate Protection Agency? But on second thought, that's probably all they know. They clearly have no idea I can steal destinies. Just then, his system popped up, displaying Ju Sung-tae's profile. A grade 3 dragon-type Saju. He closed the system window and sighed, knowing that if they did, they'd stop at nothing to drag him under their control. After changing into his regular clothes, Seo Kang Rim left. First on his list was finding Shin Sua. Stepping into another hospital room, he called out softly, "Shin Sua." Standing by the door, Seo Kang Rim looked inside. She was still unconscious, and half of her arm was gone. Overwhelmed with bitterness, Seo Kang Rim closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, a system warning popped up, detecting a murderer's aura. Shocked, he looked closer at Shin Sua's destiny. Stunned by the alert, Seo Kang Rim muttered under his breath, "A murderer? How is that even possible?" In his past life, Shin Sua had never been surrounded by this much deadly fate. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket shot out on its own. The system announced the activation of the Destiny Compass, and the device began to spin rapidly as the mechanical system voice rang out again. The Destiny Compass has been enhanced. Memories and visions of himself and Shin Sua flooded his mind like a raging torrent. Clutching his head in agony, he groaned from the intense pain. Among the chaotic images, he saw her coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. She was tied to a chair, glaring with pure hatred at the person standing before her. The mysterious woman taunted, "Seo Kang Rim isn't coming for you." The vision was incredibly blurry, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the face of the mastermind. The woman smirked and said, "Seo Kang Rim doesn't even know you're here." She crouched down to meet Shin Sua's eyes, resting her chin in her hand with a mock thoughtful expression. "I seriously don't get you. The moment he left the center, Seo Kang Rim abandoned you. Why on earth are you willing to die for him?" Panic seized Seo Kang Rim. He clutched his forehead in agony as the terrifying realization hit him. This was the future. Yet, the visions wouldn't stop, playing out relentlessly before his eyes. The culprit continued to break Shin Sua's spirit. "No matter what you do, Seo Kang Rim is going to die anyway." Hearing that, Shin Sua snapped her head up, her eyes burning with rage as she gritted her teeth, spitting out every single word. "Don't you dare lay a single finger on Seo Kang Rim." Her words were met with the cruel, mocking laughter of the woman. What a pity. His eyes widened in absolute shock, desperately asking, "Why?" Suddenly, a quick slash of a blade tore the vision apart, followed by the culprit's cold, mocking voice. "Well then, goodbye." Watching the horrific scene unfold from start to finish left him completely frozen in shock. Seo Kang Rim collapsed to the floor, his mind spinning so fast from panic that he couldn't even think straight. His inner voice stammered in disbelief. "In some place I don't even know. Is Shin Sua going to die for me all over again?" With wide eyes, Seo Kang Rim stared at the glowing compass floating in midair. He reached his hand out, desperately trying to steady his breathing. No. As his fingers brushed against the compass, he forced himself to calm down. "I can't prevent this future with just what I have now. I need to find out exactly what is going to happen." The compass kept spinning. But this time, he was pulled into a place both strange and hauntingly familiar. He stood right in the middle of a horrific car crash, with blood-curdling screams echoing in his ears. A young Seo Kang Rim was running away. He spun around as a child's weak, trembling voice cried out, "No, I'm not running away." In the vision, his younger self was sobbing, desperately trying to push the overturned car. The boy wept, "I'm going to get you out, Mom." His mother's voice was barely a whisper, yet she still tried to comfort him. "Seo Kang Rim, you can't save us on your own. There must be adults nearby. Go find someone and bring them here." She forced a warm smile to encourage him. "You can do this, sweetie." The young Seo Kang Rim nodded and ran as fast as his little legs could carry him, but he still turned back to call out, "Okay, I'll bring help. Just hang on, Mom." As his younger self dashed past, the present-day Seo Kang Rim lunged to grab his shoulder, shouting, "Don't go," but his hands passed right through. He could only stand there helplessly, watching the boy run off while fighting back tears as his younger self screamed, "Help! Is anyone there?" He stared blankly at his own hands as the illusion began to shatter and fade away. Yet, the desperate cries of his younger self still echoed in his ears. "Please, someone, help my parents." Kang Lim gritted his teeth, holding back the storm of emotions swirling inside him as he forced himself to look back. In the middle of the raging fire, his parents' faint, relieved whispers echoed. "Thank goodness we got him out in time. But, what is he going to do all alone?" The terrifying flames completely consumed his vision. His parents struggled to squeeze out their final words, realizing their boy was truly left all on his own. Just as the car was about to explode, Kang Lim's mother gently comforted her husband. "I'm sure our son will be fine." Tears streamed down his face. Shielding his eyes from the blast, a painful realization hit him. They knew the car was going to explode. But what he saw next shocked Kang Rim even more. A platinum-haired woman was standing in the distance, aiming a spear right at the car. As her cold, emotionless face came into focus, he recognized her immediately. It was Baek Young. When the system announced that the connection to the destiny compass had been severed, Kang Rim snapped back to reality. Shaken and confused, he muttered the name Baek Young under his breath. Piece by piece, as he put everything together, Kang Rim started trembling in sheer shock. What on earth was that? It wasn't a normal car accident. Baek Young was the one who attacked the car? He gripped the hospital bed rail tightly, trying to suppress his rising fury. His grip tightened even more as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Is Baek Young also the one who's going to kill Seo in the future he just witnessed? The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat poured down his face like rain. He noticed Seo stirring on her hospital bed, as if she was about to wake up, but she quickly drifted back to sleep. Gently, Kang Rim closed the door. He had barely taken a few steps when a voice suddenly spoke up. I knew I'd find you here. Startled, Kang Rim quickly slipped the compass back into his pocket. Seo Moon Yongyong greeted him with a warm smile, looking as bright as the bouquet of flowers in her hands. Hello there, Kang Rim. Taken aback, he accepted the flowers and said, You shouldn't have. You're Yongyeon, the team leader of Seo Moon, right? She offered a polite, superficial laugh. Oh my, you actually remember me? I stopped by to visit earlier, but you weren't in your room. Yongyeon looked up at the nameplate on the door, her tone half joking. You really care about Miss Sue, don't you? Running straight to her the moment you woke up? Well, it seems she cares about you just as much. She clicked her tongue and added, Honestly, I was shocked when the two of you made it out of the demon realm. She had lost an arm and was covered in injuries from head to toe. Yet, when she walked out, she was still carrying you on her back. It must have been an absolute nightmare. Shifting back to her main point, she said, I don't want to get in your way, so I'll just say what I came here to say and take my leave. Yongyeon smiled warmly, extending an invitation. It's a position at the Destiny Protection Agency. For Team 1, mind you, not Team 2. Hearing this, Kang Rim immediately rejected the offer. I have no intention of working for, but before he could even finish, she cut him off. I can completely restore Miss Sua's severed arm. Yongyeon's words were enough to make his eyes widen in pure shock. Still on guard, Kang Rim asked, How? She simply stepped closer, gently grasping his hands that were holding the flowers, and gave a mysterious explanation. I can't tell you how, but I can make it happen in the very moment you join us. His mind was in absolute turmoil. Could she really just snap her fingers and heal Sua's arm like that? His thoughts raced. In a few years, all-powerful gods capable of regenerating lost limbs would emerge, but at this point in time, those gods didn't exist yet. He thought to himself in frustration, I do know a way to get her arm back using a specific item, but that method would take far too much time, and if I join the Destiny Protection Agency, my entire plan will be thrown completely off track. After weighing his options, Kang Rim finally spoke up. How many years would I have to sign for? Hearing those words, Yongyeon's smile grew even wider. Maybe 1 year? But the longer, the better. She happily continued laying out the perks. Normally, we'd expect you to start working right away, but we can give you a few months to rest and recover. However, that comes with a catch. You have to give me your answer right now. This threw Kang Rim back into deep thought. He looked her straight in the eye and said decisively, Fine. But before he could finish his sentence, someone burst out of the hospital room, cutting him off. He's turning down that offer. Seo poked her head out, declaring firmly, Kang Rim is not going to work for the Destiny Protection Agency. Caught completely off guard by her sudden appearance, he turned to her and stammered, Shin Su, Ignoring him, she kept her eyes locked on Seo Moon Yongyeon, snapping, What do you think you're doing? Are you seriously trying to use my arm to blackmail him into joining you? You didn't even have the decency to discuss this with me first. Yongyeon suddenly snatched the flowers back from Kang Rim's hands. Still smiling brightly, she asked, Well then, how about you work for us instead? She winked, thrusting the bouquet in front of Seo. I've actually been wanting to recruit you, too. Seo gently pushed the flowers aside and said firmly, No thanks. Our values don't align. Suddenly, the bouquet transformed into 2 business cards. Yongyeon waved the cards in her hand, looking completely unbothered. What a shame. She handed a card to each of them and made one final pitch. If you ever change your mind, give me a call. Seo and Kang Rim fell into silence as they watched her walk away. After a moment, Seo spoke up. If you're planning to agree just because of my arm, you can forget it. This is my responsibility, not yours. He remained silent. After a few seconds, Kang Lim finally spoke up. I was already planning to agree anyway, even if their condition was your arm. But before he could even finish, she cut him off again. Kang Lim? She sighed. You're a terrible liar, so don't even try. Out of nowhere, Kang Lim grabbed Sua's hand and asked her why. His face darkened as he struggled to suppress the swirling emotions inside him. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? We're not even close. At most, we've only known each other for a few months. Sua grew flustered as well, but she still tried to brush it off. Well, it was because you looked like you were in danger. But this time, he cut her off. That doesn't matter. Why? Giving up, she finally confessed. I don't really know either. But Kang Lim refused to let it go. He kept pressing her. Don't you see how absurd this is? Sua had to tell the truth. But the more she spoke, the more flustered she became. It's just, I care about you, she said, starting to explain. At first, I thought it was because you helped me. Because you pretend not to care. But you actually look out for us. And because you always carry all the hardships on your own, memories began to rush back to her like a waterfall. She continued, even when we were in the charnel chamber, I felt so terrible that you were in danger because of me. Sua placed her hand over her chest, letting out her deepest thoughts. But honestly, that's not the only reason. I know it sounds weird, but I feel like I've known you for a very long time. Her words caught Kang Lim completely off guard. He muttered, a very long time? She continued, every time I see you in danger, my body just moves on its own. Sua looked up, flustered and unsure of how to explain it. It sounds so weird, doesn't it? Since we've only known each other for a few months. Kang Lim remained lost in thought. Could the regression have affected Shin Sua as well? If people have memories of their past life in their subconscious, then fragments of her past life are rushing back. Sua offered with a bright smile, I'm going to start a new guild. Will you fight by our side? Even in this life, she spoke to him with that same passionate tone, saying, I hope we can keep working together in the future. It felt just like déjà vu. Seeing Kang Lim remain silent, she anxiously grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, can't we at least stay in touch and keep being friends? He looked down at her hand, clutching his sleeve, painfully wondering what the right way to save Shin Sua actually was. That tragic scene flashed before his eyes again, filling Kang Lim with dread. If she stays by my side, everything will turn out just like my past life, or she'll end up killed by Baek Do-hyun like my parents. But what if I leave? The more he thought, the more panicked he became. Sua worriedly whispered his name, Kang Lim, but he was still deep in thought. What if it turns out exactly like the future the destiny compass showed me? And what if it happens in some place I don't know, when I'm not paying attention? What if Shin Sua dies because of him again? What would he do? Finally, he grit his teeth and made up his mind. He couldn't let that happen ever again. He suddenly spoke up. All right. Hearing this, Sua immediately brightened up. She excitedly started rambling. While I was being recruited here, I heard some rumors. Like-minded hunters form guilds too. Oh, I clearly heard them calling awakened ones hunters. What if we join the same guild? Kang Lim quietly turned away, avoiding Sua's intense gaze. If I feel like it, but she said firmly, great. Even if you keep rejecting me, I'll keep inviting you. And don't forget, once you join, you aren't allowed to just leave whenever you want. Kang Lim cheered up a bit, thinking to himself that this really brought back memories of the past. In a fragmented memory, Yoo Ha-young stood behind him, reading aloud from the guild log. Seo Kang Lim requested to leave the guild due to incompetence, but Shin Sua rejected it. Seo Kang Lim requested to leave the guild due to health issues, but Shin Sua rejected it anyway. She wrapped her arms around his neck and continued reading aloud. Seo Kang Lim requested to leave the guild for personal growth, but Shin Sua, before she could finish, he coldly cut her off. Cut it out, Yoo Ha-jung. Remembering that, Kang Lim couldn't help but chuckle. Even when he tried to leave out of guilt, she still refused. He gently assured Sue, I'm sure I won't be able to do that. Suddenly, a loud scream interrupted their conversation. Seo Kang Lim. Johan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crying out with tears in his eyes. You're finally awake. Seeing him, Kang Lim quickly walked over to shake his hand. Father, it's been a while, hasn't it? The priest excitedly squeezed his hand. I'm so glad you're awake. After greeting him, he went straight to the point. I came here alone because I didn't want to bother you, but I'm sure the others want to see you too. Hearing that, Sua also got excited. Oh, that's right. Everyone must be waiting. But suddenly, a vision flashed through Kang Lim's mind. His eyes went wide with shock, but Sua remained completely calm. "Ah, I'm just going inside to change real quick. I'll be right down," she said, before opening the door and giving Johan a quick instruction. "You can take Kang Lim downstairs first." With that, she turned around and headed inside, leaving him standing outside in a complete daze. After a long moment, he finally stammered, "Right, of course." Meanwhile, Kang Lim fell deep into his own thoughts. He had to find a solution as soon as possible. Johan led the way, saying, "This way." The two of them stepped into the elevator together. As he selected the floor, he explained, "There's a training facility right below us. I'm sure everyone is waiting for you there. We've all been so worried about you." With a sigh of relief, he added, "Seriously, it was just like that time you almost kicked the bucket. And when the issue with your unique power came up, we were completely thrown off." Suddenly, he paused in embarrassment. "Ah, right. I'm sorry about that. You probably don't feel very comfortable talking about this, do you?" Kang Lim sighed softly to reassure him. "Not really." The memories of those prying, contemptuous, and terrified stares flooded his mind, forcing a bitter smile onto his face. Come to think of it, everyone else must have realized what his unique power is by now, right? After a brief silence, he leaned back against the wall and asked, "More importantly, are you okay with that?" Realizing he sounded a bit vague, he clarified, "I mean, I've been hiding the fact that I have these powers all this time." Johan smiled and replied, "Of course I am. I know exactly what a good person you are." This response left him completely speechless. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Taehoon and the sisters, Yoonbom and Jeon, were discussing something. "So first we'll storm into the demon realm." But suddenly, he snapped his head up and called out to him. Hearing him, the other two turned to look in the same direction. The second they saw who it was, they cried out, "Master!" And Yoonbom ran over, throwing her arms tightly around Kang Lim. She sobbed, burying her face in his chest. "We were so worried that you might have kicked the bucket." Taehoon chimed in as well. "Thank goodness you're awake." Kang Lim asked with concern, "Why are you guys still here?" "It has been a whole month already." Taehoon and Jeon answered in unison, "Of course we're waiting for you, Master." Deeply moved, Kang Lim appreciated how they still treated him normally despite knowing about his power. He gently said to Yoonbom, "You should leave with the others." But she yelled back in anger, "No, I'm not even going to look at any of them ever again." Pouting, she muttered, "They're so despicable, even after witnessing everything with their own eyes." Seeing this, Kang Lim couldn't help but ask, "Did something happen?" Taehoon hesitated. "Well, the thing is, while Jeon fumed in anger, those bastards. It all started 2 weeks ago." Whispers echoed all over the hospital. Gradually, more and more people started packing up and leaving. "I hope they recover and get well soon. But as for Seo Kang Rim, they say he still hasn't woken up yet." Suddenly, Choi Sangwon barged in and confidently declared, "The longer the better. It makes absolutely no sense to let a criminal like him run free in society, so it'd be much better if he just kicked the bucket already." Hearing this, Yoonbom couldn't hold back anymore and marched over to snap at him. "Hey, Sangwon, what the hell did you just say?" But he just sighed nonchalantly. "So what? Seo Kang Rim is a murderer." He proudly continued to babble, "I'm sure he dragged you guys along just so he could find a chance to steal your powers. But he didn't even notice when his collar had been grabbed." With a loud slam, Yoonbom slammed him onto the ground, causing him to cough up a mouthful of bright red syrup. She glared at him, warning, "Don't you dare talk about my master like that." Hearing the commotion, Taehoon rushed over to see what was going on. "Yoonbom, what happened?" Before he could finish, Sangwon drowned him out, yelling, "I don't care what he is. I'm still gonna call him a murderer. You guys must have heard about that creepy, monstrous power he's been trying to hide, right?" There was no way Taehoon was going to sit there and listen to these insults. Gritting his teeth, he walked over to Sangwon, slowly crouched down, and activated his savage mouth. "Hey punk, if Kang Lim were actually a murderer, you would have kicked the bucket a long time ago." Terrified, he backed away and stammered, What?" Taehoon grabbed his collar, glaring at him as he growled, "You know exactly how strong Kang Lim is. With a loser like you, all it takes is one decision from him, and you'd be pushing up daisies in a heartbeat." Jeon chimed in to back him up. "Besides, if Master really were a murderer, everyone here would have kicked the bucket back in that judgment room in the demon realm already. Or having your food poisoned would have been even faster." Hearing this, the crowd around them gradually began to remember how much Kang Lim had helped them. Everyone's expressions darkened. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the crowd and spoke up. "But he did use that power of his." Sung-tae walked over, helping Sangwon up as he continued. He was covered in bandages from head to toe. I don't think he's a bad person, but the truth is, he still gives me the chills. As he said this, he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. Once Sangwon was back on his feet, he kept yelling, "Exactly. Use your brains for once, you idiots. You don't even know what's going on inside his head. Nothing good will come from staying near him." Johan quickly ran over to check on them. "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" In the distance, Songtae and Sangwon's voices could still be heard. "Come on, Choi Sangwon. Stop fighting with these kids. Hey, I'm the victim here," Jian muttered, still incredibly frustrated. After all the help he had received from him, Seo Kang Rim quickly caught on to the situation. Realizing what had happened, Eunbom snapped her head up to comfort him. "Don't worry about that anymore. No matter what they say, we're still going to follow you. I'm still going to be your disciple." Hearing this, Seo Kang Rim was so taken aback he could only blurt out. Seeing his reaction, Yoonjun and Jian also tried to persuade him, saying, "Come on, it's better if you join us, right? We can train together for the open heaven." The suggestion caught him completely off guard. That's right. Ever since the day of the open heaven, humans have been granted the chance to awaken their destiny through the 4 pillars and 8 characters. And following the open heaven, awakened hunters have made absolute leaps and bounds in progress. Just then, a system notification rang out. Your stats are being calculated based on your 4 pillars and 8 characters. The open heaven marked the arrival of the most dangerous demon realms of all, abysses that tore open, waiting to swallow the entire world whole. These realms were infinitely more brutal and deadly than any regular demon realm, yet countless awakened hunters still threw themselves into these raids, chasing after nothing but fame and money. Eunbom eagerly chimed in, saying, "We even get to raid a regular demon realm and take on a mission to eliminate magical beasts." She smiled brightly with anticipation and asked, "Master, you'll train with us, right?" Behind her, the rest of the group shared her hope, staring at him with glittering, expectant eyes. A soft smile played on Seo Kang Rim's lips as he felt his worries ease, but he quickly reined in his emotions. He reminded himself of his ultimate goal, which was to raid the greatest demon realm before anyone else could. He gave them a cold rejection, leaving everyone completely stunned. Then he continued, "I don't have any plans to train with you guys." In his mind, he knew he had to find that person before anyone else did. Under their bewildered gazes, Seo Kang Rim calmly declared, "I have something else to take care of." Hearing this, Eunbom immediately burst into dramatic tears. "So you're really just trying to cut ties with us?" She grabbed his arms and pressed him, sobbing. "That's not it, right? Tell me it's not." Johan, standing next to them, started panicking too and asked him, "Is that true?" Seo Kang Rim could only stammer in embarrassment as he tried to explain. "No, of course not. I really have some stuff to take care of." Yoonjun, who was tapping away on his phone, interjected. "Fine, then we'll just wait until you're finished with your business." That response left Seo Kang Rim completely speechless, utterly unsure of how to answer. He awkwardly looked away to avoid her gaze and stammered, "I don't really know when I'll be done." Yoonjun pointed to his screen and added, "Here's our group chat. Don't you dare leave it, master." The chat window popped up, showing that Yoonjun and Jian had invited him, followed by a flood of cheerful messages from the group. "I've invited master," followed by a red carpet sticker and a celebration sticker welcoming him. A laughing emoji popped up next with a message, "I meant to invite you the moment I woke up, but it slipped my mind. Sorry," accompanied by an embarrassed sticker. Seo Kang Rim let out a soft sigh and smiled, saying, "All right, fine." Later, inside Anabi's office, she asked with a look of concern, "Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay?" Anabi anxiously explained, "You don't even have a divine oracle from a god. It might actually be better for you to join the Fate Protection Bureau." Seo Kang Rim bowed his head and rejected her flatly. "I must decline. An oracle is essentially a quest, and we carry it out under the protection of a god. Although priests are awakened hunters who act as vessels to borrow a deity's power, they cannot simply ignore the divine oracles, which serve as absolute orders. For instance, a quest might require them to raise all their tiers to 30, clear at least 3 demon realms, or increase their god's fame beyond a certain level. The ultimate goal of these gods is to make their names known to the world. The more famous a priest becomes, the further their deity's holy name spreads. That is why gods grant quests and rewards to help their priests grow. These thoughts occupied his mind as he walked out of the skyscraper. "Since I don't have a god's protection, I need to prepare a lot of things. I have to hurry." Looking down at his weapon, he saw that the seven-branched thunder sword was badly damaged and desperately needed repairs. It was a Tier 3 item, a sword forged from a sacred tree struck by lightning. Seo Kang Rim couldn't help but sigh. First, I need to get my hands on a real weapon. Meanwhile, in a remote countryside, blacksmith shop filled with the rhythmic clatter of metal, a blacksmith skillfully struck a hammer down onto a piece of iron, hearing a voice call out from the entrance asking, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Roha paused her work and replied, "Ah, just a moment." She wiped her sweat with a towel as she spoke. It had been a long time since anyone visited this far-off countryside, let alone someone so young. Seo Kang Rim smiled and replied, "I came here for you." Secretly, he rejoiced, relieved that she hadn't been dragged into the Fate Protection Bureau yet. She stood there in complete confusion for a few seconds, stammering, "For me?" She was the granddaughter of Han Chun, a master craftsman who had been designated as an intangible cultural heritage for his blacksmithing. The late Han Chun. Floating right beside him, Han Chun's spirit kept urging him on, saying, "Hurry up! You came here to open my granddaughter's destiny window, didn't you?" Completely ignoring the babbling blacksmith ghost, Seo Kang Rim put on a polite, businesslike smile and said, "That's right. I heard that the master craftsman Han Chun had a successor." The ghost continued, "Her talent is in full bloom, yet she barely makes any money and has to suffer in front of a scorching forge every single day. I feel so incredibly guilty." Roja smiled modestly and replied, "I'm still a long way from reaching my grandfather's level." But he immediately disagreed. "I need your ability," he said softly. Opening his system interface, he looked at Han Rosa. Han Rosa, Level 3, Rare Grade, Fire Attribute. A screen of glowing information popped up the moment she activated her Level 3 Soulfire Blacksmith ability. This crafting flame allows her to create items infused with mana. When processing metal, she can adjust its stats and even grant usage rights for items of the same level as her ability. After carefully reading through the contract, Rosa gasped in disbelief. "Are these really your only conditions? From now on, she must work directly under Kang Lim and have absolutely nothing to do with the Destiny Protection Agency." She looked doubtfully at the various chests of money scattered beside her. "Even though you sponsored me, helped me awaken, and even secured my legacy, I never expected you to pay me this much every month." Kang Lim scratched his head, explaining, "Well, it's true that I helped you awaken, but your legacy wasn't my doing. That's all thanks to the master craftsman Han Chun, who ascended to godhood." Pulling out the seven-branch sword, he made a request. "For now, please melt down and repair this seven-branch sword. After that, follow the god's oracle and develop your abilities until I come find you again." Rosa happily agreed. "I understand." A moment later, she hesitantly added, Can I visit my grandfather before getting to work? Our family graves are up on the mountain." Kang Lim rested his chin in his hand, thinking it over. Visiting a graveyard at this hour? At night, the spectral energy near tombs is incredibly strong, making it a hotspot for monsters. After pondering for a moment, he decided to warn her. "Since it's nighttime, there's a high chance monsters will appear. Let me go with you." Hearing this, Rosa cried out, "Wait, monsters?" He quickly reassured her, "I don't think any of them will be too strong. And if they do show up, I'll take care of them." Feeling relieved, she said, "Oh, all right, it's actually not that far." They arrived quickly, and Rosa pointed at the grave. "It's right here." Kang Lim thought to himself that it really was close. Suddenly, his recent memory flashed back. Han Chun had popped out of nowhere, barking a non-stop stream of words that startled him. "Who are you? And why do you keep eyeing my granddaughter's shop? Wait, you're an awakened? Excellent. You can take my granddaughter to the Destiny Protection Agency so she can also." This memory gave Kang Lim a bit of a headache. In this lifetime, he could hear Han Chun's voice so clearly that he had assumed it was due to his karma points. He breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, maybe it was just because they were currently near Han Chun's grave. Even though spiritual connection is weak in this world, making it hard to hear the gods clearly, it is much easier to communicate with a specific god at their shrine or grave. Suddenly, he noticed Rosa happily pouring some alcohol and chatting with her grandfather. "Grandpa, thank you for always being with me." "Curious," Kang Lim asked, "but can't you talk to him without doing all this? Since you're already possessed by his spirit, after all." She happily explained, "Only when I'm here do I truly feel like I'm talking to my grandfather." She continued, "It's so close that I often come here to chat. Luckily, I've only ever visited in the morning until now." Kang Lim suddenly put two and two together. "Oh, right. He passed away recently, didn't he?" Rosa quickly replied, Yes, it hasn't even been 6 months. When a human dies, their soul leaves the body, but their spiritual essence remains. People steal fate by extracting information from that spiritual essence. That's why trying to steal fate from an incomplete corpse requires far more mana. Stroking his chin, he calculated, it's been 4 to 5 months. I should be able to use mana to extract information from the corpse. But of course, the problem is that even if it's possible, I can't just dig up her ancestor's grave right in front of her. Finishing up, Rosa stood up and asked, "Shall we head back now?" But suddenly, Kang Lim sensed danger. He stepped forward to shield her, saying, "Miss Han Rosa, get behind me." A pair of blood-red eyes glared intensely at them. Soon, countless glowing eyes drew near, carrying a terrifying bloodlust. Rosa stammered in sheer terror, "Oh my God, there really are monsters." Kang Lim, however, remained calm as he spoke. "Since this graveyard is so close to your house, I should find you an item that wards off monsters so you can fully focus on your forging skills." Dozens of beasts lunged at them like hungry predators. He braced himself, ready to pulverize the entire horde the second they got close. But before he could strike, an unfamiliar hand threw a talisman. The moment it hit the beasts, they all collapsed to the ground. Kang Lim's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the talismans. That talisman, the horde of monsters, was pinned down by an invisible, crushing force. A ringing bell echoed as a sizzling heat burned them to ashes. Through the rising smoke, a man's silhouette slowly emerged. "Were you never taught how dangerous it is near graves?" the man scolded. Wearing a mask, Doyun continued to berate Kang Lim. "I can't believe you even brought a miner out here." Rosa tried to speak up in defense, but Kang Lim cut her off. "Miss Han Rosa, could you head back first and wait for me?" Just like that, only he and Doyun were left standing face to face. He spoke first. "Why are you here?" As Do-hyun took off his mask, he replied, "So, you actually still remember my voice? The last time we met was a year ago." He looked straight into Kang Lim's eyes and asked coldly, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Choi Kang Lim?" As memories of their past flashed through his mind, he let out a sigh. "Well, it hasn't been that long." Kang Lim recalled a training session when Do-hyun pointed his staff at him, mocking, "If you recognized me, why didn't you say anything?" Kang Lim calmly explained. The situation back then wasn't really appropriate for greetings. Just like right now. Kang Lim looked away, suppressing his emotions as he retorted, "Are you stalking me on orders from the bureau? Or is this your own choice?" He didn't answer directly, but instead asked an unexpected question. "Is that really the first thing you want to ask me?" His hand holding the staff trembled slightly, as if holding back anger. "I thought you'd ask about Mother first." Hearing this, Kang Lim's eyes instantly widened. Feigning indifference, he asked in a calm, detached tone, "Is Master doing well?" Do-hyun stared down at his feet and muttered, "Mother?" Suddenly, he snapped his head up and shouted, "Mother passed away 2 years ago." Kang Lim's brow furrowed even deeper. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to keep himself from breaking down, at least not right now. So, Master is really gone? Her image flashed in his mind. In his past life, she had also passed away just a few days before his awakening. Lost in thought, he asked Do-hyun, "Why didn't you call me back for the funeral?" Hearing this, Do-hyun's temper flared. He immediately lunged forward and grabbed Kang Lim by the collar, shouting in his face. Gripping him tightly, Do-hyun snarled, "You were the one who chose to walk out of that house. But how did things end up like this?" Hearing those words, Kang Lim's mind drifted back to the past, remembering when Do-hyun was still a gentle, well-behaved kid. His foster mother introduced him, "This is my son, Do-hyun." Then, she turned and continued, "And this is Choi Kang Lim. Do-hyun, you're older, so you must treat him well, okay?" After introducing them, she let the two look at each other and said, "Because starting today, he will be my godson." Do-hyun asked in confusion, "Your godson?" Back then, a godson in their world meant a male priest accepted as a disciple. That night, inside the quiet house, Do-hyun's voice could be heard questioning his mother. "How could you do this to me?" Inside the room, unable to accept this, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "You promised you wouldn't pass down the priest lineage." Sitting opposite him, she calmly replied, "That's right, and I won't. After all, living according to the will of the gods is a painful path." She then frowned, her expression turning solemn. "I don't want you to live that kind of life." Hearing this, Do-hyun lost his temper and shouted, "Then what about him? Who the hell is he to you?" But she remained calm, explaining, "A powerful god has targeted that boy, but he doesn't want his body to be possessed. That's why I plan to help him." Once again, Do-hyun pressed her with questions. He doesn't want to be possessed by a god? But why? Does he look down on priests just like all the other kids? A moment later, Do-hyun turned to his mother and said, "Then I'll gladly let that god possess my body. I respect you so much, mother." Finally, tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out, "I just want to be like you." Outside, Kang Rim overheard their conversation and sadly hugged his knees. From inside, his foster mother's voice reasoned, "That's not the point." Sometime later, Kang Rim held a plate of fruit, trying to win him over. "Hey, big brother, would you like some snacks?" But when Do-hyun saw this, he coldly slapped the plate away, spilling everything. The scene shifted. This time, Kang Rim ran up to ask for help with his homework, just trying to start a conversation. "Hey, can you help me with my homework?" Do-hyun immediately spun around and snapped in irritation. "Can't you see I'm busy? Do it yourself." Later, as they walked home together, Choi Kang Lim cheerfully followed behind him and called out, "Brother Do-hyun." But Do-hyun, his face dark and cold, replied, "Hey, Kang Lim." He then turned around and gave him a harsh, uncaring warning. "When we're outside, act like you don't know me." Hearing those words, Kang Lim could only fall into a sad silence. Later, on his way back, Kang Lim walked alone, lost in thought. As he walked, a loud shout echoed nearby, "Hey, you, the priest's kid." A group of older students walked over, trying to chase Do-hyun away, shouting, "I told you, there's a ghost haunting me, so don't come near here." Do-hyun barely paid them any attention and replied, "I'm just passing through." One of them immediately mocked him. "I'm just passing through," they sneered aggressively. "Fine, then pay the toll." Do-hyun looked up, visibly annoyed. "Why should I do that?" Angered by his attitude, one of them grabbed him by the collar, winding up a punch. "Why?" "Because I said so." Suddenly, a tiny hand grabbed his wrist. It was Kang Lim, pleading and trembling. "Stop it, don't bully my brother." Seeing him intervene, the bullies laughed in amusement. "What's wrong with this brat?" Do-hyun gritted his teeth and glared at Kang Lim. A moment later, Do-hyun was lying on the ground, with Kang Lim sitting beside him, crying. Scattered all around them were their books and notebooks, thrown everywhere by the bullies. Do-hyun let out a bitter laugh. Then, overwhelmed by frustration, he sat up and snapped at Kang Lim. "I told you I hate it. Why do you keep following me around? Why is Kang Lim crying so hard? What else was I supposed to do?" With bloodshot eyes, he shouts in desperation, "You and Mom are the only ones who don't get cursed just by being near me." Do-hyun listens in silence, quietly bowing his head. They sit side by side in silence for a long time. Finally, Do-hyun reaches up to wipe away his bloody nose. Then Do-hyun pulls Kang Lim to his feet and says, "Stop calling her mom, she's my mother." He then offers a deal. "If you call her master instead, then I'll be your big brother." Hearing this, Kang Lim immediately nods and agrees. A memory flashes of the two of them crossing the street, hand in hand. Reflecting on his life, Kang Lim thinks, "Just like Master said, my life is slowly getting better." His master appears, performing a series of intricate rituals for him. After a few more suppression rituals, Kang Lim sits motionless on the ground, bowing his head in fear. The god speaks to Kang Lim, "Hey kid, do you really think staying away from me will change your fate? Even without me, you will always bring misfortune to everyone around you." He smiles in disbelief. "No, from now on, everything is going to be different." And after that day, the god's voice finally goes silent. From then on, he lives happily alongside his master and Do-hyun. The ghosts and nightmares disappear, but it is all an illusion. Kang Lim has merely blinded himself with the foolish hope that he, too, is allowed to be happy. Then one day, a middle-aged man suddenly grabs Kang Lim by the collar. He yells, "Senior Hua Hui, why are you still keeping this kid around? You've performed countless suppression rituals for him, yet he's still a curse to everyone nearby." Kang Lim freezes as the man continues, "If you don't kick him out right now, misfortune will come for you too." But Master cuts him off. "Lee Hun, keep running your mouth and I'll cut your tongue out." She glares at him furiously. "Never speak to my child like that again." Years later, a grown-up Kang Lim is helping a completely drunk Do-hyun stumble home one night. Do-hyun mumbles, "Why does Mom love you more than her own son? Why did the god want your body and not mine?" Kang Lim softly whispers, "Hey, brother," trying to soothe him in his drunken state. "You're way too drunk tonight. Let's get inside." But Do-hyun asks him, "Why didn't you just let the god possess you?" Tears stream down Do-hyun's face. "Instead of you. I wish that God had chosen me." "Why you? And not me?" Kang Lim stands there, completely speechless. He drops Do-hyun onto the ground, staring down at him in anger. How could he wish for something like that, when he knows exactly what that god has put me through? He looks down at Do-hyun, feeling utterly powerless. After tucking Do-hyun into bed, Kang Lim gets lost in his thoughts. Honestly, this doesn't surprise him at all. If Do-hyun's obsession with the god is as intense as his own desperate desire to escape it, Kang Lim blames himself. This is just too much. So, I'm the one who caused him all this pain. If a curse like me just disappears. With his mind made up, he packs his bags and leaves in the dead of night without a word. That way, neither his brother nor his master will have to suffer anymore. Back in the present, seeing Kang Lim silent, Do-hyun demands, "Why aren't you doing anything?" He presses further. "You could easily push me away, couldn't you? You're the top trainee here, aren't you? Are you holding back on me?" Kang Lim looks away, avoiding his gaze. "I don't want to fight you." Do-hyun lets go of his collar, sneering, "Don't look down on me. I'm not the same weakling I was in the past." Do-hyun's eyes turn menacing. The god has chosen me too. He turns around to make a phone call. Kang Lim is stunned. How did this happen? In their past life, the only reason they could coexist peacefully, he remembers, was because he was so weak. Back then, Do-hyun had grabbed his collar in frustration, yelling, "I can't stand seeing you so pathetic. If you aren't weak, how am I supposed to handle my jealousy?" Kang Lim's gaze drifts off into the distance. There is something he absolutely must tell him. Do-hyun knocks on the door and steps inside. Chung-ha immediately asks, "Did you meet with Seo Kang Rim?" He nods. Chung-ha presses, "Is he joining us?" Do-hyun shakes his head. "No. He said he has other plans, but he wouldn't say what they are." She sighs in disappointment. "I had high hopes since you said you knew him." Do-hyun dismisses it. "We aren't actually that close." She twirls a dart, lecturing him. "If you aren't close, then why did you waste such an expensive item on him? Is money nothing to you? Do you have any idea how much that ointment costs?" Do-hyun stays silent. After nagging him a bit more, Chung-ha nudges him. "Go see him again." But Do-hyun declines. "I don't think meeting him again is going to change his mind." She taps away on her computer, trying to convince him. Constant dripping wears away the stone, you know. She gestures dramatically, catching him off guard. Eventually, he's bound to let his guard down. Realizing he is still reluctant, Chung-ha switches to a pleading tone. "I'm counting on you, Messenger Do-hyun. I really, really want Seo Kang Rim on our side." Cut to Kang Lim. A notification pops up on his screen. A request has been submitted for a Demon Realm raid. Kang Jin found the mission pretty interesting. Not bad, he thought. The notification added, "Our team's emissary, Kang Do-hyun, will be assisting you." Seonmyeong News. Reading the news filled him with excitement. Finally, I have a chance to meet him. The next day, Kang Jin stood waiting for the others at the entrance of a towering skyscraper. He pondered, "The ruined city. I have no memory of this demon realm." The news report went on to explain it. "I am requesting a raid on a demon realm. The target is a low-level realm known as the ruined city. Even though its rank isn't high, no one has been able to clear it for months, and not a single hunter has ever returned alive. That's why we need your help. Our team's emissary, Kang Do-hyun, will assist you. Signed, Leader of Team 1, Seonmyeong Group, Seon Mission Protection Agency." Looking up at the surrounding buildings, he sighed. "Man, even though I regressed, I guess there's no way I could know absolutely everything. I only remember the major demon realms, or the special ones that actually made the headlines." Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. This place isn't even a high-tier demon realm. A sleek black car pulled up, and Kang Jin watched it closely, lost in thought. Since I don't know anything about it, it must have been cleared in my past life. And right on cue, Do-hyun's car arrived. As Do-hyun stepped out of the car, Kang Jin's inner monologue continued. "Besides, I still need to have a serious talk with you anyway." Just then, an AV waved at him from inside the car, calling out, "Hey, Kang Jin, you're here so early." She hopped out and excitedly ran over to him. "I'm joining the raid this time too." Kang Jin looked at her with curiosity. "Emissary Anna Vi." She shook his hand warmly. "Long time no see." He politely replied, "I didn't expect to run into you here." Anavi gave a subtle smile as her boss's voice echoed in her mind. "What? Seriously? Kang Jin and Kang Do-hyun know each other? Come to think of it, his mother was a shaman too. We absolutely cannot let Team 1 snatch Kang Jin away." She cheerfully tried to make conversation, saying, "I thought things would be pretty awkward between you two," but Do-hyun cut her off mid-sentence. "So, you're only here to spy on him, aren't you?" and Na went silent before trying to defend herself. Well, yes, that's true, but, sensing the awkward tension, Kang Jin stepped in. We can talk about that later. He thought to himself, honestly, it doesn't matter. Having someone tag along actually made him feel a bit more at ease. The three of them entered the mission building and headed down the stairs. Curious about her situation, Kang Jin asked, "By the way, is it okay for you to be out here without your mask?" She replied, "Oh, this is a private request, so we're technically off duty today." Do Hyun, who was walking in front, spotted a group of people gearing up to enter the dimensional portal and called out, "Looks like someone beat us to it." The other group spun around in surprise. "Wait, what? Are you guys hunters too?" And Na offered a polite but shy greeting. "Yes, we are. Do you guys want to team up?" But the other group rudely cut her off. "You know the unwritten rule, right? We got here first." The other group bragged arrogantly. "So you guys will just have to wait a few hours. We aren't about to let anyone steal our loot." Do-hyun wasn't about to take that lying down and snapped back, "What the hell are you talking about? You guys don't even look like rookies. Why aren't you off clearing some third-rate insect realm instead of hanging around here?" The group instantly got riled up by his attitude. "Excuse me? Our party leader is a Tier 1 mage. A low-level place like this is a walk in the park for us. By the way, what rank are you?" Navi quickly stepped in to diffuse the growing tension. When it comes to clearing demon realms, experience is far more important than raw rank. But the arrogant group completely ignored her. "Just answer the question." Since Kang Jin and Do-hyun's official ranks were lower than their leaders, the two kept quiet. The group sneered, "Figures, let's move out." Navi looked at the two with concern. "I don't get why they make up arbitrary rules like that. Should we wait?" Do-hyun didn't care and headed straight for the portal. "Are you kidding me? Just ignore them." Kang Jin walked ahead of his adoptive brother, thinking, "If things go south, I can always just reveal my true identity. Let's go." A system notification popped up. "You have entered the ruined city demon realm." Do-hyun scanned their surroundings. It's a city, but the entire place has been completely pulverized. The system then issued their mission, destroy the barrier's anchor, a hidden statue. Kang Jin turned around only to see the entrance portal completely vanish. "Ah, so we can't escape unless we clear this place." As the system transmitted more data, Kang Jin studied the screen. "Is there no time limit?" he muttered, trying to analyze the situation. "We just need to find this statue. But since no one has ever made it out alive," Navi swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. "This realm is incredibly massive," Kang Jin thought to himself, "and we don't even know what this statue looks like." Do-hyun closed his eyes, attempting to sense the surrounding area. "It's linked directly to the barrier. We should definitely be able to sense its energy signature. We should be able to find it soon." Before he could finish, a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the air. All three of them jumped, immediately looking for the source. It was the arrogant group from earlier, now running for their lives from a horde of monsters. "Hurry up. This way." One of them, a guy with blue-gray hair, was snagged. He screamed desperately for help, but the monster quickly enveloped him. A horrific, final scream filled the air. "Leader!" A girl tried desperately to save her teammate while calling out to the other remaining member, "What are you doing? Help me!" But the leader just gritted his teeth, staring in sheer terror. "Damn it. We're dead. We're all dead. They have nowhere left to run. This is a dead end." The grayish-green-haired guy gets pounced on again and screams, "No!" Just in time, Navi arrives to save them. She rescues the woman. "Are you okay?" Tears well up in the woman's eyes as she gasps, "Thank you so much." Meanwhile, Kang Lim swings his sword to fight off the monsters, while Do-hyun unleashes his magic to blast them away. Watching the battle unfold, the woman is utterly shocked. How are they taking them down so easily? Are all trainees this powerful? The two men in the back whisper to each other, "Let's move ahead." Navi lets out a sigh of relief. "Whew, I think that's the last of them." She turns to check on the woman. "What happened?" "It's only been a few minutes." The woman looks bewildered. "A few minutes? What do you mean?" Dazed, she asks, "Didn't you guys enter a few hours after us?" Kang Lim and Navi exchange a worried look. She explains to them, "No, we went in right after you did." The others are stunned. "What? That's impossible." Piecing everything together, she deduces, "It seems like the timeline here is distorted compared to the outside world. I'm really worried about the other hunters now. The first team entered months ago, then weeks ago, and more teams just kept coming in after that." Kang Lim agrees, pondering, If they're still alive, they must be surviving on rations. I highly doubt these monsters are edible. Spotting Do-hyun sitting in a corner, staring intently at a monster carcass, Anavi asks him, "How long has it been, Hunter Kang?" Do-hyun? Seeing he doesn't reply, she presses on. "Did you find something?" He scoffs. "No, I'm just studying the monsters." He boasts proudly, "I've killed way more monsters than this Seo Kang Rim guy. I guess the top trainee isn't as good as me after all." The others just look on speechlessly, while Do-hyun shakes his head in disbelief. Anavi sighs, "Let's just keep investigating." Kang Lim opens the Demon Realm map. The system notifies them that the search progress is currently at 0.3%. Do-hyun sighs, staring at the map. This place must be massive. "Do we seriously have to search every single corner?" Kang Lim replies, "I'll send Lin out to scout ahead." A small deer appears. Anavi chimes in to help. "In that case, I'll check inside the buildings." She activates her skill, Clay Doll Controller. Clay figures materialize, and she points toward the buildings, commanding them, "Go investigate inside the buildings and report back if you find any survivors or anything suspicious." The clay soldiers quickly carry out her orders. Watching them work, the rescued hunters can't help but marvel. That is so cool. Trainees really are on a whole different level, aren't they? Kang Lim nods in appreciation, praising Anavi. "With this many clay dolls, we should be fine." She smiles. "I'll make sure they keep quiet." He agrees. "Sounds good." The demon realm is usually incredibly noisy, but right now, he realizes something. Come to think of it, everything around them has been dead silent. Kang Lim tries to make a call, prompting her to look at him in confusion. "Look at this, Kang Lim," he says in a low voice. There's no communication signal, and the item shop is completely locked. She stares at him, panic rising. A system notification pops up for everyone. Unable to connect to the shop system at this time. The three of them grow uneasy. Does that mean we can't call for backup or even buy food? Anavi's eyes widen as a chilling thought strikes her. Then, all the hunters who haven't returned yet are in serious danger. Do-hyun pats her shoulder. "Hey, Anavi." He then points toward the other three. Sensing their gaze, the woman asks, "Is something wrong?" Nearby, Kang Lim continues to fiddle with the system. Wait a second. If the connection is cut, that means, he deduces their current situation. The gods can't see or hear them right now. Grinning inwardly, he glances at Do-hyun. "I will never get another chance like this." Do-hyun feels his gaze and turns around. Kang Lim decides he needs to have a talk with him right here and now. Their footsteps begin to move as the entire group joins forces with the rescued hunters to search the surrounding area. Kang Lim and Do-hyun keep a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Staring at the desolate wasteland, the woman asks in fear, "Where exactly are we going? There are even more ruined buildings here, and the fog is getting thicker by the second." Suddenly, Lin lets out a sharp cry, as if discovering something. Do-hyun and Kang Lim quickly follow Lin. When they see what lies ahead, both of them gasp in shock. Standing in the middle of the ruins is a pristine, glowing villa. Inside the gates, a beautiful flower garden blooms. Kang Lim walks up to the gate to investigate. What is this place? The others follow close behind, staring up at the magnificent building in sheer awe. He pushes the door open and steps inside. Seeing how spotless everything is, he wonders, how is this place so well maintained? The luxurious interior leaves everyone speechless. Do-hyun, sharp as always, sniffs the air. "I smell something." The woman smells it too. Instantly realizing it's the aroma of food, the three starved hunters lose their minds and dash toward a room down the hall. Kang Lim tries to stop them, shouting, "Hey, wait!" But it's too late. The three of them burst the door open. Spread out before them is a massive banquet table loaded with mouth-watering food. "I knew it." They grab the food just as she is about to take a bite. Kang Lim rushes in and slaps the food right out of her hand, yelling, "Don't eat that!" The blonde captain, who was about to bite into an apple, glares at him furiously. "Who do you think you are, telling me what to do? Are you guys trying to hog all this food for yourselves?" Do-hyun steps forward and cuts him off with a heavy sigh. "You guys are unbelievably stupid, stuffing your faces with suspicious food in a place like this, and you actually call yourselves hunters?" And Ama-bi gently warned him, "Do-hyun, you're taking it a bit too far." But he just brushed it off. Is that so? Hearing Do-hyun's words, the others finally realized how they were acting. "Yeah, actually, this food does look pretty sketchy." Embarrassed, the woman spoke up sheepishly, "Why don't we scout the area first?" Seeing that the captain was still fuming, she stepped in to stop him. "Put the apple down." Eventually, everyone dispersed to search around the house. Let's split up and check out the surroundings. There are 3 doors here. I'll take this one, and we'll meet back at the front door in a bit. The smell of food here will lead me right to it. With that, the other 3 walked off together. The girl in pink tapped the captain's shoulder as they walked, saying, "In that case, let's go check out the path we came from." Meanwhile, Kang Lim watched Do-hyun walk through another door. This was his chance. He called out to Do-hyun on purpose. "Wait, let me go with you." But Anabi stopped him, asking, "What is it, Kang Lim?" Hearing her voice, he turned around, puzzled. "What's up? Is there something you wanted to say?" At his question, she began to open up about what was on her mind. "Are you still sure you don't want to join the Destiny Protection Agency? Hunters without a patron god are in much more danger. Sure, you could join a sect, but the Destiny Protection Agency has access to way more information." He cut her off, declining the offer. "Sorry, but I don't really have any intention of working there." Anabi's voice carried a hint of sadness. "Is that so?" Kang Lim tried to reassure Anabi, though his eyes kept darting back behind him. "There are plenty of hunters who are way better than me, right? I appreciate the offer, but I think it'd be best for you to recruit other hunters." Still, Anabi refused to give up and tried to convince him. "I've never seen anyone as talented as you." In her mind, Anabi recalled the sight of Kang Lim fighting with absolute desperation. Pouring her heart out, she confessed, "From what I've seen, you might have the lowest rank, but you push yourself harder than anyone else." Then, the memory shifted to Kang Lim, standing alone in an empty lot. "You genuinely understand people, and you're always ready to help them when they're in trouble." Next came the memory of Kang Lim saving Johan. "And you never abandon your comrades in the face of danger." Finally, she pictured Kang Lim carrying Yunbom on his back. Laying her hand over her heart, Anabi spoke with absolute sincerity. "That's why I want you on my team so badly." Kang Lim's face instantly flushed red, caught completely off guard by her words. A vision of the desk she had already set up for him, complete with a welcome sign, popped into Anabi's head. "I've actually already prepared a desk just for you, and even planned a welcome party. I even made a list of all the best restaurants near the agency." Having said her piece, she felt a wave of disappointment. "But I can't force you." Deeply moved, Kang Lim let out a soft smile, thinking that she definitely knew what he was capable of. Having bared her soul, Anabi turned to leave, looking back with a forced, gentle smile. "Let's check out the area first and then head back. See you in a bit." In that moment, a wave of gratitude washed over him. He was truly grateful. Heading up the stairs, Kang Lim scanned the area, trying to spot Do-hyun. He was sure he went this way. As if on cue, Do-hyun was already standing at the top of the stairs waiting for him, his cold gaze locked onto Kang Lim. Seeing that look, Kang Lim felt his stomach drop. Damn it, he doesn't look like he's in the mood to talk at all. Gathering his courage, Kang Lim walked past him and spoke up first. "Why are you looking at me like that? Were you waiting here to interrogate me?" Do-hyun was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I saw those stitched bones inside your body." They passed each other as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Do-hyun spoke up again. "You know that the heavier your karma, the more of those you get, right?" The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly snapped, shouting as he lunged toward Kang Lim. "What the hell are you even doing?" Do-hyun rushed over and slammed Kang Lim against the window, yelling, "Is this what you've been up to since you ran away from home?" Letting all his frustration out, he demanded, "What did you do?" Faced with this, Kang Lim bit his lip, his face flushing slightly. Do-hyun's voice grew painfully harsh. "How on earth did you end up carrying so much terrible karma?" Kang Lim met his gaze with cold eyes. After a tense silence, he finally shot back. "What kind of person do you think I am?" And so, they stood locked in a tense standoff in the dead silence. Suddenly, deep in the shadows, a massive silhouette began to move. It slowly crept closer to where they were standing, but its slow, heavy steps quickly turned into a full-on sprint. Startled, both of them immediately froze, staring at it in shock, only to realize that the massive figure was actually a statue. After a moment, Do-hyun cautiously approached it, wondering, "Is that the statue we're looking for?" Without waiting for an answer, he drew his weapon and fell into a defensive stance, wondering why it had suddenly stopped. But the moment those words left his mouth, the statue suddenly twitched. Instantly, it lunged toward them with terrifying speed, smashing everything in its path, before throwing a powerful punch right into the wall. Seeing this, Do-hyun rushed forward with his weapon, shouting, "We'll find out once we smash it to pieces." Meanwhile, Kang Lim, still completely dazed, just stood there, frozen. Suddenly, Do-hyun vung his weapon, aiming straight for the statue. Snapping out of his daze just in time, Kang Lim stepped in and blocked Do Hyun's sword. Seeing him block the strike to protect the statue, Do Hyun froze in utter shock. What the? You? But Kang Lim cut him off, yelling, "Don't destroy it." Blocked from striking, Do Hyun could only grit his teeth in frustration. But as he saw the statue gearing up to attack Kang Lim, he angrily grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of harm's way. They scrambled into a nearby room, barely dodging that deadly strike. The second they crossed the threshold, Hyun slammed the door shut while Kang Lim collapsed into a corner, gasping for air. Once the door was secure, Do Hyun slumped to the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Seething with anger, he barked, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you stop me?" Little did they know, his outburst was being overheard by the creepy statue, lurking right outside. "Do you want to get us killed?" Kang Lim buried his face in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes shot open in sheer terror as he stammered, "That thing. It's human." Hearing Seo Kang Rim confirm the true identity of the monster they just saw, Brother Do stared blankly. "What? A human?" he scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Enraged, he snapped, "Have you completely lost your mind? That thing is a monster." Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive blow slammed against the door. Instinctively, Brother Do jumped back into a defensive stance, clutching a talisman. "Take a good look," he hissed. He glared at the grotesque figure, standing right outside the newly shattered hole in the door, and demanded, "Does that thing look human to you?" Standing a few paces back, Kang Lim watched him. He couldn't help but think that, no matter how many times he looked, it still looked like a human to him. Suddenly, his system screen popped up with information about the entity, Archival Spectre, a level 1 Spectre type, Earth attribute, currently afflicted by a shape-shifting curse. Seeing that the monster just stood there without making another move after breaking the door, Brother Do muttered in surprise. "What? It's not attacking?" Kang Lim deduced, maybe they can't venture past the hallway. Hearing this contradiction, Brother Do immediately fired back, "Since when do humans have restrictions like that?